Chapter 4440 Leaving Blue Dawn City. After leaving Blue Dawn City, Duan Ling Tian thought about Wang Yiyuan, who was still worried about his sister even at the moment of his death. He truly admired Wang Yiyuan's love for his sister. At the same time, he murmured to himself, Wang Yiyuan, I've fulfilled my promise to you. If you're watching from heaven, I hope you can rest in peace now. Duan Ling Tian did not expect Wang Luoyu to make the choice she did. He did not doubt that she would leave the Wang clan and Blue Dawn City with him as planned. As such, he had been surprised when he first heard her intention to stay. If it were before he became acquainted with Situ Lei, he would not have agreed to it even if Wang Luoyu wanted to stay back in the Wang clan. After all, he was not certain if his ability and the unconfirmed possibility of him belonging to a powerful force were enough to deter the Wang clan from treating Wang Luoyu like a chess piece after he left. However, after becoming acquainted with Situ Lei, he knew the Wang clan owed him a huge favor. With that, he was sure the Wang clan would not mistreat Wang Luoyu. Although there are many precious treasures in the Wang clan's treasure vault, not many are useful to me. Before leaving the Wang clan, Wang Kui had brought him to the treasure vault and asked him to pick a few things. Alas, most of the things were not of use to him, and in the end, he only picked a few things that were of use to his loved ones. With my current strength, if I want to grow stronger, I can only rely on myself and superior cultivation resources. Even a supreme force in the divine sand realm will find it difficult to provide me with resources that are of use to me. With Duan Ling Tian's current cultivation base, he knew that apart from a few cultivation resources and supreme treasures, not many things could help him raise his cultivation base. He could only rely on himself now. The Wang clan might have a few things that were useful to him, but these things were also useful to the two supreme elders of the Wang clan. It was only natural that the two supreme elders were given priority. After all, the Wang clan would only become stronger when the two supreme elders became stronger. Fortunately, Senior Situ gave me the floating image pearl, which contained the battle of a peerless top advanced supreme god who comprehended the law of space. It's very useful to me. If I study the recording, with the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity, I should be able to comprehend the law of space to the perfect form very quickly. At this time, Duan Ling Tian's law of space and law of time were only on the brink of reaching the perfect form. They had yet to reach the perfect form. However, I can feel the effect of the supreme powerhouse divinity weakening recently. Moreover, I can finally tell that the supreme powerhouse who left the supreme powerhouse divinity behind only comprehended the law of space to the perfect form. After obtaining the supreme powerhouse divinity, Duan Ling Tian's law of space had improved by leaps and bounds, and his speed of improvement was astonishing. However, as time passed, his progress gradually slowed down as well. After all, there were also limits to a supreme powerhouse divinity. When Duan Ling Tian's law of space reached the perfect form, the supreme powerhouse divinity would also become useless to him due to the limited comprehension of the supreme powerhouse who left the supreme powerhouse divinity behind. At that time, Duan Ling Tian would have to rely on the floating image pearl that Situ Lei gave him to further improve his law of space. After all, the supreme powerhouse recorded in the floating image pearl had comprehended the law of space to the paramount stage. Needless to say, a supreme powerhouse divinity from a supreme powerhouse who had comprehended the law of space to the paramount stage would be even more useful to him. Alas, such a thing was extremely rare in both the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. Under normal circumstances, supreme powerhouses' divinities were left behind by supreme powerhouses before their deaths. For a supreme powerhouse who comprehended a law to the paramount stage, even if he or she was not a world supreme powerhouse, he or she was almost as strong as a world supreme powerhouse. Such a person naturally would not die so easily. According to Senior Situ, despite the differences in strength, it's difficult for world supreme powerhouses to kill each other. All of the strongest worlds in the myriad worlds had more than 2 world supreme powerhouses, and among them, some were considered among the strongest in both the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. As for the 18 worlds under the 3 strongest worlds, including the god-defying world, there was at least 1 world supreme powerhouse in each of the worlds. Needless to say, there were naturally world supreme powerhouses in the outer boundary as well, but they were all very mysterious, according to Situ Lei. Duan Ling Tian did not know much about world supreme powerhouses, and what he knew, he had learned from Situ Lei. One thing he knew for sure was that world supreme powerhouses were incredibly strong. As such, after coming to the outer boundary, he determined that the fastest way for him to save his wife, Ka, was to enlist the help of a world's supreme powerhouse who was skilled in soul techniques. When I was still in the god-defying world, I felt that supreme powerhouses were mighty and mysterious. However, after coming to the outer boundary, I realized that supreme powerhouses weren't equal. Ordinary supreme powerhouses are nothing in front of truly powerful supreme powerhouses. Duan Ling Tian could still vividly remember the battle between Kai Ming, the supreme demon from Kai Ming Mountain, Han Wang, a supreme powerhouse whom Kai Ming found to help him, and the 5 supreme powerhouses of Dancing Sun City. This battle made him realize that supreme powerhouses were not invincible, they would also die like ordinary cultivators. At the same time, he also realized that there was a difference in strength between supreme powerhouses, some were stronger and some were weaker. This was also one of the reasons Duan Ling Tian was not in a hurry to become a supreme powerhouse. If he rashly broke through the realm of supreme powerhouses, he would only become an ordinary supreme powerhouse. If he became an ordinary supreme powerhouse, it would be very difficult for him to grow stronger, and he would not be able to save Ka. Hence, after thinking about it, Duan Ling Tian felt that the best path for him to take was to become a peerless top advanced supreme god first. After becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god, he would look for opportunities to break into the realm of supreme powerhouses. Based on his knowledge, as soon as a peerless top advanced supreme god became a supreme powerhouse, he or she would have strength almost comparable to a world supreme powerhouse. However, with his talent, he was confident that if he broke through the realm of supreme powerhouses from the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods, he would immediately become a world supreme powerhouse. Moreover, he would not be considered weak among world supreme powerhouses as well since his sword Dao was extremely powerful. As a supreme god, no matter how powerful his sword Dao, which was the weapon Dao of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, it was still useless in front of supreme powerhouses. However, the sword Dao's power would increase significantly once he became a supreme powerhouse. However, if I become a supreme powerhouse directly without becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god first, I'm still confident that I'll be stronger than the weakest supreme powerhouses. After all, I still have the sword Dao. Most of the weakest supreme powerhouses didn't comprehend the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, and even those who comprehended it don't have a profound comprehension. Duan Ling Tian recalled Situ Lei's words. At that time, he also learned that not only people of the myriad worlds found the 4 Daos of heaven and earth difficult to comprehend, but people in the outer boundary found them difficult to comprehend as well. With this thought in mind, he could not help but think about his master, Feng Qingyang, who taught him the sword Dao. Master's sword Dao is even more powerful than mine, his talent in the sword Dao is even higher than mine. Moreover, he's completely focused on his sword Dao. Before leaving the god-defying world, I heard that he was already quite strong, he has already broken into the realm of emperors of gods. He must have had a fortuitous encounter. Perhaps, currently, he has already broken into the realm of supreme gods. With his formidable sword Dao and his profound comprehension of the law of time, his strength definitely surpasses those who have the same cultivation basis as him. With Master's comprehension of the sword Dao, it's just a matter of time before he shocks the god-defying world. Even the outer boundary will be shocked if he comes to the outer boundary. A smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face when he thought about his master. Following that, many random thoughts appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. It's a pity that it's not possible to leave my doppelgangers in the god-defying world when I'm in the outer boundary so I can keep in touch with the others. It was as though a mysterious force prevented me from doing so. The doppelgangers ceased to exist as soon as I left. Perhaps, doppelgangers have to be in the same world as their true bodies. I wonder how Huaner's doing now. Previously, her cultivation base had risen greatly, and she was only half a step away from becoming an emperor of gods. Previously, I speculated that powerful supreme powerhouses, who were beasts, must have used the energy of other ordinary beasts to nurture extraordinary beasts like Huaner. If my speculation is right, it's likely that Huaner has already broken into the realm of supreme gods by now. Her comprehension of the law must have also become even more profound. Previously, after checking Huaner's cultivation base, he also took a look at her law and found that her comprehension was quite profound. The mysterious energy from the crack in the void did not only help her become stronger, but it also helped her comprehend the law. Since Duan Ling Tian had left the god-defying world and could not leave his doppelgangers behind, he was unaware of his loved one's current situation. However, he was not worried about their safety. After all, They were in a mundane realm in the god-defying realm, and Huoner was with them. With Huoner's strength, there was no one who was a match for her even in the strongest Devata realm, let alone a mundane realm. As long as they did not go to a realm of gods, they would not be in danger. Chapter 4441 The Green Flame Saber King. Duan Lingtian did not worry about his family and friends due to Huoner's presence. Apart from his family and friends, he was the only one who knew their whereabouts. Even his master, Feng Qingyang, did not know their whereabouts. As such, he was also not worried about someone finding them and using them to threaten him into handing over the liquid from the divine fountain he won on the god-defying world's realm battlefield. However, soon enough, Duan Lingtian thought of a worrying problem. Huoner's strength improved so quickly because of that mysterious energy, and I speculated that it was from a powerful beast supreme powerhouse. However, there's no free lunch in this world. That beast supreme powerhouse had gone to great difficulties to nurture Huoner. It's possible that there are hidden dangers or conditions. It was undoubtedly amazing that Huoner's strength had increased so greatly. However, if his speculation was right, then it was truly worrying. Nothing came for free after all. Now that she obtained such great strength in such a short amount of time, what kind of price would she have to pay? Before he left, there was nothing amiss, but who knew what would happen in the future? No matter who it is, if they dare to harm Huoner, I won't let them go. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. His eyes glinted coldly as he thought about the possible hidden dangers behind Huoner's sudden and rapid increase in strength. However, he also knew that it was impossible for him to protect her now unless he was a world supreme powerhouse. The next stop is Linked Solitary Realm. The Linked Solitary Realm was one of the 36 realms in the outer boundary. It was adjacent to the Divine Sand Realm, and unlike the Divine Sand Realm that was at the periphery of the outer boundary, it was closer to the heart of the outer boundary. It was also more powerful than the Divine Sand Realm. The number of supreme powerhouses in the Linked Solitary Realm was not necessarily higher than the number of supreme powerhouses in the Divine Sand Realm, it might even be smaller. However, their strength lay in quality, not quantity. In the Divine Sand Realm, there were only a handful of powerful people like Kai Ming and Situ Lei, but in the Linked Solitary Realm, there were no fewer than 10 supreme powerhouses like Kai Ming and Situ Lei. Moreover, in the Linked Solitary Realm, those below the realm of supreme powerhouses were also stronger than those in the Divine Sand Realm. Due to its proximity to the heart of the outer boundary, the cultivation of the people in the Linked Solitary Realm was better than that of those in the Divine Sand Realm, which was at the periphery of the Divine Sand Realm. Duan Lingtian did not have any specific things to do in the Linked Solitary Realm. It was just one of the stops he had to make on his way to his destination, which was one of the 3 realms in the heart of the outer boundary. The true powerhouses in the outer boundary were mostly gathered in the 3 realms in the heart of the outer boundary. Even powerhouses from other realms would usually go to those 3 realms. The 3 realms were also known as the 3 great sacred realms of the outer boundary. There are 36 realms in the outer boundary. There are 18 realms in the periphery of the outer boundary, and a little closer to the center are 9 realms, including the Linked Solitary Realm. Even closer to the center are another 6 realms, and finally, at the center, there are the 3 great sacred realms. Duan Lingtian's destination in the outer boundary was one of the 3 great sacred realms. These 3 realms were widely acknowledged as the places with most fortuitous encounters. It was even said that these places were favored by the heavens. My destination is one of the 3 great sacred realms. Starting from the Divine Sand Realm, I'll go to the Linked Solitary Realm and the Peaceful Might Realm. This is the shortest route to my destination. The 36 realms, especially the 3 great sacred realms, are fraught with danger. However, there's no realm that can surpass the 3 great sacred realms in terms of fortuitous encounters and opportunities. The 3 realms have many natural secret realms and trials, and most importantly, they have supreme treasures. It's said that the Divine Fountain, which liquid I obtained, was found in one of the 3 great sacred realms. Duan Lingtian had learned about this from the supreme powerhouse of the Sha clan in the Divine Offering Land. That supreme powerhouse had also told him that it was best for him to go to one of the 3 great sacred realms. After all, the danger in the other realms was not much less compared to the 3 great sacred realms, but there were not many fortuitous encounters, opportunities, and treasures there. Nonetheless, the 3 great sacred realms were still the most dangerous realms. In any case, due to how dangerous these realms were, in the god-defying world, only those in and above the realm of advanced supreme gods would go to the outer boundary. According to the ancestor of the Xia clan, the transportation formations in the god-defying world directly lead to one of the three great sacred realms. This is because the god-defying world is a relatively strong world. On the other hand, the transportation formations in the weaker worlds will only bring one to one of the 33 realms, not the three great sacred realms. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself with a wry smile. Just as my luck would have it, I was transported to the realm at the periphery of the outer boundary. For this reason, my journey to the three great sacred realm is a little longer. In the god-defying world, once someone becomes an advanced supreme god, there'll be a record of it. After that, they'll be sent to the outer boundary to carry out their duties in the god-defying world's base in the three great sacred realms. Some people stay for a long time in the outer boundary due to their tasks. Those who've completed their duty can also choose to stay in the outer boundary. The flying ship that carried Duan Ling Tian flew northwest at an extremely fast speed, leaving the divine sand realm for the linked solitary realm. Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes and cultivated in the ship as the battle of two supreme powerhouses flashed in his mind. It was the battle recorded in the floating image pearl that Situ Lei, the heaven-bearing sword saint, had given him. One of the peerless top advanced supreme gods wielded a prime divine artifact and also used the mastery Tao, one of the four Taos of heaven and earth. Although his law had yet to reach the paramount stage, he was still much stronger than anyone below the realm of supreme powerhouses whom Duan Ling Tian had met. Even Duan Ling Tian did not think he could defeat him. If I were to face him, even with my sword Tao that is much stronger than his mastery Tao, at most, I'll be able to fight to a draw with him, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. As for the other peerless top advanced supreme god, he did not use any weapons or the four Taos of heaven and earth. He only used his law of space, and that was enough to suppress his opponent. When the peerless top advanced supreme god who comprehended the law of space moved, the space would shake in his wake and spatial cracks would appear. With just a thought, the space around his opponent began to distort, forming a terrifying force that imprisoned his opponent. In just a blink of an eye, he defeated his opponent. Although this was not the first time that Duan Ling Tian viewed the recording, he was still shocked by how powerful the peerless top advanced supreme god, who comprehended the law of space, was. It was just a sparring session. If it were a life or death battle, the opponent would have died countless times over. However, because it was just a sparring session, the peerless top advanced supreme god did not go all out when fighting. However, it was still a great help to Duan Ling Tian. Floating image pearls that contain the life or death battles between peerless top advanced supreme gods or peerless top advanced supreme god and projections of supreme powerhouses are much more valuable. Duan Ling Tian continued to replay the scenes of the battle of the peerless top advanced supreme god who comprehended the law of space in his mind, studying the changes in the surrounding space as the other party moved. He vaguely felt like he had understood something. Duan Ling Tian was so immersed in this that he lost all track of time. It was not until he heard the world-cleansing divine water's voice that he returned to his senses. "Little Tian, someone's tailing you," the world-cleansing divine water said solemnly. "It seems like he harbors bad intentions." Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes and saw a black dot that gradually grew bigger and bigger in the flying ship's mirror image. In just a moment, he saw that the other party was a man dressed in a loose black robe. Green flames burned around the other party's body, and he was like a saber as he flew over, looking as though he was going to cleave the world in two. The law of fire, but with green flames. "I can sense the saber Tao as well," Duan Ling Tian muttered under his breath. When the other party drew closer, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as the figure of a person he had only met once appeared in his mind. Upon recognizing the other party, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself, "It seems like the Green Billow City's Meng clan doesn't intend to let Li Feng go for marrying Wang Luo Yu. I'm afraid the only person who can make the Green Flame Saber King personally take action is the new supreme powerhouse from the Meng clan." Chapter 4442 Fighting the Green Flame Saber King. Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted coldly as he looked at the saber-like figure in the distance. He thought to himself, the new supreme powerhouse from the Meng clan didn't personally take action. Instead, he sent the Green Flame Saber King. It seems like he can't even be bothered to deal with me personally. The other party was Tan Shu Tang, the Green Flame Saber King. Based on what Duan Ling Tian had heard from the guests of the wedding, Tan Shu Tang was at most stronger than Wang Kui, the clan leader of the Wang clan. Tan Shu Tang was no match for the two supreme elders of the Wang clan. However, if Wang Kui used the trump cards that had been passed down for generations in the Wang clan, there was a chance that he would be able to fight to a draw with Tan Shu Tang. However, even with the trump cards, Wang Kui was still no match for his clan's two supreme elders. At this time, the world-cleansing divine water asked worriedly, if he's sent by the new supreme powerhouse from the Meng clan, do you think the supreme powerhouse is watching secretly? If you defeat or kill the green flame saber king, will he make a move then? Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly as he replied, Sister Water, if the supreme powerhouse were here, do you think he'd waste time by sending Tan Shu Tang to attack me? He would have attacked directly. He must have sent Tan Shu Tang here alone because he's confident the latter can kill me. Perhaps, only after I kill Tan Shu Tang will he realize that he'll have to personally make a move to kill me. It did not cross Duan Ling Tian's mind at all that Tan Shu Tang was sent by Meng Yuzheng, the young master of the Meng clan. After all, in his eyes, Meng Yuzheng was just a good-for-nothing young master. Tan Shu Tang was ordered to guard Meng Yuzheng, but it did not mean that just because Meng Yuzheng was upset, he could order Tan Shu Tang to follow Duan Ling Tian for thousands of miles and kill Duan Ling Tian. It was also clear to Duan Ling Tian that Tan Shu Tang had been waiting for him for a long time. Perhaps, Tan Shu Tang had never left at all and had been waiting since 3 years ago. After listening to Duan Ling Tian, the world-cleansing divine water also realized that she had let her worries cloud her mind. She said, You're right. However, little Tian, even if you can kill him, you should just subdue him for now. If you want to kill him, wait until you're out of the divine sand realm. That's what I thought as well, Duan Ling Tian said with a nod. Then, he flew out of the flying ship. After putting away the flying ship, Duan Ling Tian watched as Tan Shu Tang flew over from the distance. When Tan Shu Tang arrived, a solemn expression appeared on his face that was hidden when he realized that Duan Ling Tian had discovered his presence. He wondered if he had misjudged the situation. Was it possible that there was a supreme powerhouse protecting Duan Ling Tian in the dark? Or did Duan Ling Tian discover him on his own? If so, did Duan Ling Tian sense his energy or did Duan Ling Tian catch sight of him? Duan Ling Tian looked at the black-clad man in front of him calmly as he said, Green Flame Saber King, I have to say, your nickname sounds impressive, but you're no different from a cowardly rat. Since Duan Ling Tian had discovered Tan Shu Tang's identity, Tan Shu Tang saw no need to hide his face anymore. With just a thought, he removed the covering on his face with his divine energy. Then, he waved his hand, setting up a formation. In just a moment, a huge light barrier appeared, isolating them. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow when he saw Tan Shu Tang's series of actions. Is he worried that I'll call for help? In the outer boundary, communication was not as seamless as it was in the God-defying world. One could only communicate within a certain distance. At this distance, Duan Ling Tian, who had left Blue Dawn City, would still be able to contact the Wang clan. Duan Ling Tian smiled coldly and said, By doing this, you're not only cutting off my means of communication, but you're also cutting off yours. It seems like you're incredibly confident about your strength. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's nonchalant expression, Tan Shu Tang said mockingly, Li Feng, stop acting. Do you think I'll be intimidated by your act? Brat, I'm not easily fooled or intimidated. You're not even 10,000 years old. If I, Tan Shu Tang, can't defeat you, then I've lived for 70,000 years in vain. Intimidate you? Duan Ling Tian was briefly stunned by these words. Then, the smile on his face widened as he said icily, We'll see how you feel after this. Following that, a dazzling 7-colored sword appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand. It was the 7 Orifices exquisite sword that had transformed into a prime divine artifact. After the 7 Orifices exquisite sword transformed into a prime divine artifact after it successfully absorbed the fragments of prime divine artifacts, Wanzher, the sword's soul, had fallen into a deep state of slumber. Once she woke up, she would be able to separate from the sword and live independently. Fortunately, it would not affect the strength of the sword since it was now a prime divine artifact. Prime divine artifacts, unlike other divine artifacts, were powerful on their own. The sound of the sword whistling rang in the air as Duan Ling Tian made a move. At the same time, the energy from the law of space surged out violently. Its boundless power seemed capable of destroying the world. Subsequently, the phenomenon of the law appeared in the sky. Tan Shu Tang smiled contemptuously when he saw Duan Ling Tian's phenomenon from the law of space and said, You're not even 10,000 years old, but your law of space is close to its perfect form. You're the most talented person I've ever met. Your background must be extraordinary. No wonder the Wang clan values you so much and didn't hesitate to offend the Meng clan that has a supreme powerhouse. Alas, you're dreaming if you think this is enough to defeat me. As soon as Tan Shu Teng finished speaking, powerful saber rays burst forth. Although his movements were casual, he manipulated them very skillfully. At the same time, green flames surged in the sky, seemingly capable of burning the world. Following that, the phenomenon of the law that indicated the law had reached its perfect form appeared in the sky. A torrent of green saber rays, imbued by a mysterious energy, shot out fiercely. Duan Ling Tian, who stood in the midst of the rippling space, faced the green saber rays calmly. Tan Shu Teng held a dazzling long saber that exuded a terrifying energy in his hand and continued to send out terrifying green saber rays as he said, "I, Tan Shu Teng, have killed many prodigies in my life, however, this is the first time I killed a prodigy as outstanding as you. Li Feng, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, that good-for-nothing brat wouldn't have offered to lend me the fire-type supreme powerhouse divinity. To show my gratitude, I'll grant you a quick death." Tan Shu Teng spoke confidently and fearlessly as though victory was already in his hand. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was no different from a fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Chapter 4443 Crushing Strength. Good-for-nothing brat, fire-type supreme powerhouse divinity. Duan Ling Tian was briefly startled by Tan Shu Teng's words before realization finally dawned on him. At the same time, the world-cleansing divine water said, "Little Tian, it seems like we'd guessed wrongly. It's clear now that Tan Shu Teng isn't sent by Meng Tianfeng, the new supreme powerhouse of the Meng clan. As it turns out, he's sent by Meng Yuzheng. Clearly, Meng Yuzheng bribed him with the supreme powerhouse divinity." Naturally, Duan Ling Tian could also guess this by now. It was also not difficult to figure out that Meng Yuzheng's fire-type supreme powerhouse divinity was from Meng Tianfeng. He could not help but sigh at how Meng Tianfeng doted on Meng Yuzheng. It seemed like the rumors of Meng Tianfeng regarded Meng Yuzheng as the most important one among his descendants were true. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian's thoughts shifted back to Tan Shu Teng. So the famous green flame saber king of the divine sand realm is only this strong. Duan Ling Tian smiled slightly as he looked at the arrogant and confident Tan Shu Teng. Following that, he brandished the seven orifices exquisite sword and cast his sword Dao. In just a blink of an eye, a sharp and clear whistling noise rang thunderously in the air. A gray sword ray shot toward Tan Shu Teng in his torrent of saber rays, leaving spatial cracks in its wake. Although Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the law of space was not as profound as Tan Shu Teng's comprehension of the law of fire, his ridiculously strong sword Dao increased his strength to a terrifying level. On the other hand, Tan Shu Teng also comprehended the weapon Dao. In his case, it was the saber Dao. However, his weapon Dao was very much inferior to Duan Ling Tian's weapon Dao. The difference between their respective weapon Dao was like that of an adult and a 3-year-old child. This was not surprising since even Situ Lei, the heaven-bearing sword saint and one of the strongest supreme powerhouses in the divine sand realm, was impressed with Duan Ling Tian's sword Dao and even treated Duan Ling Tian like a teacher in regard to the sword Dao. Conversely, Situ Lei also acted like a teacher to Duan Ling Tian in other aspects, and Duan Ling Tian learned a lot from him. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, what he learned from Situ Lei was no less than what Situ Lei learned from him. "You can't hold a tide back with a broom," Tan Shu Teng said with a sneer when he saw the lone sword ray. Clearly, he had yet to sense how terrifying and powerful Duan Ling Tian's sword Dao was. Nonetheless, he was still inwardly surprised by Duan Ling Tian's terrifying strength. Duan Ling Tian was not even 10,000 years old, but he possessed such terrifying strength. Based on his knowledge, there was no one, in the past and the present, in the divine sand realm who possessed such strength when they were not even 10,000 years old. No wonder the Wang clan refused the Meng clan for his sake. Tan Shu Teng was even more certain now that Duan Ling Tian was from an extremely powerful force outside of the divine sand realm. A hint of fear appeared in the depths of his heart, but it was quickly suppressed by his greed and killing intent. No matter what, he had to kill Duan Ling Tian today. It was not only for the sake of the supreme powerhouse divinity. Now that he offended Duan Ling Tian, he had to kill Duan Ling Tian now to prevent Duan Ling Tian from seeking revenge in the future. Upon seeing the torrent of saber rays, Duan Ling Tian said with a disdainful smile, "How ostentatious. Following that, Duan Ling Tian waved the sword in his hand. With just one move, the deceptively ordinary sword ray seemed to grow stronger, leaving even bigger cracks in its wake. Although its light was not particularly bright, the whistling sound it generated when it moved was thunderous. Compared to the torrent of saber rays, the lone sword ray looked very simple. As soon as the forces collided, the confident expression on Tan Shu Teng's face vanished immediately. He could sense the horrifying strength of the sword ray. Apart from the law of space that had yet to reach the perfect form, he could sense the sword Dao as well. The energy from the sword Dao was like violent waves, beating him over and over again. In the beginning, Tan Shu Teng could withstand it a little. However, it became more and more difficult for him to resist. His face was red from the effort he exerted, and he let out a roar, activating his bloodline power. With that, he was finally able to withstand the force of the sword ray. Alas, in the next moment, Tan Shu Teng discovered two figures that resembled Duan Ling Tian flying toward him with swords in their hands. His expression changed drastically again. The sword ray isn't the extent of his strength. At this moment, Tan Shu Teng's heart shook. He, who felt like he was standing on top of the world earlier, now felt like he had fallen into hell. His heart pounded in his chest as he thought to himself in shock and disbelief, his sword Dao, how could it be so strong? At this time, I can only hope that he won't be able to maintain his sword ray for long. Tan Shu Teng had no choice but to deal with Duan Ling Tian's two doppelgangers due to their direct assault. Although the doppelgangers from the law of space and the law of time were not as powerful as Duan Ling Tian, they still possessed at least 60 to 70% of his strength. Since Tan Shu Teng had to deal with the two doppelgangers, he quickly lost the advantage he had gained from his bloodline power that made him on par with the sword ray. In just a moment, Duan Ling Tian's sword ray suppressed him again. Moreover, contrary to his expectations, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian had no problem maintaining the sword ray, and it was clear that the sword ray would not be disappearing anytime soon. He was forced to retreat repeatedly as he fended off the attacks. It did not take long before Tan Shu Teng was exhausted and could no longer hold on. His face was ashen as he asked through gritted teeth, "How can you be so strong?" The band that tied Tan Shu Teng's hair together snapped at this moment, and his hair fluttered messily in the wind, making him look even more pathetic. Tan Shu Teng continued to stare at Duan Ling Tian in shock and disbelief. He did not understand how Duan Ling Tian could be so strong. Earlier, he had thought that there was no one in the divine sand realm, whether it was in the past or the present, who was like Duan Ling Tian. Now, he thought that even in the entire outer boundary and myriad worlds, there were very few people as monstrous as Duan Ling Tian. Perhaps, there was no one like him at all in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. "Who the hell are you?" Tan Shu Teng asked again as despair shone in his eyes. He was seriously injured, but his opponent was completely unharmed. He was wrong earlier. It was him, not Duan Ling Tian, who was like a fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. If he had fled with all his might in the beginning, he still had a chance, but now, he was injured so it was impossible for him to escape. He was helpless, and he knew that death was imminent. Before his death, he really wanted to know who Duan Ling Tian was. After all, Duan Ling Tian was not even 10,000 years old, but he was almost as strong as a peerless top advanced supreme god. He had never heard of anyone like that in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. Even those prodigies with terrifying strength close to that of a peerless top advanced supreme god were slightly more than 10,000 years old. "All you need to know is that I'm from the myriad worlds," Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he waved his hand. The law of space swept out, quickly and effectively restraining Tan Shu Teng. It also prevented him from healing his injuries. "Myriad worlds, are you from one of the three upper worlds?" Tan Shu Teng asked, shocked. "I can't believe there's a prodigy like you there. Which of the three upper worlds are you from?" It was only after Duan Ling Tian came to the outer boundary that he learned that the three strongest worlds were known as the three upper worlds. The myriad worlds were divided into the three upper worlds, 18 middle worlds, and the lower worlds. The god-defying world where Duan Ling Tian came from was one of the 18 middle worlds. "You talk too much," Duan Ling Tian said with a hint of impatience. Then, he asked, "You said that Meng Yuzheng sent you to kill me. This means that you've been waiting in Blue Dawn City for 3 years. Is he in Blue Dawn City as well, or has he returned to Green Billow City?" If Meng Yuzheng is still in Blue Dawn City, Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone with killing intent when he thought about it. He thought that Meng Yuzheng should consider himself lucky if he had returned to Green Billow City. He returned to Green Billow City 3 years ago, Tan Shu Teng replied. I sent him back to Green Billow City 3 years ago before I returned to Blue Dawn City to wait for you to leave Blue Dawn City. A regretful expression appeared on Tan Shu Teng's face as he continued to say, if I had known you're so strong, I wouldn't have attacked you no matter what. I didn't expect that I'd be killed by a young man like you who's not even 10,000 years old. Tan Shu Teng had thought about his death in the past, and he had thought about the ways he might die. He thought he might be killed by a peerless top advanced supreme god, a supreme powerhouse, or even the heavenly tribulation. However, not even in his wildest imagination did he imagine that he would be killed by a young man who was not even 10,000 years old. After a moment, Tan Shu Teng's expression eased. It was as though he had completely accepted his fate at this moment as he said, however, if I think about it from another angle, I won't die in vain if I'm killed by a heaven-defying prodigy like you. At this time, Duan Ling Tian, who had just spoken to the world-cleansing divine water, looked at Tan Shu Teng with bright eyes and asked, what? You don't want to live anymore? Are you in such a hurry to die? In just a blink of an eye, the killing intent that Duan Ling Tian exuded suddenly disappeared without a trace. Chapter 4444 Taking a Servant In. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Tan Shu Teng frowned in confusion. Then, he asked, Sir, does this mean that you plan to let me go? After Tan Shu Teng finished speaking, he laughed at himself for being absurd. How could Duan Ling Tian possibly spare him? If he were in Duan Ling Tian's shoes, he would not have spared someone who tried to kill him. After all, not killing someone like that was akin to creating future trouble for oneself. Let you go. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly and said, I'm not so magnanimous toward a person who intended to kill me. However, if you swear on the Heaven Vault's blood oath and acknowledge me as your master and become my servant, I'll spare your life. Upon hearing this, Tan Shu Teng sneered and said, Impossible. I admit that I'm weaker than you. Even if I die, I admit that I lost fair and square. However, it's impossible for me to swear allegiance to you. There was a specific master-servant contract when swearing on the Heaven Vault's blood oath. After swearing the oath, a master-servant connection would be formed. At that time, the servant could be reduced to ashes as long as the master willed it using the power that governed heaven and earth. Boy, perhaps, your elders have never taught you this. Sometimes, people with our cultivation bases place more importance on dignity than life. Moreover, how can someone who lost his freedom overcome his heart devil trial and survive the heavenly tribulation? Tan Shu Teng said mockingly to the young man in front of him. In Tan Shu Teng's opinion, Duan Ling Tian was dreaming if Duan Ling Tian thought that he would become his servant. What a joke! Duan Ling Tian was just an advanced supreme god, who was admittedly stronger than him. Even if Duan Ling Tian was a peerless top advanced supreme god or a supreme powerhouse, it was still impossible for him to acknowledge them as his master and become their servant using the Heaven Vault's blood oath. Those below the realm of supreme gods would be fine making such an oath. However, for those in or above the realm of supreme gods, it would draw the heart devil trial during the once-in-a-thousand-year heavenly tribulation, making it almost impossible to survive. This was a flaw of the master-servant contract by swearing on the Heaven Vault's blood oath. As such, many of those below the realm of supreme gods who had sworn on the Heaven Vault's blood oath did not dare to break into the realm of supreme gods even if they were capable of doing so, unless their master took the initiative to null the Heaven Vault's blood oath. Otherwise, they would almost surely die when they faced their heavenly tribulation. You think I'm aware of that? Duan Ling Tian glanced at Tan Shu Teng indifferently as he said, I've not finished my words yet. Yes, I asked to make a master-servant contract by swearing on the Heaven Vault's blood oath, but I wasn't asking you to make a lifelong contract with me. The contract will last until 1 year before your heavenly tribulation arrives. This won't affect your chances of surviving the heavenly tribulation at all. I guarantee that I won't kill you after that. You'll regain your freedom and you have a year to prepare for your heavenly tribulation. Tan Shu Teng was stunned by Duan Ling Tian's words. Then, the mocking smile on his face vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. His eyes flashed as he asked, in a deep voice, are you telling the truth? If Duan Ling Tian was telling the truth, then Tan Shu Teng was not averse to it. After all, the reason why those in the realm of supreme gods would rather die than make a master-servant contract and swear on the Heaven Vault's blood oath was due to the certainty of death when facing the heavenly tribulation. However, If the contract was terminated a year before his heavenly tribulation as Duan Ling Tian suggested, it would not affect him at all. Moreover, if he agreed to make this contract, his life would also be spared. He now had two choices: agree to become a servant for hundreds of years and his life would be spared, or disagree and die. He knew that most people would choose the former. Of course, Duan Ling Tian replied expressionlessly, "With your strength, is there a need for me to lie to you? I'm only suggesting this because I just left the myriad worlds and came to the outer boundary not too long ago, and I'm unfamiliar with this place. After you help me familiarize myself with the outer boundary, do you think you'd still be of use to me? At that time, having you with me will only be a burden." Although Tan Shu Teng's expression soured when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words at the end, he knew that Duan Ling Tian was not lying. If Duan Ling Tian were familiar with the outer boundary, Duan Ling Tian really would have no use for him, a defeated opponent, at all. Duan Ling Tian continued to say, "Apart from helping me to familiarize myself with the outer boundary, there's also one thing I want you to do. I want you to lure Meng Yuzheng out. Don't worry, you don't need to kill him. I'll do it myself." Tan Shu Teng's expression froze briefly when Duan Ling Tian said that he wanted him to lure Meng Yuzheng out. However, his expression eased and he sighed in relief when Duan Ling Tian promptly said he did not have to kill Meng Yuzheng. After all, killing Meng Yuzheng, the direct descendant of a supreme powerhouse, was not a trivial matter. It was fine if the supreme powerhouse did not care. However, if the supreme powerhouse wanted to, he could trace back to the scene of his descendant's death with his blood that could help him find the culprit. Perhaps, others did not know how important Meng Yuzheng was to Meng Tianfeng, the new supreme powerhouse of the Green Billow City's Meng clan, but Tan Shu Teng, who served Meng Tianfeng, was different. If Meng Tianfeng only treated Meng Yuzheng like an ordinary descendant, how could Meng Tianfeng have given Meng Yuzheng the supreme powerhouse divinity? When Tan Shu Teng first heard that Duan Ling Tian wanted him to lure Meng Yuzheng out of the Meng clan, he had been sure that Duan Ling Tian wanted him to kill Meng Yuzheng as well. However, although he was hesitant, he did consider agreeing in order to survive now. He even thought that after he killed Meng Yuzheng, he would be leaving the Divine Sand Realm with the person in front of him. Perhaps, Meng Tianfeng would not be able to track him down. Moreover, if he killed Meng Yuzheng, he knew that Duan Ling Tian would not allow Meng Tianfeng to find him easily. After all, if Meng Tianfeng found him, it would not be difficult to find out that Duan Ling Tian was the mastermind. At that time, Meng Tianfeng would definitely kill Duan Ling Tian as well. Nonetheless, Tan Shu Teng was very happy when he heard that he did not have to kill Meng Yuzheng and only had to lure Meng Yuzheng out, which was a trivial matter. He felt the burden on his shoulders disappearing immediately. Finally, Tan Shu Teng looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a deep voice, "Very well. Since I don't have to kill him, I have no problem with this. If that's all, I'll swear on the Heaven Vault's blood oath." "Now, all right," Duan Ling Tian said indifferently with a nod. Following that, Tan Shu Teng swore on the Heaven Vault's blood oath and made a master-servant contract with Duan Ling Tian. However, when he was making the contract, he finally discovered that the name of the person in front of him was not Li Feng, but Duan Ling Tian. He was understandably surprised. His name is Duan Ling Tian, so Li Feng is a fake name. However, Tan Shu Teng quickly recovered and thought that it was only natural for Duan Ling Tian to use a fake name. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian needed to hide his true identity to avoid danger. After all, who knew if other forces from the myriad worlds would try to kill him after he left the protection of the supreme powerhouse in the world that he came from? Since Duan Ling Tian came to the outer boundary to cultivate, Duan Ling Tian naturally did not have any protection. After all, if Duan Ling Tian was constantly protected, how could he grow any stronger? A blade needed to be sharpened. It was impossible to grow stronger if one was constantly coddled and protected. In the past, the strongest people in the three major worlds also risked their lives when they were young and braved all kinds of danger. Their experience contributed to their current strength and status. It's impossible for someone to be secretly protecting him now. If he were so overprotected, he wouldn't have been able to achieve so much at this age. After Tan Shu Teng completed the master-servant contract and swore on the Heaven Vault's blood oath, a phenomenon briefly appeared in the sky. A complicated expression appeared on his face when he sensed the connection between him and Duan Ling Tian. He made a careless mistake which resulted in him becoming a servant for hundreds of years. If he could turn back time, he definitely would not make the same mistake again. At this time, Duan Lingtian glanced at Tan Shuteng and said indifferently, "Let's go." Led me to Green Billow City. Duan Lingtian could also sense his connection to Tan Shuteng. The feeling was subtle, but he could feel that he now held Tan Shuteng's life in his hand. With just a thought, he could kill Tan Shuteng. It would be impossible for Tan Shuteng to escape him until the contract ended. This restriction in the master-servant contract is really terrifying, which is good. It means that I don't have to worry about him messing around. At the same time, I can also let him handle all the trivial matters, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In fact, the world-cleansing divine water was the one who suggested making Tan Shuteng his servant. After listening to her, he found that he agreed with her. Not only could he quickly familiarize himself with the outer boundary and have someone deal with trivial matters for him, but he could lure Meng Yuzheng, who wanted his life, out of the Meng clan. He was simply killing two birds with one stone. In exchange for those things, Duan Lingtian did not mind sparing Tan Shuteng's life at all. After all, when it came down to it, Tan Shuteng was only following Meng Yuzheng's orders. He would not form a heart devil and affect his chances of surviving the heavenly tribulation if he spared Tan Shuteng and killed Meng Yuzheng. "Yes, my lord," Tan Shuteng said respectfully. "It's fine. Just refer to me as young master," Duan Lingtian said with a wave of his hand. "Yes, young master," Tan Shuteng said respectfully. Then, he brought his flying ship out and gestured for Duan Lingtian to board the flying ship first before he steered the flying ship in the direction of Green Billow City. As Tan Shuteng steered the flying ship, his mind began to wander. He knew that Duan Lingtian spared him because he was not the true mastermind behind the attempt on his life. Then, he thought about Meng Yuzheng. That kid will definitely be scared out of his wits later. He'll definitely regret his actions. Chapter 4445 Meng Yuzheng. Tan Shuteng was close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god after all. He could naturally understand Duan Lingtian's thoughts. With their cultivation bases, they had to consider their actions all the time to avoid forming the heart devil, which would affect their chances of survival during the heavenly tribulation. Tan Shuteng knew that if he was not ordered by Meng Yuzheng and sincerely harbored the intention to kill Duan Lingtian, it was likely that Duan Lingtian would kill him. It would be fine if Duan Lingtian was open-minded. If not, Duan Lingtian would have to kill him so that he would not form the heart devil that would affect his heavenly tribulation. Fortunately, I was only ordered to kill him, Tan Shuteng thought to himself as he sighed in relief. Then, he shook his head when he thought about Meng Yuzheng. He knew that Meng Yuzheng was going to die soon, after all. "You can't blame me. If you need someone to blame, you can only blame yourself for targeting him. Not only did you ruin my life, but you also ruined your own life. However, fortunately, I managed to survive. However, I won't be able to say the same for you." Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian cultivated without worries in Tan Shuteng's flying ship. He was naturally not worried about Tan Shuteng playing tricks now that they had a master-servant contract between them. Although Tan Shuteng used to serve Meng Tianfeng, he was not worried about Tan Shuteng's loyalty at all. Even if Meng Tianfeng was strong, he could not compare to the restrictions of the master-servant contract. After all, he would be able to sense it if Tan Shuteng harbored malicious intentions toward him, and he could literally kill Tan Shuteng with just a thought. In the Meng clan in Green Billow City, ever since Meng Yuzheng returned from Blue Dawn City, he had been depressed, brooding over the things that happened in the Wang clan. Not only was he humiliated by the new son-in-law of the Wang clan, but he was humiliated in front of so many prominent figures in the Divine Sand Realm. Apart from that, he was also reprimanded by the ancestor of the Meng clan because of the new son-in-law of the Meng clan. With all these things, his hatred toward Li Feng grew even stronger. "It's been 3 years, don't tell me Li Feng didn't leave the Wang clan or Blue Dawn City at all." Over the past 3 years, Meng Yuzheng could not remember the number of times he hovered in the sky above the Meng clan's estate, looking in the direction of Blue Dawn City and talking to himself. Feeling confident about his speculation, Meng Yuzheng muttered under his breath, "If Li Feng has a supreme powerhouse protecting him when he leaves the Wang clan, it means that Tan Shuteng won't have a chance to make a move. If that happened, Tan Shuteng would have returned and informed me of this. Since Tan Shuteng has yet to return, it means that Li Feng didn't leave the Wang clan and Blue Dawn City at all." As usual, after talking to himself for a while, Meng Yuzheng prepared to return to his room to cultivate. Despite his mood, he naturally did not forget to cultivate. However, it had to be said that his progress over the past 3 years was not good. When he cultivated, Li Feng would appear in his mind as though Li Feng was mocking his incompetence. It also reminded him that he was not as good as Li Feng, that he failed to marry Wang Luoyu, that he was looked down upon by the Wang clan, and that his ancestor did not take his side either. He knew that he was going to form a heart devil from this and tried to restrain his thoughts, but it was useless. Since he was young, this was the first time he had suffered such a setback and humiliation. He hated Li Feng so much that one would think Li Feng had murdered his father. If Li Feng doesn't die, I'm afraid that I'll be injured during my upcoming heavenly tribulation due to the heart devil, Meng Yuzheng thought to himself. Previously, he was not worried about his heavenly tribulation at all, he was even confident he would be able to survive it completely unscathed. However, now that he was sure he was going to form a heart devil, he was not certain he would be able to survive the heavenly tribulation. His only hope now is to kill Li Feng to survive. Young Master Meng, just as Meng Yuzheng sighed in disappointment and was about to leave, he suddenly received a voice transmission. His eyes lit up immediately. The other party was none other than Tan Shu Teng, the Green Flame Saber King, whom he had been waiting for 3 years. Under normal circumstances, Meng Yuzheng knew that Tan Shu Teng could not even be bothered to talk to him. The only reason Tan Shu Teng accompanied him to Blue Dawn City was due to the orders of Meng Tianfeng, the ancestor of the Meng clan. After all, Tan Shu Teng served Meng Tianfeng. Meng Yuzheng also knew that Tan Shu Teng only agreed to stay in Blue Dawn City and look for an opportunity to kill Duan Ling Tian because he said that he would lend Tan Shu Teng the supreme powerhouse divinity. Otherwise, how could someone like Tan Shu Teng listen to his orders? Meng Yuzheng could hardly contain his excitement as he responded to Tan Shu Teng's message. Uncle Tan, did you manage to kill Li Feng? Tan Shu Teng did not answer Meng Yuzheng's question. Instead, he said, Young Master Meng, if you want to know the answer, meet me a few thousand miles south of the city. At that time, I'll hand the floating image pearl to you. In exchange, you'll lend me the supreme powerhouse divinity. I know you've sworn on the Heaven Vault's blood oath that you'll lend me the supreme powerhouse divinity after I completed my task. However, I'm afraid that if our exchange takes place in the city, your ancestor might be alerted and stop the exchange. He might even confiscate the supreme powerhouse divinity from you at that time. Meng Yuzheng did not doubt Tan Shu Teng at all. He quickly said, I understand your concerns, Uncle Tan. You said a few thousand miles south of the city, right? I'm on my way now. Meng Yuzheng was desperate and could not wait to get his hands on the floating image pearl that recorded Tan Shu Teng killing Li Feng. With the floating image pearl, he would be able to stop the heart devil from forming. In fact, Meng Yuzheng would not doubt Tan Shu Teng much if Tan Shu Teng said that he had killed Duan Ling Tian. However, to be safe, he wanted proof, and he needed to watch the recording of Tan Shu Teng killing Li Feng. It was not only to stop the heart devil from forming, but he also wanted to watch it because he knew he would derive pleasure from watching Li Feng die. Li Feng, in the end, you're no match for me, Meng Yuzheng muttered to himself with a scoff before he flew south toward the agreed-upon meeting place at a high speed, leaving the Meng clan. Since the distance was not very far from the Meng clan, he did not see a need to bring another person with him and went alone. In his opinion, there was no danger in going alone. After all, within 100,000 miles of Green Billow City, there were very few people who did not know him, the most outstanding one among the younger generation in the Meng clan. Due to his status, even those who were stronger than him did not dare to provoke him. From the beginning to the end, it did not cross Meng Yuzheng's mind at all that Tan Shu Teng would trick him. After all, if Tan Shu Teng wanted to harm him, Tan Shu Teng had plenty of chances to do so during their journey to Blue Dawn City, to and fro. There was no need for Tan Shu Teng to wait until now. Moreover, even after Tan Shu Teng knew that he possessed the supreme powerhouse divinity, Tan Shu Teng did not make a move at all during their journey back to Green Billow City even though he was unaccompanied by Meng Tianfeng. At that time, he had left with a few members of the Meng clan while Meng Tianfeng left on his own. If Tan Shu Teng wanted to harm him at that time, Tan Shu Teng's success was almost guaranteed. A few thousand miles south of Green Billow City, apart from a stretch of mountain range and endless yellow sand, there was no plant at all. It was as though plants had been forbidden to grow in this place. At this moment, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed. At the same time, faint green flames danced around his body, looking like sabers at times. Apart from the spatial ring that he wore on his finger, there was a huge and heavy token hanging from his waist. If there were a skilled blacksmith present, he or she would be able to sense the slight fluctuations from the token, and he or she would be able to tell that the token was a spatial artifact. At this time, the middle-aged man, Tan Shu Tang, projected his voice into the token and said, "Young master, my divine consciousness sensed that Meng Yuzheng is about to arrive. He came alone. I'm sure he doesn't suspect or doubt anything. After all, in his mind, if I wanted to harm him, I had plenty of opportunities to do so 3 years ago. Moreover, he's not afraid that anyone will look for trouble with him in this area. I can sense that he's in a hurry. It's obvious that he can't wait to get his hands on the floating image pearl that supposedly contains the recording of your death." Duan Ling Tian, who was in the spatial artifact, responded indifferently when he heard Tan Shu Tang's words. In fact, it would be more convenient if Duan Ling Tian had hidden in Tan Shu Tang's little world. However, it was fine for someone weaker to enter one's little world, but the same could not be the same for someone stronger. As such, he did not force Tan Shu Tang, who was clearly worried about this, even if he could force Tan Shu Tang to do so due to the master-servant contract. As soon as Duan Ling Tian responded, someone exclaimed, "Uncle Tan, you're finally back after 3 years." When Meng Yuzheng arrived, Tan Shu Tang opened his eyes and rose to his feet. Then, he feigned an apologetic expression and said, "I'm sorry for making you come all this way, however, I'm really worried." Meng Yuzheng did not wait for Tan Shu Tang to finish speaking and quickly interjected, "Uncle Tan, you don't have to explain yourself. I understand. Where's the floating image pearl that recorded you when you killed Li Feng? Hurry up and show me." Chapter 4446. Why are you here? Meng Yuzheng did not think that Tan Shu Tang would turn against him, so he did not care to listen to Tan Shu Tang's explanation at all. He even thought that it was only natural for Tan Shu Tang to have such concerns. If it were him, he would have been worried as well. Upon seeing the eager expression on Meng Yuzheng's face, Tan Shu Tang looked even more apologetic as he said, "Young Master Meng, for the sake of safety, what do you think about conducting the exchange in my spatial artifact? If you're not willing, we can go somewhere further away. I know you swore on the Heaven Vault's blood oath, but supreme powerhouses are too strong. Just like before, Meng Yuzheng interjected, "Uncle Tan, I understand your concerns. There's no need to go to another place. I'll enter your spatial artifact." Supreme powerhouses were very strong and possessed many means. Although Meng Yuzheng had a good relationship with Meng Tianfeng, he did not know what kind of means Meng Tianfeng possessed. As such, he did not hesitate and agreed to Tan Shu Tang's request. He did not want to waste time and move to another place. What Meng Yuzheng wanted most now was to watch the recording of Tan Shu Tang killing Li Feng. After that, he would be able to stop his heart devil from forming. "Li Feng, did you think someone like you is worthy of opposing me?" Meng Yuzheng thought to himself disdainfully. Meanwhile, Tan Shu Tang quickly showed an expression of gratitude after hearing Meng Yuzheng's words. He said, "Thank you for your understanding, young master. Please don't resist. I'm going to send you into my spatial artifact now." "All right." Meng Yuzheng looked eager. He wished he was already in Tan Shu Tang's spatial artifact at this moment. Tan Shu Tang raised his hand, and a gentle stream of energy shrouded Meng Yuzheng, who did not resist at all, into the spatial artifact. As soon as Meng Yuzheng disappeared into the spatial artifact, Tan Shu Tang's eyes flashed as he looked in the direction of Green Billow City. Then, he quickly fled in the opposite direction at top speed. At the same time, Tan Shu Tang tossed out the formation compass he had prepared beforehand. A few complex formations appeared, destroying the area along with the mountain range. The force of the explosion caused the space to distort. Tan Shu Tang had done this to get rid of his tracks. Although it was clear that something had happened here, since he had destroyed this place, when Meng Tianfeng came, it would be difficult for Meng Tianfeng to find any clues that pointed to the culprit. Apart from that, if Meng Yuzheng did not die here, it would be difficult for Meng Tianfeng to find this place using their blood connection. Meng Yuzheng was naturally unaware of what was happening outside now that he was in Tan Shu Tang's spatial artifact. He was currently alone, but he did not think too much of it, waiting for Tan Shu Tang to come in. Just like before, he was not worried that Tan Shu Tang would harm him. Put everything else aside, His supreme powerhouse divinity and his other treasures were in his self-destructive spatial ring. If Tan Shu Tang killed him, Tan Shu Tang would not gain anything. Even if Tan Shu Tang managed to obtain the supreme powerhouse divinity and killed him, Tan Shu Tang had sworn on the Heaven Vault's blood oath that he was going to borrow it. If Tan Shu Tang snatched it away forcefully, Tan Shu Tang would be punished. Just as Meng Yuzheng expected, Tan Shu Tang soon entered the spatial artifact. As soon as he saw Tan Shu Tang, his eyes lit up, and he asked urgently, "Uncle Tan, where's the floating image pearl?" Tan Shu Tang did not respond. Instead, he looked at Meng Yuzheng's spatial ring. His meaning was clear: if you want the floating image pearl, bring the supreme powerhouse divinity out first. Uncle Tan, I've already made the Heaven Vault's blood oath. I can't possibly go back on it, Meng Yuzheng said as he shook his head and brought the fire-type supreme powerhouse divinity, which was given to him by Meng Tianfeng, out of his spatial ring. In the past, Meng Tianfeng had also relied on this supreme powerhouse divinity to rapidly improve his law of fire, laying a solid foundation on his road to becoming a supreme powerhouse. Since he did not need it anymore, he had given it to Meng Yuzheng to help Meng Yuzheng comprehend the law of fire. Uncle, just as Meng Yuzheng was about to hand the supreme powerhouse divinity over, the clear sound of swords whistling rang in the air before blood suddenly spurted out of Meng Yuzheng's arm. Socket before his entire left arm, which was holding the supreme powerhouse divinity, fell to the ground with a thud. Who is it? Meng Yuzheng's expression changed drastically. He did not look for the attacker. Instead, he quickly mobilized his divine energy and channeled it into the supreme powerhouse divinity that lay in the hand of his severed left arm. Once his divine energy touched the supreme powerhouse divinity, he would be able to return it to his spatial ring immediately. Alas, although his speed was fast, there was someone who was faster than him. Another stream of divine energy landed on the supreme powerhouse divinity before it suddenly vanished. Clearly, it had been brought into the spatial ring of the owner of the divine energy. From the beginning to the end, Tan Shu Tang only stood motionlessly in the distance as he silently watched everything unfold. Since he did not forcefully seize the supreme powerhouse divinity, he did not break his Heaven Vault's blood oath. Meng Yuzheng's face was ashen as he swept his eyes past Tan Shu Tang before he looked around. Following that, another figure appeared silently like a ghost. The figure belonged to a handsome purple-clad young man. As soon as Meng Yuzheng saw the other party, his expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with shock. He could not believe that he would see the other party here. He exclaimed, "Why are you here?" Countless questions raced through Meng Yuzheng's mind at this moment. Why is Li Feng here? Why did Li Feng take away my supreme powerhouse divinity? Didn't I ask Uncle Tan to kill him? Why is he here? How dare he attack me? After a moment, Meng Yuzheng quickly calmed down. He was seeing red as he glared at Tan Shu Tang, who was standing behind Duan Ling Tian, and said, "Tan Shu Tang, you actually joined forces with Li Feng to snatch away my supreme powerhouse divinity. Do you think you'll be able to escape the punishment from the Heaven Vault's blood oath if you do this?" Meng Yuzheng looked like a fierce beast at this moment. It was as though he wanted to bite Tan Shu Tang to death. Chapter 4447 Meng Yuzheng is in despair. Meng Yuzheng was furious. In his opinion, it would be impossible for Tan Shu Tang to escape the punishment for breaking the Heaven Vault's blood oath that would undoubtedly kill the other party, but Li Feng would be completely unharmed after snatching the supreme powerhouse divinity away. Li Feng, hand the supreme powerhouse divinity over, and I'll grant you a quick death, Meng Yuzheng said grimly. At the same time, he said to Tan Shu Tang through voice transmission, "Tan Shu Tang, it's impossible for you to escape punishment from the Heaven Vault's blood oath. However, I'll nullify the oath if you kill Li Feng for me." Meng Yuzheng did not care about Tan Shu Tang at all at this moment. In fact, it did not even matter if he lost the supreme powerhouse divinity. Unless Duan Ling Tian was willing, it was impossible for him to snatch the supreme powerhouse divinity back. Moreover, now that Meng Tianfeng was a supreme powerhouse, it would not be difficult for him to obtain another fire-type supreme powerhouse divinity. The most important thing to him now was that Li Feng had to die. Tan Shu Tang chuckled after listening to Meng Yuzheng. He said, "Meng Yuzheng, did you think I asked the young master to snatch the supreme powerhouse divinity away from you?" "Young master." Meng Yuzheng's expression changed slightly. After listening to the way Tan Shu Tang addressed Duan Ling Tian, a foreboding feeling rose in his heart. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian said with a sneer, "Meng Yuzheng, Tan Shu Tang has nothing to do with this. I took the supreme powerhouse divinity on my own accord. I'm the mastermind behind this whole matter. He didn't tell me to do anything. As such, he did not violate the Heaven Vault's blood oath, and there'll be no punishment. Meng Yuzheng looked skeptical as he gritted his teeth and asked in a low voice, Li Feng, do you think I'll believe you? Mastermind, do you even have the capability to be a mastermind of anything? Despite his words, the foreboding feeling in Meng Yuzheng's heart continued to intensify. He speculated that the mysterious force behind Li Feng must have intervened and rescued Li Feng before Tan Shu Tang could kill Li Feng. Then, Li Feng must have threatened Tan Shu Tang into acting against him. Tan Shu Tang looked at Meng Yuzheng indifferently and said, Meng Yuzheng, it's up to you to believe it or not. However, it's the truth. I did follow your orders. I went after the young master to kill him after he left the Wang clan in Blue Dawn City. Meng Yuzheng did not let Tan Shu Tang finish speaking before he roared, Tan Shu Tang, you're an idiot. Didn't I tell you to only make a move when you've confirmed that no one was secretly protecting him? Meng Yuzheng thought that the person protecting Duan Ling Tian had to be stronger than Tan Shu Tang and easily stopped Tan Shu Tang from killing Duan Ling Tian. Out of desperation, Tan Shu Tang must have led Duan Ling Tian to him. Tan Shu Tang sneered. Meng Yuzheng, when I was leaving my mark in the Divine Sand Realm, you weren't even born yet. Do you think I'd be able to come this far if I were stupid? Obviously, I only made a move after I ascertained there was no one else around. Then, Tan Shu Tang paused for a moment and looked at Duan Ling Tian respectfully. His gaze was slightly complicated as he continued to say, however, I didn't expect the young master to be so outstanding. His strength is close to that of a peerless top advanced supreme god despite being under the age of 10,000. How could I possibly be a match for someone like that? If the young master didn't spare me, I wouldn't be alive now. Tan Shu Tang's words were like a clap of thunder in Meng Yuzheng's ears. After a moment, he said skeptically, Tan Shu Tang, do you think I'm a fool? Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? How's it possible for someone who's not even 10,000 years old to possess strength that's close to that of a peerless top advanced supreme god? Such a person has never been heard of in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds, let alone the divine sand realm. However, despite his words, Meng Yuzheng, in fact, believed Tan Shu Tang. After all, he was clearly in a disadvantageous position at this moment. There was no need for Tan Shu Tang or Duan Ling Tian to lie to him. Moreover, it would also explain why the Wang clan refused him and risked offending the Meng clan for the other party. They were about the same age, but the difference between their strength was like an insurmountable chasm. If Duan Ling Tian could read Meng Yuzheng's mind now, he might not be able to resist telling Meng Yuzheng that they were not around the same age. He was barely 2,000 years old. Tan Shu Tang said, like I said earlier, it doesn't matter if you believe it or not. After a beat, he added, Meng Yuzheng, provoking the young master is the most foolish mistake you've made in your life. Because of a woman, you brought upon your own death. Meng Yuzheng glared at the two people in front of him before he said threateningly, Tan Shu Tang, Li Feng, you better let me go. Otherwise, I'll summon my ancestor here with the phantom projection jade token he had given me. Duan Ling Tian smiled when he heard these words. On the other hand, Tan Shu Tang said with a sneer, Meng Yuzheng, do you think I'm stupid? Your ancestor just became a supreme powerhouse recently. It's impossible for him to waste his blood essence on a phantom projection jade token. The blood essence of a supreme powerhouse was needed to forge a phantom projection jade token, and the process was not as taxing compared to using the supreme spirit blood essence. The phantom projection jade token was the jade tokens that those few people, whom Duan Ling Tian met on the god-defying world's realm battlefield, had used to summon the manifestation of their respective supreme powerhouses. At that time, one of his opponents escaped by using the phantom projection jade token. Duan Ling Tian had learned from his mistake, and he had been worried about Meng Yuzheng possessing a phantom projection jade token as well. However, after bringing up his concerns to Tan Shu Tang reassured him that it was unlikely for a new supreme powerhouse to forge a phantom projection jade token. After hearing that, he finally felt at ease. Meanwhile, Meng Yuzheng broke down after his final attempt to preserve his life was thwarted by Tan Shu Tang. In just a moment, despair overwhelmed him. No, I don't want to die. Chapter 4448 Meng Yuzheng is missing. Meng Yuzheng was in despair. All supreme powerhouses, new or old, were able to create phantom projection jade tokens with their blood essence. However, due to the laborious process, most new supreme powerhouses were unlikely to create a phantom projection jade token since they would be busy stabilizing their cultivation bases. Apart from that, supreme powerhouses would only give these tokens to the direct descendants who were the most talented or the direct descendants they favored the most. Based on Meng Yuzheng's status in the Meng clan, he would definitely be first in line to receive a phantom projection jade token from Meng Tianfeng, his ancestor. Unfortunately, Meng Tianfeng was a new supreme powerhouse who was likely focused on stabilizing his cultivation base. Even if Meng Tianfeng did create a phantom projection jade token, it would be impossible for him to create one in a short amount of time. Meng Yuzheng's expression was unsightly as he dropped to his knees and kowtowed as he pleaded frantically, "Young Master Li Feng, please show mercy. You can have all the treasures in my spatial ring. Just spare my life please." Meng Yuzheng was terrified at this time. He was confident Meng Tianfeng would be able to link his death to Li Feng, but he was not sure Meng Tianfeng was a match for the mysterious force behind Li Feng. He had no doubt Duan Ling Tian was from an extremely powerful force after Tan Shu Teng said Duan Ling Tian was almost as strong as a peerless top advanced supreme god despite being under the age of 10,000. Duan Ling Tian looked at Meng Yuzheng indifferently and said, "Spare your life. Perhaps, I'll change my mind if I find something useful in your spatial ring. Give up your ownership over the spatial ring now." Duan Ling Tian would naturally not refuse this offer. Moreover, he did not intend to kill Meng Yuzheng for now, he was only going to imprison Meng Yuzheng for now. According to the world-cleansing divine water, Meng Tianfeng, the supreme powerhouse of the Meng clan, would be able to link Meng Yuzheng's death to him through their blood connection. As such, now was not the right time for him to kill Meng Yuzheng. He was not strong enough to take on Meng Tianfeng for now. Meng Yuzheng took a deep breath and mustered up his courage to say, "Young Master Li Feng, I'm not doubting you, but is it possible for you to swear on the Heaven Vault's blood oath first that you won't kill me after I relinquish my ownership of the spatial ring?" Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. The corners of his lips curled up into a contemptuous smile as he said, "You may keep your spatial ring and go to hell. Do you really think I care that much about your possessions?" Following that, Duan Ling Tian flashed and vanished out of sight. Meng Yuzheng's expression changed immediately. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so decisive and difficult to deal with. In the end, he gritted his teeth and hurriedly relinquished his ownership of the spatial ring. Then, he pleaded again, "Young Master Li Feng, I've already done as you instructed. Please spare my life." Duan Ling Tian did appear again and did not respond to Meng Yuzheng's pleas. Instead, Tan Yuzheng raised his hand and claimed Meng Yuzheng's spatial ring. Then, he walked toward Meng Yuzheng with a sinister expression. Meng Yuzheng's expression turned grim, and he said threateningly, "Tan Shu Teng, my ancestor might be wary of Li Feng due to his background, but if you kill me, my ancestor definitely won't let you go." Meng Yuzheng feared Duan Ling Tian, but he did not fear Tan Shu Teng even if Tan Shu Teng was stronger than him. Tan Shu Teng smiled slightly and said, "I'm not going to kill you. I'm just going to cripple your cultivation according to my young master's instructions." Tan Shu Teng restrained Meng Yuzheng at lightning speed before his powerful divine energy that glowed green from the law of fire surged toward Meng Yuzheng. Meng Yuzheng's eyes widened as he screamed, horrified, "No!" In just a moment, Meng Yuzheng fell to the ground unconscious as Tan Shu Teng's divine energy entered his meridians and destroyed his heavenly veins. At this time, Duan Ling Tian reappeared. He glanced at Meng Yuzheng who was lying motionless on the ground and said, "Make sure he doesn't die. If he dies, it'll be difficult to deal with Meng Tianfeng." "Young master, rest assured. I won't let him die," Tan Shu Teng said respectfully. "I don't know much about Meng Yuzheng, but I know he's too cowardly to take his own life. Even if he's physically crippled, he'll still be begging to live." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "Good. When the time is right, we'll deal with him." Then, he added, "All right, let's go to the linked solitary realm now." "Yes, young master," Tan Shu Teng replied respectfully. During the journey to Green Billow City, Tan Shu Teng learned from Duan Ling Tian that the linked solitary realm was just a stop on his way to the three great sacred realms in the center of the outer boundary. In the past, he had spent some time in the three great sacred realms. In fact, it was due to his time and fortuitous encounters there that he was so strong now. If he had stayed in the divine sand realm, he would not be so strong now. However, It also had to be said that he had many close calls with death during his time there as well. During the journey to the linked solitary realm, Duan Ling Tian cultivated peacefully in Tan Shu Teng's flying ship. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Tan Shu Teng would not disturb his cultivation. Quite some time after Duan Ling Tian crossed the border into the linked solitary realm, the Green Billow City's Meng clan finally discovered that Meng Yuzheng, the young master of the clan, had gone missing. After Meng Tianfeng became a supreme powerhouse, Meng Yuzheng's status in the clan had risen greatly as well since he was very favored by Meng Tianfeng. At this time, the high-ranking officials of the Meng clan were gathered in the clan's main hall for an emergency meeting. An old man with a full white beard said grimly, "We've searched everywhere, but we still can't find Yuzheng. How are we going to explain this to the ancestor when he comes out of his closed-door cultivation?" Someone spotted Yuzheng going south after leaving Green Billow City. However, no one knows why he left the city. Perhaps he was lured out of the city. Yuzheng couldn't have gone too far. He hasn't returned, and we can't find him at all. I'm afraid something bad has happened to him. Calm down. You're overthinking things. Yuzheng's soul pearl is still intact, so he's definitely still alive. That's right. What's important is that he's still alive. Yuzheng is a direct descendant of our ancestor. Even if he's killed, our ancestor will be able to track the killer down. There's a possibility that the culprit is aware of this. That's why he didn't kill Yuzheng. If that's the case, the culprit should reach out to us soon with his demands. I agree. Otherwise, there's no point in taking such risks. After all, our Meng clan now has a supreme powerhouse. After returning from Blue Dawn City, Meng Tianfeng had entered closed-door cultivation. When he finally emerged from closed-door cultivation and wanted to meet his precious direct descendant, he finally found out that Meng Yuzheng had gone missing. Yuzheng is missing. Meng Tianfeng's expression is extremely dark at this moment. He raised his hand before he slit his palm with a flaming saber. Following that, he stared at the droplets of blood that floated in the air for a moment before he closed his eyes. The droplets of blood seemed to be boiling at this time. At the same time, a frown would appear on Meng Tianfeng's face every once in a while. After about a dozen breaths, he finally opened his eyes, and his expression turned grim as he said, "He's alive, but something has happened to him. Who has the audacity to abduct my direct descendant? Does he or she think I'm a pushover?" Chapter 4449 The Colossal Heaven Army. It's said that world supreme powerhouses are capable of sensing their direct descendants' situations as long as their descendants are alive, Meng Tianfeng thought to himself. As a new supreme powerhouse, he knew he could not find out the specific details of what had happened to his direct descendant, Meng Yuzheng. The culprit is likely afraid of me tracking him down, so he left Yuzheng alive. However, does he think that I have no other means to investigate this matter? Meng Tianfeng thought to himself with a darkened expression. After that, Meng Tianfeng went to meet the clan leader of the Meng clan so they could investigate the matter. Initially, Meng Tianfeng had been confident that they would be able to quickly investigate the matter and see results. However, he nearly had a stroke when he heard the report from the clan leader of the Meng clan. He did not expect that Meng Yuzheng, whom he doted on the most, was a good-for-nothing troublemaker and had many enemies outside. "Old ancestor, I'm afraid there are too many suspects, and it's not efficient for us to investigate from this angle," the clan leader of the Meng clan said with a wry smile. This was the first task given to him by Meng Tianfeng, who had just become a supreme powerhouse. He naturally wanted to prove himself and complete the task. Alas, no one expected that Meng Yuzheng had made so many enemies without anyone in the clan knowing about it. Moreover, most, if not all, of them hated Meng Yuzheng to the bones and wanted him dead. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that the Meng clan and Green Billow City were in chaos after Meng Yuzheng went missing. At this time, he and Tan Shu Teng had arrived in Guilan City, a city in the linked solitary realm. Guilan City was their final stop before they made their way to the peaceful Might realm. The two realms were part of the 6 realms that were closest to the 3 great sacred realms of the outer boundary. Before coming to Guilan City, Duan Ling Tian and Tan Shu Teng had visited a few other cities in the linked solitary realm to gather information and purchase cultivation resources. Guilan City had a flight prohibiting formation in a group of guards patrolling the sky. As such, Duan Ling Tian and Tan Shu Teng had to walk into the city. Unlike the other cities that were governed by powerful clans, Guilan City was governed by a powerful force called the Colossal Heaven Army. Young master, it's said that the Colossal Heaven Army used to be nomadic. Then, when their leader became a supreme powerhouse, they conquered and settled down in Guilan City. Tan Shu Teng said, the city was renamed after the colossal heaven army took over. It's said that the leader named Guilan City to remember his late wife Bai. There are many rumors about the leader's legendary feats. He was almost comparable to a peerless top advanced supreme god before he became a supreme powerhouse. Shortly after becoming a supreme powerhouse, he defeated the 3 supreme powerhouses from the 3 major clans that governed this city in the past. Ever since then, he was widely acknowledged as one of the strongest supreme powerhouses in the linked solitary realm. After conquering the city, the colossal heaven army seized all the properties that belonged to the 3 major clans. Everyone knows that the businesses here are mostly owned by the high-ranking officials in the colossal heaven army. Apart from that, there were rumors that their deputy leader had become a supreme powerhouse 1,000 years ago, but no one has been able to verify the rumor. Duan Ling Tian's curiosity was piqued after listening to Tan Shu Teng's words. Unlike the other cities, the main street was abnormally quiet and clean even though there were many people milling about. The people spoke in hushed voices as though they were afraid of something. Tan Shu Teng continued to say, it's said that the late wife of the leader of the colossal heaven army liked peace and quiet. As such, people are prohibited from making noise in the city. A warning will be given to those who violate the rules, and repeated offenders will be expelled from the city. Realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian upon hearing these words. He continued to wander the city, looking for cultivation resources that were useful to him, his family, and his friends. Although he had come here to look for ways to rescue Ka, he did not forget to look for things that might be useful to his family and friends. Before arriving in Guilan City, Duan Ling Tian had a feeling his time in Guilan City would be different from his time in the other cities. His feeling was proven right when he saw a handsome white-clad young man who was about 180 centimeters tall. The other party had a pair of distinct eyebrows and distinct blue hair that fluttered in the wind when he walked. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed immediately when he saw the other party in the sea of people. Upon sensing Duan Ling Tian's gaze, the handsome young man asked, "Do you know me?" Following that, Duan Ling Tian felt a bone-chilling aura sweep over him and suppress his divine energy in just an instant. Meanwhile, when Tan Shu Teng sensed the domineering energy, his body trembled, and his eyes widened in shock. He gulped before he exclaimed inwardly, "S Supreme Powerhouse." Chapter 4450 An Invitation from Han Wang. Tan Shu Teng had met a few supreme powerhouses in his life and could usually identify them. He was not extremely surprised to meet a supreme powerhouse in Guilan City. Most supreme powerhouses could easily blend in with the crowd as long as they did not display their strength. Earlier, he had noticed the blue-haired young man, but he did not think the other party was a supreme powerhouse. This supreme powerhouse is much stronger than the Green Billow City's Meng Tianfeng, Tan Shu Teng thought to himself. He did not expect to run into such a powerful supreme powerhouse as soon as they arrived in Guilan City. At this time, a hint of fear could be seen in Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he looked at the white-clad and blue-haired young man. The other party was none other than Han Wang, the supreme powerhouse whom Kai Ming enlisted help from to take down the 5 supreme powerhouses of Dancing Sun City. At that time, Kai Ming and Han Wang had joined forces and triumphed over the 5 supreme powerhouses of Dancing Sun City. Duan Ling Tian had even witnessed the death of one of the 5 supreme powerhouses. As though it had happened recently, he could vividly remember how blood had rained down on Dancing Sun City when the supreme powerhouse died. At this time, Han Wang smiled faintly and said, "Young man, I remember you. You were in the inner city of Dancing Sun City that day. You're the only human below the realm of supreme powerhouses to have escaped from Dancing Sun City alive." Although Han Wang was fighting the other 5 supreme powerhouses with Kai Ming that day, he was aware of Duan Ling Tian's spectacular performance at that time. Duan Ling Tian had also caught Kai Ming's attention at that time. Unbeknownst to Duan Ling Tian, if Han Wang did not stop Kai Ming at that time, Kai Ming would have killed Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had survived the massacre of Dancing Sun City thanks to Han Wang's intervention. Duan Ling Tian was surprised that Han Wang recognized him. When he returned to his senses, he said respectfully, "I didn't expect Senior Han Wang to recognize an insignificant person like me." Insignificant? Han Wang shook his head and said, "Someone with your strength under the age of 10,000 years old is extremely rare in the outer boundary in the myriad worlds. You're the most talented person I've met in my life." At this time, How could Duan Ling Tian not know that he had caught Han Wang's attention back in Dancing Sun City? In fact, he thought it was likely that Han Wang had seen him defeat Ta Mengsha and spare Ta Mengsha's life. When Kai Ming and his troop of demons charged into Dancing Sun City, Han Wang was not present. He only appeared when Kai Ming called out to him after the 5 supreme powerhouses of Dancing Sun City appeared. It was likely that Han Wang was hiding nearby and observing everything, including Duan Ling Tian's battle with Ta Mengsha. "Senior Han Wang, you're overpraising me," Duan Ling Tian said humbly. "I'm only able to possess such strength due to many fortuitous encounters, it's all thanks to my good luck." "Good luck," Han Wang said with a faint smile. "Young man, you're too humble." Duan Ling Tian only smiled awkwardly. At the same time, he felt much more at ease after Han Wang withdrew his domineering and chilling energy. Meanwhile, Tan Shuteng heaved a sigh of relief inwardly when he saw that Han Wang did not seem to have any ill intentions. When he recovered his senses, he wondered inwardly, Han Wang. Why does this name sound so familiar? After thinking about it for a moment, Tan Shuteng's expression changed and his eyes widened in shock. A few years ago, Tan Shuteng had heard rumors of a supreme powerhouse called Han Wang, who was living in seclusion in the Divine Sand Realm. It was said that after Han Wang arrived in the Divine Sand Realm, a member of a clan with a supreme powerhouse had offended him. As a result, he crippled the other party. At that time, to avenge the dead member, that clan's supreme powerhouse called another supreme powerhouse and went to Han Wang's cultivation ground to kill him. Although the 2 supreme powerhouses joined forces, Han Wang managed to kill one of them in fewer than 30 moves. With that, the remaining supreme powerhouse lost the will to fight and was killed in just 3 moves. All in all, Han Wang killed 2 supreme powerhouses with just 33 moves. After the battle that shook the Divine Sand Realm, he became famous in the Divine Sand Realm, and no one dared to approach his cultivation ground. It was as though his cultivation ground had become a forbidden place. At that time, Kai Ming had also witnessed the battle. Even Kai Ming was not confident about facing Han Wang. "It's really him. He's on par or stronger than the top supreme powerhouses in the Divine Sand Realm." Tan Shuteng exclaimed inwardly as his heart skipped a beat. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as he continued thinking to himself, "It seems like it's true that he joined forces with Kai Ming and killed 2 out of the 5 supreme powerhouses of Dancing Sun City. Young man, are you heading to the Peaceful Might Realm after leaving the linked solitary realms Gui Lan City?" Han Wang asked Duan Ling Tian with a friendly smile, looking elegant. "Yes, Senior Han Wang. I plan to go to the Peaceful Might Realm next," Duan Ling Tian replied with a nod. Han Wang laughed and said, "What a coincidence. I'm going to the Peaceful Might Realm as well to visit an old friend. Why don't we travel together?" Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel uneasy upon hearing Han Wang's words. He wondered if Han Wang harbored ill intentions. He was now very vigilant after his experience in Crimson Demon Ridge. Han Wang could sense Duan Ling Tian's unease, so he said with a smile, "Relax. I suggested that we travel together because I have a favor to ask of you." Chapter 4451. A floating image pearl that contained the battle between 2 peerless top advanced supreme gods. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard that Han Wang wanted to request a favor from him. He wondered why such a powerful supreme powerhouse would need his help specifically. Did he discover some ruins that supreme powerhouses can't enter, so he needs someone below the realm of supreme powerhouses to help him? Duan Ling Tian speculated inwardly. After a moment, he dismissed this thought and continued thinking to himself, "No, this doesn't make sense. I'm not a peerless top advanced supreme god after all. Based on Han Wang's strength and status among supreme powerhouses, it won't be difficult for him to find a peerless top advanced supreme god, right?" Sensing Duan Ling Tian's hesitation, Han Wang said with a smile, "Rest assured, it's not difficult. My old friend in the Peaceful Might Realm has a junior who comprehended the law of death to the perfect form at slightly over 10,000 years of age. My old friend is worried that his junior is blinded by arrogance and ignorance and that his junior will suffer as a result. My old friend said that perhaps, his junior would only learn a lesson after he's defeated by someone stronger. It doesn't matter if the opponent is younger, but it's even better since you're younger. You might not be able to defeat him, but I'm certain that you're at least on par with him. At that time, his ego will suffer a blow, and it'll humble him." His smile widened as he continued to say, "If you help me and my old friend, I won't be stingy with my rewards. I believe my old friend won't be stingy with his reward either." "Well, What do you think? Don't you think this is an easy job? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself in shock. He comprehended the law of death to the perfect form at slightly over 10,000 years of age. A person like that was considered a top prodigy in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. With this innate talent, he would definitely become a supreme powerhouse as long as he did not die prematurely. However, Duan Ling Tian did not take Han Wang's comment about how he might not be able to defeat the other party. After all, he had held back much of his strength when he was in Dancing Sun City. Moreover, he had grown stronger since that time when he was confident that he was on par with Kai Ming's three subordinates who possessed strength that was almost comparable to a peerless top advanced supreme god. Seeing the pensive expression on Duan Ling Tian's face, Han Wang asked again, "So, what do you think?" Duan Ling Tian regained his senses and quickly replied, "Senior Han Wang, I'm honored to be able to help you out and to travel to the peaceful Might Realm with you." Duan Ling Tian was very cautious when dealing with Han Wang, a supreme powerhouse. He knew that if Han Wang wanted him to die, it would be impossible for him to survive. "That's great," Han Wang said with a laugh, "since you agreed, this is a token of appreciation. I believe it'll help you tremendously in your cultivation. If you're able to grow stronger from this and defeat my old friends Junior, I believe my old friend will be even more delighted." After Han Wang finished speaking, he tossed a floating image pearl to Duan Ling Tian. It looked identical to the one that Situ Lei, the heaven-bearing sword saint, had given to him. Similarly, the recording in the floating image pearl could not be duplicated, and doing so would cause the floating image pearl to self-destruct. The restriction was very strong that even supreme powerhouses could do nothing about it. Han Wang glanced at Tan Shu Teng, who was standing behind Duan Ling Tian, before he said to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, "This floating image pearl contains the recording of two peerless top advanced supreme gods, and one of them comprehended the law of space, to the paramount stage." Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened in shock upon hearing Han Wang's words. His breathing quickened when he realized that he had obtained a precious treasure. After receiving the floating image pearl from Situ Lei, he understood how useful the recordings were. His law of space, which had been stagnant, improved greatly after he studied the recording from the floating image pearl that Situ Lei had given him. As such, he had no doubt the new floating image pearl he had just obtained would help him improve his law of space greatly. After all, Han Wang's floating image pearl was even more precious than that of Situ Lei. The latter's floating image pearl only contained the battle of a peerless top advanced supreme god with a cultivator who was not a peerless top advanced supreme god. On the other hand, the former's floating image pearl contained the battle between two peerless advanced supreme gods. It was a supreme treasure in both the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. When Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses, the floating image pearl was already hovering in front of him. At the same time, Han Wang said, "I'm staying in the residence of the leader of the Colossal Heaven Army. Once you're done with your business in the city, look for me there. Tell the patrolling team that you have a meeting with me." Following that, Han Wang's chilling energy dissipated, and he vanished in just a blink of an eye. Duan Ling Tian reached out for the floating image pearl and quickly put it away in his spatial ring. He took a deep breath to calm down his excitement as he thought to himself, "Why did Senior Han Wang give me the floating image pearl in advance? Isn't he worried that I'll run away with it? No, it's impossible for me to run away with it. Not only would it be easy for him to track my movements with his divine consciousness in Guilan City, but there are also the members of the Colossal Heaven Army who are likely watching me like a hawk." Based on Han Wang's words before he left, it was obvious that he had a good relationship with the leader of the Colossal Heaven Army. Chapter 4452, A life or death battle between two peerless top advanced supreme gods. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian was not so foolish as to run away with Han Wang's floating image pearl. Moreover, he was a man of his word. When Duan Ling Tian was captured by the Crimson Demon, he had made a promise to fulfill Wang Yiyuan's dying wish, and he kept his promise even though no one would be the wiser if he did not fulfill the promise. "I'll definitely be able to improve my law of space with this floating image pearl," Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes shone brightly. "I'll look for an inn so I can study the recording now." According to Senior Han Wang, one of the peerless top advanced supreme gods comprehended the law of space. Then, what about the other peerless top advanced supreme god? Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly. He could not wait to study the recording in the floating image pearl at all. Driven by his curiosity and anticipation, Duan Ling Tian quickly found an inn and got 2 rooms for himself and Tan Shu Teng. At the same time, Tan Shu Teng wondered why Duan Ling Tian went to an inn when they had just arrived at Gui Lan City. Moreover, with their cultivation bases, the journey to Gui Lan City was not tiring at all. For this reason, they did not need to rest. Nonetheless, he was certain that Duan Ling Tian had his reason for doing so. The floating image pearl must contain some precious recordings. The young master clearly lost his composure earlier, Tan Shu Teng thought to himself as his heart skipped a beat. At the very least, it must have the recording of at least one peerless top advanced supreme god. It's likely that the peerless top advanced supreme god who had a very profound comprehension of the law of space. Even supreme powerhouses coveted this kind of floating image pearl. After all, there were not many supreme powerhouses who comprehended the law of space to the paramount stage. Such a floating image pearl could help them further their comprehension of the law of space. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of Tan Shu Teng's thoughts. In fact, he did not care even if Tan Shu Teng knew about the floating image pearl's content. After all, before the Heaven Vault's Blood Oath's master-servant contract ended, Tan Shu Teng would not be able to harm him at all. Let's see what law the other peerless top advanced supreme god comprehended. Duan Ling Tian brought a few formation compasses out and secured his room before he brought the floating image pearl out. After extending his divine consciousness into the floating image pearl, he found himself in complete darkness. Soon enough, he found that he was seeing the endless void, which was the space between myriad worlds and the outer boundary. It was a place where many supreme powerhouses stayed to cultivate and comprehend the Tao. I heard that only supreme powerhouses or peerless top advanced supreme gods are capable of recording peerless top advanced supreme gods due to their movements. This recording has been tuned to slow down the speed of their movements. If I were to witness a battle like this in person, I won't be able to see their movements clearly at all. When Duan Ling Tian witnessed a battle between supreme powerhouses for the first time, his strength was slightly weaker than what it was now. Although peerless top advanced supreme gods were weaker than supreme powerhouses, it would still be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to see their movements clearly. At this moment, a tall and muscular middle-aged man dressed in a long green robe appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. He looked dignified and aloof. As soon as he appeared, it was as though he became one with his surroundings. He must be the peerless top advanced supreme god who comprehended the law of space. It did not take long that the middle-aged man was the peerless top advanced supreme god whom Han Wang mentioned. At this time, a voice echoed in the endless void. Yu Tian, the Lord of Kong World, will bear witness to our life or death battle. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. At the same time, he realized that he was watching this through the eyes of a world supreme powerhouse, who recorded this battle. Soon after, another person appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. He Ju Yu. The other person was an old man who was dressed in a gray Taoist robe. His hair and brows were as white as snow, but his face looked relatively youthful. His figure flickered every once in a while, appearing and disappearing. At this time, the old man said indifferently, "The Lord of the Kong World will judge which of us is stronger today. Let's see if your law of space or my law of time, which had both been comprehended to the paramount stage, is stronger." He comprehends the law of time. Duan Ling Tian was shocked. His law of time was close to the perfect form, and it was only slightly weaker than his law of space. I'm sure Senior Han Wang didn't expect that I comprehend the law of time as well. A life or death battle between two peerless top advanced supreme gods who comprehended the law of space and the law of time respectively. Nothing is more valuable to me than this at this moment. Duan Ling Tian could not contain his excitement at all at this moment. Chapter 4453 The residence of the leader of the colossal heaven army. Duan Ling Tian heard someone sigh before saying, "Gentlemen, is this necessary? Both of you are peerless geniuses. The outer boundary and the myriad worlds will suffer a loss if either one of you dies. Stop this nonsense." The person who had spoken was the Lord of the Kong World. "Lord, nothing can change my mind. Only one of us will survive if neither of us becomes a supreme powerhouse today." The two peerless top advanced supreme gods' gazes were filled with determination and fighting spirit. The two peerless top advanced supreme gods were forcing themselves to break through with a life or death battle. Duan Ling Tian knew it was much more difficult for peerless top advanced supreme gods to become supreme powerhouses. The path to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god was difficult, and the path to becoming a supreme powerhouse after that was even more difficult. Among the peerless top advanced supreme gods in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds, Perhaps, only less than 10% successfully became supreme powerhouses. Perhaps, these two peerless top advanced supreme gods were also at their wits' end. Perhaps the two peerless advanced supreme gods are at their wits' end, Duan Ling Tian said inwardly. He speculated that the duo must have lived a long time and was not confident about facing their upcoming heavenly tribulation and resorted to such a drastic measure to break through. If my speculation is right, since they were not confident about surviving their heavenly tribulation, they had to be at least 100,000 years old, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian dismissed his thoughts and turned his attention back to the life or death battle that was about to begin. He had to watch the battle carefully, after all. Apart from the laws they comprehended, he would be able to gain valuable insight as well due to their rich combat experience. Although he had rich combat experience as well, it naturally could not compare to the two peerless top advanced supreme gods whom he speculated to be about 100,000 years old. The Lord of the Kong world said, "Very well, gentlemen. I'll stand guard and make sure no one takes advantage of the situation while both of you fight." After saying that, the Lord of the Kong world sighed heavily, already lamenting the imminent death of one of the duo. Duan Ling Tian's heart pounded loudly in his chest, and he could feel adrenaline coursing in his veins as he waited for the life or death battle between the two peerless top advanced supreme gods to start. It was going to be the most epic battle he had ever seen. After all, when the supreme powerhouses fought in Dancing Sun City, he could not catch their movements at all. Let alone supreme powerhouses. If he were to witness this battle between two peerless top supreme god, he would not have been able to see their movements clearly as well. "Let's begin," one of the two peerless top advanced supreme gods said. The two peerless top advanced supreme gods made a move in unison. Duan Ling Tian watched as the law of space and the law of time, which had been comprehended to the paramount stage, clashed. He was mesmerized and engrossed in watching this amazing display until it ended with the death of the peerless top advanced supreme god who comprehended the law of space. So the law of space isn't a match for the law of time? Duan Ling Tian argued with himself inwardly. No, that's not necessarily the case. The peerless top advanced supreme god who comprehended the law of time won because he planned his moves meticulously. For experts, small details place crucial roles in winning a battle, after all. I have to say, I didn't know the law of time could be used in such a way. Duan Ling Tian realized how formidable the law of time could be after watching the battle. His law of time would not stand a chance against the peerless top advanced supreme god's law of time at all. Let's watch it again. Duan Ling Tian lost count of the number of times he had watched the battle. However, he was able to further his comprehension of the law of space and the law of time as time passed. The law of time is even more amazing than I expected. How amazing! It can make time flow rapidly in a specific place. However, I can break the restriction from the law of time with the law of space's teleportation profundity. When Duan Ling Tian finally emerged from his room, he realized that he had spent 3 months watching the same battle over and over again. His law of time and law of space did not improve significantly yet, but he knew the insights he gained would help him to quickly comprehend the two laws. I didn't expect 3 months to fly by just like that, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself before he said to Tan Shu Tang, "Let's explore the city before we look for Senior Han Wang." "Yes, young master," Tan Shu Tang replied. At the same time, a hint of surprise could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Although he did not know why, he could see that Duan Ling Tian had grown even more confident than before. Did the young master grow stronger again? Tan Shu Tang wondered as the shock in his eyes was replaced with admiration. Tan Shu Tang used to think he was very talented, but Duan Ling Tian's appearance had disabused him of that notion. He's a real monster. If Tan Shu Tang had Duan Ling Tian's innate talent and comprehension skills, perhaps, he would have become a peerless top advanced supreme god or even a world supreme powerhouse by now. Guilan City was governed by the colossal Heaven Army, and most of the businesses in the city were owned by the army as well. Unlike the cities Duan Ling Tian had previously visited, Guilan City was much more organized and peaceful. Previously, in other cities, many people coveted the items that Duan Ling Tian bought. Quite a few of them tried to rob him before they were frightened away or killed depending on the severity of their actions. Unless the opponent was strong, Tan Shu Tang would always take action. The colossal Heaven Army is doing a good job governing the city, Duan Ling Tian said when he found that there was no one tailing him, coveting the things he bought. Tan Shu Tang added, I heard that Guilan City is safe and peaceful, it really lives up to its reputation. After obtaining what they needed, Duan Ling Tian said, let's go look for Senior Han Wang and make our way to peaceful Might City. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Tan Shu Teng's expression turned solemn, and a hint of fear and worry could be seen in his eyes. The residence of the leader of the Colossal Heaven Army was like the grand palaces of rulers of the land. The leader of the Colossal Heaven Army was a powerful supreme powerhouse, and rumors had it that he had killed many supreme powerhouses. Chapter 4454. A distinguished guest. After conquering Guilan City, the leader of the Colossal Heaven Army changed his title to Lord, to sound more sophisticated. However, his men would address him as Commander, privately just like they did before. The Lord of the Colossal Heaven Army must be as strong as Senior Han Wang. After all, birds of a feather flock together, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Based on the battle between supreme powerhouses in Dancing Sun City, Duan Ling Tian knew how powerful Han Wang was. He was so powerful that even Kai Ming, the supreme demon of Kai Ming Mountain, was respectful to him. The Lord of the Colossal Heaven Army was one of the top supreme powerhouses in the Linked Solitary Realm and was stronger than the top supreme powerhouses in the Divine Sand Realm. Duan Ling Tian speculated that Han Wang and the Lord of the Colossal Heaven Army were on par with each other because Han Wang spoke about the other party casually and had said the other party was an old friend. Clearly, Han Wang treated the other party as an equal. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the entrance of the residence of the Lord of the Colossal Heaven Army, he announced his intention to the patrolling team. Young Master, our Lord has informed us to bring you in when you arrive. We'll inform Master Han Wang of your arrival. After seeing the indifferent patrolling members changing their attitude after he announced that he was here to see Han Wang, Duan Ling Tian was even more certain of his speculation. If Han Wang was weaker than the Lord of the Colossal Heaven Army, the patrolling team would not have been so respectful. Young Master, this way please, one of the patrolling guards said before leading Duan Ling Tian and Tan Shu Teng through the main entrance. The other patrolling guards looked at them respectfully as they left. When they finally disappeared from sight, they returned to their positions and began to chat through voice transmission. Hey, who is he? What relationship does he have with Master Han Wang? I don't know. Lord Hu only said to treat him as Master Han Wang's direct disciple. Perhaps, he's Master Han Wang's direct descendant. Master Han Wang's direct descendant. I'm really envious. Master Han Wang is on par with Lord Hu, after all. I heard that Lord Hu and Master Han Wang had sparred in the past, and it ended in a draw. However, according to Lord Hu, Master Han Wang is 30,000 years younger than him. Perhaps, at the same age, Master Han Wang might be stronger than Lord Hu. Before Master Han Wang became a supreme powerhouse, he was very, very, very close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. At that time, he was widely acknowledged as being invincible among those below the realms of peerless top advanced supreme gods and supreme powerhouses in the Nine Eastern Realm. I wonder why Master Han Wang didn't become a peerless top advanced supreme god first before becoming a supreme powerhouse. After all, he was really, really close to becoming one. Perhaps, he was worried about the difficulty of becoming a supreme powerhouse if he were to become a peerless top advanced supreme god first. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware of the guard's conversation. The patrolling guard led him past a few small guest courtyards before he arrived at a huge courtyard in the inner area. The patrolling guard said to two maidservants standing in front of the courtyard, "This is Master Han Wang's guest." Master Han Wang has been informed of his arrival. The young and beautiful maidservants' eyes lit upon hearing this, and they quickly bowed respectfully at Duan Ling Tian. "Young Master, please rest first. Let me know if you need any assistance," the patrolling guard said. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly. He ignored the two maidservants that were exchanging looks. At this time, the patrolling guard added, "Young Master, these maidservants have not been touched before. They are here to serve you, and they won't disobey you." "All right," Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. Subsequently, the maidservants showed Duan Ling Tian and Tan Shu Teng to their respective rooms. The spacious courtyard, which was grandly decorated unlike the others, had 6 rooms. Obviously, this courtyard was reserved for important guests. Duan Ling Tian occupied the master bedroom while Tan Shu Teng occupied the room next to his. "It seems like I have Senior Han Wang to thank for this treatment." Duan Ling Tian naturally knew that he was only treated as a distinguished guest because of Han Wang. there were at least a dozen cultivators in the Colossal Heaven Army who were on par with Duan Lingtian. To be precise, according to Tan Shu Tang, there were 13 cultivators in the army who were close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god like Duan Lingtian. As such, based on Duan Lingtian's strength alone, it was impossible for him to receive such a treatment. I'll wait until Senior Han Wang is ready to meet me. A day and a night later, the two maidservants looked at each other with disappointed expressions on their faces. They were sent here to serve Duan Lingtian. After doing so, they would not have to serve another person again. They were naturally happy to serve the handsome Duan Lingtian. Alas, he did not show any interest in them at all. Han Wang finally appeared in Duan Lingtian's courtyard. He asked with a smile, "How should I address you?" "Li Feng," Duan Lingtian replied. He was reluctant to reveal his true identity to Han Wang. After all, who knew when word of him possessing liquid from the divine fountain would spread to the outer boundary? It would definitely bring unwanted trouble if he rashly revealed his identity. Who knew if Han Wang would covet the liquid from the divine fountain? It was not that he questioned Han Wang's character, but he was just being cautious. After all, Han Wang was not just a supreme powerhouse, but a powerful supreme powerhouse. Han Wang did not think too much about it and did not think that Li Feng was just a pseudonym. He said, "People call me Han Wang, but my name is Han Yuqing." Han Wang smiled and continued to say, "Li Feng, my old friend, the Lord of the Colossal Heaven Army, wanted to meet you as soon as he heard about you. Are you willing to meet him? If not, we can leave." Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard that the Lord of the Colossal Heaven Army wanted to meet him. Chapter 4455 Hu Bi Yu Gui and Hu Fei Yan. Duan Lingtian was not even 10,000 years old, but he was close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. He knew that the Lord of the Colossal Heaven Army wanted to meet him because Han Wang had told him about this. Otherwise, there was no other reason for the Lord of the Colossal Heaven Army to meet him. "I'm honored that the Lord of the Colossal Heaven Army wants to meet me. I'll naturally oblige," Duan Lingtian replied. Han Wang had said that it was up to him if he wanted to meet the Lord of the Colossal Heaven Army or not, and he did not plan to refuse. Before arriving in Guilan City, Tan Shu Tang had spoken about the Lord of the Colossal Heaven Army many times, and he could see that Tan Shu Tang respected the Lord of the Colossal Heaven Army. Moreover, the Lord of the Colossal Heaven Army was also among the top supreme powerhouses in the linked solitary realm. For this reason, Duan Lingtian also wanted to meet the Lord of the Colossal Heaven Realm. If he could get acquainted with such a person and they had no conflicts, he could only benefit from it. Although he was far from being able to speak to the other party on equal footing, it was still not a bad thing to get acquainted with the other party. Han Wang smiled slightly and said, "You won't regret meeting him. I have to say, both of you have fate. He also comprehends the law of space. That's also one of the reasons he wants to meet you. In fact, he was the one who gave me the floating image pearl I gave you. He had obtained it a long time ago and spent many years studying it until it was no longer of use to him." Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian was even more interested to meet the Lord of the Colossal Heaven Army. Han Wang led Duan Lingtian to the training ground to meet the Lord of the Colossal Heaven Army. The training ground was located in the residence, but it was actually an independent realm. It was located in the deepest part of the residence, and without Han Wang, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to find his way at all. When they arrived at the entrance of the training ground, Tan Shu Tang, the famous green flame saber king in the divine sand realm, had to wait outside since the Lord of the Colossal Heaven only wanted to meet Duan Lingtian. He was naturally envious, but he was not surprised. Although he was not too bad, he knew he could not compare to Duan Lingtian at all in terms of talent, strength, and background. Duan Lingtian's vision turned dark briefly as he was transported into the independent realm. When his vision returned to him, he found that he was in a lush jungle. He quickly regained his bearing and followed Han Wang to a thatched hut. Duan Lingtian had wondered about the appearance of the Lord of the Colossal Heaven Army before this. In his mind, he thought that the other party had to be a valiant and bold middle-aged man. However, when he finally met the other party, he discovered that reality was very different from his imagination. The Lord of the Colossal Heaven Army was a handsome young man dressed in a scholar's robe. He even looked a little frail. He held a folding fan in his hand and seemed to have a perpetual polite smile on his face. At this moment, he looked at Duan Lingtian before he turned to Han Wang and asked with a smile, "Brother Yuqing, this is the young man you spoke about." That's right, Han Wang replied with a nod. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Li Feng, this is Hu Bi Yu Gui, the lord of the colossal heaven army. This was the first time Duan Ling Tian had heard of the name of the lord of the colossal heaven army. I'm Li Feng. Greetings, Lord Hu, Duan Ling Tian said as he bowed respectfully at Hu Bi Yu Gui, the lord of the colossal heaven army. In terms of seniority and strength, Hu Bi Yu Gui surpassed him after all. Not bad, Hu Bi Yu Gui said with a nod. His eyes flashed as he said, I heard from brother Yu Qing that you're already close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god despite being very young. I also heard that your strength doesn't come from the laws, bloodline powers, or the doppelgangers, but from your sword Dao. My deputy is also close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. Are you interested in sparring with him? As though he was worried Duan Ling Tian would refuse, Hu Bi Yu Gui continued to say, needless to say, if I find flaws in your place during the sparring session, I'll point them out to you and advise you after. Although I've yet to comprehend the law of space to the paramount stage, I'm close to it. With that, I think I'm still qualified to guide you. After that, Hu Bi Yu Gui unfolded the fan and fanned it slowly as he waited for Duan Ling Tian to speak. Lord Hu, it's my honor to receive advice from you, Duan Ling Tian said, clearly agreeing. Hu Bi Yu Gui nodded slightly upon hearing this, and just a few moments later, a figure appeared in the independent realm. Following that, a melodious voice called out, Greetings, Godfather. The newcomer was a woman dressed in a red robe and silver armor. With her delicate face, she looked charming in her attire. This is the deputy commander of the colossal heaven army. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. He did not expect the woman to be the deputy commander of the colossal heaven army. Apart from that, based on her words, she was also the goddaughter of Hu Bi Yu Gui. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian recovered his senses. After thinking about it further, he was no longer surprised. Although women were slightly weaker, there are still many powerful women. Just like other cultivators, there were also female supreme powerhouses and female world supreme powerhouses. After greeting Hu Bi Yu Gui, the woman looked at Han Wang and said, Greetings, Senior Han Wang. Han Wang laughed and said, Fei Yan, it's been a long time since we last met. I didn't expect that when we meet again, you're already almost as powerful as a peerless top advanced supreme god. Previously, when brother Bi Yu Gui mentioned his deputy, I assumed it was one of those two people. I didn't expect it to be you. Han Wang was naturally familiar with the woman. She was Hu Bi Yu Gui's goddaughter. She was now almost 20,000 years old, and her innate talent and comprehension skills were excellent. She was stronger than most men. However, he was unaware that she was now almost as powerful as a peerless top advanced supreme god. Han Wang turned to Duan Ling Tian and said with a smile, Li Feng, Fei Yan had already comprehended the law of space to the perfect form, and now, she must be stronger. Apart from her law of space, she also comprehended the Mastery Dao. The Mastery Dao was one of the four Daos of heaven and earth. Apart from the Sword Dao, Duan Ling Tian had also comprehended the Mastery Dao. However, his Mastery Dao was far inferior to his Sword Dao. You might be able to learn from her as well when you spar with her, Han Wang added. As soon as Duan Ling Tian learned that Hu Fei Yan also comprehended the law of space to the perfect form, he had already begun to look forward to sparring with her. It was only natural for him to gain insight if he sparred with an opponent whose law of space was more profound than his. It would depend on him how much he could gain from their exchange. Initially, Duan Ling Tian only agreed to spar with Hu Fei Yan because he wanted Hu Bi Yu Gui's advice. However, now, even if Hu Bi Yu Gui did not offer to advise him, he would still want to spar with Hu Fei Yan. After all, he also comprehended the law of space and the Mastery Dao, and this was a good opportunity to improve himself. Hu Fei Yan looked at Duan Ling Tian with an expression of shock, skepticism, and confusion on her face. Although it was brief, there was also a hint of contempt. She could sense that the purple-clad young man in front of her was very young. She did not know his exact age, but she knew he could not be older than 10,000 years old. She found it puzzling that she was asked to spar with someone who was not even 10,000 years old. Hu Fei Yan looked at Hu Bi Yu Gui and asked with an unnatural expression on her face, Godfather, earlier, you said that he's no weaker than I am. Hu Fei Yan did not doubt her Hu Bi Yu Gui, but she found it really difficult to believe that someone who was not even 10,000 years old was almost as strong as a peerless top advanced supreme god. Hu Biyu naturally understood Hu Feiyan's thoughts. He said, "Feiyan, don't look down on Li Feng just because he's young. Although it's rare for people under the age of 10,000 years old to be almost as strong as a peerless top advanced supreme god, it's not unprecedented. In the upper three worlds of the myriad worlds, there are a few people like that in each of them. In the outer boundary, based on what I know, excluding him, there are no fewer than 5 people like that." With this, Duan Ling Tian also learned that there were a few young people with strength close to that of a peerless top advanced supreme god. Based on Lord Hu's words, there are no fewer than people like me in the outer boundary and myriad worlds, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. However, Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by this revelation. After all, since he was able to do it, there was no reason others could not do it. Moreover, there were also those who enjoyed superior cultivation resources and stayed in a superior environment. Chapter 4456 The Three Great Sacred Realms. Despite his diligence, Duan Ling Tian also knew very well that he would not have been able to achieve so much without fortuitous encounters. Without the fortuitous encounters, it would be very difficult for him to catch up to the top prodigies in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds, let alone surpass them. Most people, including the 2 supreme powerhouses in front of Duan Ling Tian, only knew that he was younger than 10,000 years old. It was likely that they assumed that he was about 8,000 or 9,000 years old. They would be thoroughly shocked if they find out that he was only about 2,000 years old now. It was almost impossible for even the top prodigies in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds to achieve what he had achieved at his age. Meanwhile, after listening to Hu Biyu, Hu Feiyan, who had felt slightly contemptuous earlier, wore a serious expression on her pretty face immediately. Before she flew up high into the sky, she said, "Since you've said so, Godfather, I'll spar with him." Then, she turned to Duan Ling Tian and said, "Please follow me." Duan Ling Tian did not waste time and flew up into the sky to spar with the powerful woman in front of him. According to Hu Biyu, the lord of the colossal heaven army, Hu Feiyan was almost as strong as a peerless top advanced supreme god. Not only that, but she had also comprehended the law of space in one of the 4 Taoes of heaven and earth. Although he looked calm inwardly, he was brewing with excitement to fight inwardly. In Duan Ling Tian's eyes, Hu Feiyan was different from the supreme elder of the Blue Dawn City's Wang clan whom he sparred with previously. After all, she comprehended the law of space and the mastery Tao. If it were in the past, perhaps, it would be difficult for him to fight to a draw with her. However, he had grown stronger since that time he fought the supreme elder of the Wang clan. It was not impossible for him to fight him on equal footing, but he was not very confident about defeating her. Unless Hu Biyu exaggerated her strength, he did not think he would be able to defeat her and would likely fight to a draw with her. However, that was only if he did not rely on the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements in his little world. With their power, he was sure he could defeat her. However, he did not plan to rely on them. Out of the 5 divine elements, excluding the world-cleansing divine water, the others were still recuperating and in a deep state of slumber. Even the divine tree of life was greatly weakened. Although it was recovering faster than the 4 divine elements, it only recovered about 30% to 40% of its strength. Even if he asked for the divine tree of life's help, the help it provided would be limited, unless he also asked for help from the world-cleansing divine water. However, he did not want to deplete the strength of the world-cleansing divine water and the divine tree of life without good reason. After all, it was just a sparring session. He would only ask for help if his life was at stake and he had no other choice. When Duan Ling Tian came to a stop in front of Hu Feiyan, she said loudly with a hint of arrogance, "I, Hu Feiyan, have cultivated for more than 10,000 years, and I've never been defeated by someone younger than I am. There's also no one younger than me or the same age as me who could withstand 10 moves from me." Hu Feiyan was clearly very proud of this. She was peerless among her peers. She had far surpassed her peers that it was difficult for them to catch up to her. Upon hearing those words, Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently and said, "Put aside the myriad worlds, just the outer boundary alone is so vast. Deputy, have you traveled to all corners of the outer boundary? Did you also challenge everyone from the same generation as you?" Hu Feiyan frowned slightly and said, "No, but I've traveled to the surrounding areas of the linked solitary realm. No one in the same generation as me is a match for me, and I've never heard of anyone stronger than me in my generation." Duan Ling Tian continued to say with a smile, "The surrounding areas of the linked solitary realm. So, you've never been to the three great sacred realms, deputy. Those who are truly talented are likely all gathered at the three great sacred realms. The three great sacred realms. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Hu Feiyan instinctively glanced at one of the two figures who had also flown up. In the past, her godfather had never taken her to the three great sacred realms. He also did not seem to like talking about the three great sacred realms. Even the members of the Colossal Heaven Army knew this and took special care not to mention the three great sacred realms in front of him. For this reason, she, who respected her grandfather, subconsciously disliked the three great sacred realms and did not have any desire to go there. However, despite her dislike, when she became almost as strong as a peerless top advanced supreme god, it had crossed her mind a few times to go to the three great sacred realm. She knew many prodigies, who were on par with her, were gathered there. She had thought about speaking to her godfather about this matter, but she did not know how to bring it up, afraid of making her godfather upset. For all these reasons, Hu Feiyan instinctively looked at Hu Biyu Gui when Duan Ling Tian brazenly mentioned the three great sacred realms. She was worried it would upset Hu Biyu Gui. After all, this was a sensitive subject for Hu Biyu Gui. Initially, she assumed that Hu Biyu Gui's expression would at least change a little even if Hu Biyu Gui would not get angry at their guest. However, to her surprise, Hu Biyu Gui was calm as though he did not hear Duan Ling Tian's words at all. At the same time, Han Wang, who noticed Hu Feiyan's look, turned to Hu Biyu Gui and asked through voice transmission, Feiyan hasn't been to the three great sacred realms before. That's right, Hu Biyu Gui replied. In the past, she was not strong enough to protect herself there. However, now, if she wants to improve and become a peerless top advanced supreme god, she'll have to go to the three great sacred realms. I plan to send her there soon. Then you. Han Wang trailed off, looking apprehensive. Hu Biyu Gui seemed to know what Han Wang was going to say. His expression turned cold immediately as he said, if those people are honest and don't target Feiyan, then it'll be fine, otherwise, if they dare to target her, then they can't blame me for breaking my promise of not stepping foot into the three great sacred realms again. Chapter 4457 Fighting Hu Feiyan. Duan Ling Tian and Hu Feiyan looked at each other silently for more than a dozen breaths before she finally said, I'm going to make a move after 3 breaths. As Hu Feiyan spoke, she mobilized her divine energy, poised to strike. She had reminded Duan Ling Tian because she did not want to take advantage of him. With this, Duan Ling Tian, who understood her intention, had a better impression of her. He said with a slight smile, Go ahead, deputy. Following that, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned serious as his divine energy surged violently. At the same time, he imbued his divine energy with the law of space, causing the void to shake. The void around Duan Ling Tian and Hu Feiyan trembled and shook as they stood across from each other. However, it could be seen that the distortion and turbulence of the void around Hu Feiyan were much more intense compared to that of Duan Ling Tian. This was not surprising since she had comprehended the law of space to the perfect form while Duan Ling Tian was only close to comprehending it to the perfect form. Hu Feiyan moved at lightning speed. When she made a move, a feng shui compass, which emitted a terrifying aura, appeared in her hand. Based on its aura, it was clear that it was a prime divine artifact. In fact, Hu Feiyan did not think Duan Ling Tian was stronger than her or even on par with her. However, since her godfather had praised him so much, she did not dare to underestimate him. As such, she did not pull her punches as soon as she attacked. She had also used her mastery Dao. The only thing she had yet to use was her bloodline power. When she moved, the void shook. It was as though she could control space. Duan Ling Tian, who was facing Hu Feiyan, turned serious. He could see clearly the differences between those who were almost as strong as peerless top advanced supreme gods as well at this moment. For example, if the Supreme Elder of the Blue Dawn City's Wang clan fought Hu Feiyan, Duan Ling Tian thought that it was likely that the Supreme Elder would be defeated by Hu Feiyan. However, he also knew that it would not be easy for Hu Feiyan to defeat the Supreme Elder, she would likely win by a narrow margin. Nonetheless, a victory was still a victory. No matter how narrow the margin was, it was not a tie. It also meant that there was a possibility that one could kill the other. Duan Ling Tian did not dare to let his guard down. He brought the dazzling 7 orifices exquisite sword out before he flew out as well, mobilizing his divine energy, law of space, and sword Dao. Although Hu Feiyan was powerful, he did not look weak in comparison. At the same time, before Duan Ling Tian and Hu Fei Yan were about to clash, Hu Biyu Gui's eyes suddenly lit up as he said, surprised, "Brother Yu Qing, although I believed you, Brother Yu Qing, deep down I still had some doubts. However, after seeing him now, I have to say that you're right. This Li Feng is really amazing. This is my first time seeing someone, excluding world supreme powerhouses, who comprehended the sword Dao to this extent. Although he has yet to comprehend the law of space to the perfect form, his sword Dao alone is enough to make him almost as strong as a peerless top advanced supreme god. If he comprehends the law of space to the perfect form, he'll like be invincible. Among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods, Hu Biyu Gui continued to look at Duan Ling Tian with bright eyes and an expression of amazement on his face. Duan Ling Tian's domineering sword chi collided with the opposing force that seemed capable of controlling space, causing the void to ripple. Fortunately, this place had the protection of a supreme powerhouse. Otherwise, spatial cracks would have already appeared. The duo was almost as powerful as peerless top advanced supreme gods. When they collided, it would naturally create spatial cracks even if the space in the outer boundary was much more stable than that of the myriad worlds. I have seen someone whose sword Dao wasn't any weaker than his. The other party was a peerless top advanced supreme god. It's a pity that he failed to become a supreme powerhouse in the end, Han Wang said. Although he knew Duan Ling Tian was strong, he was still surprised by his performance. With his sword Dao, if he comprehends the law of space to the perfect form and enters the realm of supreme powerhouses, he might not be any weaker than us, Hu Biyu Gui said with an emotional sigh. Then, as though he had thought of something, he added, "Brother Yu Qing, he's a monstrous prodigy. I have a feeling he's aiming to become a peerless top advanced supreme god. If you have a chance, you should dissuade him. After all, once he becomes a peerless top advanced supreme god, the path to becoming a supreme powerhouse will become infinitely more difficult. In both the outer boundary and the myriad worlds, very few peerless top advanced supreme gods successfully became supreme powerhouses after all." Hu Biyu Gui shook his head. A hint of envy could be seen in his eyes when he spoke. After all, if a peerless top advanced supreme god successfully became a supreme powerhouse, he or she would be almost as strong as a world supreme powerhouse. If one's comprehension of the four Daos of heaven and earth was profound, it would not take long for one to become a world supreme powerhouse after that. "There's no need for you to worry about this," Han Wang said nonchalantly with a slight smile as he watched the two evenly matched opponents fight. "Moreover, do you think a monstrous prodigy like him needs my input in this matter? Based on his sword Dao, if he comprehends the law of space to the perfect form and enters the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods before becoming a supreme powerhouse, I think there's a possibility that he might directly become a world supreme powerhouse." Han Wang's gaze was complicated at this moment. After all, there were only a few dozen known world supreme powerhouses in both the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. Even if there were reclusive world supreme powerhouses whom no one knew about, it was impossible for their number to exceed 50 in both the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. World supreme powerhouses stood at the peak in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. They could easily kill ordinary supreme powerhouses with just a thought. Although Hu Biyu Gui and Han Wang were relatively strong, even if they joined forces, they were still far from being a match for a world supreme powerhouse. They would not even be able to escape from a world supreme powerhouse. That was how strong world supreme powerhouses were. After listening to Han Wang, Hu Biyu Gui nodded and said, "That's true, someone like him must already have a plan. Considering his young age, I'm certain he'll choose to become a peerless top advanced supreme god first." Hu Biyu Gui felt that he had been rash earlier with his words. If he were in Li Feng's shoes, with this high innate talent and comprehension skills, he might also choose to become a peerless top advanced supreme god first. With that, he had a chance of directly becoming a world supreme powerhouse after breaking through. Even Hu Biyu Gui, who could easily kill 2 or 3 weaker supreme powerhouses, was in awe and fearful of world supreme powerhouses. At this time, the eyes of Han Wang, who was watching the fight, suddenly lit up before he said, "They exchanged more than 100 moves, but neither of them had yet to gain the upper hand. Based on Fei Yan's stance, it seems like she'll use her bloodline power soon." Hu Biyu Gui took a look before he nodded and sighed softly. Although Fei Yan is older than Li Fei, she doesn't have Li Fei's composure at all. She's already lost her cool. Han Wang said with a smile, "It's normal. Based on what they'd shown so far, Fei Yan seems a little stronger, but his combat experience is richer than hers. It's hard to imagine how a young man who's not even 10,000 years old has such a rich combat experience. Han Wang was truly surprised by Duan Ling Tian's combat experience. It was not inferior to that of cultivators below the realm of supreme powerhouses whom he had met. You're right, although Fei Yan won't be able to defeat him, she's indeed a little stronger. She should be able to suppress him slightly, but they're still evenly matched. Fei Yan is obviously anxious because of this. She'll likely use her bloodline power to gain the upper hand, but he can also use his bloodline power or doppelgangers. I wonder if his doppelganger or bloodline power is stronger than Fei Yan's bloodline power. At the same time, a red light burst forth from Hu Fei Yan's body, causing her hair tie to snap. Her originally long black hair that was fluttering in the wind seemed to be dyed red at this moment. At the same time, blood chi lingered around her. A grim expression could be seen on her delicate and beautiful face. She was like a completely different person at this moment. Chapter 4458 Leaving the Linked Solitary Realm. Hu Fei Yan's transformation was not limited to just her appearance and temperament, but her strength had risen greatly as well after she used her bloodline power. For a moment, Duan Ling Tian even had the illusion that Hu Fei Yan was no longer human, but a cold and terrifying bloodthirsty monster. Hu Fei Yan used her prime divine artifact at this time, and an even stronger spatial storm began to rage. It did not take long before spatial cracks finally appeared. What a powerful bloodline power! Duan Ling Tian had witnessed many people using their bloodline powers in the past. However, he felt that Hu Fei Yan's bloodline power was the strongest he had seen, excluding the bloodline powers of the 5 supreme powerhouses of Dancing Sun City, which he could not see clearly. He felt like her bloodline power was much more terrifying than that of the supreme elder of the Wang clan. Although the Wang clan did not currently have a supreme powerhouse, they used to have one and were the descendants of a supreme powerhouse after all. It was only natural that the bloodline powers of descendants of supreme powerhouses were powerful. Perhaps, Supreme Elder Wang Jingrao's bloodline power isn't that strong because he's not a descendant, but is only distantly related to the supreme powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian quickly dismissed his thoughts. After all, he did not have time to ponder on this matter when he was facing the ferocious Hu Fei Yan. He quickly summoned his doppelganger from the law of space. Another Duan Ling Tian appeared immediately. Despite his expressionless face and lifeless eyes, he was not much weaker than the real Duan Ling Tian. With the doppelganger from the law of space, Duan Ling Tian did not lose ground to Hu Fei Yan. His improvement in the law of space had naturally made his doppelganger stronger, much stronger than he had expected. He also knew that his improvement in the law of space was not the only reason his doppelganger had grown so strong. It was also because his cultivation base had stabilized. The fight went on for another few hundred moves before Hu Yugui, the lord of the colossal heaven army, finally stopped them. At the same time, a hint of fear could be seen in Hu Fei Yan's eyes when she looked at Duan Ling Tian. After their fight, she could keenly sense how terrifying the young man, who was not even 10,000 years old, was. It was her first time meeting such a monstrous prodigy. With this, her pride and arrogance seemed to crumble as well. As it turned out, there was someone more outstanding than her. In the past, her godfather had often told her that there were many monstrous prodigies in the outer boundary, and she had also heard about it from others. However, she did not think too much about it. She thought that perhaps the rumors were exaggerated. After all, the rumors about her in the surrounding areas of the linked solitary realm were exaggerated as well. She had heard people saying that she was close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god and that she was not even 10,000 years old. However, at that time, she was not only more than 10,000 years old, but her strength was nowhere close to that of a peerless top advanced supreme god. I'm nowhere as talented as he is. Although the fight ended in a draw, Hu Fei Yan was unsurprisingly disappointed. After all, their strength might be similar, but she was much older than Duan Ling Tian. If Duan Ling Tian was the same age as her, perhaps, Duan Ling Tian would likely be stronger than her. Seeing the disappointment on Hu Fei Yan's face, Duan Ling Tian said, "Your strength is impressive, deputy. I've fought a few people who were almost as strong as peerless top advanced supreme gods in the past, but none of them were as strong as you are." At the same time, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, it seems like this female deputy commander of the colossal heaven army is very competitive. Han Wang laughed and said, "Li Feng, you're much stronger than when I last saw you." How surprising. Initially, Although I was confident you'd fight to a draw with Fei Yan, I thought you'd be a little worse for wear at the end of the fight. I didn't expect it to be so easy for you. Hu Biyu Gui looked at Duan Ling Tian appreciatively as well before he turned to look at Hu Fei Yan and said softly, "Girl, do you see the difference between you and a real prodigy now?" Hu Fei Yan returned to her senses and smiled bitterly. She had always been very proud of herself, and she regarded herself as her godfather's pride. However, today, she finally realized that she was truly lacking and was not yet qualified to become her godfather's pride. She needed to work harder. The eyes of Hu Fei Yan, the youngest deputy commander of the colossal heaven army, shone with determination at this moment. However, the determination was soon replaced by shock when she heard Hu Biyu Gui's following words. "Li Feng is traveling to the peaceful might realm with brother Yu Qing. You're free to go with them. They might go to the three great sacred realms too, so you can follow them. Even if they decide not to go, you should still go and gain more experience." Hu Fei Yan looked at Hu Biyu Gui in shock and disbelief. It was as though she was looking at a stranger. After all, her godfather had never hidden his dislike for the three great sacred realms. For a moment, she even wondered if he was possessed. "Godfather, you. Hu Biyu Gui was naturally aware of his goddaughter's thoughts. He said casually, "I didn't mention the three great sacred realms in the past because you weren't strong enough to go there on your own. However, with your strength now, you can adequately protect yourself as long as you're not reckless." Then, he added through voice transmission, "Before leaving, I'll give you 3 drops of Supreme Spirit Blood Essence. Since there are only 3, you should only use them when it's absolutely necessary." Needless to say, neither Han Wang nor Han Wang heard the last part of Hu Biyu Gui's words. Han Wang likely would not have any reaction, but Duan Ling Tian would have been shocked and amazed by Hu Biyu Gui's generosity. Hu Biyu Gui looked at Han Wang and said with a smile, "Brother Yu Qing, when you're on your way to the peaceful might realm, please tell this girl more about the 3 great sacred realms." "All right," Han Wang said with a nod. Then, he said to Hu Fei Yan with a smile, "I plan to leave Guilan City immediately after this. However, since you're coming with us, I'll wait for you to make preparations." "Senior Han Wang, I don't have much preparation to make," Hu Fei Yan said. A hint of excitement and anticipation could be seen in her eyes at this time. She did not hide her desire to go to the 3 great sacred realms at all at this moment. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian left the linked solitary realm. Apart from Tan Shu Tang, now there were 2 people with him, Han Wang and Hu Fei Yan. Chapter 4459. It's him. The party of 4 flew on Hu Fei Yan's flying ship, making their way to the peaceful might realm from the linked solitary realm. Hu Fei Yan was the deputy commander of the colossal heaven army. As such, people in and around the linked solitary realm and the peaceful might realm were familiar with her flying ship. As such, no one dared to provoke them, and their journey was very smooth. It was also for this reason that they decided to use her flying ship. During the journey, although Hu Fei Yan was not a particularly talkative person, she would ask Duan Ling Tian questions from time to time. It was clear she was curious about him. When she learned that he came from the myriad worlds, she was slightly surprised. Just like Tan Shu Tang, she assumed Duan Ling Tian was from one of the 3 upper worlds, and Duan Ling Tian did not deny nor confirm it. Before leaving, Duan Ling Tian had reminded Tan Shu Tang not to reveal his real name without permission. As such, Han Wang and Hu Fei Yan continued addressing him as Li Feng. Tan Shu Tang was now restricted by the Heaven Vault's blood oath. He naturally would not go against Duan Ling Tian. However, he could not help but feel puzzled. He could not figure out why Duan Ling Tian did not want to reveal his true identity to others. Naturally, he would never be able to guess the reason Duan Ling Tian wanted to hide his identity was due to the liquid from the divine fountain that he obtained while he was in the god-defying world. Even supreme powerhouses coveted the divine fountain. If people found out that he was Duan Ling Tian from the god-defying world who possessed liquid from the divine fountain, he would definitely be targeted. Although Tan Shu Tang was not weak and was quite famous in the Divine Sand Realm, almost no one had heard of him outside of the Divine Sand Realm. He did not have connections to powerful people in the outer boundary. It was not surprising that he did not know about Duan Ling Tian, the heaven-defying prodigy from the god-defying realm who had obtained a large amount of liquid from the divine fountain. Duan Ling Tian was aware of this, so he did not bother to hide his identity from Tan Shu Tang. In his opinion, Tan Shu Tang would not come in contact with powerful people even if they were traveling together. However, he did not expect that they would meet not one, but two supreme powerhouses so soon after they left the divine sand realm. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at Han Wang, who was resting with his eyes closed, fearfully as he thought to himself, it seems like Senior Han Wang usually stays in the divine sand realm and the linked solitary realm, but I wonder if he's heard of me. If my identity is exposed, I might be in danger. Fortunately, Tan Shu Teng swore on the Heaven Vault's blood oath. Until the contract expires, I don't have to worry about him exposing me. I have to change the color of my robes occasionally so people won't make the connection. Duan Ling Tian hoped to become a peerless top advanced supreme god first before his identity and the fact that he possessed the liquid from the divine fountain were exposed. With that, at the very least, he would have some sort of protection. Meanwhile, the more Tan Shu Teng thought about it, the more he felt like something was amiss. He speculated inwardly, I wonder why young master won't let me reveal his name. Don't tell me the force or supreme powerhouse behind him has a conflict with Han Wang or the lord of the colossal heaven army. Tan Shu Teng naturally could never guess that it was because his young master possessed treasures that even supreme powerhouses coveted. When they crossed the border of the peaceful might realm, Han Yuqing finally opened his eyes. Seeing that Duan Ling Tian was not cultivating, he took the initiative to chat with Duan Ling Tian. He asked about Duan Ling Tian's experience after leaving Dancing Sun City. Duan Ling Tian recounted what had happened in the Blue Dawn City's Wang clan. Naturally, he concealed many things as well. He did not mention that he went to the Wang clan to marry Wang Luoyu in order to fulfill a promise. He only said that he fell in love with Wang Luoyu. As expected, even prodigies can't resist beautiful women. Li Feng, I really envy your passion, Han Wang said. After sighing, he continued, I forgot. You're not even 10,000 years old. When I was your age, I was also filled with passion. A hint of nostalgia could be seen in Han Wang's eyes when he finished speaking. He was clearly recalling his past. He had broken the hearts of many beauties, and he had also fallen in love. However, the person he loved had turned into dust with the passage of time, and he was so devastated by the parting that he had given up on love altogether. I heard that you advised the heaven-bearing sword saint in the divine saint realm. I'm sure his sword Dao will improve significantly. Who knows, I might not even be able to defeat him in the future, Han Wang said. Although he was not familiar with Situ Lei, the heaven-bearing sword saint, he had heard of Situ Lei. He knew a few supreme powerhouses in the divine sand realm, and Kai Ming, the supreme demon from Kai Ming Mountain. He had heard about Situ Lei from Kai Ming, and he also knew that when Kai Ming and Situ Lei fought in the past, the fight had ended in a draw. It's a pity I didn't comprehend the sword Dao, otherwise, I could have gotten some inspiration from you, Han Wang said, feeling slightly envious of Situ Lei. It was difficult to grow stronger in the realm of supreme powerhouses after all. It was not that there was no one who could provide the kind of help that Duan Ling Tian provided Situ Lei. It was just that those people were stronger than him or world supreme powerhouses. How could it be easy to seek help from those people? Even if they were willing, he would definitely have to pay a considerable price. Moreover, there were also risks. He could not guarantee that the other party did not harbor ill intentions. He would naturally feel more at ease if the other party was weaker than him. If he was stronger, he would have the upper hand. Considering all things, how could he not envy Situ Lei? Senior Han Wang, you're overpraising me, Duan Ling Tian said, your mastery Dao likely isn't much weaker than mine. After saying that, Duan Ling Tian glanced at the beautiful figure sitting cross-legged with her back facing them nearby. Then, he said, looking slightly puzzled, Senior Han Wang, when I fought Deputy Commander Hu earlier, I had felt that her mastery Dao was a little familiar. I only saw the initial moment when you made a move in Dancing Sun City, but I still found the similarities between your and Deputy Commander Hu's mastery Dao. Han Wang said with a smile, Li Feng, you have quite a keen sense. That girl, Fei Yan, comprehended the rudimentary form of the mastery Dao on her own. Later on, I formally guided her. Han Wang's explanation completely resolved Duan Ling Tian's doubts. As it turned out, Han Wang was Hu Fei Yan's teacher in the mastery Dao. After that, Han Wang took the initiative and told Duan Ling Tian about the descendant of his old friend in the peaceful might realm. The other party was a prodigy who comprehended the law of death to its perfect form before reaching 10,000 years old, and he was not any weaker than Hu Fei Yan before her breakthrough. Currently, although he was slightly weaker than Hu Fei Yan, he was younger than Hu Fei Yan. He would likely be stronger than Hu Fei Yan at her age. Since Fei Yan has broken through, he likely won't think much of it if he were defeated by her. Only someone like you who's about his age and has the strength to defeat him can humble him, Han Wang said. An expression of pity appeared on Tan Shuteng's face when he overheard Han Wang's words. He truly pitied the descendant of Han Wang's old friend. That kid is out of luck. In the beginning, Tan Shuteng was curious about the supreme powerhouse who was Han Wang's old friend. In his opinion, the other party was definitely not simple since he was friends with Han Wang. He thought that the other party had to be a famous figure in the Peaceful Might realm. He was familiar with the top supreme powerhouses in the Peaceful Might realm, and when he heard the other party's name from Han Wang, he paled in shock. Chapter 4460 The Divine Tree of Life of a World's Supreme Powerhouse. There were many powerful cultivators and powerful supreme powerhouses in the Peaceful Might realm. The Peaceful Might realm was relatively close to the three great sacred realms, after all. It was stronger than the linked solitary realm, which was stronger than the divine sand realm. There were very few people who could defeat Hu Bi Yugui, the lord of the colossal heaven army, in the linked solitary realm. However, there were no fewer than 3 known supreme powerhouses who could defeat him in the Peaceful Might realm. Tan Shuteng, who was familiar with the supreme powerhouses in the Peaceful Might realm, had heard of the supreme powerhouse whom Han Wang mentioned. Although the other party was not among the strongest in the Peaceful Might realm, the other party was only second to the strongest ones in the Peaceful Might realm. The other party was not any weaker than Han Wang and Hu Bi Yugui. Most importantly, the other party's father was one of the 3 strongest supreme powerhouses in the Peaceful Might realm. His father was said to be almost as strong as a world's supreme powerhouse. He was an imminent world supreme powerhouse. It was widely known in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds that imminent world supreme powerhouses were invincible among those below the realm of world supreme powerhouses. Although Tan Shuteng expected Han Wang's old friend to be extraordinary, he did not expect it to be so shocking. After all, even a third-tier supreme powerhouse in the Peaceful Might realm could be considered among the top supreme powerhouses in the Divine Sand realm, which was located at the periphery of the outer boundary. If Kai Ming and Situ Lei, who were among the strongest in the Divine Sand realm, came to the Peaceful Might realm, they would barely make it into the third tier. Not only was Han Wang's old friend among the strongest second-tier supreme powerhouses, but his background was very extraordinary as well. After a moment, Tan Shuteng called out to Duan Lingtian and told him about Han Wang's old friend. Duan Lingtian was shocked as well. I didn't expect someone from the Divine Sand realm to know so much about the supreme powerhouses in the Peaceful Might realm, Han Wang said, slightly surprised by how knowledgeable Tan Shuteng was. Tan Shuteng smiled wryly and said, Lord Han, Lord Ku Mu's reputation has spread far and wide. Everyone knows his master is an imminent world supreme powerhouse. Those who pay a little attention know about this, even if one isn't familiar with the second-tier supreme powerhouses in the Peaceful Might realm, one has definitely heard of Lord Ku Mu. Back then, before Lord Ku Mu was a second-tier supreme powerhouse, he offended someone powerful from the 3 great sacred realms, and the other party even went to the Peaceful Might realm. At that time, everyone thought he would surely die. However, at the critical moment, Lord Yuan He took action and killed that person. It was also at that time that people from the Peaceful Might realm found out that Lord Ku Mu, a third-tier supreme powerhouse at that time, was the son of Lord Yuan He. After that, news of that spread like a wildfire in the outer boundary. Although I was just a young man who had not even broken into the realm of supreme gods at that time, I had also heard about it, Tan Shuteng explained. Duan Lingtian gained a lot of useful information after listening to Tan Shuteng. As it turned out, Han Wang's old friend was the son of Yuan He, one of the 3 most powerful supreme powerhouses in the Peaceful Might realm, and he was an imminent world supreme powerhouse. However, no one knew if Yuan He and Ku Mu were their real names. What a coincidence, Han Wang said with a smile. When this happened, I hadn't broken into the realm of supreme gods as well. Upon hearing these words, Tan Shuteng shut up and only smiled bitterly. Even if Han Wang had not become a supreme god back then, Han Wang was likely an advanced supreme god like him back then. However, many years later, Han Wang had become a supreme powerhouse, a relatively powerful supreme powerhouse who could be a top supreme powerhouse in the linked solitary realm and a second-tier supreme powerhouse in the Peaceful Might realm. On the other hand, he was still in the realm of a supreme god. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian thought about the favor Han Wang asked of him. The other party was a descendant of Ku Mu, which meant that the other party was a descendant of Yuan He, the imminent world supreme powerhouse. It was not surprising that the other party was arrogant. Moreover, with two big shots supporting the other party, one could only imagine what kind of resources the other party had enjoyed since young. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian glanced at Hu Fei Yan. From the beginning until now, she did not say anything nor did she look surprised. Obviously, she had known about Ku Mu and Yuan He. Under Han Wang's direction, the group traveled to a place that was like the land of ice. The ice on the ground spanned a vast area, and when they traveled further in, they saw towering glaciers. However, after passing a very tall glacier, the surroundings changed, and they found themselves in a green valley with fragrant flowers, lush trees, and chirping birds. The snow and glacier surrounding the periphery of the valley contrasted the valley greatly. Duan Ling Tian and Tan Shu Teng were slightly surprised by the abrupt change. Seeing the surprise on the duo's faces, Han Wang asked with a smile, "After seeing this, did both of you think that my old friend comprehends the law of life?" Tan Shu Teng nodded while Duan Ling Tian looked at Han Wang skeptically. "If it's not the law of life, then what is it? Is it the divine tree of life? However, if it is, won't it greatly exhaust the energy of the divine tree of life in the Supreme Powerhouse's little world? I don't think many Supreme Powerhouses would waste the energy of their divine tree of life on something so extravagant, right? After all, the divine tree of life could help them during critical moments. My old friend comprehends the law of wood, not the law of life," Han Wang said with an emotional sigh. "This place is constructed by the divine tree of life in his little world. It's impossible for me to act so extravagantly and use my divine tree of life in such a manner. However, he's different. Although our strength is about the same, the divine tree of life in his little world used to be the divine tree of life of a world supreme powerhouse. For this reason, this kind of consumption of energy is nothing at all to his divine tree of life. It can easily be replenished with just one breath." Duan Ling Tian was stunned by Han Wang's words. The divine tree of life used to belong to a world supreme powerhouse. This means that Senior Ku Mu obtained it after the death of a world supreme powerhouse. However, it's certain that the world supreme powerhouse didn't die from the heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, the divine tree of life would have been destroyed by the heavenly tribulation as well. Even world supreme powerhouses who stand at the peak of the outer boundary and the myriad worlds can't escape death. Was he killed by another world supreme powerhouse? Did a few world supreme powerhouses join forces to kill him? What an amazing divine tree of life. I wonder if Senior Ku Mu discovered it himself, or did his father give it to him? Many thoughts raced through Duan Ling Tian's mind after he heard Han Wang's words. Chapter 4461 Ku Mu. The divine tree of life in Ku Mu's body was obtained by his father in the past. At that time, his father helped him place the tree in his little world. A large part of his strength comes from that powerful divine tree of life, Han Wang continued to say. Duan Ling Tian nodded in understanding. Ku Mu was powerful, but his father was even more powerful. His father also managed to obtain a world supreme powerhouse's divine tree of life after the world supreme powerhouse's death. That kind of divine tree of life was undoubtedly a peerless treasure. Those capable of killing world supreme powerhouses were naturally world supreme powerhouses themselves. Under normal circumstances, the murderer would seize the dead world supreme powerhouse's divine tree of life, unless the dead world supreme powerhouse managed to send his divine tree of life to the turbulent space before his death. Although the divine tree of life of a world supreme powerhouse was not comparable to a world supreme powerhouse, its strength was naturally extraordinary. Let alone finding such a divine tree of life, even if one managed to find it, it would be difficult to convince it to acknowledge one as its master. Since Yuan He, Ku Mu's father, managed to obtain and Ku Mu managed to obtain its approval, it could be seen that the duo had extraordinary means as well. Senior Han Wang wants me to spar with the descendant of such a powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, feeling slightly helpless. At the same time, he decided that he would hold back slightly when sparring with the other party even if he was stronger. He might not know the other party, but there was no doubt that the other party's background was extraordinary. It was best not to offend such a person. At this time, Han Wang swept his gaze around the paradise-like valley in the midst of a land of snow before he called out, "Brother Ku Mu, I'm here." In just a moment, there were movements in the valley. Countless vines flew out and entangled in the air before it finally turned into a figure. The figure belonged to a skinny old man dressed in a loose gray robe. He was so thin that it seemed as though a gust of wind could blow him away. However, his eyes were sharp, unlike those of an old man. The old man laughed and said, "Brother Yu Qing, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Previously, you told me that you found a prodigy below the age of 10,000 who can help me educate my incompetent great-great-grandson. Is he the young man next to you?" The old man shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian after he finished speaking. Duan Ling Tian froze before his body began to tremble from the paralyzing fear that crept up on him. He felt as though his life and death were out of his control at this moment. Just like that, he could tell how terrifying the old man was. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and mobilized his divine energy, law of space, and sword Dao before he resisted and destroyed the pressure bearing down on him. Then, he said, "Greetings, Senior Ku Mu. I'm Li Feng." Ku Mu, the old man, widened his eyes imperceptibly as he thought to himself, shocked, although his law of space has yet to reach its perfect form, his sword Dao is really shocking. Ku Mu had heard about Duan Ling Tian's ability from Han Wang, whose real name was Han Yu Qing. Although he had heard about how powerful Duan Ling Tian's sword Dao was, seeing it for himself was naturally different from just hearing about it. Indeed, the sword Dao was just as powerful as Han Wang had claimed. It was at least a level higher than his father's devouring Dao, als one of the four Daos of heaven and earth. It's really unbelievable that a young man who's not even 10,000 years old manages to comprehend the sword Dao to this extent. When Ku Mu returned to his senses, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a smile on his face, "Young man, I heard about how extraordinary you were from Brother Yu Qing. I thought he was exaggerating at that time. However, after meeting you, I realized now that he wasn't exaggerating. You're indeed stronger than my great-great-grandson." Then, Ku Mu sighed before he asked, "Li Feng, to have such achievements at such a young age, you must have an extraordinary background. Where did you come from?" Duan Ling Tian stuck to his story and said, "Senior Ku Mu, I from the myriad worlds." Duan Ling Tian did not further explain, and Ku Mu also did not ask any more questions. Ku Mu could tell that Duan Ling Tian did not intend to reveal which world he came from. He speculated inwardly, perhaps, he's worried about enemies from his world targeting him in the outer boundary. Ku Mu did not find this suspicious. After all, many people from the myriad worlds were killed after coming to the outer boundary by their enemies since they were no longer under the protection of their respective forces in the outer boundary. Despite the danger, people still came to the outer boundary. After all, they would not be able to improve if they only stayed in the myriad worlds. Moreover, only those who were able to overcome great danger would be able to rise to the peak and become supreme powerhouses. At this time, Hu Fei Yan, the deputy commander of the colossal heaven army, stepped forward and greeted Ku Mu. "Greetings, Senior Ku Mu. We've not met for many years, but you still looked as energetic as before." Ku Mu turned to look at Hu Fei Yan and said with a smile, "I was so distracted by Li Feng earlier that I forgot about you. I heard Brother Yu Qing say that your godfather allowed you to go to the three great sacred realms. I almost couldn't believe it when I first heard about it. It seems like he finally thought things through." Hu Fei Yan looked at Ku Mu curiously and asked, "Senior Ku Mu, what do you mean by, he's finally thought things through?" Upon hearing these words, Ku Mu's expression changed slightly before he glanced at Han Wang. Then, he shook his head and replied, "I just meant that he finally decided to allow you to go to the three great sacred realms. In the past, he must have been worried that you weren't strong enough to protect yourself in the three great sacred realm. If you were to go there rashly, you'd be in danger. Now that you're almost as strong as a peerless top advanced supreme god, you're better equipped to protect yourself there." Ku Mu clearly did not want to continue on this topic as he turned to Han Wang and said, "Brother Yu Qing, all of you should rest here first. My great-great-grandson will only return in about 2 months. Following that, Ku Mu made arrangements for them to stay in the valley. Over the next 2 months, Ku Mu, being a considerate host, did not let them wait in vain and gave them advice regarding their cultivation. Although Ku Mu comprehended the law of wood, he possessed the divine tree of life of a world's supreme powerhouse after all, and his father was an imminent world's supreme powerhouse. He was naturally unlike others and was very knowledgeable. Duan Ling Tian and Hu Fei Yan both benefited greatly from him during the 2 months they stayed in the valley. Thanks to Duan Ling Tian, even Tan Shu Teng was given the opportunity to ask for advice about cultivation from Ku Mu. Ku Mu was also patient for Duan Ling Tian's sake and answered his question. He was naturally overjoyed by the opportunity, and he was filled with gratitude when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Previously, Tan Shu Teng's loyalty to Duan Lingtian came from the Heaven Vault's blood oath. However, he now felt that it was not a bad thing to follow Duan Lingtian. What he had gained in the past 2 months exceeded his 1,000 years of hard work. Moreover, his life was not at risk at all during the 2 months. Usually, to gain something, one would have to face danger. Li Feng, brother Ku Emu's descendant, is back. Duan Lingtian was resting in his room when he heard Han Wang's voice that bypassed his noise-canceling formation. With this, he was once again reminded of how powerful supreme powerhouses were. With my strength now, it'll be easy for a supreme powerhouse to kill me. It won't be any harder than cutting grass or killing a chicken. Duan Lingtian felt slightly helpless, but he grew even more determined to grow stronger. It's time to fight. Duan Lingtian naturally knew that now that Ku Emu's great-great-grandson had returned, he would have to spar with the other party soon. Chapter 4462 He Luo. Duan Lingtian had delayed going to the 3 great sacred realms to spar with Ku Emu's great-great-grandson. According to Ku Mu and Han Wang, Ku Emu's great-great-grandson had grown arrogant due to his talent. Even Ku Mu was helpless against his great-great-grandson. He even felt that Ku Mu did not achieve as much as he did when Ku Mu was his age and that he would definitely surpass Ku Mu in the future. Based on what he had heard, Duan Lingtian already knew that the other party was arrogant and felt that he was above his peers because his peers were inferior to him. Although Ku Emu's great-great-grandson had heard about top prodigies in the 3 great sacred realms and the myriad worlds who were not even 10,000 years old but were already almost as strong as a peerless top advanced supreme god. However, he did not think much about it. After all, he had only heard about them and had never met them before. Ku Mu did not allow him to go to the 3 great sacred realms, so he did not have a chance to meet such prodigies at all. For this reason, he dismissed those rumors and thought that they were exaggerated. After greeting Han Wang, a tall and aloof handsome young man dressed in a dark blue robe looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Are you the person my great-great-grandfather mentioned? He said that you're not even 10,000 years old, but you're stronger than I am." At the same time, Duan Lingtian sensed a wave of divine consciousness sweeping toward him. Since the other party was only a supreme god, he could have easily blocked the other party's divine consciousness, but he did not do so, allowing the other party to probe his age. If one's age was below 10,000 years, it could be easily confirmed with divine consciousness. In the outer boundary and the myriad worlds, the age of 10,000 seemed to be the differentiator. People with the same cultivation bases could detect if someone was 10,000 years old or below through their divine consciousness. As for those with different cultivation bases, those with a higher cultivation base could roughly sense if the other person was over 10,000 years old without using divine consciousness. "You're really not even 10,000 years old," the young man said with a nod. Then, he smiled disdainfully as he continued to say, "I believe that you're younger than me, but I don't believe that you're stronger than me." At this time, Ku Mu, who had just arrived, frowned. He looked at the young man and reprimanded the young man, "He Luo." The young man quickly removed the disdainful smile on his face while Ku Mu smiled apologetically and said to Duan Lingtian, "Li Feng, my great-great-grandson has been spoiled by me. I hope you don't take it to heart." Duan Lingtian smiled slightly and said, "Senior Ku Mu, it's nothing. I've met many narrow-minded people like your great-great-grandson in my life, and I'm already used to it." Narrow-minded, unsurprisingly, He Luo, Ku Emu's great-great-grandson, was angered by Duan Lingtian's words. He said, "Li Feng, how dare you call me narrow-minded? Initially, I planned to go easy on you when we spar. However, it seems like I have to teach you a lesson later. Otherwise, I'm not qualified to be the descendant of a supreme powerhouse." He Luo's eyes burned with the flames of fury. If Duan Lingtian did not come with Han Wang, he would have killed Duan Lingtian to vent his anger. After all, Duan Lingtian had humiliated him with his words. "All right, I look forward to it," Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile. "I heard from Senior Han Wang that you just returned. Do you want to rest before sparring with me?" Although Duan Lingtian wanted to get this over with as quickly as he could so he could go to the 3 great sacred realms, he did not want to take advantage of the person in front of him. Since He Luo had just returned, it was only fair that He Luo had time to rest first. He Luo said with a sneer, "No need. I returned using the flying ship and I've not fought for a long time, so my divine energy is full. We can spar now. He Luo's eyes shone with fighting spirit when he spoke. Alright, this is what I want as well, Duan Ling Tian said with a nod. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Han Wang and Ku Mu exchanged a look before they spoke through voice transmission. Brother Ku Mu, I'm afraid your great-great-grandson is going to suffer, don't worry. I'll tell Li Feng to go easy on him so he doesn't lose too badly. There's no need for that, Brother Yu Qing, Ku Mu replied, He Luo needs to lose fair and square. Tell Li Feng not to hold back and go all out. I'm here so He Luo's life won't be in danger. The faster Li Feng defeats him, the better it'll be. I'll tell He Luo to go all out and warn him not to underestimate Li Feng as well. If Li Feng can defeat him within 10 breaths, I'll double the rewards I plan to give him. Han Wang could feel how frustrated Ku Mu was with his great-great-grandson when he heard these words. He did not waste time and sent a message to Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard Han Wang's words. Previously, Ku Mu had promised to give him a floating image pearl that recorded the fight of a peerless top advanced supreme god who comprehended the law of time, since Ku Mu did not have the recording of a peerless top advanced supreme god who comprehended the law of space. However, to him, the recording of a peerless top advanced supreme god who comprehended the law of time was just as precious. So if I defeat He Luo within 10 breaths, he'll give me 2 floating image pearls. I wonder what kind of law the peerless top advanced supreme god comprehended in the other floating image pearl, Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly. Although Duan Ling Tian felt that the rewards surpassed what he had to do, he did not plan to refuse Ku Mu's offer since he really wanted another floating image pearl. In the end, he decided that he would repay this favor in the future. Duan Ling Tian knew that if he refused, it was no different from deliberately slowing down his speed to become stronger. How could he do that when he had to become stronger for Ka, his family, and his friends? After coming to the outer boundary, he realized how vast the world was. What if a world supreme powerhouse attacked the god-defying world in the future? The god-defying world was not among the 3 strongest worlds. After all, it was just one of the 18 worlds under the 3 strongest worlds. During his time in the outer boundary, he had also heard many stories about worlds like the god-defying world that were destroyed for various reasons. The survivors of those worlds were mostly only supreme powerhouses and their close relatives. The cold wind blew as Duan Ling Tian and He Luo stood across from each other. The 2 young men's robes fluttered in the wind as they stared at each other fiercely. Finally, Duan Ling Tian said unhurriedly, You better not hold back. I don't want you crying foul when you lose. I'm not interested in sparring with you again. Chapter 4463 Duan Ling Tian fights He Luo. He Luo raised an eyebrow and said with a scoff, Don't worry, I won't hold back. I don't know if you're really that strong, but my great-great-grandfather warned me not to underestimate you. Earlier, He Luo had sensed that Duan Ling Tian was at least 3,000 to 4,000 years younger than he was, so he thought that Duan Ling Tian was about 5,000 years old. As such, he found it hard to believe that Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him. However, he did not take his great-great-grandfather's warning lightly. If it were another person, he would have scoffed. You're only 5,000 years old, but you think you can defeat me? In He Luo's opinion, there might be cultivators under 10,000 years old who were stronger than him in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds, but the difference in their ages should not be so big. At this time, a powerful black energy surged out as He Luo mobilized his divine energy in the law of death. His eyes shone with killing intent as death energy lingered around him. It was as though a demon had been awakened in his body. Subsequently, a narrow and slightly curved knife appeared in He Luo's hand. It was clearly a prime divine artifact. Naturally, no one was surprised. He was the great-great-grandson of a supreme powerhouse after all. At this time, Han Wang, Ku Mu, Hu Fei Yan, and Tan Shu Teng turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian held a 7-colored sword in his hand as the void around him began to distort. As a spatial storm raged around him, spatial cracks began to appear as well. At the same time, he emitted a terrifying sword intent. It was as though he had turned into a very sharp sword, poised to attack at any moment. The sword Dao. Earlier, when He Luo sensed that Duan Ling Tian had yet to comprehend the law of space to its perfect form, he grew even more contemptuous. However, his expression turned grim when he sensed how extraordinary Duan Ling Tian's sword Dao was. He Luo had comprehended the weapon Dao many years ago, but he only comprehended its rudimentary form. It was naturally too weak to boost his strength significantly. At this moment, he instinctively cast his knife Dao, but it dissipated quickly. This was also how he knew how terrifying Duan Ling Tian's sword Dao was. Duan Ling Tian's sword Dao had quickly suppressed his knife Dao before the fight even started. How's this possible? How did he comprehend the sword Dao to such an extent when he's so young? Did he inherit the legacy of a world supreme powerhouse? He Luo speculated inwardly. Needless to say, legacies from world supreme powerhouses were superior to those from other supreme powerhouses. He Luo quickly recovered from his shock and scoffed. Although Duan Ling Tian's sword Dao was extraordinary, Duan Ling Tian's law of space was weak. As such, he did not think that Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him. However, he now knew that he could not afford to underestimate Duan Ling Tian. The wind whistled in the air and spatial cracks appeared when He Luo brandished his knife. The death energy lingering around his body converged at the tip of the knife before it shot toward Duan Ling Tian. In just a moment, a dark energy gathered around Duan Ling Tian and restricted his movement. How strong, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. The death energy was rather powerful. It disrupted the space around him and prevented him from teleporting away. After all, he could only use the teleportation profundity in a stable space. The law of death, before reaching the perfect form, naturally could not disrupt space, but after it reached the perfect form, it was not difficult to disrupt the space to prevent teleportation. Han Wang's eyes widened upon seeing this. Then, he turned to Ku Mu and said, "Brother Ku Mu, your great-great-grandson's law of death has improved significantly. If he improves his law of death or makes progress in his knife Dao, he'll be almost comparable to a peerless top advanced supreme god." After Han Wang finished speaking, he was shocked to discover the shocked expression on Ku Mu's face. He wondered inwardly, is brother Ku Mu unaware of He Luo's progress as well? Did He Luo just have a breakthrough in his law of death recently? Indeed, Ku Mu was unaware that He Luo's law of death had improved because He Luo only had a breakthrough while he was away. A faint smile appeared on Ku Mu's face as he thought to himself, this brat, he has grown stronger again. It seems like Li Feng won't be able to defeat within 10 breaths. Even among those who were close to becoming peerless top advanced supreme gods, there's a difference in strength. Due to his young age, I doubt he'll be able to defeat He Luo in 10 breaths. Due to He Luo's recent improvement and Duan Ling Tian's young age, Ku Mu no longer thought that Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat He Luo in 10 breaths. Although he knew of cultivators like Duan Ling Tian who was not even 10,000 years old but were almost as strong as a peerless top advanced supreme god in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds who were capable of doing so, he did not think Duan Ling Tian was among them. Duan Ling Tian knew that forcefully freeing himself from He Luo's restraint now with his brute strength was not the best move. It would waste his time even if he was confident he could free himself. When he freed himself, He Luo's knife would have already arrived. As such, he decided to cast the restraining profundity to dispel the death energy and to stabilize the space around him to free himself. Teleportation profundity. Following that, Duan Ling Tian vanished into thin air after freeing himself from He Luo's restraint. Chapter 4464 The Sword of Time. He Luo's tactic was to restrain Duan Ling Tian with the law of death before delivering a heavy blow. However, his plan failed when Duan Ling Tian broke free and teleported away. The powerful knife ray descended and cut a towering glacier in half. When the upper half of the glacier tumbled down, it set off an avalanche that shook the ground while a small spatial tear in the sky began to mend itself. Use your bloodline power, otherwise, I'll be able to defeat you in 3 moves. Duan Ling Tian's nonchalant voice echoed in the sky, but he was nowhere to be seen. He Luo's expression darkened when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. How confident, I'll show you how powerful my bloodline power is. As soon as his voice fell, He Luo cast his bloodline power. As blood chi rose from his body, his strength rose significantly and his knife turned red. At this moment, the contempt in He Luo's heart had completely disappeared. After Duan Ling Tian broke free from his law of death, he finally realized how strong Duan Ling Tian was. After all, 90% of powerhouses who comprehended the law of death to the perfect form were not capable of using it the way he had used it earlier. It was a technique that his great-great-grandfather had helped him develop. It was thanks to this technique that he was able to easily defeat opponents with the same cultivation base. However, Duan Ling Tian managed to free himself without using his doppelgangers or bloodline power. This alone showed how strong Duan Ling Tian was. Under such circumstances, how could he dare to be careless at this moment? Do you think I won't be able to find you if you hide? He Luo asked as his eyes flashed. At the same time, his divine consciousness swept through his surroundings. In the next moment, a knife ray shot out. When the knife ray shot out, Duan Ling Tian suddenly appeared in front of it. Then, he quickly disappeared again, dodging the knife ray before charging toward He Luo with the sword in his hand. Wait, something's not right. He Luo very quickly noticed that the person in front of him lacked vitality even if he resembled Duan Ling Tian. Even the seven-colored sword in Duan Ling Tian was the same. Since he comprehended the law of death, he was very sensitive to vitality energy, unlike ordinary people. It's his doppelganger. It did not take long for He Luo to figure it out. He launched a knife ray toward the doppelganger before he flew away. As soon as He Luo flew away, another figure appeared where he originally stood as a gray sword ray shot out of a spatial tear. Duan Ling Tian had teleported away and attacked while He Luo was distracted, but He Luo reacted quickly and managed to escape. Meanwhile, the two supreme powerhouses watched the fight with bright eyes. As for Hu Fei Yan and Tan Shu Teng, they were shocked and felt anxious for He Luo. They did not think they would be able to react in time if they were in He Luo's shoes. Although I'm no match for the young master and deputy commander Hu, I thought I was on par with Lord Ku Mu's descendant. However, after watching this, I don't think I'd be able to withstand more than a dozen moves from him, Tan Shu Teng thought to himself, feeling disheartened. Tan Shu Teng was considered a genius in the Divine Sand Realm, and he took pride in this. However, after witnessing how monstrous He Luo and Duan Ling Tian were despite being younger than 10,000 years old, he felt embarrassed to call himself a genius. He Luo's reaction time is amazing. He's able to detect Li Feng's doppelganger so quickly and dodge Li Feng's attack, Han Wang said as he looked at Ku Mu. That's because he comprehends the law of death. Those who comprehend the law of death can quickly sense the lack of vitality in doppelgangers in just a moment, Ku Mu said with a smile. If he didn't comprehend the law of death, he might have been minorly injured by Li Feng earlier. A hint of excitement could be seen in Ku Mu's eyes, amazed by Duan Ling Tian's strength. Duan Ling Tian was younger than He Luo, but he was so powerful. Duan Ling Tian was undoubtedly a monster among monsters. Han Wang shook his head and said, Brother Ku Mu, based on the current situation, He Luo might not be able to withstand more than 10 moves from Li Feng. Meanwhile, after He Luo dodged the attack, Duan Ling Tian and his doppelganger flew toward He Luo. With just 2 moves, they managed to suppress He Luo and gain the upper hand. The difference in their strength is too great, Ku Mu thought to himself in shock. Then, he said with a sigh, his sword Dao is too terrifying. I don't think any supreme powerhouses in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds, excluding world supreme powerhouses, have comprehended the sword Dao to such a high level. Han Wang nodded in agreement as he said, indeed, it's difficult to think of anyone, excluding world supreme powerhouses, who can rival his sword Dao in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. Perhaps, only the sword Dao of the Sword of Time from the God-defying world was stronger than that of Li Feng. Ku Mu turned pensive upon hearing Han Wang's words. The Sword of Time was a genius from the same generation as Yuan He, Ku Mu's father. Just like Yuan He, he was an imminent world supreme powerhouse. In the past, Yuan He was defeated by the Sword of Time. Unfortunately, the Sword of Time offended a world supreme powerhouse in the past and was killed. Otherwise, he would have become a world supreme powerhouse by now. According to Yuan He, Ku Mu also learned that the Sword of Time's law of time became stagnant after reaching the perfect form, and it was thanks to his sword Dao that he became an imminent world supreme powerhouse. Without his sword Dao, he would be ranked at the bottom among the supreme powerhouses in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. Even among world supreme powerhouses, the Sword of Time's sword Dao was unrivaled, Ku Mu muttered under his breath. If Duan Ling Tian overheard this conversation between Ku Mu and Han Wang, he would have been shocked to learn that the God-defying world, where he had come from, had such a monstrous sword expert in the past. If his master, Feng Qingyang, had heard it, he would have recognized the Sword of Time that the duo mentioned. After all, he had inherited his sword skills from the Sword of Time. The Sword of Time could be considered Feng Qingyan's master and Duan Ling Tian's grandmaster. Alas, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that Feng Qingyang had inherited his sword skills from the Sword of Time. Meanwhile, Hu Fei Yan shook her head and murmured to herself, he's lost the fight. As soon as Hu Fei Yan's voice fell, a loud explosion rang in the air. He Luo fell to the ground after Duan Ling Tian's attack landed. A huge hole appeared in the thick layer of ice, and he was nowhere to be seen. After a few moments, he emerged from the freezing water. His face was pale as he exclaimed, how's this possible? He's so much younger than me, but he's so much stronger. Impossible. He Luo did not suffer any serious injuries, but he seemed to be suffering from a mental breakdown at this moment. Chapter 4465 Hu Fei Yan follows Duan Ling Tian to the three great sacred realms. He Luo was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, and he was envied by many because his great-great-grandfather was a supreme powerhouse and his ancestor was an imminent world supreme powerhouse. As such a descendant, it was only natural that his innate talent and comprehension skills were superior to those of his peers and even those who were older than him. Under such circumstances, it was not surprising that he became arrogant. Although his great-great-grandfather had warned him that he might not be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian, he did not believe it, especially when he discovered that Duan Ling Tian was about 3,000 to 4,000 years younger than him. It was out of his expectations that he would be defeated even after he had a breakthrough and fought with all his might. How's this possible? This thought kept flashing in He Luo's mind. He really could not believe that he lost to someone so young. Meanwhile, Ku Mu, He Luo's great-great-grandfather, and Han Wang were shocked to see He Luo experiencing a mental breakdown after losing to Duan Ling Tian. Brother Ku Mu, he's taking this loss much harder than we expected, Han Wang said solemnly. Ku Mu frowned slightly. He did not expect He Luo to react like this after losing to his peer even if He Luo had lived a smooth-sailing life since he was young. Perhaps, the blow was even more devastating because He Luo knew that if Duan Ling Tian was the same age as him, Duan Ling Tian would have been able to crush him like an ant. At this time, Hu Fei Yan flew over and stood next to Duan Ling Tian before she looked at He Luo who was sitting on the ground dejectedly. Li Feng, is he going to be okay? It seems like he suffered a huge blow, won't you offend Senior Ku Mu by doing this? Hu Fei Yan asked through voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently, it's not my idea to spar with him so I'm not at fault. It's Senior Ku Mu's idea so if he wants to blame someone, he can only blame himself or even Senior Han Wang. I was only following instructions given by Senior Han Wang to spar with He Luo. Moreover, I wouldn't be here if Senior Han Wang didn't invite me here. In fact, Duan Ling Tian did not think Ku Mu would blame him. After all, even supreme powerhouses cared about their reputation. Apart from that he could tell that Ku Mu and Han Wang were very close. Otherwise, Han Wang would not have spent a fortune just to help Ku Mu teach He Luo a lesson. Duan Ling Tian looked at He Luo and shook his head as he thought to himself, He Luo must have discovered that I'm much younger than him, that's why he's so shocked. He wouldn't have reacted like that if I'm only slightly younger than him. Duan Ling Tian was aware that those about the age of 10,000 could only roughly sense his age like Han Wang and Ku Mu. He could not imagine how He Luo would react if He Luo knew his true age. After the fight ended, He Luo was still dispirited no matter how hard Ku Mu tried to make him snap out of it. As such, Ku Mu's expression turned rather unsightly. At the same time, Han Wang told Duan Ling Tian to return to his courtyard first before he continued to say through voice transmission, Li Feng, Brother Ku Mu has said that he doesn't blame you for his great-great-grandson's reaction, and he won't go back on his words to reward to you. However, you'll have to wait for a few days because he'll have to get one of the floating image pearls from his father, Senior Yuan He. Duan Ling Tian nodded and left after speaking to Han Wang. Hu Fei Yan shook her head and left as well. There was no point in her staying after all. It was best to leave Ku Mu alone to deal with He Luo. Tan Shu Tang followed closely behind Duan Ling Tian and said reverently through voice transmission, Young master, you're really strong. Based on your strength, you should be one of the strongest among those who are close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. Not all cultivators had the same strength after all even if they were in the same realm. The strongest one could kill the weakest one even if it would not be an easy job. In fact, He Luo is strong as well, our cultivation base might be the same, but his techniques are superior to mine. As expected of the descendant of Lord Ku Mu and Lord Yuan He, Tan Shu Teng said with a hint of envy. In his opinion, if he were in He Luo's shoes, he would also be just as strong. At this time, Hu Fei Yan suddenly called out from behind, Li Feng. When are you leaving for the three great sacred realms? Hu Feiyan naturally planned to go to the three great sacred realms as well. However, previously, she thought she would go alone since she was not sure if Duan Lingtian or Han Wang was going as well. However, after confirming that Duan Lingtian was indeed heading to the three great sacred realms, Han Wang had suggested that the duo traveled together, and the duo agreed. If Hu Feiyan were weak, Duan Lingtian would not have agreed to it since she would only be a burden. However, he knew she was not much weaker than him. With a strong companion, their survival chances would be higher when they go to the three great sacred realms that were fraught with danger. We'll leave in a few days. I'll let you know when we're leaving, Duan Lingtian replied. He naturally would wait for the two floating image pearls promised by Ku Mu before he left for the three great sacred realms. The floating image pearls would help him further comprehend the law of time, which would in turn make him stronger. With that, he would be invincible among those below the realms of peerless top advanced supreme gods and supreme powerhouses in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. After that, he would continue to work harder to become a peerless top advanced supreme god. I should be able to comprehend the law of space and the law of time to their perfect forms soon with the floating image pearls that contain the recordings of the life or death battles between peerless top advanced supreme gods. Once I comprehend both laws to their perfect forms, I might even become a peerless top advanced supreme god. Currently, most of Duan Lingtian's strength came from his terrifying sword Dao. If his law of space and law of time reached their perfect forms, he believed he had a chance of becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. Chapter 4466 Two Floating Image Pearls. Duan Lingtian waited 2 days before he received the floating image pearls promised by Ku Mu. After that, he was going to leave for the three great sacred realms. He was not concerned about He Luo's condition after losing. If He Luo managed to recover, it might be a turning point that could propel him to another level. Duan Lingtian was not worried about Ku Mu blaming him as well since Ku Mu was the one who suggested this. Ku Mu was the one who asked Han Wang to find a prodigy below the age of 10,000 to defeat his grandson so his grandson would not be complacent and arrogant. Most importantly, Han Wang had reassured him 2 days ago that Ku Mu did not blame him for what happened. Han Wang visited Duan Lingtian and passed him the floating image pearls as he said, He Luo is much better now. It's only a matter of time before he fully recovers. Here are the 2 floating image pearls from brother Ku Mu as promised. He needs to keep an eye on He Luo so he won't be able to see you off. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up upon seeing the 2 floating image pearls. After accepting them, he said politely, Senior Han Wang, please thank Senior Ku Mu on my behalf after I leave. I won't forget this kindness, and I will repay it in the future. It was not just Ku Mu. Duan Lingtian also felt grateful to Han Wang. After all, they had given him the precious floating image pearls that contained recordings of peerless top advanced supreme gods as tokens of their appreciation. Defeating He Luo was an easy task for him. As such, he felt like he had gained more than they had gained to the point where he felt like he had taken advantage of the situation. Alas, it was an offer he could not refuse since he truly needed the floating image pearls. All right, I'll convey your words to brother Ku Mu, Han Wang said with a slight nod as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a look of approval. Floating image pearls that contained recordings of peerless top advanced supreme gods were rare even for supreme powerhouses. However, Han Wang was willing to offer up his to Duan Lingtian because he felt that there was no loss in establishing a relationship with a monstrous prodigy like Duan Lingtian. As long as Duan Lingtian did not die prematurely, he was certain that Duan Lingtian would rise to the peak. He also knew that his good friend, Ku Mu, shared the same thoughts as him. As the saying went, great minds think alike. Han Wang looked to the side in the direction where Hu Feiyan was temporarily staying before he said again, apart from that, I'll have to trouble you to look after little Feiyan during your journey. She might be older than you, but her life experience is lacking compared to yours. Brother Bu Gui said that he'll owe you a favor for this. Duan Lingtian smiled slightly and replied, Senior Han Wang, rest assured. It's only natural for us to look after each other when we're traveling to the three great sacred realms together. It's a relief to hear that, Han Wang said with a nod. I won't be seeing you off, but let me know when you're leaving. After Han Wang left, Duan Lingtian returned to his room and checked the 2 floating image pearls with his divine consciousness. His breathing hitched when he briefly saw the recording with the peerless top advanced supreme god who comprehended the law of time. I wonder what laws the other peerless top advanced supreme gods in the other floating image pearl comprehended, Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly. After checking the second floating image pearl, he exclaimed inwardly, he comprehended the law of life. Amazing. As for his opponent, he comprehended the law of fire. Duan Ling Tian felt extremely lucky at this moment. His comprehension of the law of life was only behind his law of space and law of time thanks to the divine tree of life in his little world. Moreover, his comprehension of the law of fire was only behind his law of life. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone like the stars in the night sky as he thought to himself, with these two floating image pearls, I'll be able to improve my law of life and law of fire quickly. At that time, the doppelgangers from these two laws will also further boost my strength. The next day, Duan Ling Tian sent a message to Hu Fei Yan about his intention to leave. The latter quickly met up with him before they left the Winterland with Tan Shu Teng following closely behind. Before they left, he also sent a message to Han Wang to inform Han Wang of his departure. When Han Wang received the message, he was sitting across from an old man with a chessboard between them. The old man was none other than Ku Mu, and standing behind Ku Mu was none other than He Luo, who had fully recovered. Little Li Feng and little Fei Yan have just left, Han Wang said to Ku Mu. Upon hearing the name, Li Feng, He Luo's eyes widened slightly. Ku Mu sighed and said, Brother Han Wang, we greatly underestimate Li Feng. Han Wang nodded. Indeed, we really underestimated him. Then, he glanced at He Luo before he continued to say, if He Luo didn't say anything, we wouldn't have known he's only about 5,000 years old. To think such a young person is close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. I've never heard of such a prodigy in both the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. Chapter 4467 to the Sacred Wind Realm. Supreme powerhouses, even with their varied levels of strength, were considered the peak existence in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. There were not many cultivators who successfully became supreme powerhouses. Supreme powerhouses had mostly lived a long time and had seen and experienced many things. One could only imagine what it meant that the two relatively powerful supreme powerhouses, Han Wang and Ku Mu, were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength and age. We did the right thing by establishing a good relationship with him, Ku Mu said to Han Wang. Han Wang's eyes flashed as he said with a slight smile, I'm really curious about how strong he'll be in the future. I also wonder if he'll become a peerless top advanced supreme god first before becoming a supreme powerhouse. Ku Mu thought about it for a brief moment before he replied, do you think a monstrous prodigy like him will choose to become an ordinary supreme powerhouse? If he becomes a peerless top advanced supreme god first, he has a chance of becoming a world supreme powerhouse as soon as he breaks through. However, he'll have to comprehend the law of space to the paramount stage first before he breaks into the realm of supreme powerhouses. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware that the two supreme powerhouses were discussing him after he left. At this time, Duan Ling Tian, Hu Fei Yan, and Tan Shu Teng were on Hu Fei Yan's flying ship. The peaceful Might Realm, where they had left, was next to the Sacred Wind Realm, one of the three great sacred realms. The three great sacred realms of the outer boundary were the Sacred Wind Realm, the Sacred Fire Realm, and the Sacred Lightning Realm. Before they were known collectively as the three great sacred realms, they were known as the Wind Realm, the Fire Realm, and the Lightning Realm respectively. At this time, Duan Ling Tian and Hu Fei Yan were chatting. I'm sure you've heard of world supreme powerhouses by now, but you might not be aware that it's only what they're called in the myriad worlds, Hu Fei Yan said. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow and asked, so what are they called in the outer boundary? Duan Ling Tian was curious, wondering why Hu Fei Yan brought his matter up. World supreme powerhouses are called saints in the outer boundary, Hu Fei Yan said. As expected, since they're acknowledged by everyone in the outer boundary, it's only normal that they're called saints, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. There's a saying that the calamity would befall heaven and earth if one provoked a saint. It's not entirely unfounded. Saints might not be able to destroy the entire outer boundary, but they're capable of destroying the myriad worlds, Hu Fei Yan said. Duan Ling Tian did not doubt Hu Fei Yan's words at all. After all, even ordinary supreme powerhouses were capable of destroying one world, let alone world supreme powerhouses. Almost all of the saints in the outer boundary are gathered in the three great sacred realms, and saint rank forces as the strongest forces in the three great sacred realms in the outer boundary, Hu Fei Yan said as she looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully, and there is more than one saint rank force in each of the three great sacred realms. In Hu Fei Yan's opinion, Duan Ling Tian must have come from a saint-rank force with a saint. Even Hu Bu Gui, her adoptive father whom she looked up to and admired the most, was no match for saints. According to her adoptive father, he would not even be able to withstand half a move from a saint. Duan Ling Tian learned more about the three great sacred realms after he listened to Hu Feiyan. He could not help but ask, Deputy Commander Hu, how do you know so much about the three great sacred realms when you've never been there? Hu Feiyan said, Godfather gave me a jade token containing information about the three great sacred realms. That's why I know about those things. Duan Ling Tian nodded. It made sense that Hu Feiyan knew so much about the three great sacred realms thanks to Hu Bu Gui, the lord and commander of the colossal heaven army. At this time, Hu Feiyan's eyes suddenly widened before her expression turned cold. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled faintly before he asked, Is someone blocking our path? The influence and reputation of the colossal heaven army were known in the peaceful might realm. As such, they did not encounter any problems when traveling in the peaceful might realm. However, after leaving the territory of the peaceful might realm, they had encountered at least a dozen groups of bandits blocking their way. The bandits they encountered ranged from ordinary advanced supreme gods to powerful advanced supreme gods comparable to Tan Shu Teng. Although Tan Shu Teng was weaker than Duan Ling Tian and Hu Feiyan, he was still capable of going against powerful advanced supreme gods. Previously, when they were stopped by a group of bandits, he managed to kill the leader of the bandits after dozens of moves. After that, he killed the other bandits. Deputy Commander Hu, I'll deal with them, Tan Shu Teng said as he rose to his feet. His eyes burned with battle intent. He knew that he likely would not be able to help much after they arrived in the three great sacred realms. After all, most of the cultivators there would be on par with him at least and close to the realm of peerless advanced supreme gods. Even among those who were close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods, their strengths varied. The strongest ones among them were mostly focused on cultivating to become a top peerless top advanced supreme god or a supreme powerhouse. This was the most important thing to them, after all. They naturally did not have time to cause trouble. Chapter 4468 Zhang Yu. Tan Shu Teng's eyes burned with battle intent as he flew out of the flying ship. He was excited to fight the bandits to improve himself, after all. Previously, when he went to the three great sacred realms, he had spent a fortune to hire powerhouses to protect him. In the area between the three great sacred realms and the peaceful might realms, flying ships could be seen flying back and forth, and these flying ships mostly belonged to powerful forces or powerful cultivators in the area. There were also flying ships that ferried people from the divine sand realm to the three great sacred realms, and under normal circumstances, there were about 30 to 100 passengers on board this flying ship. In the past when Tan Shu Teng went to the three great sacred realms, he had shared the flying ship with about 40 other people. Whenever they encountered bandits, the powerhouses on board would either chase them away or kill them. I don't have to worry about my opponents being stronger than I am, if I'm no match for them, young master and deputy commander who will help me. Due to Duan Ling Tian and Hu Feiyan's presence, Tan Shu Teng was able to fight without any worries. After all, the duo was close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god and were very powerful. There are only 4 of them. Tan Shu Teng raised an eyebrow when he saw the people who stopped them. The group consisted of 2 young men, a young woman, and a disheveled middle-aged man. The 2 young men and the young woman stood shoulder to shoulder in front while the middle-aged man stood at the back, slightly bowing. Tan Shu Teng's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the word, Yuan, that was embroidered in the middle of the middle-aged man's robe. He found the middle-aged man's robe slightly familiar, and it did not take long before he recalled that a group of bandits that he previously killed wore the same robes as well. The leader of the group of bandits was rather strong, and before the leader died, he said threateningly to him, "You'll regret it if you kill me." At that time, Tan Shu Teng had ignored the other party's threat and killed the other party. He had grown numb to this kind of threat. After all, he had received similar threats during his time in the Divine Sand Realm, and most of them proved to be just empty threats in the end. Are they here to avenge that person's death? Tan Shu Teng wondered inwardly as he narrowed his eyes. Previously, when he had killed the leader of the bandit, he had heard a slight commotion in the forest nearby. At that time, he assumed it was a demon beast or a passing cultivator who was scared away by his divine energy. At this time, based on the current situation, it seemed like the person from that time was the disheveled middle-aged man. As expected, the disheveled middle-aged man glared at Tan Shu Teng and said, "My lord, he's the one who killed my leader. He's only slightly stronger than my leader, but he was much faster. That's how my Yuan organization was annihilated by him." With this, Tan Shu Teng learned that the group of bandits he killed previously was known as the Yuan organization. Moreover, based on the middle-aged man's words, it was clear the other three people were not from the Yuan organization. At this time, a young man dressed in a white robe with golden trimmings stepped forward. He looked at Tan Shu Teng condescendingly and asked, "So you're the one who killed my junior brother, Zhang Yuan?" Tan Shu Teng had never heard the name, Zhang Yuan, before, but he knew that it was likely the leader of the Yuan organization whom he had previously killed. "I didn't hold back at all when I killed that group of bandits. This young man said he's Zhang Yuan's senior brother, and it's clear that he's here to avenge Zhang Yuan. Since he dares to look for me, he's likely stronger than I am," Tan Shu Teng thought to himself as he sighed inwardly. He did not expect to encounter someone stronger than him before they even arrived in the three great sacred realms. Following that, he did not hesitate to inform Duan Lingtian about what happened. At this time, Duan Lingtian was still chatting with Hu Feiyan, unaware of what was going on outside until he received Tan Shu Teng's message. He raised an eyebrow and smiled before he said, "Tan Shu Teng said that he might not be a match for those people outside. How does he know he's not a match for them when they haven't fought yet?" Hu Feiyan asked with a slight frown on her face. "Let's go and have a look," Duan Lingtian said as he rose to his feet. "We need to stretch our limbs anyway." The duo flew out of the flying ship that was hovering in midair and landed next to Tan Shu Teng. After Hu Feiyan put her flying ship away, a young man dressed in a green robe laughed and said, "Zhang Yu, he's not alone, so don't be embarrassed to ask for help from us. Miss Lingu and I are here to help you after all." Miss Lingu was naturally the young woman standing next to the green-clad young man. Her appearance was ordinary, and her expression was extremely cold. Hu Feiyan's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing this name. She stared at the white-clad young man and asked, "Zhang Yu, the young master of Mount Tai's Zhang clan in the peaceful Might realm?" Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback by Hu Feiyan's reaction. When he returned to his senses, he thought, Hu Feiyan seems to know him, and she seems eager to fight him. She really lives up to her reputation as the deputy commander of the Colossal Heaven Army. Chapter 4469. Tan Shu Teng is in despair. The members of the Colossal Heaven Army were famous in the linked solitary realm for their love of fighting. Clearly, Hu Feiyan, the deputy commander of the Colossal Heaven Army, was excited to have encountered a strong opponent. The young master of Mount Tai's Zhang clan. Duan Lingtian shifted his eyes to the white-clad young man. The other party was likely close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god as well. Otherwise, Hu Feiyan would not be so excited. After a moment, he shifted his eyes to the green-clad young man and the ordinary-looking young woman with an extraordinary bearing standing near Zhang Yu. If he's Zhang Yu, then he's definitely close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. Those two spoke so casually to him, so they must be on par with him, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, he became even more vigilant. It seemed like he was going to have to join forces with Hu Feiyan to deal with their opponents. Duan Lingtian thought that Zhang Yu's force was likely very powerful. After all, an ordinary force would not be able to nurture such a person. On the other hand, Tan Shu Teng's expression changed drastically when he heard Hu Feiyan's words. "Mount Tai's Zhang clan, he's the young master of the Zhang clan. I actually killed the junior brother of such a person. Damn it, it seemed like I'd kicked the hornet's nest." Tan Shu Teng thought to himself as chills ran up his spine. Tan Shu Teng knew a thing or two about the forces in the peaceful Might realm thanks to the time he was traveling in the past. The Mount Tai's Zhang clan might not be a top supreme rank force in the peaceful Might realm, but it was still a second-tier supreme rank force. The force's strongest supreme powerhouse was relatively powerful as well and was only slightly weaker than Ku Mu. If I'm not mistaken, the current clan leader of the Zhang clan is the direct descendant of the strongest supreme powerhouse among the three supreme powerhouses in the clan. He's only slightly weaker than Lord Ku Mu. If this young man is the young master of the Zhang clan, then he's also a direct descendant of that supreme powerhouse. I actually killed his junior brother. Tan Shu Teng thought to himself as he shuddered inwardly. Subsequently, Tan Shu Teng hastily said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, "Young master, you must save me if he's really the young master of the Zhang clan." I killed his junior brother previously because he blocked our flying ship. Tan Shu-Teng truly feared for his life at this moment. After all, the result of provoking a strong powerhouse in the outer boundary could be fatal. When Duan Lingtian heard the fear in Tan Shu-Teng's voice, he could not help but ask curiously, is the Zhang clan very powerful? While Duan Lingtian and Tan Shu-Teng were speaking through voice transmission, the white-clad young man looked at Hu Fei Yan and said arrogantly, that's right. I'm the young master of the Zhang clan. How dare you kill my junior brother? I'll appease his soul today by killing all of you. We'll see if you're capable of that, Zhang Yu, Hu Fei Yan said as she stepped forward. Her divine energy, which was imbued with her law of space, surged, causing spatial tears to appear. At the same time, she brought her prime divine artifact, a feng shui compass, out. The ground shook as the phenomenon of the law, which indicated Hu Fei Yan had comprehended the law of space to its perfect form, appeared in the sky. Zhang Yu's expression darkened upon realizing his opponent was not simple. He recalled the eager and excited expression on Hu Fei Yan's face when she learned about his identity and speculated that she was likely on par with him. At the same time, he could not help but wonder when the peaceful Might realm had such a talented person. After all, he knew, or at least heard of, all cultivators who were close to becoming peerless top advanced supreme gods in the peaceful Might realm, and she was definitely not among them. At the same time, the green-clad young man's eyes brightened upon hearing Hu Fei Yan's words. He said to Zhang Yu with a smile, Zhang Yu, she's as strong as you. It seems like you'll need our help. Do you know her? Zhang Yu asked with a slight frown on his face. The green-clad young man looked at Hu Fei Yan again before he said, if I'm not mistaken, she's Deputy Commander Hu Fei Yan of the Colossal Heaven Army. She's the adoptive daughter of the commander of the Colossal Heaven Army in the linked solitary realm. Zhang Yu's expression turned unsightly upon hearing this. No wonder he did not recognize her. As it turned out, she was not from the peaceful Might realm. Zhang Yu knew almost all of the cultivators close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god in the peaceful Might realm, but he also knew their weapons of choice and their strongest laws. As for those outside of the peaceful Might realm, he might not have met them before or known them as well as those from the peaceful Might realm, but he had at least heard of them. As such, he had heard of Hu Fei Yan of the Colossal Heaven Army. He also knew that Hu Bi-Yu-Gui, her adoptive father and the commander of the Colossal Heaven Army, was slightly stronger than his ancestor. Not only that, but according to his ancestor, Hu Bi-Yu-Gui actually came from the three great sacred realms. There were rumors that Hu Bi-Yu-Gui was from a saint-rank force in the three great sacred realms. It was only natural that people were wary of those who came from saint-rank forces. Zhang Yu took a deep breath, and his expression eased. After that, he cupped his fists together at Hu Fei Yan and said, so it's Deputy Commander Hu. I won't introduce myself since you already know who I am. This young man next to me is Leng Jing. He's the nephew of the clan leader of the Leng clan in Frozen Land. As for this young woman, she's the daughter of the clan leader of the Lingu clan in the Divine Gateway. Her name is Lingu. Before Zhang Yu could finish speaking, Hu Fei Yan interjected, you're Lingu Yundi. I heard that you're invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the peaceful Might realm. At the same time, Tan Shu-Teng fell into despair when he heard Zhang Yu's introduction of his companions. The Frozen Land's Leng clan was on par with the Mount Tai's Zhang clan in the peaceful Might realm. However, the Divine Gateway's Lingu clan was among the strongest supreme rank forces in the peaceful Might realm. The Lingu clan's strongest supreme powerhouse was an imminent world supreme powerhouse comparable to Ku Mu's father, Yuan He. Although Zhang Yu's attitude had changed compared to before, Tan Shu-Teng knew the other party would not let him go for killing the other party's junior brother. Young master, Tan Shu-Teng called out to Duan Lingtian with a hint of desperation in his voice. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was his only hope now. Chapter 4470 What's Duan Lingtian's choice? In fact, Tan Shu-Teng was not 100% certain Duan Lingtian could save him, but he was at his wit's end. He continued to plead, frightened, young master, I killed those people because he was blocking our way. I was only carrying out your orders. It was not surprising that Tan Shu-Teng was frightened. After all, let alone the Lingu clan, the Leng clan and the Zhang clan were forces to be reckoned with in the peaceful Might realm. She's invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He ignored Tan Shu-Teng's pleas and looked at the ordinary-looking young woman. He did not expect the other party to be so extraordinary. Even Hu Fei Yan seemed surprised. Deputy Commander Hu, you really live up to your reputation. I'm surprised you know me. The linked solitary realm is far from the peaceful might realm after all, Lingu Yundi said with a slight nod. Her voice was friendly, and she did not put on any airs at all. After a brief pause, Lingu Yundi added, an elder whom I respect very much has a close relationship with your godfather. He told me several times that he would have visited your godfather in the linked solitary realm if it were not for an incident that happened in the past. He said he was too embarrassed to meet your godfather after that incident. Zhang Yu's expression darkened upon hearing these words. Hu Fei Yan seemed surprised and confused. On the other hand, Tan Shuteng's eyes brightened when he heard Lingu Yundi's words. Perhaps, Lingu Yundi would not stand on their side, but based on her words, there was a chance she might stay neutral. In his opinion, if Lingu Yundi did not get involved, as long as Hu Fei Yan was willing, she would be able to save him. I hope Deputy Commander Hu won't object to protecting me for young Master's sake and also because of how diligent I have been, Tan Shuteng thought to himself anxiously. His life was at stake after all. I've never heard my godfather mention this matter before, Hu Fei Yan said. Her expression had eased as well. Lingu Yundi was acknowledged as being invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods. Although Hu Fei Yan had never fought with Lingu Yundi before, she knew she was no match for Lingu Yundi. With the varying strengths of cultivators in the same realm, it was not impossible for the strongest cultivator to kill the weakest cultivator in the same realm. Lingu Yundi sighed softly and said, perhaps, your godfather is still angry at the elder. This matter still weighs heavily in that elder's heart. I hope Deputy Commander Hu will speak to your godfather on my elder's behalf. He's really regretful. Hu Fei Yan was startled by Lingu Yundi's modest behavior. At the same time, she wondered if Lingu Yundi's elder was also a supreme powerhouse. After a moment, she nodded and replied, I'll relay your message to my godfather. Thank you, Lingu Yundi said sincerely. Then, she glanced at Zhang Yu and said tonelessly, Zhang Yu, I won't allow you to look for trouble with them. I heard that your junior brother was expelled by your master previously. He was a direct disciple of a supreme powerhouse, but instead of improving himself, he sank into depravity and even became a bandit. He should have known the risks of becoming a bandit. His actions were tantamount to seeking death. You can't blame anyone for his death. Zhang Yu's expression turned unsightly upon hearing these words. Earlier, Lingu Yundi had followed them here because she was bored. He thought that he could use this opportunity to get close to Lingu Yundi and forge a connection with the Lingu clan. He did not expect the situation to take a sudden twist at all. Zhang Yu took a deep breath to calm down. Then, a warm expression appeared on his face as he said, Miss Lingu, I won't look for trouble with Deputy Commander Hu, but, he trailed off and glanced at Tan Shuteng before he continued to say, however, I won't allow my junior brother's murderer to escape. Upon hearing these words, Lingu Yundi did not respond to Zhang Yu. Instead, she turned to look at Hu Fei Yan. If Hu Fei Yan wanted to protect Tan Shuteng, she would intervene on Hu Fei Yan's behalf. She was willing to do this if it could help resolve the issue between her elder and Hu Biyugui. She owed the elder for taking care of her for so many years, and she found it distressing to see her elder living in guilt. In the past, she had gone to Guilan City to meet Hu Biyugui, but he refused to meet her when he found out that she was from the Lingu clan. As such, she hoped to resolve this matter through Hu Fei Yan. Duan Ling Tian, who was silent until now, glanced at Hu Fei Yan. He had gotten to know her a little better during their journey, but he was uncertain about how she would respond to the words of Zhang Yu, the young master of Mount Tai's Zhang clan. After all, she had no relations with and obligations toward Tan Shuteng. At the same time, Tan Shuteng stared at Hu Fei Yan with pleading eyes. What do you think? Hu Fei Yan asked. At the same time, she said through voice transmission, with Lingu Yundi's presence, we'll be able to save Tan Shuteng's life now. However, the Zhang clan will definitely make a move later. Not only is Zhang Yu's father the clan leader, but his ancestor is also the strongest supreme powerhouse in the clan. It's said that the Zhang clan's ancestor dotes on him as well. Zhang Yu is strong not only because of his innate talent and comprehension, but it's mostly because of his ancestor. After a pause, Hu Fei Yan continued to say through voice transmission, we'll be able to avoid future troubles if we hand Tan Shuteng over to Zhang Yu. Chapter 4471. Is this the end or is this just the beginning? Hu Fei Yan's meaning was obvious. If they did not hand Tan Shuteng over, their journey to the Sacred Wind Realm, one of the 3 great sacred realms, would be dangerous. The Zhang clan's supreme powerhouse might send people after them. If they handed Tan Shuteng over, even if their journey would not be completely trouble-free, they would not be targeted by the Zhang clan. Young master, you, Tan Shuteng called out anxiously through voice transmission when he saw Hu Fei Yan looking at Duan Lingtian and asking for Duan Lingtian's opinion. Duan Lingtian did not let Tan Shuteng finish speaking before he said to Hu Fei Yan resolutely, Tan Shuteng is working for me, and he's also helped us a lot during this journey. I can't hand him over. Moreover, even without Tan Shuteng, we still would have killed the leader of the bandit. A joyful expression appeared on Tan Shuteng's face upon hearing these words. He quickly thanked Duan Lingtian profusely. He was filled with gratitude at this moment. Whether it was under orders or not, he indeed killed the leader of the bandit. It would be undoubtedly easier for Duan Lingtian to hand him over to Zhang Yu, the young master of Mount Tai's Zhang clan. He was not naive after all. He knew that even if Zhang Yu dropped the matter now because of Linggu Yundi, Zhang Yu would definitely not let the matter go after Linggu Yundi left. If he were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he would also hand himself over to Zhang Yu. As such, he was surprised and delighted that Duan Lingtian, whom he had only known for a short time, was determined to protect him. How could he not feel moved and grateful? At the same time, Zhang Yu's expression darkened upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words. However, a hint of fear could be seen in the depths of his eyes as well. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was definitely not a simple character. After all, not only was Duan Lingtian traveling with Hu Fei Yan, but Hu Fei Yan also asked for Duan Lingtian's opinion. It would not be easy to deal with the murderer of his junior brother since it was clear, based on the way the murderer addressed Duan Lingtian as young master, that the murderer was Duan Lingtian's subordinate. As for Hu Fei Yan, her expression did not change much after listening to Duan Lingtian's words. However, a hint of admiration could be seen in her eyes. If Duan Lingtian had chosen to give up on Tan Shuteng, even if she could understand his decision, she would have looked down on him in her heart. It spoke a lot about Duan Lingtian's character that he did not give up on Tan Shuteng. If he had given up on Tan Shuteng, she would have found an excuse and parted ways with him after they arrived in the Sacred Wind Realm. After all, he could give up on Tan Shuteng. It meant that he would also give up on her if they faced danger in the future. Although she had many life-saving methods, which were given to her by her adoptive father, they were not limitless. If her companion was unreliable, it was better for her to travel alone. Finally, Hu Fei Yan turned to Zhang Yu and said determinedly, Zhang Yu, you heard my friend's words. We can't hand him over to you. If you're not satisfied, we can fight. I also want to see the strength of the young master of the Zhang clan. Hu Fei Yan was filled with fighting spirits at this moment. Her long hair fluttered in the air as she stood majestically like a powerful female warrior. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yu, whose expression was dark, instinctively glanced at Linggu Yundi. Linggu Yundi saw Zhang Yu looking at her and said expressionlessly, Zhang Yu, your junior brother isn't without blame in this matter. You should let this matter go. Following that, Linggu Yundi looked at Lang Jing, the young man standing next to her, and asked, Lang Jing, what do you think? Upon hearing these words, Lang Jing, the nephew of the clan leader of the Winterland's Lang clan and the prodigy of the clan who came with Linggu Yundi and Zhang Yu, said, Zhang Yu, Miss Linghu's words make sense. For her sake, you should let this matter go. Zhang Yu was intimidated by Linggu Yundi's strength and background. As such, he only scoffed and did not say anything else. He only looked at Duan Lingtian and the others with a dark expression before he turned around and left. Upon seeing this, Lang Jing hurried after Zhang Yu. On the other hand, Linggu Yundi looked at Hu Fei Yan and said with a smile, Deputy Commander Hu, please don't forget your promise to me. Without waiting for Hu Fei Yan's reply, Linggu Yundi turned around and left. However, before she left, her eyes lingered on Duan Lingtian briefly. At this time, apart from Duan Lingtian and the others, only the disheveled middle-aged man, the only survivor of the Yuan organization, was left. His expression was extremely grim at this moment. He did not expect this outcome at all. After he regained his senses, he hastily chased after Zhang Yu. If he stayed any longer, he might possibly lose his life. With this, the matter ended without a fight. However, Duan Lingtian did not feel at ease. He knew that this was just the calm before the storm. If it were not for Lingu Yundi's presence, this matter would not have been resolved so easily. Whether it was the Zhang clan or the Leng clan, they were both powerful forces, and they were not any weaker than the colossal heaven army. Zhang Yu and Leng Jing were both prodigies in their respective clans and were almost as strong as a peerless top advanced supreme god. They were naturally not intimidated by Hu Fei Yan, let alone an unknown person. Like him, if Lingu Yundi weren't present today, not only Hu Fei Yan, but I'd have to fight as well. After all, we can only save Tan Shu Teng if we defeat Zhang Yu and Leng Jing, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. We're only nearing the three great sacred realms, but we've already encountered three cultivators who were almost comparable to peerless top advanced supreme gods. One of them is even acknowledged to be invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the peaceful might realm, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He could not help but feel slightly fearful when he thought about Lingu Yundi. Since Lingu Yundi was widely acknowledged as being invincible among those below the realm of peerless advanced supreme god in the peaceful might realm, she was undoubtedly powerful. As such, Duan Ling Tian was not very sure if he could defeat her even if he went all out and asked for help from the world-cleansing divine water and the divine tree of life. Perhaps, they would fight to a draw at most. There was even a possibility that he might be at a slight disadvantage. After all, he had not comprehended any of his laws to the perfect form. His strength mostly came from his sword Dao. Considering how powerful Lingu Yundi is, I'm afraid she doesn't just have a profound comprehension of the law. It's likely that she has other means as well. There's also a possibility that she has a profound comprehension of one of the four Daos of heaven and earth as well, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself solemnly. At this time, Tan Shu Teng was finally able to heave a sigh of relief after Zhang Yu and the others left. Then, he hurriedly thanked Duan Ling Tian and Hu Fei Yan who had saved his life again before he said, "Young master, Deputy Commander Hu, the young master of the Zhang clan left because he's afraid of Miss Lingu. However, it's certain that he hasn't let this matter go. Why don't we take a detour after this? I'll pilot the flying ship. With that, both of you can cultivate or rest with ease." Needless to say, this suggestion was not only for Duan Ling Tian and Hu Fei Yan's benefit, but it was also for Tan Shu Teng's benefit. He knew that if Zhang Yu returned after Lingu Yundi left, Zhang Yu might not do anything to Duan Ling Tian and Hu Fei Yan since Zhang Yu was afraid of their formidable backgrounds, but Zhang Yu definitely would not have any qualms about killing him. Hu Fei Yan agreed to Tan Shu Teng's suggestion, and Duan Ling Tian had no objection as well. It did not matter that they had to take a detour since it would only take a little longer for them to reach their destination. After boarding the flying ship, instead of going straight, the flying ship took a turn to the side. At this time, even Duan Ling Tian and Hu Fei Yan were unaware that the disheveled middle-aged man from earlier was tailing them from a distance. Meanwhile, Leng Jing looked at Lingu Yundi, who was standing nearby, and asked skeptically, "Miss Lingu, why are you so courteous to Hu Fei Yan? The colossal heaven army is nothing in front of the Lingu clan, right?" Based on what Leng Jing knew, not only did the Lingu clan have an imminent world supreme powerhouse, but the Lingu clan also had supreme powerhouses who were not any weaker than Hu Bi Yugui, the commander of the colossal heaven army. With that, the colossal heaven army was indeed nothing compared to the Lingu clan. "Didn't I say it earlier? An elder of mine is acquainted with the commander of the colossal heaven army," Lingu Yundi said with a hint of impatience. After sensing Lingu Yundi's impatience, although Leng Jing was curious, he no longer asked any more questions about this matter. However, he said to Zhang Yu through voice transmission, "Zhang Yu, after we part ways with Lingu Yundi, I'll accompany you to find those three and avenge your junior brother. Even if you can't kill Hu Fei Yan, we can't let that young man's subordinate live. After all, he killed your junior brother. However, before we do that, I suggest you ask for help from the Zhang clan as well. Tell the clan to send helpers. They have to at least be on par with us in terms of strength." Based on how courteous Hu Fei Yan was, that young man is definitely not any weaker than Hu Fei Yan. We might not be able to win them if it's just the two of us. Zhang Yu's expression did not change as he listened to Leng Jing's words. Only a hint of icy killing intent could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he replied tonelessly through voice transmission, "That's my thoughts as well." Chapter 4472. They've returned. However, I'm sure they also expect you to return and seek revenge, Leng Jing said worriedly through voice transmission. It's possible that they'd taken a detour. Based on the direction of their flying ship previously, they should be on their way to the sacred wind realm. If we go to the Sacred Wind Realm from here, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to find them." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yu smiled indifferently and said, "You don't have to worry about this. Haven't you realized that the man following us earlier isn't around?" Lang Jing instinctively turned to look back before he asked, surprised and relieved, "You sent him to follow them? Good, this means we'll be able to find them." However, after a moment, he asked, "He won't be discovered, right?" "Rest assured," Zhang Yu said confidently, "he comprehends the law of Earth. Previously, he watched undetected as my junior brother was killed. They did not sense him at all at that time, and they won't be able to sense him as well this time. It's due to this talent of his that my junior brother recruited him. Apart from that, I also promise that if he handles this matter well, I'll bring him to the Zhang clan and make him an outer disciple." After listening to these words, Lang Jing felt completely at ease. While Tan Shu Teng piloted the flying ship, Duan Ling Tian and Hu Fei Yan closed their eyes and cultivated. Although the flying ship took many detours and flew in various different directions, the duo was not bothered at all. After all, it would only take an extra 10 or 15 days for them to reach the Sacred Wind Realm. Even if it took a few more months or a year, the duo still would not be bothered. At the same time, the disheveled middle-aged man, who was tailing the flying ship, could not help but curse inwardly, "Damn it. You've already taken a detour. Is it necessary to change directions so many times? The person piloting the ship should be the person who killed the leader, right?" Although the middle-aged man was very good at remaining hidden thanks to his law of Earth, it was not without limit. Although the consumption speed was not high, he still had to expend energy to keep up with them while he remained hidden. After a moment, a joyful expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he thought to himself, "Fortunately, I broke through the realm of advanced supreme gods not long ago. Otherwise, I don't think I'll be able to keep this up." Tan Shu Teng, who was piloting the flying ship, was naturally unaware of the middle-aged man's presence. He continued moving in different directions, and during this time, he encountered a few groups of bandits as well. He did not hesitate and quickly chased them away or killed them. He did not pursue those who managed to escape, worried that it would draw the attention of people from the Zhang clan. The Zhang clan was very famous in the peaceful Might realm. Although it was not as strong as the Divine Gateway's Lingu clan, the clan was still only second to top forces like the Lingu clan in the peaceful Might realm. Although Zhang Yu left earlier, he was clearly unwilling and dissatisfied. "I'm sure that after parting ways with Miss Lingu, he'll chase after us. If he and the people from the Zhang clan find us, I'll definitely die." Although they might not do anything to the young master and deputy commander who, due to their backgrounds, it won't stop them from making a move against me. I'm afraid that even if the young master wants to protect me, he'll be helpless. Tan Shu Teng was sure about this. As such, he piloted the flying ship at top speed and frequently changed directions. In fact, at this time, the flying ship was rather far from the Sacred Wind Realm. "Maybe we shouldn't go to the Sacred Wind Realm. If we continue in this direction a little longer, it won't be long before the distance to the Sacred Wind Realm is similar to the distance to the Sacred Lightning Realm," Tan Shu Teng thought to himself. Tan Shu Teng naturally did not dare to make decisions on his own. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and Hu Fei Yan, who were cultivating with their eyes closed, for a moment before he finally made up his mind. "I'll wait until the distance to the Sacred Wind Realm and the Sacred Lightning Realm is about the same before I ask the young master if we should go to the Sacred Wind Realm or the Sacred Lightning Realm." The flying ship continued forth. During the journey, there were still groups of bandits that stopped the flying ship, and Tan Shu Teng drove them away or killed them as usual. 10 days had passed when Tan Shu Teng finally began to let his guard down. "It's been 10 days, but the people from the Zhang clan still haven't shown up. It should be impossible for them to find us now, right? They've probably gone in the wrong direction, hoping to intercept us. Fortunately, I made many detours," Tan Shu Teng thought to himself, feeling both happy and hopeful. Alas, these feelings did not last long. 5 days later, more than a dozen people blocked the path of the flying ship. Initially, Tan Shu Teng assumed they were just bandits, but when the flying ship drew closer and he saw the 2 people standing in the lead, he was in shock and disbelief. "How's this possible? How did they find us? Did they use some tracking technique? No, that's impossible. If they had used a tracking technique, the young master and deputy commander who would have noticed it." The 2 people standing in the lead were none other than Zhang Yu, the young master of Mount Tai's Zhang clan, and Lang Jing, the prodigy from the Winterland's Leng clan. Frightened, Tan Shutang hurriedly woke Duan Lingtian and Hu Feiyan up after he regained his senses. The situation was no longer under his control. Young Master, Deputy Commander Hu, Tan Shutang did not even need to probe them to know that the three people standing in the second row behind Zhang Yu and Leng Jing were almost comparable to peerless top advanced supreme gods, while those 10 people standing in the third row were all comparable to him at least. He was completely helpless at this moment. He had no doubts that as soon as he left the flying ship, he would be killed immediately. At this time, Hu Feiyan frowned slightly and glanced at Tan Shutang as she asked, "Have we arrived at the sacred wind realm?" On the contrary, Duan Lingtian was not confused like Hu Feiyan. When he opened his eyes, he looked at the mirror image at the side of the flying ship. Then, he muttered under his breath, "Zhang Yu from the Zhang clan and Leng Jing from the Leng clan are here. Seeing the people they brought with them, it seems like they came prepared. Miss Lingu isn't here, so they must have gathered people and came after us after they parted ways with her." After that, Duan Lingtian looked askance at Tan Shutang. He found it strange that those people found them even though Tan Shutang had taken so many detours. Tan Shutang naturally understood Duan Lingtian's thoughts after he saw the expression on Duan Lingtian's face. He smiled wryly and said, "Young Master, I was already very careful. I changed directions more than 100 times. I didn't expect that they were still able to find us." At this time, Tan Shutang was the most afraid. Even the wry smile on his face had to be forced. Chapter 4473 The Domineering Zhang Yu. Now that they were found, Tan Shutang thought that it was very unlikely that he would survive this encounter. In his opinion, he would have a better chance of surviving if Duan Lingtian or Hu Feiyan was willing to use the life-saving methods given to them by their respective supreme powerhouses. However, these life-saving methods were meant for their use. These people only targeted him, not Duan Lingtian and Hu Feiyan. Under such circumstances, let alone Hu Feiyan, would Duan Lingtian be willing to use the life-saving methods to protect him? It was not that he thought Duan Lingtian or Hu Feiyan were ruthless, but if he were in their shoes, he would not have used such an important thing to protect an unimportant person as well. He was aware of his importance to the duo. Nonetheless, even if Duan Lingtian were to give up on him now, he would not have any complaints. He felt that Duan Lingtian was already very kind to protect him previously. "Oh, they tracked us all the way here," Hu Feiyan murmured as she narrowed her eyes and looked at the people in the mirror image coldly. "Zhang Yu and Leng Jing are afraid of offending Miss Lingu, but they dared to do this. Did they think I'm a pushover?" Hu Feiyan had a good impression of Lingu Yundi, but she could not tolerate others looking down on her while they acted deferentially toward Lingu Yundi. After all, she did not think she was inferior to Lingu Yundi. Although she was not a match for Lingu Yundi, she was a few thousand years younger than Lingu Yundi. She thought that she would not be any weaker than Lingu Yundi when she was Lingu Yundi's age. Since they were both female cultivators, she could not help but compare herself to Lingu Yundi. With all these thoughts in mind, Hu Feiyan grew even more furious as she looked at Zhang Yu and Leng Jing. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had already risen to his feet at this moment. His gaze was cold, and he seemed to be muttering something under his breath. After a short moment, his gaze turned excited like a hunter who had found his prey after a long search. At this moment, Tan Shutang said with a sigh, "Young Master, Deputy Commander Hu, if there's no other way, you should hand me over to them. I'm quite certain that if you do that, they won't trouble you any longer." Tan Shutang's words were not perfunctory. He sincerely felt that it was not necessary for Duan Lingtian and Hu Feiyan to offend the people in front of them. This matter would be resolved as long as the duo handed him over. After all, those people would certainly prefer not to burn bridges with the duo. Duan Lingtian and Hu Feiyan did not pay attention to Tan Shutang's words. "Since they're here, let's go out and meet them," Duan Lingtian said calmly before he flew out of the flying ship, followed by Hu Feiyan. Although Tan Shutang's heart was heavy, he left the flying ship as well. After all, he knew the outcome would be the same whether he left the flying ship or not. At this moment, he had completely lost all hope of surviving. Duan Lingtian stood in front of the flying ship, across from the group of people. Hu Feiyan stood next to Duan Lingtian, and her beautiful eyes were cold as she asked, "Zhang Yu, what do you mean by this? You left earlier, but now you returned. What, now that Miss Lingu isn't here, do you think I'm easy to bully?" Hu Feiyan was infuriated when she thought about how Zhang Yu and Leng Jing were looking down on her. Faced with the furious Hu Feiyan, before Zhang Yu could respond, Lang Jing said in a friendly tone, "You're the deputy commander of the Colossal Heaven Army and the adoptive daughter of the commander of the Colossal Heaven Army. How dare we bully you? We're here for the murderer of Zhang Yu's junior brother. We have no ill intentions toward you or the young man next to you." Hu Feiyan scoffed, "As long as I'm here, don't even think about laying your hands on him." As soon as Hu Feiyan's voice fell, her divine energy, imbued with her law, burst forth from her body. The hem of her robes fluttered in the wind as her eyes burned with battle intent. Hu Feiyan said loudly and confidently, "Zhang Yu, let's settle today's matter with a fight between us. If you manage to subdue me within 100 moves, I'll hand him over to you. If not, you'll retreat with your people. What do you think?" In fact, as soon as Hu Feiyan learned of Zhang Yu's identity, she had been itching to fight with him. However, due to Ling Yundi's presence, she did not get to fight with Zhang Yu. She knew a little about Zhang Yu and was confident that she was not any weaker than him. She knew that it was impossible for Zhang Yu to subdue her within 100 moves. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of Tan Shutang, who was certain of his death, lit up with hope. After a brief moment, he turned to look at Hu Feiyan with eyes shining with gratitude. Although there was no guarantee she would win, she had given him a sliver of hope, which was better than nothing. On the contrary, Duan Lingtian did not react to Hu Feiyan's words at all. He was rather apathetic. He did not think there was anything wrong with Hu Feiyan's words. However, Tan Shutang had sworn on the Heaven Vault's blood oath and was his subordinate as long the contract did not expire. As such, he felt it was his duty to protect Tan Shutang, who had nothing to do with Hu Feiyan. At this time, after hearing Hu Feiyan's words, Zhang Yu said with a sneer, "Hu Feiyan, I only addressed you as deputy commander who for your godfather's sake. Do you think this is the Colossal Heaven Army's territory? Unlike you, I have the upper hand in this situation. Why should I agree to you and let you have your way?" After that, without waiting for Hu Feiyan's reply, Zhang Yu waved his hand and said, "Lang Jing, you and Elder Zhang Ming keep the two of them occupied. The Black Profound Guards will spread out to disrupt the space and stop them from leaving. I'll personally kill the person who killed my junior brother." As soon as Zhang Yu's voice fell, his eyes that shifted to Tan Shutang, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian and Hu Feiyan, burned with killing intent. Chapter 4474 Duan Lingtian protects Tan Shutang. Zhang Yu gave his orders decisively and quickly. It was as though he long thought out how to deal with Duan Lingtian and the others. He naturally had no intention of causing any harm to Hu Feiyan and only wanted to restrain her so she could not protect Tan Shutang. Moreover, if he really drove Hu Feiyan into a corner, he had no doubts that she would use the life-saving methods her adoptive father, Hu Biyugui, had given him. If that happened, he would also be forced to use the life-saving methods given to him by his ancestor. He was naturally unwilling to use the life-saving methods for such a trivial matter, and he was certain Hu Feiyan felt the same way. As such, he concluded that as long as he did not push her into a corner and only restrained her, she would not use the life-saving methods, let alone use them because of a person like Tan Shutang. As for Duan Lingtian, although Zhang Yu felt that Duan Lingtian was responsible for his junior brother's death, he did not plan to hurt Duan Lingtian either and only planned to restrain him. After all, based on how courteous Hu Feiyan was to Duan Lingtian, he concluded that Duan Lingtian also had an extraordinary background. Such a person naturally possessed life-saving means from a supreme powerhouse. This was the limit of Zhang Yu's compromise. He would not hurt Hu Feiyan and Duan Lingtian, but he would not let Tan Shutang go even if Tan Shutang was Duan Lingtian's subordinate. He did not care if Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary background, and in his opinion, it was enough that he did not hurt Duan Lingtian. After all, he, too, had an extraordinary background. In his opinion, since Duan Lingtian's subordinate killed his junior brother, it was only fair for him to kill Duan Lingtian's subordinate. Unless the supreme powerhouse backing Duan Lingtian was stronger than his ancestor, there was no way he would give up on avenging his junior brother. Otherwise, he was determined to kill Tan Shutang. As the young master of Mount Tai's Zhang clan, Zhang Yu naturally had his pride and would not bow his head easily. He gave in to Ling Yundi since Ling Yundi's background was not only better than his, but she was also stronger than him. It was not embarrassing to give in to her. However, Hu Feiyan was different. She was not enough to make him back down. As for Duan Lingtian, Although he suspected that Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary background, he did not know anything about Duan Lingtian. Who was to say Duan Lingtian's background was superior to his? As such, there was no way he would give in to Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, if Duan Lingtian wanted him to retreat, Duan Lingtian should just reveal his background and prove that he had a superior background. Do it. Subsequently, Lang Jing and the three men from the Zhang clan who were almost comparable to peerless top advanced supreme gods flew toward Duan Lingtian and Hu Feiyan. At the same time, the 10 black profound guards, who were not as powerful, spread out and surrounded the trio as they disrupted the space. Based on this, it was clear that Zhang Yu was skilled in the law of space and wanted to prevent her from teleporting Tan Shu Teng away. While Lang Jing and the other three flew toward Duan Lingtian and Hu Feiyan, Zhang Yu was staring at Tan Shu Teng intently. At this time, Tan Shu Teng, who had lost all hope, suddenly heard a voice say, "Enter my spatial artifact." Young master, Tan Shu Teng was shocked. Tan Shu Teng did not expect that Duan Lingtian would continue to protect him. After all, the current situation was not in their favor, their opponents' collective strength overwhelmed theirs. Even if they used the life-saving means given to them, it would not make a difference since Zhang Yu had them as well. Moreover, there was Lang Jing. Although Lang Jing was not the young master of the Lang clan, he was still a highly valued prodigy of the Lang clan. As such, the supreme powerhouse from the Lang clan definitely would give him some life-saving means as well. If both sides summoned the projections of their respective supreme powerhouses, it would turn into a confrontation between supreme powerhouses. At that time, the side with the stronger supreme powerhouse would win the confrontation. Needless to say, if their side lost, Tan Shu Teng would die. Hurry up, Duan Lingtian said impatiently, urging Tan Shu Teng to enter his spatial artifact. Once the fight started, he would not be able to protect Tan Shu Teng. Hu Feiyan was also slightly surprised that Duan Lingtian was going to such an extent to protect Tan Shu Teng. She could not help but wonder, is he so confident because of the supreme powerhouse behind him? Since Duan Lingtian was so determined, Hu Feiyan thought that it was likely that this would end with a confrontation between supreme powerhouses. After all, just her and Duan Lingtian alone were not enough to deal with 5 cultivators who were almost comparable to peerless top advanced supreme gods, including Zhang Yu and Lang Jing. Zhang Yu did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so determined to protect Tan Shu Teng as well. It was clear that Duan Lingtian was not going to back down without a fight. He said grimly, "Very well. Let's fight. I want to see which supreme powerhouse is protecting you as well." In both the outer boundary and myriad worlds, strong supreme powerhouses were all famous. It was thanks to many fortuitous encounters that they were able to become so strong. They would fight for these fortuitous encounters, making a name for themselves in their journey to grow stronger. To ordinary cultivators, they were mysterious and powerful, but in fact, they were not different from ordinary cultivators at the core. Like ordinary cultivators, they too strove to improve their strength. One example of famous supreme powerhouses was the supreme powerhouse from Mount Tai's Zhang clan. However, even his fame and strength were nothing compared to imminent world supreme powerhouses like the one in the Lingu clan, let alone world supreme powerhouses. After all, imminent supreme powerhouses were only second to world supreme powerhouses. "I hope you don't regret this," Zhang Yu said coldly before he flew over to join Lang Jing and the other 3 men. Then, he said to Hu Feiyan, "Hu Feiyan, your friend has gone crazy, and I advise you not to get involved." Upon hearing these words, Hu Feiyan smiled slightly and said, "Zhang Yu, you just said that he's my friend, right? How can I not do anything and watch my friend fight?" Following that, Hu Feiyan's divine energy, which had been imbued with the law of space, surged forth, causing the void to ripple. Although she felt pressured by her opponents, she was not afraid. After all, she had her trump cards as well. Chapter 4475 Duan Lingtian's law of space has had a breakthrough. Hu Feiyan was very confident about her trump cards. Currently, they were not even in the 3 great sacred realms. Even if they were in the 3 great sacred realms, she was confident no one could kill her unless they were saints or imminent saints. All she had to do was not enter independent realms that prohibited the use of the life-saving means her adoptive father gave her. At this time, Hu Feiyan looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing nearby, and speculated inwardly, "It seems like he's very confident about his backer. Is his backer an imminent saint? He can't be a saint, right?" The fact that Duan Ling Tian continued to protect Tan Shu Teng under such circumstances proved that he was not worried at all even if all of them summoned the projections of their respective supreme powerhouses. Based on his confidence, there was no doubt that the supreme powerhouse behind him was very powerful. Hu Fei Yan was still lost in her thoughts when she heard Duan Ling Tian say, "You deal with Zhang Yu and leave the other four to me." Hu Fei Yan thought to herself, shocked, this guy, he plans to fight Lang Jing and the other three on his own. Although Hu Fei Yan did not know the three men Zhang Yu and Lang Jing brought, based on their divine energies and the level of comprehension of their laws, she knew they were almost comparable to peerless top advanced supreme gods. Even if they were slightly weaker than her, it would be difficult for her to defeat them collectively alone. She could barely stand her ground if two of them joined forces, but if all of them joined forces, it was only a matter of time before she was defeated. Is Li Feng crazy? Is he really going to fight the four of them alone? Does he think he's Lingu Yundi? In Hu Fei Yan's opinion, with Duan Ling Tian's strength, facing four cultivators who were almost comparable to peerless top advanced supreme gods alone was no different from stopping a huge tide with a broom. Hu Fei Yan would not have found it so unbelievable if Lingu Yundi, who was acknowledged as being invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the peaceful might realm, could deal with the four of them alone. However, being able to deal with them meant that Lingu Yundi could stand her ground. It did not mean that Lingu Yundi could defeat them. They were all close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods after all. Even if Lingu Yundi was strong, her strength was still limited. It was still possible for her to defeat Lang Jing and another one of those three men, but defeating three of them was impossible, let alone four. While Hu Fei Yan was still lost in her thoughts, she saw Duan Ling Tian fly toward the four people, taking the initiative to attack. He was like a sharp sword at this moment. He must plan to confront the four of them while he summons the projection of the supreme powerhouse behind him, Hu Fei Yan concluded inwardly. In the end, regardless of her thoughts, she did not say anything and made a move. Hu Fei Yan brought out her feng shui compass, a prime divine artifact. Her adoptive father had specially forged it for her. Not only was it suitable for her to use, but it also boosted her strength greatly. As soon as she received it, she could use it skillfully and did not need time to get used to it like she would have to if she were to be given another prime divine artifact. Although the Seven Orifices exquisite sword was not especially forged for Duan Ling Tian, he was very familiar with it and did not need to waste time adapting to it after it became a prime divine artifact. This was because the Seven Orifices exquisite sword had been with him for a long time before it even became a prime divine artifact. However, for most people, it would take quite some time to get used to their prime divine artifacts. During that time, they would not be able to exert the full strength of their prime divine artifacts. I've long heard about the reputation of the young master of Mountain Tai's Zhang clan. Show me your strength today, Hu Fei Yan said as she charged toward Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu did not underestimate Hu Fei Yan. After all, he knew that she was the beloved daughter of Hu Bi Gui, the commander of the colossal heaven army, and at a young age, she was already almost comparable to a peerless top advanced supreme god. Although female cultivators were fewer than male cultivators, all of them were very talented and powerful. Lingu Yundi was a good example, and she was someone he dared not provoke. It was because of Lingu Yundi that he had to retreat previously even if he was very unwilling. He only dared to act after he parted ways with her. However, it had to be said that he was deferential to her not only because of her strength, but also because of the Divine Gateway's Lingu clan. Hu Fei Yan, Zhang Yu growled. At the same time, his divine energy burst forth from his body as he cast his law. He seemed to grow bigger, turning into a giant, as blood energy lingered around his body. He did not hesitate to use bloodline power as soon as he attacked. The bloodline power of the Zhang clan was rather powerful, turning them into giants and making them almost unstoppable. Hu Fei Yan scoffed coldly. Seeing that Zhang Yu had used his bloodline power, she also did not hesitate and used her bloodline power. Initially, she planned to keep an eye out for Duan Ling Tian in case he needed help. However, based on the current situation, she knew she could not afford to be distracted. Since Zhang Yu was going all out, she had to go all out as well. She speculated that Zhang Yu had intentionally done this so she could not help Duan Ling Tian. Indeed, Hu Fei Yan was right. Zhang Yu was trying to help Lang Jing and the others so they could quickly defeat Duan Ling Tian or force Duan Ling Tian into summoning the projection of the supreme powerhouse behind him. At that time, he would be able to assess if Duan Ling Tian was someone he could afford to offend or not. If the supreme powerhouse was not as strong as their respective supreme powerhouses, perhaps they might not have to summon their respective supreme powerhouses. At that time, they only needed to reveal the identities of their supreme powerhouses to force Duan Ling Tian to hand Tan Shu Teng over. After all, if it was possible, they did not want to use the jade tokens to summon their supreme powerhouses. That kind of jade token took a lot of energy and time for a supreme powerhouse to forge after all. A 7-colored sword ray boosted by the law of space shot put at this moment. Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted coldly as he thought to himself, these people came just at the right time, my law of space just had a breakthrough, and these people sent themselves over for me to test it out on them. Half a month ago, Duan Ling Tian finally comprehended his law of space to the perfect form. Needless to say, after the breakthrough, his law of space had grown stronger, especially since it had now reached the perfect form. Before the breakthrough, he was already close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods. After the breakthrough, even if he was not yet a peerless top advanced supreme god, he was already one of the strongest among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods. He was confident even if he had to fight Lingu Yundi, who was known as invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the peaceful might realm. He was certain that he was not any weaker than her. Chapter 4476 Duan Ling Tian isn't any weaker than Lingu Yundi. After Duan Ling Tian's law had reached the perfect form, he could clearly feel the significant improvement in his strength. He knew it would be easy for the current him who had a breakthrough to defeat the former him before the breakthrough. Although he was not in the realm of a peerless top advanced supreme god yet, he was undoubtedly much stronger than others like him who were close to the realm of a peerless advanced supreme god. When he had sensed his strength after his breakthrough, he had thought of Lingu Yundi, whom he had met not long ago, immediately. Lingu Yundi, the eldest young miss of the Divine Gateway's Lingu clan, was acknowledged as peerless among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the peaceful might realm. Previously, Duan Ling Tian did not fight Lingu Yundi, but he sensed the strong oppression from her. At that time, he clearly felt the gap between them. However, now that his law of space had a breakthrough, he was confident he would not feel that way if they met again. Unexpectedly, before he met Lingu Yundi again, the young master of Mount Tai's Zhang clan led his people over. There were 5 of them who were close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods, and they wanted him and Hu Fei Yan to hand Tan Shu Teng over to them. These people were rather confident that they would not use the life-saving items that were given to them by a supreme powerhouse for Tan Shu Teng's sake. Although Duan Ling Tian was sincere about protecting Tan Shu Teng, he still had to think twice about using the spirit blood essence, which was given to him by Situ Lei, the heaven-bearing sword saint. The spirit blood essence was also the only life-saving item he owned from a supreme powerhouse. If he used it for Tan Shu Teng's aid, it meant that he would lose a life-saving chance himself. If it really came down to it, he knew he would not use the spirit blood essence and would only do what he could to protect Tan Shu Teng. Tan Shu Teng is lucky this time that I had a breakthrough, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he calmly stood across from Leng Jing and the others. Leng Jing was a genius disciple of the Winterland's Leng clan. He was skilled in the law of ice and had comprehended it to its perfect form. There was no doubt that his comprehension of the law of ice was profound. When he made a move, the surrounding temperature dropped immediately. It was as though winter had arrived. When the phenomenon of the law appeared, the entire place turned into snowy land. Leng Jing wielded a prime divine artifact in the form of a sword. The sword looked like it was forged from ice, it was translucent and emitted cold air. When he brandished it, it froze everything in its wake, including the cracks in the void. As for the other 3 people with Leng Jing, they naturally owned prime divine artifacts as well. After all, they were not only close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods, but they were members of Mount Tai's Zhang clan. It was not surprising that they owned prime divine artifacts. Similar to Leng Jing, they had also comprehended their respective laws to the perfect form. They were different from Duan Ling Tian, who obtained strength close to that of a peerless top advanced supreme god from his sword Dao and not from his law of space, which previously had yet to reach the perfect form. Before his breakthrough, he was not stronger than the people in front of him, but now that he had broken through, his strength had improved significantly. Duan Ling Tian's 7-colored sword rays shot out. Its brilliance completely overshadowed the land that had been turned into a land of snow by Leng Jing. The sword rays dyed the snowy white land with various colors in just a blink of an eye. As they moved, they caused the space to ripple with their terrifying powers. With just one strike, Duan Ling Tian successfully fended off the joint attacks of Lang Jing and the others. When the attacks collided, a terrifying explosion rang in the air. A huge tear in the space appeared immediately after the collision, and then a huge spatial vortex appeared, pulling all the plants on the ground into it. The force of the collision surged in all directions, further damaging surrounding the areas. "How's this possible?" Lang Jing exclaimed. He was horrified, and he was in shock and disbelief. An old man, one of the three men with Lang Jing, said tremblingly, He's so strong." At this time, Zhang Yu and Hu Fei Yan, who were engaged in a fight earlier, had retreated due to the force of the collision. They instinctively turned to look in the direction of the commotion and saw a vast expanse of destruction. They were in shock and disbelief as they looked at the churning spatial vortex. After a moment, Zhang Yu and Hu Fei Yan saw Lang Jing and the others, who had retreated into the distance. Based on their expressions, it was not difficult to tell that they were panicking. They were further shocked when they saw Duan Ling Tian, who looked no worse for wear. "His law of space has reached the perfect form." Hu Fei Yan, who also comprehended the law of space, exclaimed inwardly after she sensed the energy from Duan Ling Tian's law of space that had yet to dissipate. She looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked tremblingly, filled with fear, You had a breakthrough in your law of space." Hu Fei Yan knew the level of Duan Ling Tian's strength very well. After all, she had just sparred with him not too long ago. At that time, he had yet to have a breakthrough with his law, but they were evenly matched. He was able to fight to a draw with her by relying on his terrifying sword Dao alone. Hu Fei Yan looked at Duan Ling Tian in a daze as she thought to herself, with his terrifying sword Dao and his law of space that has reached the perfect form, he's not weaker than Lingu Yundi, right? Hu Fei Yan observed the damage in Duan Ling Tian's surroundings and further confirmed her speculation. If Li Feng's sword Dao improves again, he might become a peerless top advanced supreme god. Now that Duan Ling Tian's law of space had reached the perfect form, its following improvements would be limited until it reached the paramount stage. Before the law of space reached the paramount stage, he could only become a peerless top advanced supreme god if he further improved his sword Dao. Hu Fei Yan knew this very well because her law of space had reached the perfect form a while ago, and she drew much of her strength now from the mastery Dao. Similarly, Zhang Yu, whom Hu Fei Yan had fought, had comprehended the law to the perfect form and had drawn most of his strength now from the saber Dao, which was also one of the four Daos of heaven and earth. Chapter 4477 Zhang Yu's speculation, second collision. He's not a peerless top advanced supreme god yet, the old man, one of the three men who had attacked with Lang Jing earlier, said. He was very observant, and he was now staring at Duan Ling Tian intently with fear in his eyes as he continued to say, his law of space just reached the perfect form not long ago. The reason he's so strong is due to his sword Dao. Currently, he's not any weaker than Miss Lingu Yundi from the Lingu clan. The old man was an elder in the Mount Tai's Zhang clan. Not long ago, he had received a message from Zhang Yu and left the clan to help Zhang Yu. He also learned that Zhang Yu was unable to act previously due to Lingu Yundi's intervention. He was not surprised that Zhang Yu did not go against Lingu Yundi. After all, even if Lang Jing helped Zhang Yu, not only would they not benefit from going against Lingu Yundi, but they would also offend Lingu Yundi, which was no different from offending the Lingu clan. The old man had naturally heard of Lingu Yundi and knew that she was acknowledged as peerless among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the peaceful might realm. As such, he could not help but compare Duan Ling Tian to her. He's not any weaker than Lingu Yundi. In the distance, Zhang Yu's expression turned unsightly when he heard the old man's assessment. After a moment, he asked Duan Ling Tian in a deep voice, May I ask where you come from? Perhaps, Mount Tai's Zhang clan is affiliated with the force you belong to. Zhang Yu's tone had become much more polite now. Nonetheless, one could still hear the reluctance in his voice. Duan Ling Tian only glanced at Zhang Yu indifferently before he looked away. Clearly, he had no intention of responding to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu's face flushed red from anger immediately upon seeing this. After all, as the young master of Mount Tai's Zhang clan, he had never been treated in such a manner. If he were not wary of Duan Ling Tian's background, he would have lost his temper by now. On the contrary, Lang Jing remained indifferent. He said, I don't believe he's on Par with Lingu Yundi. Then, he continued to say to the three men, we were careless and underestimated him earlier. After this, the four of us will attack with all our might. Let's see if he can still defend himself against us. If he's able to do it, it means he's really not weaker than Lingu Yundi. When Lang Jing's voice fell, the three men looked at Zhang Yu in unison. They were members of the Zhang clan after all, and they were summoned here by Zhang Yu. It was only natural that they listened to Zhang Yu. Lang Jing, despite his good relationship with Zhang Ju, was not qualified to order them around. Upon seeing the gloomy Zhang Yu nod, the trio finally nodded in response to Lang Jing's words. As they charged out along with Lang Jing, blood qi surged and lingered around their bodies. Just as Lang Jing suggested earlier, all of them attacked without holding back at all this time. The four figures, which looked majestic, swept out domineeringly between heaven and earth, causing the void to crack. They seemed to eclipse the sun at this moment with their terrifying strength. Along with the surging power, the phenomena of the laws appeared. It naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the vicinity. However, no one came to have a look. Perhaps, they did not dare to come over to have a look due to their lacking strength, afraid of being affected by the fight. Thousands of miles away, a figure that was flying at top speed suddenly came to a halt. He looked in the direction of the commotion fearfully as he muttered under his breath, heavens. Who's fighting? The power is earth-shattering. The energies, they're definitely not ordinary advanced supreme gods. In another place 8,000 miles away, a burly figure stood at the top of a mountain and looked in the direction of the commotion. His eyes flashed with fear as he said, although I've been an advanced supreme god quite a while ago, I don't think I'd be able to withstand even one move from those people. Are they peerless top advanced supreme gods? Even if they're not, they must be close to becoming one. Back to the battlefield. Lang Jing did not believe that Duan Ling Tian was on par with Lingu Yundi. As such, he joined forces with the three men from the Zhang clan again and attacked Duan Ling Tian. This time, the four of them did not hold back and attacked with all their might. In the distance, Zhang Yu and Hu Feiyan, who was burning with fighting spirits earlier, tacitly stopped fighting and watched the confrontation. After all, based on her short exchange with Zhang Yu, she determined that they were both on par with each other. Now, she wanted to see Duan Ling Tian's strength after the breakthrough in his law of space. Li Feng has doppelgangers. Now that his law of space has broken through, his doppelganger from the law of space must be stronger as well. Hu Feiyan, who was aware of Duan Ling Tian's hidden strength, thought to herself. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian did not flinch at all when faced with the attacks of Lang Jing and the three men. On the contrary, his eyes were bright as he rushed out to meet them. As he flew out, his doppelganger appeared. The doppelganger resembled him completely except for its lifeless eyes. Apart from that, its movements and speed were not much slower than those of Duan Ling Tian at all. Zhang Yu's eyes widened slightly. Doppelganger, he's from the myriad worlds. Although they were cultivators whose bloodline powers allowed them to form doppelgangers in the outer boundary, most cultivators in the outer boundary who owned doppelgangers were from the myriad worlds. Zhang Yu had a certain understanding of the myriad worlds. When he was a child, he had heard from his elders about the countless powerhouses in the myriad worlds. In fact, there were a few visiting elders in Mount Tai's Zhang clan who were from the myriad worlds. He had heard that those in the three strongest worlds were even more powerful than the saints in the outer boundary, and he had heard of the saint rank forces in the three strongest worlds. He did not know much about other forces. His knowledge was only limited to what he was told. He had never been to the myriad worlds before. Zhang Yu recalled everything that happened before he speculated inwardly. If he's from the myriad worlds, it's quite likely that he's from a saint rank force in the myriad worlds. At the same time, six figures collided in the distance. Duan Ling Tian and his doppelganger fought with Lang Jing and the other three men fearlessly. Despite the presence of his doppelganger, the fight could be considered a 1 versus 4 fight. Since the four men did not possess doppelgangers, they could only fight with their bloodline powers. At this moment, Zhang Yu looked at Hu Feiyan and asked through voice transmission, Hu Feiyan, which world did he come from? Did he tell you he came from the myriad worlds? Hu Feiyan was slightly surprised that Zhang Yu caught on so quickly. Nonetheless, she feigned a confused expression and asked, what do you mean? What world? Zhang Yu seemed to be fooled by Hu Feiyan. He muttered, if he's not from the myriad worlds, with his doppelgangers, he can only be from one of the few forces in the outer boundary. Among the cultivators in the outer boundary, many of them possessed bloodline powers, and very few possessed doppelgangers. There were perhaps a few demi-saints, who were imminent saints, who possessed doppelgangers, and one saint who possessed doppelgangers. A thought suddenly appeared in Zhang Yu's mind, and his eyes widened in shock. He shook his head and thought to himself, wait. Because I'm from a clan, I habitually only consider other clans. He could be from a sect as well. There's also a possibility that he's a disciple of a demi-saint. Based on how fearless Duan Ling Tian was when facing him, Zhang Yu theorized that Duan Ling Tian must have had the support of a demi-saint. Although the Zhang clan was a powerful second-tier force in the peaceful Might realm, the clan had no demi-saints. However, the clan had several supreme powerhouses. Among the supreme powerhouses, one of them was similar to Hu Bi Yu Gui, the lord of the colossal heaven army, and was close to becoming a demi-saint. Considering how fearless Duan Ling Tian was, Zhang Yu thought that the person or force behind Duan Ling Tian definitely was a demi-saint or had a demi-saint at least. At this moment, Zhang Yu was suddenly pulled back to his senses by a loud commotion. He quickly looked up and saw that the confrontation between Duan Ling Tian and the others had ended. His heart skipped a beat as he wondered inwardly, what are the results? Hu Fei Yan, who was standing nearby, looked ahead intently as well. The smoke gradually dispersed, and the dust gradually settled, revealing the sight hidden from Zhang Yu and Hu Fei Yan just a moment earlier. The duo froze as they looked at the scene before them in shock. Chapter 4478 Demi-Saint. Hu Fei Yan and Zhang Yu saw Lang Jing and the other three men panting heavily with ashen faces. Blood could be seen on the corners of their lips. It was obvious that they were seriously injured. On the contrary, the purple-clad young man standing across from them was only a little pale, and his doppelganger was slightly transparent, looking as though it might vanish at any moment. Duan Ling Tian looked at the people in front of him and sighed inwardly. I'm not a peerless top advanced supreme god yet, so I can't thoroughly defeat them. Duan Ling Tian did not hold back much of his own strength, which excluded the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life, when he attacked earlier. He did not use his other doppelgangers since his other laws had yet to reach the perfect form. If he had used them, they would not be different from cannon fodder. Let alone all 5 divine elements in the divine tree of life. If Duan Ling Tian had help from the world-cleansing divine water alone, his opponents would be in a much more terrible state now, and he would not be injured in the slightest. Nonetheless, he was rather proud he did not rely on them. Even with help of the divine tree of life and the world-cleansing divine water, it would be impossible for him to kill Lang Jing and the other 3 men unless his sword Dao improved significantly or his law reached the paramount stage. If he fulfilled one of those 2 conditions, he would become a peerless top advanced supreme god, who was even rarer than supreme powerhouses. However, it'll be very difficult for the law of space to improve further after it reaches the perfect form. Apart from having good comprehension skills, one will need a lot of luck and fortuitous encounters as well. My law of space reached the perfect form so quickly mainly because of the floating image pearls that contained the recordings of fights of peerless top advanced supreme gods who comprehended the law of space. Apart from that, it's been quite a while since I've made any improvements in my sword Dao. The further I go, the more difficult it is to improve. It feels like I'm approaching a dead end in my current realm. Perhaps, I should return to the god-defying world to find Master so I can discuss this with him. I'm sure I'll be enlightened. Duan Ling Tian's sword Dao was originally inspired by that of Feng Qingyang even if it was different now. His current strength might be on par or stronger than that of Feng Qingyang, but he knew that his sword Dao was still inferior to that of Feng Qingyang. If my sword Dao reaches the level of Master's sword Dao, I'll be a peerless top advanced supreme god now after my law of space reached the perfect form. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian once again realized how terrifying and profound Feng Qingyang's sword Dao was. Perhaps, even among world supreme powerhouses, otherwise known as saints in the outer boundary, there aren't many whose comprehension of the weapon Dao is as good as or better than that of Master. After spending some time in the outer boundary, Duan Ling Tian learned many things. For one, as long as a supreme powerhouse comprehended a law to the paramount stage, they would be almost as strong as a demi-saint even if they did not comprehend any of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Some of the supreme powerhouses with a powerful divine tree of life could even be as strong as a demi-saint. This was also the reason peerless top advanced supreme gods possessed strength comparable to imminent saint at least after becoming a supreme powerhouse. Some extremely powerful peerless top advanced supreme gods could even become demi-saints. As for the peerless top advanced supreme gods who had comprehended the law to the paramount stage and possessed a profound comprehension of one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, they would become a saint as soon as they became a supreme powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian had the makings of a saint as soon as he became a supreme powerhouse. If he comprehended the law of space to the paramount stage, with the level of his sword Dao, he would become a saint as soon as he became a supreme powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly, disappointed in himself for being unable to thoroughly defeat the 4 people in front of him. Meanwhile, similar to Hu Fei Yan and Zhang Yu, Lang Jing and the other 3 men, who experienced Duan Ling Tian's abnormally terrifying strength, looked at him in horror and disbelief. How could he be so strong? He's definitely not a peerless top advanced supreme god yet. His sword Dao is too strong. I'm afraid that even Lingu Yundi isn't even a match for him now, Lang Jing thought to himself, frightened out of his wits. Previously, Lang Jing did not believe that Duan Ling Tian was on par with Lingu Yundi. However, after their second exchange, where they attacked with all their might, he was thoroughly disabused of that notion. Who is he? With such strength, he can't be a nobody in the 3 great sacred realms, let alone our peaceful might realm. Which force does he come from? The 3 men from the Zhang clan, who were close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods, stared at Duan Ling Tian fearfully as well. At this time, Zhang Yu, who had just spoken to Lang Jing through voice transmission, could not help but feel disappointed. Based on the current situation, they did not have the upper hand at all. In fact, they were in a disadvantageous position. If they fought to death, they would still be slightly weaker. Although it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to kill them, they would still be seriously injured. After a brief moment, Zhang Yu flew to Lang Jing and the others. After he landed, he cupped his fists together at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Your strength is admirable, and I'm convinced by your strength. I'll let your subordinate go for killing my junior brother." Zhang Yu, unsurprisingly, chose to give in. He had no other choice after all. If they continued to fight, even if they did not die, they would still suffer injuries. Even if they used the life-saving items given to them, Duan Ling Tian could easily use one as well. There was also Hu Fei Yan, who definitely possessed life-saving items given to her by Hu Bi Yugui, the lord of the colossal heaven army. Hu Bi Yugui was almost as strong as a demi-saint and was on par with one of the supreme powerhouses of Mount Tai's Zhang clan. In Zhang Yu's opinion, let alone the eminent saint who backed Duan Ling Tian, Hu Bi Yugui alone was enough to save Hu Fei Yan and Duan Ling Tian. If Zhang Yu's speculation about Duan Ling Tian having the support of a demi-saint was right, they would have to pay a price if Duan Ling Tian ended up summoning the projection of a demi-saint. After all, none of the supreme powerhouses in his or Lang Jing's clan was a demi-saint. At that time, they would suffer a bigger loss. The best choice now was to minimize the damage and avoid further conflict. In conclusion, Zhang Yu and the others had no choice but to retreat, embarrassed. As for Duan Ling Tian, he scoffed upon hearing Zhang Yu's words. He said icily, "Do you think I'm someone you can provoke at will and casually retreat as you please?" Preposterous. The expressions of Zhang Yu, Lang Jing, and the others changed drastically. Clearly, Duan Ling Tian was not going to let the matter go so easily. At the same time, they were even more convinced that Duan Ling Tian had the support of a demi-saint at the very least. Otherwise, why was Duan Ling Tian so confident and fearless? At this time, Lang Jing said to Zhang Yu tremblingly through voice transmission, "Zhang Yu, if he summons the projection of a demi-saint, we have no choice but to bow our heads and compromise even if we summon our respective supreme powerhouses." Lang Jing was naturally frightened. The Winterland's Lang clan could not afford to offend a demi-saint after all. Chapter 4479 Compensation. Demi-saint. Zhang Yu naturally knew that the Zhang clan and the Lang clan could not afford to offend a demi-saint. As such, he was forced to take a step back. This was the first time he, the arrogant young master of Mount Tai's Zhang clan, had to lower himself. "Sir, how can we compensate you?" Zhang Yu asked Duan Ling Tian earnestly after taking a deep breath. At this time, his arrogance had been replaced by humbleness. Although he could not confirm 100% that Duan Ling Tian had the support of a demi-saint, it was better to be safe than sorry. "You should know that every action has its consequences," Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he looked at Zhang Yu. "I heard that the Zhang clan has control over the Valley of Bliss. I'll let this matter go in exchange for 9 stalks of blissful flower king." After a pause, Duan Ling Tian looked at Lang Jing before he continued to say, "As for the Lang clan, it's renowned for its northern nether winter cod. I want 3 Lord grade northern nether winter cod." The blissful flower king and the northern nether winter cod were very rare and valuable. They could raise the cultivation of those below the realm of advanced supreme gods. Advanced supreme gods could boost their strength with these things as well, but it would be too wasteful. The Zhang clan and Lang clan naturally did not simply let their advanced supreme gods use these things in such a manner. Zhang Yu and Lang Jing's expressions darkened as soon as they heard Duan Lingtian's words. The northern nether winter cod was hard to raise, and it cost the Lang clan a huge fortune to raise them. Moreover, Lord-grade northern nether winter cod was rare. In the past 10,000 years, the Lang clan only managed to breed to Lord-grade northern nether winter cod. Currently, the Lang clan only had a total of 10 Lord-grade northern nether winter cod. Needless to say, they were the Lang clan's most valuable and prized resource. Similarly, the blissful flower king was the Zhang clan's most valuable and prized resource. Alas, although Zhang Yu thought Duan Lingtian was being greedy, he could only swallow his anger. After all, he was afraid of further offending Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Lang Jing complained through voice transmission, "Zhang Yu, I got dragged into this matter because of you. You should bear the cost for this." Lang Jing truly regretted meddling in this matter. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with him or the Lang clan after all. Zhang Yu replied with a sneer, "Lang Jing, I didn't ask for your help. You insisted on coming along and watching the show. Although I had the intention, you were also pushing me to do it, right? How dare you push all the responsibility to me now that things have gone south?" Zhang Yu was naturally furious. In fact, he thought that Lang Jing was not very reliable, so he had asked for help from a few elders in the Zhang clan. From the very beginning, Lang Jing had been very eager to join him. How could he not be angry now that Lang Jing was trying to push all the responsibility onto him? Zhang Yu took a deep breath to calm down. Perhaps he was so angered by Lang Jing that he did not even bother to negotiate with Duan Lingtian. He said, "Sir, I'll have to return to the Zhang clan to get the blissful flower kings for you." "All right, I'll wait for you," Duan Lingtian said with a nod. He was not surprised that Zhang Yu did not carry so many blissful flower kings on him. He was also not worried about Zhang Yu going back on his words, since he had a feeling that Zhang Yu was under the impression that he had the protection of a demi-saint. "I'll return with the blissful flower kings as soon as I can," Zhang Yu said with a nod before he led his men away. The members of the Zhang clan who came with high spirits looked dispirited and embarrassed now when they left. In just a moment, only Lang Jing was left with Duan Lingtian and Hu Feiyan. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Lang Jing, and Hu Feiyan followed suit. Lang Jing shuddered inwardly now that he was facing two powerful cultivators who could easily kill him. He hastily said, "I'll return to the Lang clan and bring you the Lord Grade 3 Northern Nether Winter Cod at once." As though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would change his mind, Lang Jing left quickly. After Lang Jing left, Duan Lingtian looked at Hu Feiyan speechlessly for a moment before he asked, "Didn't you say that they'd try to bargain with me? Were my demands too low? I should have demanded more then." Clearly, Hu Feiyan was the one who came up with the idea to demand the blissful flower kings and northern nether winter cod from the Zhang clan and the Lang clan respectively. Earlier, she had told Duan Lingtian that they were very rare and valuable resources. One would be extremely lucky to obtain one Lord Grade Northern Nether Winter Cod or 3 stalks of blissful flower kings. Hu Feiyan was speechless as well. She did not expect that Zhang Yu and Lang Jing would not bargain with Duan Lingtian at all. She wondered again if they were really convinced that Duan Lingtian was under the protection of a demi-saint. That's the only explanation that makes sense, otherwise, it's impossible for them not to try and bargain at all, Hu Feiyan thought to herself. A hint of envy could be seen in Hu Feiyan's eyes as she looked at Duan Lingtian again. After all, even supreme powerhouses would covet 9 stalks of blissful flower kings and 3 Lord Grade Northern Nether Winter Cods. At the same time, Zhang Yu, who was returning to the Zhang clan, wore an unsightly expression on his face. He did not expect that he would be inferior to Duan Lingtian in both strength and background. "Junior brother, I'm in deep trouble because of you." Zhang Yu truly regretted trying to avenge his junior brother at this moment. He could already imagine how furious his father would be once his father learned about this matter. After all, he had caused the Zhang clan to lose 9 stalks of blissful flower kings. Due to his mistake, his father would be criticized by the elders of the Zhang clan. After all, similar to the Northern Nether Winter Cod, the blissful flower king was extremely rare and valuable, even to supreme powerhouses. I must choose my words carefully later. I can't let this matter be traced back to the Zhang clan. I'll have to make the Lang clan my scapegoat, Zhang Yu thought to himself as the corners of his lips curled up into a sinister smile. At the same time, Lang Jing, who was also returning to the Lang clan, thought to himself gloomily, eldest senior uncle is going to be criticized because of me. I shouldn't have gone to watch the show. Why didn't I leave with Ling Yundi earlier? Needless to say, Zhang Yu and Lang Jing caused a huge commotion in their respective clans when they returned. The high-ranking officials of both clans could only unwillingly hand over 9 stalks of blissful flower kings and 3 Lord-grade Northern Nether Winter Cod. The Zhang clan's high-ranking officials did not doubt Zhang Yu's words since there were 3 other members of the Zhang clan who testified for him. As such, the clan quickly gave him the 9 stalks of blissful flower kings and sent him off. On the contrary, a few elders of the Lang clan insisted on following Lang Jing under the pretext of protecting him. Lang Jing naturally knew that the elders were suspicious and worried that he was lying to obtain the 3 Lord-grade Northern Nether Winter Cod for himself. Chapter 4480 Duan Ling Tian receives his compensation. The Blissful Flower King and the Lord-grade Northern Nether Winter Cod were supreme treasures to the Zhang clan and the Lang clan respectively. For this reason, after Zhang Yu and Lang Jing left the clans began to discuss the duo's punishments for causing their clans to suffer such a tremendous loss. There were many people who were dissatisfied with the duo, as such even the elders who favored the duo did not dare to speak up for the duo. Zhang Yu and Lang Jing were unaware of the punishment that awaited them once they returned to their respective clans. As the young master of the Zhang clan who was raised as the next clan leader of the Zhang clan, Zhang Yu was lucky enough to escape heavy punishment, but Lang Jing was less fortunate and would be heavily punished. Sir, these are the 9 stalks of blissful flower kings that you requested, Zhang Yu said. Zhang Yu left the clan with a dozen men this time. However, before meeting Duan Ling Tian, he only brought the 3 men who were close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods from before with him. The 3 men wore bitter expressions on their faces as Zhang Yu handed the blissful flower kings to Duan Ling Tian. After all, the blissful flower kings were the supreme cultivation resources of their clan. It would help with raising the cultivation bases of the promising prodigies of their clans. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly and received the spatial ring from Zhang Yu. He claimed ownership of the spatial ring before he probed it with his divine consciousness. As promised, there were 9 stalks of blissful flower kings. He saw 9 strange flowers hovering in midair. They emitted rich vitality, and their energies were powerful enough to carry them in the air. Shortly after he probed the spatial ring with his divine consciousness, the flowers in bloom suddenly shrank and closed into buds as though they had a life of their own. How magical! Duan Ling Tian exclaimed inwardly. He had never seen such magical flowers before. As expected, the blissful flower king was an extremely rare and precious cultivation resource in the outer boundary in the myriad worlds. Ordinary blissful flowers were only useful to cultivators below the realm of supreme gods, but blissful flower kings were different from them. Blissful flower king was similar to the liquid from the divine fountain and was useful to rudimentary and intermediate supreme gods in raising their cultivation base. In fact, it was even more efficient than the divine fountain. According to the world-cleansing divine water in Duan Ling Tian's little world, the blissful flower kings were superior in terms of speed of absorption and efficacy compared to the divine fountain. The world-cleansing divine water ranked the blissful flower king first, followed by the divine fountain and ordinary blissful flower. Apart from that, weak cultivators would not be able to withstand the effect of the divine fountain and the blissful flower. On the contrary, even ordinary humans with no foundation could use the blissful flower king safely. When consumed by humans with no cultivation, the blissful flower king's efficacy would be absorbed and stored in one's body, laying dormant until they began to cultivate. Duan Ling Tian was delighted after he heard the world-cleansing divine water's explanation. The blissful flower king would greatly help his family and friends who were weaker to raise their cultivation base quickly. With the blissful flower king, they could become kings of gods, lords of gods, emperors of gods, and even supreme gods. After all, for some of his family and friends, due to their poor innate talent, attaining godhood was just a dream, let alone becoming a king of gods. Needless to say, he would leave the decision of becoming a king of God to them. After all, they would have to face the heavenly tribulation once every 1,000 years after they became kings of gods. If they did not continue to improve, they would eventually be killed by the heavenly tribulation. On the contrary, if one did not enter the realm of kings of gods, one might be able to live as long as heaven and earth, since one would not have to undergo the heavenly tribulation once every 1,000 years. As time passed, the strong would naturally eliminate the weak when the cultivation world became overcrowded. As such, it was important to keep improving and cultivating. Those without desires to cultivate could live long lives, but it would eventually turn into a life of loneliness, since their mortal family and friends would pass eventually. After I achieve my goals in the 3 great sacred realms, I'll return to the God-defying world and pass these blissful flower kings to little Fair, Huoner, father, and mother. Duan Ling Tian knew Fair, Huoner, and his father had the highest talent among the others. He also knew they were eager to grow stronger so they could catch up to him and protect their loved ones. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu struggled to maintain his composure after handing the spatial ring to Duan Ling Tian. After a moment, he bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian politely and left with the 3 men. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian continued to wait for Lang Jing. Half a month later, Lang Jing finally showed up with 2 unknown old men. The 2 old men were very courteous to Duan Ling Tian, but they requested to spar with him. If Duan Ling Tian managed to defeat them, on top of the 3 Lord Grade Northern Nether Winter Cod, they promised him another 100 ordinary Northern Nether Winter Cod. Ordinary Northern Nether Winter Cod was even more valuable than ordinary Blissful Flower. It was almost comparable to the Divine Fountain. Unlike the Blissful Flower, Northern Nether Winter Cod could also raise one's innate talent and potential by cleansing one's meridians. It was extremely useful to those with low and average innate talents. 100 Northern Nether Winter Cods. Duan Ling Tian was naturally aware that the 2 old men wanted to test his strength to see if Lang Jing was working him to trick the Lang clan out of 3 Lord Grade Northern Nether Winter Cod. In the end, he agreed to spar with the 2 old men and managed to defeat them under 30 moves. Similar to Lang Jing, the 2 old men were close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods, but they were stronger than him and much more experienced than him. Due to his victory, Duan Ling Tian not only obtained 3 Lord Grade Northern Nether Winter Cod, but he also obtained another 100 ordinary Northern Nether Winter Cod. The 2 old men asked a few questions to figure out Duan Ling Tian's origin, but he ignored their questions. It was best for him to remain mysterious to avoid unnecessary trouble. If the Lang clan found out that he did not have the protection of a demi-saint, the supreme powerhouse of the Lang clan might even make a move on him. At that time, let alone Situ Lei, the heaven-bearing saint, even Hu Biyu Gui, the lord of the colossal heaven army, might not be able to protect him. After all, the Lang clan was a powerful force in the peaceful Might realm. They might spend a fortune to hire a demi-saint to deal with him. Duan Ling Tian had heard about how powerful the Lang clan was from Hu Feiyan previously. Perhaps, if he was already a peerless top advanced supreme god, he could seek protection from a demi-saint or even a saint. Alas, he was not a peerless top advanced supreme god yet. Chapter 4481 The Primitive Realm. The 2 elders from the Lang clan watched as Duan Ling Tian, Hu Feiyan, and Tan Shu Teng boarded the flying ship and vanished into the horizon. Lang Jing shuddered inwardly when he sensed the 2 elders' cold gazes on him. He knew he would be punished for causing the Lang clan to suffer such a huge loss this time. Damn it, I hope the clan will be lenient with their punishment, Lang Jing lamented inwardly, feeling regretful. Then, he gritted his teeth as he continued thinking to himself, Zhang Yu is a terrible friend. As the young master of the Zhang clan and the next clan leader of the Zhang clan, it's not too much for him to shoulder the responsibility, right? It's not like the clan will heavily punish him. From today onward, we're no longer friends. Zhang Yu was naturally unaware of Lang Jing's intention to sever ties with him. On the journey back to the Zhang clan, he sent a message to his father, the clan leader of the Zhang clan. Father, I'm really dissatisfied. I'm sure you feel the same way as well. We're only speculating that he has the protection of a demi-saint, nothing's confirmed. I hope we can investigate this matter and find the truth. Otherwise, I won't be able to accept this. Zhang Yu did not act recklessly like he did previously. This time, he spoke to his father first. As the clan leader of the Zhang clan, his father naturally had connections to a few supreme powerhouses. Perhaps, they could use the connections to deal with Duan Ling Tian secretly. I'll deal with this matter. Leave it to me, Zhang Yu's father replied immediately. Zhang Hanyin, the clan leader of the Zhang clan, was a tall and burly middle-aged man with a pair of big and wise eyes. He was also a supreme powerhouse, but he was ranked at the bottom among supreme powerhouses. He was no match for Hu Biyu Gui, the lord of the colossal heaven army, let alone a demi-saint. However, his strength did not affect his authority in the Zhang clan because the strongest supreme powerhouse in the Zhang clan was his great-grandfather. Very few people below the realm of demi-saints were a match for his great-grandfather in the peaceful might realm. At this moment, Zhang Hanyin's expression was dark, and his big eyes shone with killing intent, like a ferocious beast that was about to pounce on its prey. He muttered under his breath, 9 stalks of blissful flower kings, what a greedy person. I don't care who you are or whose protection you're under, the Zhang clan isn't a pushover you can mess with as you please. Following that, Zhang Hanyin moved slightly and vanished into thin air. In just a moment, he reappeared in a room in a spacious courtyard. Then, he sat cross-legged in the air before a translucent figure rose from his body and disappeared into another realm. Before he left, he could be heard saying, 9 stalks of blissful flower kings and 3 lord-grade northern nether winter cod, I'm sure many people would covet these things. The primitive realm was a magical realm that was only accessible to supreme powerhouses. When a supreme powerhouse entered the realm with his or her consciousness, he or she would manifest in the realm with a brand new appearance and identity. Even the aura would be different. No one knew how the primitive realm came to be, and how long it had existed. Supreme powerhouses could sense it easily, it was as though the realm was calling out to them. It was difficult for supreme powerhouses to identify each other there unless they willingly did so. Many supreme powerhouses like to go to the primitive realm to while away the time and exchange knowledge to raise their cultivation base. Some of them also went to the realm to obtain information regarding the realms of origins. The realms of origins were similar to secret realms. However, unlike secret realms that were man-made, realms of origins formed naturally from the laws of heaven and earth. They contained many fortuitous encounters for supreme powerhouses. Some of these fortuitous encounters could even improve the strength of supreme powerhouses who were stronger than the average supreme powerhouses. However, there was a catch. Supreme powerhouses could not enter realms of origins, only those below the realm of supreme powerhouses could enter them. As such, supreme powerhouses with subordinates in the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods had the advantage in this situation since they could send them in as a proxy. Peerless top advanced supreme gods were acknowledged to be peerless among those below the realm of supreme powerhouses, after all. Those who were close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods were no match for peerless top advanced supreme gods at all, the difference between their strength was like heaven and earth. For example, Duan Ling Tian, who was invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods, could not even withstand 3 strikes from a peerless top advanced supreme god. After becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god, one's energy would be changed by the law of heaven and earth that governed the outer boundary and the myriad worlds, and one would undergo a transformation in all aspects. It was a little similar to the transformation of energy once one entered the realm of supreme powerhouses. The energy was simply known as the great energy. Supreme powerhouses tended to keep information about the realms of origins to themselves. However, some weaker supreme powerhouses, who knew they were no match for their peers in competing for a realm of origin, would enter the primitive realm to spread information about a realm of origin to stop stronger supreme powerhouses from monopolizing the realm of origin. In fact, this tactic was not limited to realms of origins. Zhang Hanyin had entered the primitive realm this time to spread the word about a cultivator close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods possessing 9 stalks of blissful flower kings and 3 lord-grade northern nether winter cod. Stronger supreme powerhouses might not care about these things. Moreover, their reputation would be tarnished if it was made known that they snatched things from someone weaker than them. However, weak supreme powerhouses did not have such qualms. It was inevitable that some of them would be tempted by these things in Duan Ling Tian's possession. Chapter 4482 The Valley Court. A short distance away from the path connecting the sacred wind realm to the sacred lightning realm, Duan Ling Tian sent Hu Fei Yan off his flying ship. Deputy Commander Hu, we'll go our separate ways from here. Till we meet again, Duan Ling Tian said to Hu Fei Yan with a smile on his face. Li Feng, try to keep a low profile during the remainder of your journey. It may seem like the matter with the 2 major clans of the peaceful might realm is over, but who knows if they intend to seek revenge from you. It's easy for them to hire someone to do the dirty work for them, especially with all the treasures you have in your possession, Hu Fei Yan said solemnly. You may have ways to deter ordinary supreme powerhouses, but there's no guarantee they'll work every time. Your safety will only be guaranteed if the supreme powerhouse behind you personally protects you. Thank you for your kind reminder, Deputy Commander Hu. I'll be extra cautious, Duan Ling Tian said as he nodded with a faint smile on his face. His expression was a little solemn as well when he spoke. Farewell, Hu Fei Yan said with a nod before she boarded her flying ship and took off. In just a moment, Hu Fei Yan's flying ship was nothing more than a black dot in the distance before it vanished from sight. In the beginning, Hu Fei Yan agreed to travel with Duan Ling Tian because she thought their strengths were on par with each other and that they could help each other with raising their cultivation bases. However, after discovering that Duan Ling Tian had become stronger than her after his law of space had improved, she did not think it was a good idea to continue traveling with him. She was worried she would grow complacent and rely on him too much, which would hinder her progress. As such, she decided to part ways with Duan Ling Tian. After Hu Fei Yan left, Duan Ling Tian did not return to his flying ship immediately. He teleported a few times in the distance before he came to an abrupt stop. He reached out and grabbed something, and in just a moment, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. He recognized the other party immediately. The other party was Yuni, a disheveled middle-aged man who was a member of the group of bandits, which Tan Shu Teng annihilated previously. He was also the one who led Zhang Yu to Duan Ling Tian to avenge the death of his leader, who happened to be Zhang Yu's junior brother as well. "My lord, please spare me," Yuni pleaded as soon as he was found. Naturally, he knew that once Zhang Yu led his men over to stop Duan Ling Tian would know that someone had been tailing him. In fact, he was not stupid nor was he bold enough to tail Duan Ling Tian, but he was forced and threatened by Zhang Yu to do so. Zhang Yu had poisoned him, and he needed the antidote from Zhang Yu. As such, he could only do Zhang Yu's bidding. "Did Zhang Yu tell you to keep an eye on us?" Duan Ling Tian asked tonelessly. He naturally knew now that the middle-aged man had been tailing him from the beginning and had revealed his whereabouts to Zhang Yu previously. The middle-aged man shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Previously, he told me to keep an eye on you, but after that, he no longer contacted me. This time, it was Leng Jing who contacted me and ordered me to keep following you. Just like Zhang Yu, he poisoned him and forced me to do his bidding. Then, he pleaded, 'My lord, please forgive me. I was forced to do this. Please don't kill me.'" Duan Ling Tian ignored the middle-aged man's plea and clenched his fist. In just a blink of an eye, the terrifying spatial energy that restrained the middle-aged man surged and killed the middle-aged man instantly. Following that, Duan Ling Tian surveyed his surroundings for a moment to make sure no one was watching before he finally returned to his flying ship. When he arrived, he said to Tan Shu Teng, "Disguise yourself as an old man for the remainder of our journey." After saying that, Duan Ling Tian's divine energy and the energy from his law of space surged. Then, his appearance changed immediately from a gentle and handsome young man to a cold and arrogant man with a domineering aura. He now had thick and bushy eyebrows that framed a pair of icy eyes. Similarly, Tan Shu Teng transformed into an old man dressed in a long gray robe. After he was done with his transformation, he bowed at Duan Ling Tian respectfully and asked in a hoarse voice, "Young master, do you plan to go to the Sacred Wind Realm or the Sacred Lightning Realm?" At this time, they were on the path that connected the Sacred Wind Realm and the Sacred Lightning Realm. Hu Fei Yan had left in the direction of the Sacred Wind Realm earlier. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian said as his eyes glinted under sunlight, "Let's go to the Sacred Lightning Realm." In his opinion, it was best to put some distance between him and Hu Fei Yan. "Let's travel using another flying ship," Duan Ling Tian said to Tan Shu Teng. After all, the flying ship he was using now was too conspicuous. In the peaceful Might Realm. In a quiet and remote mountain range near the path that connected the Sacred Wind Realm and the Sacred Lightning Realm, a few figures could be seen flying in and out every once in a while. Valley Court, a supreme force, had built its base in this mountain range. The Valley Court was a reclusive force and kept mostly to itself. It was not as powerful as the Zhang clan and the Leng clan. After all, the most powerful person in the Valley Court was only a new supreme powerhouse. In a cave in the depths of the Valley Court's base, a middle-aged man dressed in a long fiery red robe suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone with greed as he muttered to himself, 3 Lord Grade Northern Nether Winter Cod and 9 stalks of blissful Flower Kings. With these treasures, the Valley Court might be able to cultivate a few outstanding disciples with the potential to become supreme powerhouses. I have to plan my next move carefully. I should visit the Lin clan and inform Brother Lin about this matter first. Chapter 4483. A storm is brewing. In the peaceful Might realm, there were only a few clans as powerful as the Divine Gateway's Lingu clan. As for second-tier clans like the Zhang clan and the Leng clan, there were at least a dozen of them. Following that were about 100 weaker supreme ranked clans, and the Lin clan was among these clans. The Lin clan's estate was located a fair distance away from the Valley Court, adjacent to the Sacred Wind realm and the Sacred Lightning realm. At this time, the supreme powerhouse of the Valley Court shot up into the sky like a ball of flames, and in fewer than 15 minutes, he arrived at the Lin clan's estate. He was very courteous when he announced his arrival even though the supreme powerhouse of the Lin clan was only slightly stronger than him. They were old friends and knew each other before they entered the realm of supreme powerhouses. They had wandered the world for a time together in their younger days and saved each other's lives countless times. For this reason, despite not seeing each other often after becoming supreme powerhouses, they were still good friends. "Brother Lin Yu, I'm here," the red-clad middle-aged man called out through voice transmission. After a beat, a gust of wind blew out of the Lin clan's estate. "Yi Fen, long time no see. I planned to visit you in the Valley Court. I didn't expect you to visit first," an elegant middle-aged man dressed in a long green robe said. He was Lin Yu, the ancestor and the backbone of the Lin clan. His smile widened as he continued to say, "We should drink to our heart's content today." Upon hearing these words, the red-clad middle-aged man, Lu Yi Fan, the Lord of Valley Court, shook his head and said seriously, "Brother Lin Yu, before we drink, I have something important to tell you." Following that, Lu Yi Fan told Lin Yu about what he had heard in the primitive realm. He decided to speak to Lin Yu because he thought it would be dangerous to act alone. Moreover, Lin Yu would also benefit from this if they joined forces to obtain those treasures. 9 stalks of blissful flower kings and 3 Lord grade northern nether winter cod. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with excitement as he said, "Blissful flower kings are rare in the peaceful Might realm. There are only a few forces powerful enough to cultivate the blissful flower kings, and all of them are much stronger than our forces. The northern nether winter cod are even rarer. There are only 2 forces capable of raising them in the peaceful Might realm, and one of them is the Winterland's Leng clan." After saying that, the excitement in Lin Yu's eyes was replaced with fear as he looked at Lu Yi Fan and said, "Yi Fan, the person carrying these things must not be ordinary. He must be extraordinary to have these things in his possession." "I agree," Lu Yi Fan said, "the man who spread the word about this obviously has a grudge against that person." According to the man, he suspected that person to be under the protection of a demi-saint or someone almost as strong as a demi-saint. That man doesn't know if that person owns a spirit blood essence, but he thinks that it's unlikely. Lu Yi Fan's eyes lit up as he continued to say, "Brother Lin Yu, let's take a risk. Even if that person summons the projection of a demi-saint, as long as we join forces, we should be able to escape." In the past, when Lu Yi Fan and Lin Yu wandered the world together, they had created an escape technique using the respective laws they were skilled in. With that technique, they even managed to escape from an intermediate supreme god when they were only an intermediate emperor of gods and an advanced emperor of gods respectively. We haven't used the time and space escape technique ever since we became supreme powerhouses. The duo was skilled in the law of time and the law of space respectively. In fact, they had accidentally created the time and space escape technique. They discovered that when their laws were on the frequency, they would create an escape route. One had to know that it was extremely difficult for the same law to be on the same frequency, and one could only imagine how much more difficult it was for 2 different laws to be on the same frequency. I wonder how much stronger our time and space escape technique has become. However, I think we should be able to escape from a demi-saint with it, let alone someone who's almost as strong as a demi-saint. Moreover, we've only used this technique a few times in the past, and no one knows about it. For this reason, no one will be able to trace this matter back to us," Lu Yi Fan said. He had thought about these things during his journey to the Lin clan. Although Lin Yu was moved by Lu Yi Fan's words, he was still slightly hesitant. Nonetheless, he still said, "Your plan is quite good. However, we have to practice and familiarize ourselves with the technique again before we make a move." A hint of anticipation could be seen in Lin Yu's eyes as he thought about using the technique they created again after so many years. "Of course," Lu Yi Fan said with a smile, "after all, our lives will be at risk if that person possesses the spirit blood essence and uses it to summon the true body of a demi-saint or someone almost comparable to a demi-saint. In another place, the peaceful Might realm, it's near our sacred lightning realm. It'd be a waste if we let this chance go. They're heading toward the path that connects the sacred lightning realm and the sacred wind realm after all. It's said that he might be under the protection of a demi-saint. Ha, so what, we have the backing of a demi-saint as well. The 9 stalks of blissful flower kings and the 3 lord grade northern nether winter cod are mine. Wealth and risk come hand in hand. That person is nearby. This is a blessing from the heavens. It'd be blasphemy if I ignore this blessing. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware that he had been targeted by a group of supreme powerhouses now that news of him possessing supreme treasures spread like a wildfire in the primitive realm. Chapter 4484 Chapter 4484 2 supreme powerhouse are tracking Duan Ling Tian. Near the boundary of the sacred lightning realm. At least a dozen flying ships could be seen near the boundary of the sacred lightning realm at this moment. Duan Ling Tian, who had changed his appearance and changed into a loose long black robe, opened his eyes and said to Tan Shu Tang, "We'll disembark from the flying ship and travel through the mountains and the rivers." Put away the flying ship. After responding to Duan Ling Tian, Tan Shu Tang, who disguised himself as a gray-clad old man, thought to himself, isn't the young master being too cautious? In Tan Shu Tang's opinion, Zhang Yu, the young master of the Zhang clan, did not submit because he was weaker than Duan Ling Tian. Zhang Yu had submitted because of Duan Ling Tian's background. After all, he believed that Duan Ling Tian was under the protection of a demi-saint. Otherwise, the Zhang clan and the Leng clan would not have taken a step back. In the peaceful Might realm, only top forces like the Lingu clan with demi-saints would not be afraid of Duan Ling Tian. Even then, they would not needlessly provoke another demi-saint for no good reason. If Duan Ling Tian could hear Tan Shu Tang's thoughts, he would have smiled bitterly. After all, he did not have the protection of a demi-saint at all. His most powerful life-saving item was the spirit blood essence of Situ Lei, the heaven-bearing sword saint. Situ Lei might be one of the most powerful supreme powerhouses in the divine sand realm, but with his strength, he was only in the 3rd tier in the peaceful Might realm. Let alone powerful forces like the Lingu clan, even forces like the Zhang clan and the Leng clan had at least 3 to 5 supreme powerhouses like Situ Lei. It'll be over for me if the Zhang clan or the Leng clan send people to test me. They won't let me go after I took so many things from them. Duan Ling Tian did not just rely on his luck to come so far, after all. He was also very cautious. In the past, he was able to avoid quite a few crises due to his cautious nature. After putting away the flying ship, Duan Ling Tian and Tan Shu Tang landed in a forest mountain. As they traveled through the forest, they encountered a few demons, but they were easily dealt with by Tan Shu Tang. 2 figures suddenly appeared at the place where Duan Ling Tian and Tan Shu Tang stopped flying previously. The 2 auras disappeared here. If I'm not mistaken, 2 or 3 days should have passed since they disappeared from this place. Lu Yifan, the Lord of Valley Court, said to Lin Yu, the clan leader of the Lin clan, "Brother Lin Yu, are you able to turn back time to see what happened here?" Lu Yifan and Lin Yu were now on the hunt for the 9 stalks of blissful flower kings and 3 lord grade northern nether winter cod. With the law of time, Lin Yu was able to retrace Duan Ling Tian's tracks by manipulating the flow of time. In the past, due to a fortuitous encounter, he was able to master this technique. One had to know that cultivators who did not comprehend the law of time to the paramount stage before becoming a supreme powerhouse would not be able to trace the tracks of others, excluding their direct descendants. Fortunately for Lin Yu, before becoming a supreme powerhouse, Lin Yu had stumbled upon a realm of origin and obtained a technique left behind by a saint. This technique could only be mastered by those who had comprehended the law of time to the paramount stage before becoming a supreme powerhouse. "I'll give it a try," Lin Yu said. Although he had mastered the technique, success was not guaranteed when he had to turn back time to more than 24 hours ago. Most of the time, he could only catch a glimpse of fragmented scenes. If he had enough fragmented scenes, he might be able to piece the picture together. Otherwise, it would be difficult to make sense of them. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes as he extended his hands. At the same time, his divine energy surged out like a tsunami and swept through the sky in just a blink of an eye. Following that, a mysterious energy surged out and formed what looked like a floating mirror image. Lin Yu and Lu Yifan appeared in the floating image, but their actions were in reverse, and they quickly vanished from sight. In just a moment, the sky was devoid of people. Once in a while, a few birds could be seen. About 15 minutes later, the image suddenly began to ripple and distort, causing Lin Yu's expression to darken. He said, "It's now the day before." Lu Yifan stared at the floating image intently that showed them what happened before, not wanting to miss any details. As time continued to pass, the floating image began to distort more and more. After a while, cracks began to appear on the floating image, spreading rapidly. Lin Yu's voice was hoarse as he said with great difficulty, clearly under immense pressure, "We're back to 2 days ago. It's going to shatter," Lu Yifan exclaimed. The floating image continued to crack, and a few tiny fragments fell from the sky. When Lu Yifan saw 2 figures in the floating image, he said solemnly, "Try to hang on a little longer." "That has to be them," Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly. Following that, he withdrew his hands, and the floating image disappeared. "They descended into the forest mountain here. They must be traveling to the sacred lightning realm on foot. We should be able to find them if we thoroughly search the area leading to the sacred lightning realm," Lu Yifan said, barely able to contain his excitement. However, Lin Yu remained level-headed and said, "We don't know if they're using any secret technique that prevents us from tracking them. If he's under the protection of a demi-saint, he should know a technique or two." Lu Yifan nodded and said, "In any case, let's try to search for them first." Subsequently, the duo flew in the direction where Duan Ling Tian had left previously. About half a day later, Lu Yifan and Lin Yu finally spotted 2 figures. Lu Yifan laughed and said excitedly, "It's them. Those 2 were the men in the floating image. Brother Lin Yu, it seems like your worries are unfounded. They didn't use any secret technique at all." Chapter 4485 Chapter 4485 Hostile Supreme Powerhouses. Duan Ling Tian did not dare to let down his guard even though he and Tan Shu Teng had changed their appearances. As such, he decided to travel through the mountains and rivers. "Young master, will we be traveling like this until we arrive at the sacred lightning realm?" Tan Shu Teng asked. Although the journey was not difficult, it would be much more comfortable to travel on the flying ship. Tan Shu Teng thought that Duan Ling Tian was being too cautious and that Duan Ling Tian was worrying excessively. In his opinion, the Zhang clan and the Leng clan should know better than to further provoke Duan Ling Tian since Duan Ling Tian was under the protection of a demi-saint. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian sensed a faint throbbing from the divine tree of life in his little world. However, the divine tree of life was still in deep slumber, and if there was anything, the world-cleansing divine water would alert him. "Perhaps, it's due to my psychological stress," Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. After all, Duan Ling Tian had deceived the Zhang clan and the Leng clan, letting them believe that he had the protection of a demi-saint. Duan Ling Tian brought Tan Shu Teng and sped up. After passing a towering peak, he was shocked when he saw 2 figures hovering in the sky ahead of him. With this, he realized that the faint throbbing he sensed from the divine tree of life earlier was a warning. They're supreme powerhouses. The 2 figures were fully covered in black cloaks, and it was impossible to see their appearances. They had also cast illusory techniques to hide their faces. However, Duan Ling Tian could sense the overbearing auras of supreme powerhouses from them, and their auras were slightly weaker than those of Han Wang and Situ Lei. "They must be worried that I'm under the protection of a demi-saint, so they hid their appearances," Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. However, they're still quite bold. Single quote. It did not take long for Duan Ling Tian to guess that these people had come with a plan in mind. He naturally knew that they must have come for the supreme treasures from the Zhang clan and the Leng clan. At this time, Tan Shu Teng, who was behind Duan Ling Tian, finally discovered the 2 figures in the distance, and his expression changed drastically. Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to Tan Shu Teng before he glanced at the 2 figures with a hint of fear in his eyes and continued to move forward. However, he was quickly bounced back by an invisible wall of energy. Left with no other choice, Duan Ling Tian looked at the 2 men in the sky and cupped his fists together as he asked, "Seniors, how can we help you?" Duan Ling Tian's voice was polite but firm and confident. He knew he could not show weakness in front of these supreme powerhouses since it would only make them think he was a pushover. When facing someone more powerful, he knew he had to remain confident to confuse them. "I wonder who sent them here. They're quick. It's only been a few days, but the supreme powerhouses are already here," Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. At the same time, he thought that perhaps the supreme powerhouses might not recognize him since he had disguised himself. "You're quite calm. In any case, stop playing games. It's not normal for people to travel on foot here. Give us the supreme treasures, and we'll spare your lives," one of the black-clad men said indifferently and confidently. It seemed like he was certain that Duan Ling Tian was the person they were looking for. "Senior, I don't know what you're talking about, Duan Ling Tian said with a frown. We're traveling on foot because I want to feel the ground to better comprehend the law of earth. At the end of his words, Duan Ling Tian's body flashed with a mustard light. The other black-clad man laughed and said, "Do you think we're fools? As an advanced supreme god, how can your law of earth be so weak?" Duan Ling Tian replied, "The law of earth isn't my strongest law. My strongest law is the law of life." Following that, rich vital energy surged from Duan Ling Tian's body and swept through the surroundings. In just a moment, the plants grew even lusher, and the dead trees in the surroundings came back to life. Currently, Duan Ling Tian's law of life was only slightly weaker than his law of space. After all, he possessed a complete divine tree of life in his little world. According to the divine tree of life, its former master was a supreme powerhouse who governed one of the realms of gods in the god-defying world. A person like that was undoubtedly among the strongest supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world. In the past, that supreme powerhouse had gained the divine tree of life by accident and became a formidable supreme powerhouse later on because of it. Based on this, it could be seen that the divine tree of life was not ordinary. The two black-clad men were slightly surprised by the display of Duan Ling Tian's law of life. They could not help but wonder if they had recognized the wrong person. According to the information they had gathered, their target was close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god and was an expert in the law of space. It was said that he was comparable to Lingu Yundi, who was recognized as the strongest person below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the peaceful might realm. Finally, Lu Yifan scoffed and said coldly, "Even if you're not the person we're looking for, you'll still be punished for wasting our precious time. You should feel honored that I'm sending you to the afterlife." The void shook violently as a terrifying energy swept toward Duan Ling Tian and Tan Shu Tang. At the same time, the ground beneath their feet cracked, forcing them to fly up. "Young master," Tan Shu Tang exclaimed in fear as despair shone in his eyes now that he was staring death in the eyes. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim immediately. He did not expect these two supreme powerhouses to be so cruel. He speculated that the two supreme powerhouses might be trying to test him and force him to reveal his strength before they killed him. "I didn't expect I'd have to use Situ Lei's spirit blood essence so soon," Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a wry smile. Following that, a drop of blood that emitted a terrifying aura appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand as he mobilized his divine energy. When the drop of blood disappeared, the sky darkened, and a wave of terrifying energy swept through the surroundings. In just a blink of an eye, the terrifying energy crushed Lu Yifan's attack, and a familiar figure appeared before Duan Ling Tian. It was none other than Situ Lei, the heaven-bearing sword saint. Since they parted ways in the divine sand realm, Duan Ling Tian had never seen Situ Lei again until now. As soon as Situ Lei appeared, he could sense that Situ Lei's cultivation had progressed tremendously since their last meeting. Situ Lei's appearance remained the same, but his aura had become much more overbearing. With this, he knew that Situ Lei's sword Dao must have improved to the next level. Chapter 4486 Chapter 4486 The Heaven-Bearing Sword Saint in the Flesh. The skinny Situ Lei's sword aura, which was extremely overbearing, crushed Lu Yifan's attack easily. It was as though he was a god of sword, a supreme powerhouse in the flesh. Lu Yifan and Lin Yu's expressions changed. They had seen Duan Ling Tian using the spirit blood essence earlier. They assumed that he had summoned a demi-saint and could not help shuddering when Situ Lei displayed his terrifying sword Dao. "Li," Situ Lei called out. However, before Situ Lei could call out the name, Li Feng, Duan Ling Tian hastily said through voice transmission, "Senior Situ, please don't reveal my name." Situ Lei reacted quickly. Then, he said, "Young man, I didn't expect for us to meet again so soon." Lu Yifan and Lin Yu did not suspect anything since they did not know Duan Ling Tian's real name and fake name. "Senior, I had no choice," Duan Ling Tian said to Situ Lei with a hint of helplessness in his voice. "I wouldn't have used the spirit blood essence you gave me if those two over there didn't insist on killing me. I'm sorry for the trouble, senior." Meanwhile, Tan Shu Tang was shocked to see Situ Lei. He would not have been as surprised if a demi-saint had shown up. After all, he was from the divine sand realm, and Situ Lei was famous in the divine sand realm. Situ Lei, the heaven-bearing sword saint, was among the most powerful supreme powerhouses in the divine sand realm, and he had only seen Situ Lei once from afar. Tan Shu Tang thought to himself in shock, Senior Situ has such a high regard for the young master that he actually gave the young master his spirit blood essence. Tan Shu Teng knew Duan Ling Tian was from the myriad worlds and had no acquaintances in the outer boundary. As such, he knew that Duan Ling Tian only established a connection with Situ Lei during the wedding in the Wang clan. In the past, he had followed Meng Yuzheng to the Wang clan, so he knew that Situ Lei was present in the Wang clan during the wedding. Needless to say, he was not qualified to meet Situ Lei personally. At this moment, Situ Lei shifted his gaze to Lu Yifan and Lin Yu before he said, "Gentlemen, I spent some time in the peaceful Might realm in my younger days. Although I'm not acquainted with many supreme powerhouses from there, I've heard many stories about them. May I ask who you are?" Earlier, Duan Ling Tian had already informed Situ Lei that they were in the peaceful Might realm. Situ Lei's strength might only be in the third tier among the supreme powerhouses in the peaceful Might realm, but he was still relatively strong. Moreover, his strength had improved after he had raised his sword Dao to another level. As such, not many third-tier supreme powerhouses in the peaceful Might realm were a match for him now. "Who are you?" Lu Yifan asked hoarsely. It was obvious that he was trying to hide his real voice. The burning fighting spirit in Situ Lei's eyes gave rise to a foreboding feeling in his heart. He felt that Situ Lei was not simple. Situ Lei replied confidently and honestly, "I'm Situ Lei, the heaven-bearing sword saint from the divine sand realm." Upon hearing this, Lu Yifan and Lin Yu exchanged a glance and saw the relieved expressions on each other's faces. Situ Lei was among the top supreme powerhouses in the divine sand realm, but he was considered ordinary in the peaceful Might realm, after all. Lu Yifang and Lin Yu might not be as strong as he was, but they would be on par with him if they joined forces. "As it turns out, you're the heaven-bearing sword saint," Lu Yifan said courteously. "We just entered the realm of supreme powerhouses not long ago, so I don't think you've heard of us." After a moment, Lu Yifan asked, "May I ask about your relationship with this person?" At this time, Lu Yifan and Lin Yu were sure that they had gotten the wrong person. After all, based on the information they gathered, their target had the protection of a demi-saint. Situ Lei might be stronger than them, but he was definitely not a demi-saint. Situ Lei was still far from being a demi-saint. "He's my direct descendant, and I have high hopes for him. Otherwise, why do you think I gave him my spirit blood essence?" Situ Lei said according to Duan Ling Tian's wish. If it were up to him, he would say that Duan Ling Tian was his friend and mentor. "He's from the divine sand realm?" Lu Yifan asked again. "Yes." Situ Lei nodded. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifan said, "This is just a misunderstanding." Then, he turned to Duan Ling Tian and said, "Forgive us if we've offended you. It's our fault for mistaking you for someone else. This wouldn't have happened if you'd told us that you're the direct descendant of the heaven-bearing sword saint." Situ Lei scoffed coldly. "My direct descendant nearly died in your hands. Do you think I'll let things go so easily? It's best if you give me a proper explanation. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget." Situ Lei's eyes burned with fighting spirits as his divine energy surged out, and he cast his sword Dao again. Dark clouds gathered in the sky as the wind blew and howled as the void shook violently. It was as though the end of the world had arrived. The duo exchanged a glance before they mobilized their divine energies in unison. Upon seeing this, Situ Lei's expression suddenly changed. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Yifan and Lin Yun vanished into thin air, looking as though they had teleported away. That's not the teleportation profundity. They sync the energies of the law of space and the law of time, creating an escape technique. They definitely didn't just enter the realm of supreme powerhouses like they claimed earlier, Situ Lei thought to himself. The space had been disrupted, so it was impossible for them to teleport away. Most new supreme powerhouses were naturally among the weakest supreme powerhouses, and they were categorized as level 1 supreme powerhouses. As they grew stronger, they would go up in levels. Based on Lu Yifang and Lin Yu's escape technique, even if they were weaker than him, Situ Lei could tell that they were stronger than most of their peers and were not as weak as they seemed. They were definitely not level 1 supreme powerhouses and were level 2 supreme powerhouses. They were so fast that he could not track them at all with his divine consciousness. What an amazing technique! Even a powerful level 4 supreme powerhouse won't be able to vanish into thin air without leaving some traces behind. Their escape technique is almost comparable to that of a demi-saint. Situ Lei, a third tier and also a level 3 supreme powerhouse, thought to himself. After a moment, Situ Lei turned to Duan Ling Tian and asked, "Li Feng, how did you offend them?" Duan Ling Tian replied with a wry smile, "Senior, I really don't know. They suddenly appeared and blocked our path while we were traveling through this place. They clearly mistook me for someone else and wanted to kill me. As such, I was forced to use the spirit blood essence you gave me. Senior, thank you for saving our lives. I'll never forget your kindness." Duan Ling Tian did not reveal the truth just to be safe. After all, even supreme powerhouses were tempted by the supreme treasures in his possession. How preposterous! Situ Lei frowned. He did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words at all. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian would not be so foolish as to provoke supreme powerhouses. After a moment, Situ Lei asked, "Li Feng, where are you going?" "I'll accompany you before I leave." Situ Lei was reluctant to leave immediately. He had a few questions regarding the sword Dao he wanted to ask. "Senior, it's inappropriate for me to waste your precious time like that," Duan Ling Tian said politely, even if it conflicted with his true thoughts. "It's nothing," Situ Lei said as he shook his head. "Moreover, I came across a few minor issues with my sword Dao recently. I'd like to ask for your advice." Situ Lei looked slightly sheepish when he spoke. Duan Ling Tian was naturally delighted upon hearing this. He replied with a smile, "Senior, I'm happy to help you. I'm going to the Sacred Lightning Realm, one of the 3 great sacred realms. I plan to head to the nearest city in the Sacred Lightning Realm first." At the same time, Tan Shu Teng's eyes shone with excitement. They would be much safer if Situ Lei were with them. Chapter 4487 Chapter 4487, Tourmaline Holy City in the Sacred Lightning Realm. Lu Yifan and Lin Yun, the supreme powerhouses from the Valley Court and the Lin clan respectively, fled thousands of miles away after casting the time and space escape technique. The spatial disruption caused by Situ Lei did not hinder their escape at all. They were confident that Situ Lei would not be able to track them at all. Situ Lei has just entered the 3rd level. If we join forces, there's no need for us to fear him. However, we were truly in the wrong today. As such, we can't risk exposing our identities lest we're accused of bullying our juniors, Lu Yifan said with a gloomy expression on his face. Lin Yu nodded silently. He was aware of Lu Yifan's stubborn pride and that this excuse was just to save Lu Yifan from embarrassment. He knew the reason Lu Yifan did not want their identities exposed. Lu Yifan was worried word would spread, and the advanced supreme god, who was their target, would catch wind of this and ask the demi-saint protecting him to deal with them. It was not difficult to put 2 and 2 together after all. In any case, it was bad for their identities to be revealed. Even if they achieved their goals and obtained the supreme treasures, if their identities were revealed, it would be over for them. Just one level 4 supreme powerhouse, who was close to becoming a demi-saint, was enough to kill them and annihilate their respective forces, let alone a demi-saint, a level 5 supreme powerhouse. If their identities were exposed, they would definitely die, and their forces might even be completely eradicated. If we use the time and space escape technique, even a demi-saint can't stop us from escaping, Lu Yifan said confidently. After all, the escape technique was their best trump card. After a moment, he sighed and said, "What a pity, you expended so much energy to see what happened in the past, but in the end, we got the wrong person. Not only is it a waste of energy, but it was also a waste of time." "It can't be helped," Lin Yu said as he shook his head, feeling slightly helpless. After all, even with the information they had, it would not be easy to find the prodigious advanced supreme god carrying the supreme treasure. In my opinion, when we search for our target, we should also observe the supreme powerhouses with the same goal as us. If we see any of them attacking a young man, we'll seize the chance and swoop in at the last minute, Lu Yifang said as his eyes flashed. With our time and space escape technique, we don't have to worry about fighting anyone under the realm of demi-saints. The only important thing is to keep our identities hidden. "You're right. In any case, let's continue searching," Lin Yu said. A flying ship rose into the sky and flew toward the Sacred Lightning Realm. This was the fastest flying ship that Duan Ling Tian had ever been on. The flying ship belonged to Situ Lei. When he had time, he would send some of his divine energy into the flying ship. As such, it was quite close to becoming a prime divine artifact. Apart from that, Situ Lei did not control the flying ship. He left the task to his divine tree of life instead, saving his energy. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to stop such a flying ship. It was clear that such a ship belonged to a supreme powerhouse. Put everything else aside, most people did not even have the speed to stop it. Even if one's strength was close to that of a peerless top advanced supreme god, unless one comprehended the law of wind as well, it would be difficult to catch up to the flying ship. Since it was clear that the flying ship belonged to a supreme powerhouse, quite a few supreme powerhouses in the area bordering the sacred lightning realm, who were looking for Duan Ling Tian and intending to snatch the blissful flower king and the northern nether winter cod from him, did not pay attention to the flying ship. Something's up, there are so many supreme powerhouses here, Satu Lei muttered to himself. He did not notice the abnormality until he was reminded by the divine tree of life in his little world. It could not be a coincidence that so many supreme powerhouses were in this area. Satu Lei could not help but wonder if there was a fortuitous encounter in the area. Since there were so many supreme powerhouses around, it was obvious the fortuitous encounter would be useful to supreme powerhouses if his conjecture was right. As such, he quickly flew out and investigated the matter. It did not take long for Satu Lei to learn about what happened. The people who had spoken to him were weaker than him, so they had no choice but to tell him what he wanted to know. A young prodigy with the protection of a demi-saint tricked Mount Tail's Zhang clan and the Winterland's Leng clan and obtained 9 stocks of blissful flower kings and 3 lord-grade northern nether winter cod. Satu Lei was also shocked when he heard about the supreme treasures. If it were not for the fact that he was a sectless cultivator with no descendants, he would have been tempted by these things as well. After all, these things were useless to supreme powerhouses. Their value to supreme powerhouses lay in their use for the supreme powerhouses. Descendants are to exchange for another treasure. After investigating the matter and returning to the flying ship, Satu Lei said as he shook his head, "Those supreme powerhouses are looking for someone who's carrying 9 stocks of blissful flower kings and 3 lord-grade northern nether winter cod. No wonder they spent so much effort tracking the other party. Alas, it won't be so easy for them to snatch those things away." Satu Lei did not hide anything from Duan Ling Tian at all and told Duan Ling Tian what he found out. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed briefly upon hearing these words. Then, he said, "This means that those 2 supreme powerhouses who blocked my path previously were looking for that person as well. They hid their identities because they were afraid of retribution. After all, it was said that that person has the protection of a demi-saint." Satu Lei nodded. "I would have forgotten about those 2 if you didn't mention them. You're right, they probably mistook you for that person." From the beginning until the end, Satu Lei did not suspect Duan Ling Tian at all. After all, he had found out that the person who was targeted was very close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god and was on par with Linggu Yundi from the Divine Gateway's Linggu clan, who was acknowledged as invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the peaceful might realm. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian asked tentatively, "Senior, are you interested in those things? If you are, you can go search for them. There's no need for you to accompany me." Satu Lei shook his head and said, "Those things are useless to me. I don't have anyone, and I can't use them. I can only exchange things with them. However, it isn't worth it. Even if I were successful, I'd be inevitably targeted by the others. It's too risky. After weighing the pros and cons, I decided not to get involved in this matter." Upon hearing these words, Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. At the same time, Tan Shu Teng, who was standing at the side and drenched in cold sweat, sighed inwardly as well. During the journey, Satu Lei spent his time discussing the sword Dao with Duan Ling Tian did not hold back and told Satu Lei everything he knew. Their discussion only stopped when Satu Lei's flying ship outside the nearest city in the sacred lightning realm, the Tourmaline Holy City. Before they parted ways, Satu Lei said with a sigh, "Li Feng, I don't have any spirit blood essence to give you now. I can give you a few life-saving jade tokens to summon my projection, but that's only enough to intimidate weak supreme powerhouses." Duan Ling Tian could not refuse Satu Lei and ended up accepting 3 jade tokens from Satu Lei. The projection was naturally far weaker than the real person. At most, it was only as strong as a peerless top advanced supreme god without any weapons or external aid. Stronger peerless top advanced supreme gods could easily deal with it. The biggest use of the projection was not its strength but intimidation. If he faced a powerful supreme powerhouse or even supreme powerhouses who concealed their identities, the intimidation factor would be gone. "Li Feng, when you're in Tourmaline Holy City." Before leaving, Satu Lei briefly reminded Duan Ling Tian of some things to pay attention to and not to simply wander around in the city. He did not go into details. After all, some things could only be understood through experience. After about 15 minutes, Situ Lei finally left. Duan Ling Tian sighed emotionally. Senior Situ is really an upright person. Tan Shu Tang nodded in agreement. Senior Situ has the best reputation in the Divine San realm. I've never heard anyone say anything bad about him. In fact, almost everyone who spoke about him only had praises for him. Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted as he asked Tan Shu Tang, by the way, if he knew I possess those things that the supreme powerhouses are looking for, do you think he'll make a move against me? Tan Shu Tang was slightly taken aback by this question. Then, he said with a smile, I don't think he would. However, even if the possibility is small, it's best not to take such risks. If you're wrong, you might die. After all, the human heart was the hardest to figure out after all. Situ Lei's reputation was indeed good, but who knew if it was true or not? Perhaps, Situ Lei had silenced those who knew about his bad deeds. That's right, that's the reason why I didn't tell him the truth. I couldn't take that risk, Duan Ling Tian said with a nod before he turned to look at the city up ahead and continued to say, we'll stay in Tourmaline Holy City for the next period of time. Chapter 4488 Chapter 4488 Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, the Saint Rank Force. Tourmaline City was one of many holy cities in the Sacred Lightning Realm. It was one of the 5 holy cities that were governed by a Saint Rank Force called the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. There were many other forces in these holy cities. Some of them were subordinates of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, and some only had a cooperative relationship with the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. These forces with only cooperative relationships with the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion were mostly demi-saint rank forces. These were the only forces the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion deigned to cooperate with. The Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion had one saint and a few demi-saint in its ranks. After they found an inn to settle in, Tan Shu Tang, who had traveled to the Sacred Lightning Realm and had also been in Tourmaline Holy City in the past, began to tell Duan Ling Tian everything he knew about Tourmaline Holy City. Young Master, Tourmaline Holy City. Apart from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, Tan Shu Tang told Duan Ling Tian about the 3 strongest demi-saint rank forces in Tourmaline Holy City. Coincidentally, the inn they were staying in belonged to one of the 3 demi-saint rank forces, the Duan clan. Young Master, if you didn't tell me that you're not from the outer boundary and that you're from the myriad worlds, I would have wondered if you were from Tourmaline Holy City's Duan clan, Tan Shu Tang said. Duan Ling Tian hid his identity after he arrived in the outer boundary. Tan Shu Tang, who had sworn on the Heaven's Vault blood oath, was among the few people who knew his true identity. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised when he heard that the Duan clan, which owned the inn he was staying in, was a demi-saint rank force. It was not that he had never encountered any clans with the surname Duan in the past, but most of them were of moderate strength at most, unlike the demi-saint rank Duan clan in Tourmaline Holy City. It was definitely the strongest Duan clan he had heard of so far. Apart from these things, I don't know anything else. After all, I'm too weak in Tourmaline Holy City. What I know is only public information, Tan Shu Tang said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. At the same time, he fell deep into his thoughts. As a saint rank force, the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion naturally had a saint, which was known as World's Supreme Powerhouse in the myriad worlds. They were the most powerful supreme powerhouses, and their number was small in both the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. Saints should be able to free Ka from the soul imprisonment clan's technique. After all, saints are the strongest supreme powerhouses, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He knew that the same could not be said for a demi-saint. Saints were still supreme powerhouses despite their strength that surpassed most supreme powerhouses. Their power, which had undergone a significant qualitative change, made it seem like they were above other supreme powerhouses. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian hoped that the technique cast by Yun Qingyan, who had merged with a supreme powerhouse from the Soul Imprisonment clan, could be broken by a saint. After all, supreme gods could easily break the techniques cast by emperors of gods. Similarly, even the weakest supreme powerhouses could easily break techniques cast by supreme gods due to the differences in cultivation bases. Perhaps, I'll be able to save Ka if I can persuade the saint from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion to help me, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself excitedly. However, it was not long before his excitement was replaced by helplessness and disappointment. After all, it would not be easy to ask for a favor from a saint. Perhaps, if he was a peerless top advanced supreme god and could be a proxy for the saint in realms of origins, he could convince the saint to help him. Alas, he was not a peerless top advanced supreme god. Regardless of how close he was to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods, he was not, even the weakest peerless top advanced supreme gods could easily defeat him now. It's almost impossible for me to further improve my law of space at this stage. It's not easy to improve my sword Dao as well. Duan Ling Tian knew that he had reached a bottleneck for now. He still had ways to go before becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. He was not sure if his wife, Ka, would be able to wait so long. Apart from that, why haven't I sensed any signs of me becoming a supreme powerhouse? Under normal circumstances, those who comprehended one of the four Taoes of heaven and earth to a certain level and comprehended Allah to the perfect form will be able to sense a slight pull from the realm of supreme powerhouses. After sensing the pull, one will be able to break into the realm of supreme powerhouses. If one doesn't respond to the pull, one will not be able to become a supreme powerhouse again unless one becomes a peerless top advanced supreme god first. This was a rule of heaven and earth. Those who met the requirements to become supreme powerhouses would be called once. One would be able to become a supreme powerhouse if one responded to the call. Otherwise, one would have to take on the challenging task of becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god before one would be able to become a supreme powerhouse. Should I join one of the demi-saint rank forces in Tourmaline Holy City first? Perhaps, I'll be able to convince a demi-saint to help me save Ka. However, I'm not sure a demi-saint will be able to help. Duan Ling Tian grew more and more frustrated as he thought about this. He was worried about wasting his time if the demi-saint was not strong enough to help Ka. After all, he did not know how much time Ka had. It doesn't matter, I have no other choice. Even if the chances are low, I still have to try, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes shone with determination. The Duan clan, perhaps, I'm destined to join it. After joining the clan, I'll look for a chance to ask for help from the demi-saint in the clan. I hope he'll go to the god-defying world and try to break the soul imprisonment technique on Ka. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian looked at Tan Shu Teng and said in a deep voice, I plan to join the Duan clan as an interim elder. How do I go about doing that? Although Tan Shu Teng was as powerful as Duan Ling Tian, he had lived for a long time and grew up in the outer boundary after all. It was only natural that he was more knowledgeable and able to advise Duan Ling Tian in many matters. Chapter 4489 Chapter 4489, The Duan Clan. Tan Shu Teng was taken aback upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. When he returned to his senses, he shook his head and said confidently with a smile, Young master, this matter is easy. Although the Duan clan is a demi-saint rank force, not many of its members below the realm of supreme powerhouses are a match for you. As such, the Duan clan will be happy to have you. With your strength, they won't suspect you to be a spy sent by enemies of the clan. Moreover, with your strength, they won't send you to an opposing force to be a spy as well. As long as you show your strength, the Duan clan will definitely welcome you. Tan Shu Teng's strength was only mediocre, but he was aware of many things. Although Duan Ling Tian was not a peerless top advanced supreme god yet, he was definitely part of a small group of people who were very close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god in both the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian fought against those who were close to becoming peerless top advanced supreme gods, Tan Shu Teng had seen it even though he was in an independent realm. He knew Duan Ling Tian was not weaker than Lingu Yundi, who was known as the strongest among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the peaceful might realm. Even in the three great sacred realms, there were not many people like Duan Ling Tian and Lingu Yundi. They were not particularly rare, but there were not many of them either. At least, there was almost no one like them in the demi-saint rank forces in the sacred lightning realm. Most, if not all, of them were in the saint rank force. Duan Ling Tian felt much more at ease after listening to Tan Shu Teng's words. Indeed, Tan Shu Teng's words made sense. His law of space had just improved, and he only had one fight after that. As such, he did not know the full extent of his strength yet. With my current strength, even if I'm exposed and everyone finds out that I possess those supreme treasures, I might be able to protect myself with a demi-saint rank force behind me. Moreover, my strength isn't my biggest advantage, my young age is my biggest advantage. Duan Ling Tian was further enlightened after listening to Tan Shu Teng. At the same time, he also realized other benefits of joining a demi-saint rank force. I'll go to the Duan clan's estate tomorrow to join them, Duan Ling Tian said decisively in a deep voice. Master, Tan Shu Tang shook his head and smiled. The Duan clan's main estate isn't in Tourmaline Holy City, but they have a place for recruiting talents in the city. You only need to go there. With your strength, I'm sure the Duan clan will send an elder to welcome you. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened upon hearing Tan Shu Tang's words. All right, I'll go to that place tomorrow. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel excited when he thought about joining a demi-saint rank force and becoming an interim elder. Most importantly, he would have a chance to save Ka as well. Although Situ Lei had once told him that only saints, otherwise also known as world supreme powerhouses, could free Ka from the soul imprisonment technique, he still held a glimmer of hope that a demi-saint could save Ka. After all, the supreme powerhouse, who had merged with Yun Qingyan, was not at the peak of his strength when he used that technique on Ka. Perhaps, the technique was weaker than what it would be if that supreme powerhouse was at the peak of his strength. Many thoughts raced through Duan Ling Tian's mind at this moment. What if it really works? I have to take a chance. The Tourmaline Holy City's Duan clan was one of the 3 strongest demi-saint rank forces in the city, but its estate was not in the city. It was located not far away from the city. It would take an ordinary rudimentary supreme god at most 15 minutes to travel to the Duan clan's estate from Tourmaline Holy City. Needless to say, it would be even faster for intermediate and advanced supreme gods. As for supreme powerhouses, it would only take them a few breaths. Today, the Duan clan received a special guest. After all, the guest was from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, a saint rank force. Honorable Envoy, I, Duan Bing, welcome you to the Duan clan. Although the envoy from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion was not a supreme powerhouse, the Duan clan did not show any disrespect. Even the clan leader of the Duan clan greeted him respectfully and treated him courteously. Duan Bing, the clan leader of the Duan clan, was a middle-aged man with a gentle appearance. His eyes were clear and bright, and his gaze was determined. Despite his gentle appearance, he carried an aura of majesty and ferocity as well. Clan leader Duan, the envoy from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, was an old man. Upon seeing how courteous Duan Bing was, he could not help but smile as he said, Clan leader Duan, I came on the order of my superior. The Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion recently discovered a realm of origin. Based on the information we gathered, there are quite a number of treasures in there, and many of them were treasures that the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion has been looking for. This time, the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion plans to join forces with demi-saint rank forces and explore the realm of origin together. Duan Bing's eyes lit up upon hearing the old man's words. However, he also knew that there would be conditions to enter the realm of origin. There was no such thing as a free lunch after all. This was not the first time such a thing had happened. Under normal circumstances, the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion would not allow others to enter a realm of origin without any conditions and would explore and collect the treasures inside on their own. It's the same as before. If your people find what our Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion needs, we'll exchange it with other treasures. As such, you won't suffer a loss. As for treasures we don't need, you can keep what you find, the old man said. Honorable Envoy, Duan Bing asked without beating around the bush, what about the requirements for the people entering the realm of origin? In the past, those who entered the realms of origins discovered by the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion had to meet certain requirements. Sometimes, there would be a minimum and maximum limit for their cultivation bases. Other times, the entrants had to comprehend the 4 Taoes of heaven and earth to a certain level. There were also times when there was an age limit. In short, there were all kinds of conditions. For this reason, Duan Bing could not easily guess the conditions this time. The old man also replied without beating around the bush, needless to say, they can't be supreme powerhouses. Apart from that, they have to comprehend the Sword Tao to the 4th stage. Duan Bing inhaled sharply upon hearing the old man's words. 4th stage of the Sword Tao? What about another weapon Tao? Duan Bing asked again. No, the old man shook his head and said, it has to be the Sword Tao. Other weapon Taos won't work. This time, the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion allows you to search for entrants outside your clan to help you. The Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion will also reward the force that finds us the most treasures that we need, and the reward will be presented by the Supreme Saint of our Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. The Supreme Saint. Duan Bing's heart skipped a beat. He naturally knew the Supreme Saint of the Jade Tide Mansion. The other party was one of the overlords of the Sacred Lightning Realm. The realm of origin will open in 10 years, so you have time to search for someone who meets this requirement. Before the time is up, the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion will send someone here to pick the people you select to enter the realm of origin. Chapter 4490 Chapter 4490 The Duan Clan's Elder. It was not until the envoy from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion left that Duan Bing, the clan leader of the Duan clan, returned to his senses. Someone below the realm of supreme powerhouses who comprehended the fourth stage of the Sword Dao. Duan Bing thought to himself with a frown on his face. Under normal circumstances, if an advanced supreme god comprehended any of the four Daos of heaven and earth to the fourth stage, they would feel the call to break into the realm of supreme powerhouses. Very few people would choose to wait and not answer the call. This was not surprising since almost everyone would not give up on the chance to become a supreme powerhouse. The advanced supreme gods who did not respond to the call were divided into two groups: those who did not have the potential to become supreme powerhouses and those who wanted to become peerless top advanced supreme gods first. Generally, the number of the latter was far fewer than the former. After all, there were many risks attached to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. Success was not guaranteed. In the outer boundary and the myriad worlds, the number of peerless top advanced supreme gods was not even 10% of the number of supreme powerhouses. For this reason, it was extremely difficult to find someone who comprehended the four Daos of heaven and earth to the fourth stage and also had yet to become a supreme powerhouse. It was even more difficult since the requirement this time was someone who specifically comprehended the Sword Dao to the fourth stage as well. In the Duan clan, there are two people who have comprehended one of the four Daos of heaven and earth to the fourth stage and have yet to become supreme powerhouses. Although they comprehended the weapon Dao, none of them comprehended the Sword Dao. They don't meet the requirements to enter that place. Currently, in the Duan clan, there were only two people below the realm of supreme powerhouses who comprehended one of the four Daos of heaven and earth to the fourth stage. The weapon Dao they comprehended was the spear Dao and the saber Dao respectively. These two people were also among the people closest to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the Duan clan, and they were also among the strongest among their peers. They could be considered pillars of the Duan clan as well. It seems like we can only look for outside help, Duan Bing thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian and Tan Shu Teng left the inn and had lunch in a nearby restaurant. They did not need to ask around and quickly found out where the Duan clan was recruiting talents in Tourmaline Holy City just by listening to the conversations in the surroundings. As one of the three strongest demi-saint rank forces in Tourmaline Holy City, the Duan clan's side estate in the city was huge even though it was only used for recruiting talents. The main estates of many clans, which were not demi-saint rank forces, in the city could not even compare to the Duan clan's side estate. At the entrance, a guard looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked politely, "Sir, are you here to look for someone?" As a member of the Duan clan, a demi-saint rank force, the guard knew better than to judge people by their appearance. Many people looked ordinary but were powerful and could not be provoked. As such, the guard and his peers were very polite to the people they met. With this, they did not need to fear accidentally offending someone they could not afford to offend. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said with a slight smile, "No. I heard that the Duan clan recruits talents here. I came to join the Duan clan." The guard grew even more polite upon hearing this. He said, "I see. Please come in. I'll bring you to the assessment hall for interim elders. As long as you pass the assessment, you'll be able to join our clan." Although Duan Ling Tian looked young, the guard did not underestimate Duan Ling Tian. After all, there was no telling if Duan Ling Tian was tens of thousands of years old under his youthful appearance. When Duan Ling Tian entered the side estate, he saw lush plants and rockeries. The corridors were also beautifully paved and gave off a low-key but luxurious vibe. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's reaction, the guard leading the way said with a slight smile, "This used to be the estate of a powerful clan. After that clan was annihilated, this place was left empty for a while. In the end, our clan leader obtained it and turned it into our clan's side estate." Although the guard did not go into details, Duan Ling Tian knew that many people must be envious of the Duan clan. The fact that the Duan clan managed to obtain such a place was enough to show its might. At this time, the guard slowed down slightly and said, "Sir, the person in charge of this place is an elder from the Duan clan's enforcement hall. He has a bad temper. When you see him, you must be polite. He hates those who are arrogant just because of their strength. He's a supreme powerhouse." Under normal circumstances, the guard would not remind those who wanted to join the Duan clan. However, seeing that Duan Lingtian was easygoing and did not put on any airs, regardless of Duan Lingtian's strength, he took the initiative to remind Duan Lingtian. "Thank you for your reminder," Duan Lingtian said. The guard continued to lead the way as he asked, "Sir, my name is Duan Shao." "What's your name?" Duan Lingtian replied honestly. He did not bother to hide his name this time. With his strength in the Duan clan, very few people would dare to target him. Perhaps, only someone from the Duan clan would dare to do so, but the chances were very low. Moreover, his spatial ring would self-destruct. As long as he was unwilling, no one would be able to snatch his treasures away. The Duan clan was a demi-saint rank force, and it was unlikely that its members would target an interim elder for his or her treasures. Moreover, he was not just any interim elder, but he was someone close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods. After listening to Tan Shu Tang, he knew he would be greatly respected and valued once he joined the Duan clan. Not only did Duan Lingtian reveal his name, but his appearance had also returned to normal. In the past, he had to hide because he was strong enough. Now, there was no need for him to hide. "Your surname is also Duan," Duan Shao exclaimed in surprise. Then, he laughed before he said, "It seems like you're destined to join our Duan clan." "Did you choose the Duan clan because of your surname?" "Yes, it's one of the reasons," Duan Lingtian replied with a nod. In fact, it was the main reason he chose the Duan clan. Finally, after leading them to the backyard, Duan Shao bade farewell to them and instructed another person to lead Duan Lingtian and Tan Shu Tang to a big hall in the backyard. Before leaving, Duan Shao said with a smile, "Brother Lingtian, I hope to see you in our clan." Although Duan Shao was tasked with guarding the Duan clan's side estate in Tourmaline Holy City, he was relatively strong. He was an advanced supreme god, and many weaker interim elders and revered elders in the clan were no match for him. As such, when faced with potential new interim elders and revered elders, he treated them as equals. "All right," Duan Lingtian responded with a slight smile. He had a good impression of the friendly Duan Shao. Meanwhile, the person who led Duan Lingtian and Tan Shu Tang to the hall was rather aloof. He did not speak unnecessarily as he led the duo to the hall. In the courtyard outside of the hall, an old man, who looked to be over 70 years old, was sitting in front of a stone table and drinking tea. "Elder, I've brought him here," the person who led the duo here said respectfully. In fact, the moment Duan Lingtian stepped foot into the side estate, the old man already knew Duan Lingtian wanted to join the Duan clan. Duan Shao had sent him a message earlier. This was where the Duan clan recruited talents after all, so he was not surprised. The old man rose to his feet. Despite his thin body, his aura was strong, and the pressure he emitted felt like it weighed thousands of pounds. With this aura, Duan Lingtian confirmed that the old man was indeed a supreme powerhouse. When the aura swept out, Tan Shu Tang's expression changed drastically. His body trembled slightly, and blood trickled out of the corner of his mouth. On the contrary, Duan Lingtian stood still, completely unaffected. At the same time, a fierce aura surged from his body. Following that, Tan Shu Tang's expression eased immediately. Clearly, Duan Lingtian had helped him ease the pressure. "What a powerful sword Dao," the old man said after he withdrew his energy. He stared at Duan Lingtian with barely concealed excitement. Is there such a coincidence? The old man had just received a message from the clan leader of the Duan clan yesterday, telling him to search for someone below the realm of supreme powerhouses who had comprehended the sword Dao to the 4th stage. He could not help but wonder if it was a coincidence that someone who met the requirements showed up today. His sword Dao is definitely above the 4th stage. We'll have to test him before we know what stage he's at. Chapter 4491 Chapter 4491 Duan Tian Hong. Within the Duan clan's side estate for recruitment in Tourmaline Holy City. The elder in charge of the side estate, who was also an elder of the Duan clan's enforcement hall, brought a spatial artifact out and said loudly, "Don't resist. Follow me into the spatial artifact." Following that, the elder brought Duan Lingtian into the spatial artifact. Duan Lingtian naturally knew better than to resist during the process. After all, he was just entering a spatial artifact, which he could leave at any time. He would not be afraid even if he had entered the old man's little world. After all, the old man was a supreme powerhouse. If the old man truly wanted to harm him, there was no need to go through all this trouble. The old man could easily kill him now. After Duan Ling Tian and the old man vanished into thin air, leaving only a gourd-shaped artifact behind, Tan Shu Teng waited calmly for their return. He was very confident about the result. He knew the Duan clan would be more than happy to accept Duan Ling Tian as an interim elder or a revered elder. After all, although Duan Ling Tian was not a peerless top advanced supreme god yet, there were likely not many people below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the Duan clan who were a match for Duan Ling Tian in the spatial artifact. Do your best to resist my attack and let me see your true strength, the elder said. Without waiting for a response, he attacked immediately. A majestic energy swept toward Duan Ling Tian with the force of 1,000 troops immediately. Before entering the spatial artifact, the old man could already tell that the purple-clad Duan Ling Tian was close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. However, he was not sure of the level of Duan Ling Tian's strength. After all, there were differences in strength between those with the same cultivation base. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Ling Tian did not hold back anymore. His divine energy along with his law of space that had reached the perfect form surged turbulently. Following that, he used his sword Dao and struck with all his might, crushing the incoming attack completely. Needless to say, he was only capable of this because the old man had held back his strength. As soon as the old man made a move earlier, Duan Ling Tian could tell the old man only attacked with the strength of someone who was close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods, and this level of strength was much weaker than his. Someone with this strength could not even withstand 10 moves from him. If the said person did not have some special means, he was confident he could kill the said person. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian's energy gathered and formed a powerful sword ray that shot out immediately. The power of the sword ray caused the elder to widen his eyes in shock and disbelief. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so powerful. His strength is comparable to the strongest members below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. Although the Duan clan had prodigies like Duan Ling Tian in the history of the clan, they were few and far in between. With a history that spanned millions of years, there were only a few people like Duan Ling Tian in the Duan clan. As for the current Duan clan, there was no one like Duan Ling Tian at all. How could the elder not be shocked now that someone like that was undergoing the assessment to join the Duan clan? There's no mistake, his sword Dao has definitely reached the 6th stage. Moreover, it's close to entering the 7th stage. The elder was further shocked by Duan Ling Tian's sword Dao. Based on his knowledge, there were not more than 100 people who comprehended any of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth to the 6th stage in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds in the current generation. In the current era, perhaps there aren't more than 5 people who have comprehended the sword Dao to the 6th stage. Moreover, I don't think anyone below the realm of saints has comprehended the sword Dao to the 6th stage. All saints, without exception, had the highest level of cultivation. Put everything else aside, they had at least mastered one law to the paramount stage and comprehended one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth to the 6th stage. After a brief moment, the elder quickly dismissed his thoughts. He saw Duan Ling Tian's attack sweeping over and waved his hand, easily blocking Duan Ling Tian's attack. Although Duan Ling Tian's attack was powerful, it was naturally insignificant to the elder who was a supreme powerhouse. At this time, a smile appeared on his face. His stiff and stern expressions from earlier had vanished. He said, "Young man, I'm Duan Tian Hong, the second elder of the Duan clan's enforcement hall. What's your name?" If any member of the Duan clan were here, they would have been shocked to see Duan Tian Hong now. After all, Duan Tian Hong rarely smiled even in front of the clan leader of the Duan clan, let alone other people. The only person who received such treatment was only the Duan clan's demi-saint. "My name is Duan Ling Tian. Greetings, Elder Tian Hong," Duan Ling Tian replied. He was naturally not surprised by Duan Tian Hong's change in attitude. He had already expected this. With his strength now, let alone a demi-saint rank force, he would be warmly welcomed even in a saint rank force. "Your surname is Duan as well." The smile on Duan Tian Hong's face widened upon hearing this. Perhaps, he rarely smiled so his smile looked awkward in the eyes of others. Duan Tian Hong continued to say, "It seems like you're destined to join our Duan clan. With your strength, you're more than qualified to become a revered elder in our Duan Ling Tian. In fact, I don't think there'd be an objection even if you become a grand revered elder in our clan." Before Duan Ling Tian came, he knew that the title, Grand Revered Elder, was only given to the strongest interim elders and revered elders. This only applied to those below the realm of supreme powerhouses. If it were a supreme powerhouse, he or she would be given the title, Guardian. Revered Elder was the title given to interim elders, outsiders below the realm of supreme powerhouses who joined the Duan clan. Let's go. I'll bring you to the Duan clan's main estate to meet our clan leader. Duan Tian Hong said. He was anxious to bring Duan Ling Tian back, worried that Duan Ling Tian would suddenly change his mind and decide not to join the Duan clan. I'll have to trouble you then, Elder Tian Hong, Duan Ling Tian said politely. It's no trouble at all. This is just a trivial matter, Duan Tian Hong said as he waved his hand. Moreover, your surname is Duan Ling Tian. You must be distantly related to our Duan clan. Not only are you destined to join the Duan clan, but you're also destined to meet me. Therefore, there's no need for you to be so polite to me. If you're willing, you can treat me like an older brother. Duan Tian Hong could not sense Duan Ling Tian's exact age, he could only vaguely sense that Duan Ling Tian was not more than 30,000 years old. Those who possessed Duan Ling Tian's strength at such an age were all prodigies. After leaving the spatial artifact, Duan Tian Hong said, since he's your subordinate, he should follow us back to the Duan clan. After that, Duan Tian Hong, who did not even take a proper look at Tan Shu Teng earlier, nodded and smiled at Tan Shu Teng slightly. Although the smile was slight and short, it shocked the person who led Duan Ling Tian and Tan Shu Teng here. What's going on? Elder Tian Hong always has a stern expression on his face and rarely smiles. He actually smiled. Chapter 4492 Chapter 4492 Joining the Duan clan. Duan Ling Tian and Tan Shu Teng quickly followed Duan Tian Hong to the Duan clan's main estate outside of Tourmaline Holy City. During the journey, Duan Ling Tian gave an introduction of Tourmaline Holy City and the various businesses of the Duan clan in the city to Duan Ling Tian. He was very straightforward and told Duan Ling Tian that after becoming a revered elder of the Duan clan, he would receive huge discounts at the stores owned by the Duan clan in Tourmaline Holy City if he showed his identity token. Duan Tian Hong also asked about Duan Ling Tian's origin, and he grew even more excited when he heard that Duan Ling Tian was from the myriad worlds. Those from the myriad worlds were without roots and fetters in the outer boundary and were like a blank slate. This meant that they were without attachments that could be distracting. Moreover, they likely left the myriad worlds to gain a foothold in the outer boundary. This meant that they were generally more stable and focused. As such, many forces in the outer boundary preferred to recruit such people. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had a better understanding of the Duan clan after listening to Duan Tian Hong. He learned that there were more than a dozen supreme powerhouses under the realm of demi-saints in the Duan clan. Among them, there were a few who were close to becoming demi-saints. The clan leader of the Duan clan, a powerful supreme powerhouse, belonged to this small group of people. Demi-saints, known as imminent saints in the myriad worlds, are level 5 supreme powerhouses. Through Duan Tian Hong, Duan Ling Tian also learned for the first time that supreme powerhouses were divided into levels according to their strength. The higher the number, the stronger they were. He knew that there were differences in strengths between supreme powerhouses, but he was unaware that they were divided into levels like that. Duan Ling Tian did not show his surprise and continued to silently listen to Duan Tian Hong. My strength is only average among the supreme powerhouses in the Duan clan. I'm just a level 2 supreme powerhouse. The clan leader is a level 3 supreme powerhouse, similar to the head elder of the enforcement hall. They continued to chat until they arrived outside of the Duan clan's main estate. A complicated maze surrounded the outside of the Duan clan's main estate. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to guess that it was to prevent outsiders from wandering close to the estate. Although the Duan clan was powerful and not afraid of outsiders, it was annoying having curious people wander close and disturb the clan. It was easy for powerhouses to find the Duan clan's estate through the maze, but it would be a difficult task for others. Even Duan Ling Tian could not navigate the maze easily. Elder Tian Hong. After Duan Tian Hong led Duan Ling Tian and Tan Shu Teng into the estate, many people greeted Duan Tian Hong respectfully when they saw him. Among these people, many young people looked at Duan Ling Tian and Tan Shu Teng curiously. Naturally, they did not dare to gossip out loud and only spoke through voice transmission. Who are these two people? Elder Tian Hong treats them rather politely. Isn't Elder Tian Hong's turn to be in charge of our clan's side estate in Tourmaline Holy City recently? Those two are probably here to join our clan then. The fact he personally led them here shows that they must be quite powerful. Based on their appearance, they really don't look too powerful. However, since Elder Tian Hong personally brought them here and treated them politely, there's no doubt that they're at least close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods. There were quite a few people close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods who joined our Duan clan in the past. However, I don't think Elder Tian Hong gave them such treatment. Are they supreme powerhouses? No, it's more likely that only one of them is a supreme powerhouse if my speculation is right. Meanwhile, Duan Tian Hong, the second elder of the Duan clan's enforcement hall, led Duan Ling Tian and Tan Shu Teng to the reception hall to meet Duan Bing, the clan leader of the Duan clan. Duan Bing had long been notified of Duan Ling Tian's arrival and was already waiting in the reception hall when they arrived. Duan Tian stopped outside of the reception hall and said respectfully, "Greetings, clan leader. I've brought him here." A loud voice rang from inside the hall. Duan Tian Hong smiled and gestured to Duan Ling Tian to follow him while Tan Shu Teng followed behind the duo. Duan Ling Tian saw Duan Bing as soon as he walked into the reception hall. He had also heard of Duan Bing's name earlier from Duan Tian Hong. He cupped his fists together at Duan Bing and greeted, "Greetings, clan leader Duan." Tan Shu Teng quickly followed suit and greeted Duan Bing as well. Duan Bing looked at Duan Ling Tian with a bright smile on his face as he said, "You're Duan Ling Tian, right? Elder Tian Hong sent me a message earlier. He told me you're close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods, and you've comprehended the sword Dao to the 6th stage." After a brief pause, Duan Bing continued to say, "I don't doubt Elder Tian Hong's words, but this is my first time meeting someone below the realm of supreme powerhouses who has comprehended the sword Dao to the 6th stage. I wonder if you're willing to show me your sword Dao." Although Duan Bing's tone seemed like he was asking Duan Ling Tian, a powerful and majestic energy surged and swept out in the reception hall as soon as he finished speaking. In any case, Duan Ling Tian did not have any intention to refuse Duan Bing. He knew he had to show his strength in order to increase his value. He joined the Duan clan with a purpose, and it would only benefit him to show his strength instead of waiting and biding his time. Duan Ling Tian's divine energy and his law of space, which had reached the perfect form, surged out immediately before he displayed his sword Dao. An astonishingly powerful sword ray shot out, looking as though it could cut through heaven and earth. However, before it could do any damage to the reception hall, it was stopped by Duan Bing. Duan Bing was delighted. He could barely contain his excitement as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "It's really in the 6th stage. Moreover, it seems like your sword Dao has been in the 6th stage for a while now. I heard you're from the myriad worlds. It seems like our Duan clan has found a gem this time." Chapter 4493 Chapter 4493 Grand Revered Elder. Although the test was brief, Duan Bing, the clan leader of the Duan clan, thoroughly confirmed Duan Ling Tian's strength. There was no doubt that Duan Ling Tian was close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods. Moreover, in his opinion, even those monstrous prodigies with the same cultivation base in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion might not be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian in a one-on-one fight. However, after a moment, Duan Bing calmed down and said, looking slightly skeptical, "I'm curious. With your strength, you can join the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, and you'll still be highly valued. Why did you choose to join our Duan clan?" Duan Bing did not beat around the bush and was direct with his words. Duan Ling Tian smiled and replied truthfully, "You're not wrong. However, I'm new to the sacred lightning realm, and there are many things I'm not familiar with. It'll be more troublesome for me to join the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion since their main estate isn't in Tourmaline Holy City. On the other hand, it'll be more convenient for me to join one of the 3 strongest demi-saint rank forces in Tourmaline Holy City. As for why I chose the Duan clan, my surname is also Duan. In the future, if the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion extends an invitation to me to join them, I'll definitely join them if it benefits me. It's good that you brought this matter up because I also want to make this clear to you." Clan leader Duan. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly upon hearing these words. However, he also admired Duan Ling Tian's frankness. After all, most people, even if they had these thoughts, would not give voice to them. "Ling Tian, you're quite honest," Duan Bing said. He was naturally not angered by Duan Ling Tian's words. After all, there was nothing wrong with Duan Ling Tian's words. There were quite a few members of the Duan clan who joined the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, since the Jade Tide Mansion could give them things that the Duan clan could not. Although demi-saint rank forces were only below saint rank forces, the gap between them was insurmountable. Duan Bing smiled and continued to say, "In any case, it's a lucky coincidence that joined us at this time. As it happens, there'll be a great opportunity for you in the Duan clan in 10 years. At that time, if you perform well and stand out, there's a high chance the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion will invite you to join them." Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as soon as he heard these words. It was naturally great if he could join the Jade Tide Mansion. He cupped his fists at Duan Bing again and said seriously, "Clan leader Duan, you're a magnanimous person. Even if I only stay in the Duan clan for 10 years, I will never forget my time in the Duan clan." Duan Ling Tian had never been an ungrateful person, after all. Even if the Duan clan did not do anything else for him in the coming 10 years, the opportunity that Duan Bing spoke about was more than enough for him to feel grateful. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely repay the Duan clan. After chatting for a while, Duan Bing finally asked Duan Tian Hong to bring Duan Ling Tian to complete the formalities to become a revered elder of the Duan clan. The main purpose of this was to obtain an identity token. After helping Duan Ling Tian obtain an identity token, Duan Tian Hong led Duan Ling Tian to the cultivation ground for revered elders. Duan Tian Hong said, "Ling Tian, with your strength, now that you're a revered elder, you can challenge the current grand revered elder of our Duan clan. Needless to say, if you win, you'll become the new grand revered elder of our Duan clan. The current grand revered elder is skilled in the law of thunder. He's also comprehended the law of thunder to the perfect form, and he has comprehended the mastery Tao to the third stage. The mastery Tao was one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. In the past, when Duan Ling Tian was in the lower realm and was still weak, he had briefly comprehended the mastery Tao. He had come across it from the legacy of a certain heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. However, as he grew stronger, he found that the mastery Tao was becoming increasingly useless to him, so he eventually stopped comprehending it. Elder Tian Hong, I know that Grand Revered Elder is a title given to the strongest revered elder. However, is there a difference between being a Grand Revered Elder and a Revered Elder? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Of course, there's a difference. Moreover, the difference isn't small, Duan Tian Hong said with a smile. For one, the cultivation ground is different. The cultivation ground of revered elders is located in one of the 9 great spiritual springs in the Duan clan, and the Grand Revered Elder's cultivation place is actually right above the heart of the spring. Duan Ling Tian knew that spiritual springs were formed by excess heaven and earth spirit energy after a number of divine crystals reached a certain level. The cultivation environment where the springs were located was perfect, and the heaven and earth spirit energy there was extremely rich. The closer one was to the heart of the spiritual spring, the better the cultivation environment would be. For cultivators below the realm of supreme powerhouses, cultivating at the heart of the spiritual spring could give them twice the result with only half the effort. Duan Tian Hong continued to say, apart from that, the Duan clan would give cultivation resources to revered elders at a fixed time. Many of the cultivation resources are highly coveted. At that time, the Grand Revered Elders will be given priority and can choose 3 of the cultivation resources first. On the contrary, not only do Revered Elders have to wait for the Grand Revered Elder to choose first, but Revered Elders can only choose 1 cultivation resource each. After that, Duan Tian Hong continued to talk about various benefits of being a Grand Revered Elder, such as increased salary, the difference in status, and so on. After listening, there was one thing that excited Duan Ling Tian the most. Every year, the Grand Revered Elder of the Duan clan would be given a chance to follow the Duan clan's demi-saint for 3 days. During the 3 days, one could ask for advice and so on from the demi-saint. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes shone with determination as he thought to himself, I must become the Grand Revered Elder of the Duan clan. Soon after, they arrived at the cultivation ground for the revered elders of the Duan clan. Just as Duan Tian Hong said, it was where a spiritual spring was located. A thick fog of heaven and earth spirit energy could be seen around and on the spiritual spring. Elder Tian Hong, the hut suspended in the middle of the spring is the cultivation place of the Grand Revered Elder, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. His attraction was immediately attracted by a hut on a floating island just right above the heart of the spring, which looked beautiful and magnificent under the light. The thick and viscous liquid from the spring lapped against the floating island gently. Duan Tianhong nodded. Yes, Ling Tian, do you plan to issue a challenge now or do you plan to wait? Every revered elder is given a chance to challenge the grand revered elder, but if he or she fails, he or she can only issue another challenge after 30 years. This rule exists to prevent the grand revered elder from being disturbed too much during cultivation. Chapter 4494 Chapter 4494 Qin Yongyi, the grand revered elder of the Duan clan. As a demi-saint rank force, the Duan clan had 9 spiritual rings, and each of them was an excellent place for cultivation. The closest place to the spring was also where the heaven and earth spirit energy was the strongest. Although Duan Ling Tian was also attracted by the cultivation place of the grand revered elder of the Duan clan, its attraction was not as strong compared to other benefits of becoming a grand revered elder. After all, he owned quite a number of divine crystals now. If he absorbed the divine crystals and opened up his little world to cultivate with the help of the divine tree of life, its effect was not any worse than that of the spiritual spring. What Duan Ling Tian was more excited about was the chance to spend time and learn from the demi-saint of the Duan clan. Most importantly, Duan Tianhong had later told him that it was not impossible to make a request or two as long as they were not excessive and within the demi-saint's capabilities. After becoming a grand revered elder, I can use that as a chance to ask the Duan clan's demi-saint to see if he can break the soul imprisonment technique on Ka. It'll be great if he's able to do that. If not, perhaps, I can ask him to slow down the erosion on Ka's soul. That's still very good since it'll buy me more time. Duan Ling Tian was still not optimistic that the demi-saint of the Duan clan would be able to break the soul imprisonment technique on Ka. However, this was his only choice now, and he could only try every avenue available to him. Naturally, it was best if he had the help of a saint. However, it would not be an easy task. Put everything else aside, with his current strength, it would be difficult for him to meet a saint. Saints were the most powerful existence, after all. Even in the god-defying world, it was said that there was only one saint. Duan Ling Tian had learned about this after he came to the outer boundary. In fact, after coming to the outer boundary, his knowledge of the god-defying world had grown significantly. The god-defying world was one of the myriad worlds, and one of the 18 middle worlds under the 3 upper worlds, which were also the 3 strongest worlds. The 18 middle worlds were mostly governed by a world supreme powerhouse. As for a world without a world supreme powerhouse, a few imminent world supreme powerhouses would band together to govern it. With special effects from their respective realms of gods, when they joined forces, they did not have to be afraid of the average world supreme powerhouse. At this time, Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses and said to Duan Tianhong, "Elder Tianhong, I want to challenge the current grand revered elder now." Duan Tianhong nodded. "He's in closed-door cultivation now. Before you issue a challenge, please listen to my explanation. Generally, challenges will disturb the cultivation of the grand revered elder regardless if it's just an ordinary cultivation or a closed-door cultivation. However, if one chooses to issue a challenge when the grand revered elder is in closed-door cultivation, the grand revered elder will be given the choice to turn the challenge into a life or death battle." In fact, Duan Tianhong was not worried about Duan Ling Tian. After all, he did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's strength at all. He had said this hoping Duan Ling Tian would show mercy. Hence, after saying that, he added, "If the current grand revered elder wants to change the challenge into a life or death battle, I hope you'll show mercy to him." Duan Tianhong could have sent a voice transmission to the current grand revered elder of the Duan clan to warn him against changing the challenge to a life or death battle no matter how irritated he was by being awoken from his closed-door cultivation. However, he did not think the current grand revered elder would believe him or heed his advice. After all, prodigies were mostly proud and arrogant. "Don't worry, Elder Tianhong. I know what to do," Duan Ling Tian said with a faint smile. He knew most people would be furious to be interrupted during their closed-door cultivation. As such, it was understandable if the current grand revered elder of the Duan clan wanted to change the challenge into a life or death battle. "Very well," Duan Tianhong said with a nod before he taught Duan Ling Tian the way to issue a challenge. After that, Duan Ling Tian reached out for his identity token and sent his divine energy into it. Following that, he guided the energy from the identity token to the spiritual spring. In just a moment, the spring shook, and the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy surged for a moment before it receded from the floating island. At this time, an angry roar rang out from the hut. Who dares to challenge me while I'm in closed-door cultivation? I'm going to kill you. This challenge is now a life or death battle. Following that, a muscular young man came out of the hut. Lightning flashed around his body, and a resolute and angry expression could be seen on his angular face. He was at a critical juncture during his closed-door cultivation, and although the improvement would not be significant, he was still understandably furious at being disturbed. As thunder rang and lightning flashed in the sky, the muscular young man flew over and stood across from Duan Ling Tian and Duan Tian Hong in the air. The muscular young man saw Duan Tian Hong and cupped his fists together at Duan Tian Hong before he said, trying his best to suppress his anger. Greetings, Elder Tian Hong. Is this my challenger? Is he new? Duan Tian Hong looked at the muscular young man and sighed inwardly before he said through voice transmission, Grand Revered Elder Qin, you're no match for this new revered elder. With his strength, very few people under the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods are a match for him. Even those who claim to be invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the sacred lightning realm are on par with him at the very least. Duan Tian Hong was very straightforward with his words. However, upon hearing these words, the muscular young man scoffed in disbelief. He did not even bother to use voice transmission as he said, Elder Tian Hong, even if you're trying to speak for him, there's no need to exaggerate. If he's as strong as you claimed, I don't think he'll join the Duan clan. The muscular young man did not bother to hide his disbelief at all. At the same time, many figures flew out of the various huts above the spiritual spring. They were the revered elders of the Duan clan. Did someone challenge Grand Revered Elder Qin Yunyi? Is he new? He has to be a newcomer. Among us, even Revered Elder Yuan, who's closest in strength to Grand Revered Elder Qin, would be at most on par with Grand Revered Elder Qin after a breakthrough. It's almost impossible for Revered Elder Yuan to beat Grand Revered Elder Qin. In any case, even if Revered Elder Yuan wants to challenge Grand Revered Elder Qin, he won't challenge Grand Revered Elder Qin while he's in closed-door cultivation. Based on Grand Revered Elder Qin's words, it seems like Elder Tian Hong told him through voice transmission that the newcomer is very strong. Moreover, it seems like the newcomer's strength is exaggerated since Grand Revered Elder Qin doesn't believe that someone so strong would join the Duan clan. Don't tell me Elder Tian Hong told Grand Revered Elder Qin that the newcomer is comparable to those who are invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods. If so, then it's really too exaggerated. That's right, it's impossible for someone with such power to join the Duan clan, right? The revered elders speculated among themselves, wondering what Duan Tian Hong said to Qin Yunyi. All of them looked at Duan Ling Tian as they discussed among themselves. Meanwhile, after a moment of silence, Duan Tian Hong sighed and stepped aside. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, I hope you'll show mercy. Duan Tian Hong's words caused the group of revered elders to widen their eyes in disbelief, and his words also caused Qin Yunyi's face to turn red in anger. Qin Yunyi felt as though he was being underestimated. Qin Yunyi felt as though he was going to vomit blood when he saw the purple-clad Duan Ling Tian nodding seriously before saying, Elder Tian Hong, don't worry. I won't kill him. At the same time, Tan Shu Teng also stepped aside. A hint of pity could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Qin Yunyi. After all, he knew that Duan Ling Tian was definitely invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods. Qin Yunyi, like many cultivators close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods, was strong. However, he was no match for Duan Ling Tian at all. You're really arrogant. If you're not stronger than me, you can only die today, Qin Yunyi said furiously as he stepped forward. Lightning flashed even brighter around him as tiny spatial cracks appeared in the void. At the same time, a powerful energy swept out. Qin Yunyi's eyes shone with killing intent. Clearly, he could not wait to kill Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, the group of revered elders in the surroundings inhaled sharply. They knew Qin Yunyi was thoroughly angered at this moment. They had been with Qin Yunyi for many years, and this was the first time they had seen him so angry. Chapter 4495 Chapter 4495 The New Grand Revered Elder. Duan Ling Tian remained calm when faced with the furious Qin Yunyi, the current Grand Revered Elder of the Duan clan. Qin Yunyi was at most below Ling Yundi, and as such, he knew Qin Yunyi was no match for him. After his breakthrough, although he had yet to become a peerless top advanced supreme god, his strength was now much stronger than those in the realm as him. Qin Yunyi's expression grew even more unsightly when he saw how indifferent and calm Duan Lingtian was. His eyes burned with fury as he bellowed, "Die!" Subsequently, Qin Yunyi pounced at Duan Lingtian like a ferocious tiger as lightning flashed around him. He held a 9-foot-long spear in his hand. Qin Yunyi used his bloodline power immediately, causing the void to shake before spatial tears appeared. The mastery, Dao. Qin Yunyi not only comprehended the law of thunder, the perfect form, and possessed a powerful bloodline power, but he also comprehended the mastery Dao. Like an invincible war god, he struck at Duan Lingtian with all his might. Meanwhile, the group of revered elders watched in awe as Qin Yunyi made his move. Some of them had never seen him make a move before, and those who had seen him in action had only seen part of his strength. As expected, Grand Revered Elder Qin is really powerful. This is the first time I've seen him go all out. Previously, he only used a small part of his strength when he challenged the former Grand Revered Elder. This is Grand Revered Elder Qin's true strength. Duan Tianhong was surprised as well. Qin Yunyi, did he hide his true strength previously, or did he just improve recently? Duan Tianhong had never seen Qin Yunyi fight before, and he did not know exactly how strong Qin Yunyi was. However, based on what he knew, Qin Yunyi was not as strong as he was now. Only 2 members below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in our clan are a match for Qin Yunyi now, excluding Duan Lingtian. Duan Tianhong continued thinking to himself. The Duan clan did not have any peerless top advanced supreme gods, and those who were close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the clan were not as strong as Duan Lingtian. The 2 strongest members below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the Duan clan were still slightly weaker than Duan Lingtian. Among those close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods, if Duan Lingtian was in the first tier, those 2 would be among the top in the second tier. In the past, even if Duan Tianhong thought Qin Yunyi was strong, he knew very well that Qin Yunyi would at most be in the mid or bottom of the second tier among his peers. However, after witnessing Qin Yunyi's true strength today, he realized that Qin Yunyi was also at the top of the second tier, just like the 2 prodigies of the Duan clan. At the same time, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, Qin Yunyi is quite strong. If my law of space didn't improve recently, I might not be a match for him. Unfortunately for him, he met me at the wrong time. Among the people close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods Duan Lingtian had fought so far, Qin Yunyi was Duan Lingtian's strongest opponent. He did not include Linggu Yundi, who was acknowledged as invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the peaceful might realm, since he had never fought her before. Nonetheless, from what he could sense, he knew Linggu Yundi was far stronger than Qin Yunyi and was likely on par with him. Faced with Qin Yunyi's aggressive attack, a 7-colored sword ray shot out of Duan Lingtian's hand. It continued to grow in size as it shot toward Qin Yunyi. Duan Lingtian stood still as his divine energy swept out along with his law of space and soared down toward Qin Yunyi. He did not even bother to use his doppelgangers because he knew he could defeat Qin Yunyi even without them. After his law of space reached the perfect form, his doppelganger from the law of space now possessed about 80% of his strength. Moreover, his doppelganger from the law of space could also use sword Dao. In fact, just the doppelganger from my law of space is enough to defeat Qin Yunyi. However, I need to show my true strength to show how strong I am to the Duan clan. First impressions are important after all. When the 7-colored sword ray collided with Qin Yunyi's attack, a thunderous explosion rang in the air before a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. The spiritual spring would have been destroyed if Duan Tianhong did not cast a protective barrier around it in time. The spiritual spring was a cultivation ground. There was no protective formation around it because it would disrupt the flow of the heaven and earth spirit energy. The shockwaves struck at Duan Tianhong's protective barrier relentlessly. The collision sparked a blinding light, so everyone lost sight of Duan Lingtian and Qin Yunyi at this moment. When the shockwaves receded and the blinding light dimmed, 2 figures appeared before their eyes again. Unlike Qin Yunyi, the purple-clad Duan Lingtian was completely unscathed. To everyone's shock, Qin Yunyi's robes were tattered, and he was covered in blood. They watched as he collapsed to the ground with a loud thud and lay on the ground motionlessly. No one knew if he was alive at this moment. Congratulations, Grand Revered Elder Duan. Duan Tianhong's voice pulled the group of revered elders back to their senses. A hint of reverence could be seen in their eyes when they turned to look at the Duan Lingtian. Following that, They cupped their fists together and simultaneously greeted Duan Ling Tian, the new, grand revered elder of the Duan clan, who was much stronger than Qin Yunyi based on how he had thoroughly defeated Qin Yunyi with just a strike. Greetings, grand revered elder. Chapter 4496 Chapter 4496 The Myriad Trading House. Duan Ling Tian defeated Qin Yunyi, the grand revered elder of the Duan clan, with a single strike and became the new grand revered elder of the Duan clan. Everyone knew that he was an advanced supreme god who comprehended the law of space to the perfect form and suspected that he had comprehended the sword Dao to the 5th stage. On his second day in the Duan clan, Duan Ling Tian's name spread in the Duan clan and Tourmaline Holy City. Did you hear about Duan Ling Tian, the new grand revered elder of the Duan clan? He defeated Qin Yunyi, the former grand revered elder of the clan, with just a strike of his sword. It's said that he has comprehended the law of space to the paramount stage and is a peerless top advanced supreme god. Where did you hear that? I heard that he has only comprehended the law of space to the perfect form, but he has already comprehended his sword Dao to the 7th stage, the mystical stage. That's how he became a peerless top advanced supreme god. Both of you are wrong. I heard that he comprehended the sword Dao to the 8th stage, the legendary stage, and his law of space is at the paramount stage. He's truly invincible among peerless top advanced supreme gods. There were many outrageous claims in Tourmaline Holy City, and they were spreading like wildfire. Some people even claimed that he was invincible among those below the realm of supreme powerhouses in both the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. Duan Ling Tian was wandering the streets of Tourmaline Holy City when these outrageous rumors reached his ears. He shook his head as he thought to himself, the people of Tourmaline Holy City sure like to gossip. Before moving into the Duan clan's estate, Duan Ling Tian brought Tan Shu Teng with him to explore Tourmaline Holy City. As such, the elders of the Duan clan, who hoped to get acquainted with Duan Ling Tian after they learned that he had joined their clan, were disappointed when they could not find him at the inn early in the morning. At the same time, the other two major forces of Tourmaline Holy City also received news about Duan Ling Tian thanks to their intelligence network. The Duan clan is quick. They found a prodigious sword Dao expert in such a short time. The Yuan clan, one of the three major forces in Tourmaline Holy City, was on par with the Duan clan. Similar to the Duan clan, the Yuan clan had also received an invitation from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion to send cultivators below the realm of supreme powerhouses who had comprehended the sword Dao to the 4th stage to explore the realm of origin they recently discovered. The Yuan clan had a cultivator who fit the criteria, so they felt that they had the advantage over the other two major forces in Tourmaline Holy City, the Duan clan and the Myriad Trading House. However, they did not expect the Duan clan to find someone who comprehended the law of space to the perfect form and the sword Dao to at least the 5th stage in just 2 days. With this, not only did they lose their advantage but had also fallen to a disadvantageous place. Second elder, third elder, leave Tourmaline Holy City and search for a few more powerhouses to represent us. Come back after a decade. Our goal now is to send a few more representatives to the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, the clan leader of the Yuan clan said anxiously. Similarly, there was a commotion in the Myriad Trading House as well. Unlike the clan leader of the Yun clan, the master of the Myriad Trading House was rather calm as he issued orders to the branch managers outside of Tourmaline Holy City to search for powerhouses to represent them a decade later. The Yuan clan and the Duan clan might have a slight advantage over us, however, their connections outside of the city are inferior to ours. The master of the Myriad Trading House was confident about their network outside of Tourmaline Holy City. Unlike the Yuan clan and the Duan clan, the Myriad Trading House was business-oriented. Apart from cultivation talents, business talents were also important to ensure their success. In terms of wealth, the Yuan clan and the Duan clan were no match for the Myriad Trading House even if they combined their resources. Apart from that, investigate the new grand revered elder of the Duan clan. Find out if he's a direct descendant of the Duan clan. If he's not, it means that he might have chosen to join the Duan clan because of his surname. Perhaps, he's unaware of the advantages of the Myriad Trading House. At that time, we can send someone to persuade him to join us. The Myriad Trading House utilized their intelligence network to investigate Duan Ling Tian, and it did not take long for them to obtain results. Could it be him? Duan Ling Tian spent about half a day wandering Tourmaline Holy City. When he was about to leave the city with Tan Shu Teng and make his way to the Duan clan's estate, he was stopped by an old man dressed in a long green robe. the old man's appearance was ordinary, and he had a medium build. He also possessed piercing gaze like that of a hawk. Tan Shu Teng's heart skipped a beat as soon as he sensed the old man's aura. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly as he thought to himself, a supreme powerhouse. Nonetheless, Duan Ling Tian was not afraid now that he had the support of the Duan clan. Although the Duan clan was situated outside of Tourmaline Holy City, they had a few supreme powerhouses, including Duan Tian Hong, the second elder, who were stationed in Tourmaline Holy City. "Hello, I'm Lu Yan from the Myriad Trading House. I come with no ill intentions," the old man said politely with a smile to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was about to send a message to Duan Tian Hong when the old man's overbearing aura suddenly vanished without a trace. The Myriad Trading House. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. He knew that the Myriad Trading House was one of 3 major demi-saint rank forces in Tourmaline Holy City and was on par with the Duan clan. For a moment, he wondered about the old man's purpose for approaching him. Unlike many others in Tourmaline Holy City, the old man recognized him. Chapter 4497 Chapter 4497, Poaching a Talent. "Greetings, Senior Lu Yan," Duan Ling Tian said to the old man. After Duan Ling Tian defeated Qin Yunyi and became the new Grand Revered Elder of the Duan clan, he had a long talk with Duan Tian Hong and learned more about the Yuan clan and the Myriad Trading House. As such, he knew that Lu Yuan was the deputy master of the Myriad Trading House, a level 3 supreme powerhouse like Duan Bing, the clan leader of the Duan clan, Kai Ming, the supreme demon, and Situ Lei. Ling Tian, Lu Yan smiled warmly at Duan Ling Tian as he said, "The owner of the Myriad Trading House wants to meet you. I wonder if you're willing to meet him." Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised upon hearing this. He knew that the master of the Myriad Trading House, Chen Rufei, was a level 4 supreme powerhouse and the second strongest person in the Myriad Trading House. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian furrowed his brows slightly and said, "Senior Lu Yan, I've already joined the Duan clan." It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure out that Chen Rufei wanted to recruit him to represent the Myriad Trading House to enter the realm of origin 10 years later. Now that he had joined the Duan clan, he knew it would be inappropriate for him to be acquainted with the Myriad Trading House. He had no intention of switching to another force now. If he was going to switch forces, it would be to a saint rank force. Duan Ling Tian decisively sent a message to Duan Tian Hong. After all, a level 3 supreme powerhouse like Lu Yan could easily kill him. Although it was unlikely for Lu Yan to make a move against him, it was better to be safe than sorry. "I come with no ill intentions," Lu Yan said again as he shook his head when he sensed that Duan Ling Tian had sent a message. After a beat, he added, "The Myriad Trading House is aware that you've joined the Duan clan. There's no need for you to be wary of us." Meanwhile, Duan Tian Hong was relaxing and enjoying a cup of tea when he received Duan Ling Tian's message. He sprung to his feet immediately and vanished into thin air. At the same time, he informed the other supreme powerhouses stationed in Tourmaline Holy City about the matter. In just a short time, Duan Tian Hong and 4 other supreme powerhouses from the Duan clan appeared and stood in front of Duan Ling Tian. All of them looked at Lu Yan with a displeased expression on their faces. "Deputy Master Lu, Ling Tian is now our clan's Grand Revered Elder. Why would you still try to recruit him?" Duan Tian Hong asked, looking slightly dissatisfied. Duan Tian Hong naturally knew the Myriad Trading House's intention to snatch Duan Ling Tian away from the Duan clan. Any demi-saint rank force would be more than happy to have an advanced supreme god who had comprehended the law of space to the perfect form and the soared down to such a high level among their ranks. The Duan clan was fortunate that Duan Ling Tian chose to join them due to their similar surnames. Otherwise, the Duan clan would not have been able to compete with the Myriad Trading House in terms of the benefits and privileges they could offer. Lu Yan looked at Duan Tian Hong and said indifferently, "Duan Tian Hong, a talented person will choose a patron of integrity. This has been the case since ancient times. Moreover, he has just joined the Duan clan yesterday and has yet to benefit from joining the clan. The only thing he's received is a meaningless title, right? In any case, if he chooses to join the Myriad Trading House, we're more than willing to compensate the Duan clan generously on his behalf." Wealth was nothing to the Myriad Trading House. Moreover, spending a small fortune in exchange for Duan Ling Tian was a good deal for the Myriad Trading House. The expressions of Duan Tian Hong and the other supreme powerhouses from the Duan clan turned sour upon hearing these words. Lu Yan, do you think the Duan clan is a pushover? A supreme powerhouse next to Duan Tianhong said indignantly. His eyes were like knives when he looked at Lu Yan. At the same time, Duan Tianhong bellowed, Lu Yan. Following that, a terrifying energy swept out into the surroundings, stirring up a sandstorm and causing the buildings nearby to shake. At the same time, the ground shook before cracks began to appear like cobwebs. At the same time, the other four supreme powerhouses from the Duan clan glared at Lu Yan, ready to mobilize their energy as well. Lu Yan scoffed. Just because there are 5 of you, you think you're a match for me? A level 2 supreme powerhouse and 4 level 1 supreme powerhouses were naturally no match for a level 3 supreme powerhouse. At this critical moment, Duan Ling Tian also knew that it was time for him to make his stance clear. He stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Duan Tianhong and the others. However, before Duan Ling Tian could speak, an indifferent voice rang from outside Tourmaline Holy City. They might not be a match for you, but what about me? Following that, Duan Tianhong withdrew his energy. After all, reinforcement had finally arrived. At the same time, the other supreme powerhouses from the Duan clan sighed in relief inwardly. A gust of wind blew past before a figure suddenly appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and the others, directly facing Lu Yan. Chapter 4498 Chapter 4498 The City Governor of Tourmaline Holy City. A middle-aged man with a medium build dressed in a long green robe appeared and looked at Lu Yan, the deputy master of the Myriad Trading House, indifferently. At this time, the 4 supreme powerhouses of the Duan clan also greeted the middle-aged man respectfully, Elder Wu Yong. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian knew that the other party was Duan Wu Yong, the Grand Elder of the Duan clan's enforcement hall. He was a level 3 supreme powerhouse like Duan Bing, the clan leader of the Duan clan. At the same time, the onlookers who were aware of Duan Wu Yang's identity gasped. The Grand Elder of the Duan clan's enforcement hall is here. He's one of the Duan clan's pillars of strength. Don't you know who the Duan clan's members are facing? He's Lu Yan, the deputy master of the Myriad Trading House. He's on par with Duan Wu Yong. Are the Duan clan and the Myriad Trading House going to have a confrontation here? What's all this commotion about? I just arrived. Can someone fill me in? It seems like they're fighting over that young man. Wait, he must be the prodigy, Duan Ling Tian, who became famous in Tourmaline Holy City very recently. Duan Ling Tian, the new grand revered elder of the Duan clan. The onlookers shifted their eyes to Duan Ling Tian in unison. Meanwhile, Duan Wu Yong and Lu Yan stared at each other intently as their energies surged. Duan Wu Yong, Lu Yan called out. If one looked close enough, one would see a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes when he looked at Duan Wu Yong. Although they were both level 3 supreme powerhouses, he knew that Duan Wu Yong was stronger than him. Although Duan Wu Yong became a level 3 supreme powerhouse later than him, in the past, Duan Wu Yong had fought a level 3 supreme powerhouse to a draw when Duan Wu Yong was at the zenith of the 2nd level. Apart from that, Duan Wu Yong comprehended a law that was superior to the law he comprehended and also had a profound comprehension of one of the 4 Taoes of heaven and earth. Duan Wu Yong and Lu Yan's energies continued to struggle against each other. It was clear that a fight would break out soon. A scoff rang in the air before an icy voice rang in the air. The voice was loud and powerful. Take your fight somewhere else. Tourmaline Holy City isn't a battleground. The onlookers began to fervently discuss among themselves as soon as the voice fell. This voice seems to have come from the city governor's estate. It's the city governor of Tourmaline Holy City. He's the former leader of the 7 Saints of Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. I've long heard about the city governor. However, he's really mysterious. I've never even heard his voice until today, let alone see him. Rumor has it that he's infinitely close to becoming a demi-saint. I also heard that 3 members of the 7 saints from that time have already become demi-saints. If the city governor didn't get injured during an expedition in the realm of origin, he would have already become a demi-saint by now. He was their former leader after all. Not long after the voice fell, a powerful but old-sounding voice echoed in the city. City governor, please calm down. The Myriad Trading House has no intention of fighting the Duan clan. Lu Yan, come back. Lu Yan looked at Duan Wu Yong for a moment before he finally left without saying a word. In fact, as soon as the mysterious city governor of Tourmaline Holy City spoke, he was already prepared to take a step back. Even the Myriad Trading House would not be able to protect him from the city governor of Tourmaline Holy City. After all, the city governor of Tourmaline Holy City was not just an ordinary disciple of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, his master was a saint in the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. After Lu Yan left, Duan Wuyong looked at Duan Ling Tian with an awkward smile and asked, "Grand revered elder Ling Tian, would you like to follow me back to the Duan clan?" "I'll have to trouble you then, Elder Wuyong," Duan Ling Tian said. Duan Ling Tian did not plan to stay in Tourmaline Holy City any longer. He did not expect to cause a commotion that needed the intervention of the city governor of Tourmaline Holy City. Nonetheless, he did not regret sending a message to Duan Tian Hong. After all, if the Myriad Trading House had no scruples, he would have been in danger. Before leaving, Duan Wuyong said to one of the supreme powerhouses of the Duan clan, "Repair the damages here." The latter mobilized his energy and quickly restored everything with his law of earth. Once again, Duan Ling Tian could not help but marvel over the strength of supreme powerhouses. Supreme powerhouses, divine energies are truly different and more important than the laws they comprehend. An advanced supreme god like me who comprehends the law of earth can also repair these damages, but it's impossible to restore everything to such a perfect state in such a short time. The level 1 supreme powerhouse from the Duan clan who comprehended the law of earth left an impression on Duan Ling Tian. Although he was only a level 1 supreme powerhouse, he could easily kill Duan Ling Tian with just a slap. Duan Ling Tian continued thinking to himself, among those below the realm of supreme powerhouses, perhaps only a peerless top advanced supreme god has a chance of surviving an attack from a level 1 supreme powerhouse. After that, before leaving, Duan Ling Tian did not forget to say to Duan Tian Hong through voice transmission, "Elder Tian Hong, I apologize for troubling you. Will the city governor blame you for this?" "Rest assured," Duan Tian Hong replied through voice transmission, "the city governor rarely leaves his residence. Moreover, that was just a warning. We didn't make a move after all." Despite Duan Tian Hong's words, Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense the unease and fear in Duan Tian Hong's voice when Duan Tian Hong mentioned the city governor of Tourmaline Holy City, after Duan Ling Tian and Tan Shu Teng left Tourmaline Holy City with Duan Wuyong for the Duan clan's estate. Duan Tian Hong, the Duan clan's supreme powerhouses, and the onlookers left as well. Nonetheless, the onlookers were still discussing the matter among themselves. It seems like the new grand revered elder of the Duan clan isn't just an ordinary prodigy. Otherwise, the Myriad Trading House wouldn't have bothered to recruit him even after he joined the Duan clan. Even if he's not a peerless top advanced supreme god, he should be very close to becoming one, otherwise, the Myriad Trading House would not resort to such a desperate measure. It seems like the Duan clan has found a gem. Unbeknownst to Duan Ling Tian, while he was making his way to the Duan clan's estate, a new rumor began to spread in Tourmaline Holy City. There's suspicion that the new grand revered elder of the Duan clan is the person who obtained a number of blissful flower kings and Lord Grade Northern Nether Winter Cod from the peaceful Might realms Zhang clan and Lang clan respectively. Unsurprisingly, this rumor shook Tourmaline Holy City. At the same time, the rumor of the supreme treasures also quickly aroused the greed of many people in the city. Chapter 4499 Chapter 4499, a decade later. Heavens! As it turns out, the new grand revered elder of the Duan clan is that person who has the 9 stalks of blissful flower kings and 3 Lord Grade Northern Nether Winter Cod. How unexpected! Alas, it'd be difficult to move against him now that he has joined the Duan clan. Only a fool would be willing to offend the Duan clan, a demi-saint rank force, for 9 stalks of blissful flower kings and 3 Lord Grade Northern Nether Winter Cod. There are rumors that Duan Ling Tian has a powerful background. However, no one knows which force he originally came from. Nonetheless, now that he has joined the Duan clan, the clan definitely won't let anyone lay a finger on him. Just like that, Duan Ling Tian became a hot topic in Tourmaline Holy City. Most people could no longer target Duan Ling Tian since it would implicate the forces behind them if the Duan clan took action. As for sectless cultivators below the realm of supreme powerhouses, there were also not many who were a match for Duan Ling Tian. As for sectless supreme powerhouses, they dared not make a move in or around Tourmaline Holy City since it would be no different from seeking death. The Duan clan had a demi-saint after all. Demi-saints were very powerful, but most importantly, the Duan clan's demi-saint could sense if any of the clan members were in danger through the Duan clan's identity tokens within a certain distance. However, these identity tokens were special. Not all members of the Duan clan possessed such an identity token. Nevertheless, No one doubted that the new Grand Revered Elder of the Duan clan possessed such an identity token. Duan Tianhong returned to the Duan clan after his shift in Tourmaline Holy City ended. He looked for Duan Ling Tian and told the latter about the rumors that had been circulating in the city recently. This news is likely spread by the Myriad Trading House. After telling Duan Ling Tian about the rumors he had heard, Duan Tianhong asked bluntly, "Ling Tian, is it true that you're the one who obtained the 9 stalks of blissful flower kings and 3 Lord Grade Northern Nether Winter Cod from the peaceful Might realms Zhang clan and Leng clan respectively?" The rumors were rather convincing since the timing matched when Duan Ling Tian suddenly appeared at the Duan clan. Moreover, similar to Duan Ling Tian, the other person also comprehended the law of space and had a profound comprehension of the Sword Dao. Nonetheless, Duan Tianhong did not simply come to a conclusion. He decided to ask Duan Ling Tian about it instead. "Yes," Duan Ling Tian replied with a nod. He had long expected this matter to be exposed and had already mentally prepared himself. As such, he was not surprised at all. Initially, Duan Ling Tian assumed the Duan clan would discover this matter first. After all, he had joined the Duan clan as its Grand Revered Elder. It would be more likely for the Duan clan to connect the dots first. As such, he was slightly surprised that the Myriad Trading House discovered the matter first. The Myriad Trading House. Previously, when Duan Wuyong, the Grand Elder of the Duan clan's enforcement hall, escorted Duan Ling Tian back to the Duan clan, Duan Ling Tian had learned more about the Myriad Trading House from the former. He learned that the Myriad Trading House was extremely wealthy and possessed a very wide intelligence network. At that time, Duan Wuyong also said that the Myriad Trading House must have seen his worth and sent Lu Yan to recruit him despite knowing he had already joined the Duan clan. Duan Ling Tian did not care that the Myriad Trading House discovered the truth, but he was rather displeased that they had made the information public. This was akin to placing a big target on him, after all. There's no doubt that this is the doing of the Myriad Trading House, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes glinted coldly. He would not let this matter go. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian sighed emotionally and said, "So it's really you." After a moment, he said reassuringly, "Don't worry. You're not only the Grand Revered Elder of the Duan clan, but you'll also be representing the clan to enter the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion's realm of origin in 10 years. The Duan clan definitely won't harm you. Even if you leave the clan later, this will remain the same. Before I looked for you, I met the clan leader. He wanted me to relay this message to you. As long as you don't provoke powerful saint-rank forces like the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, the Duan clan will protect you as long as you're a member of the clan." Although Duan Ling Tian had already expected that the Duan clan would not betray him, he still felt a sense of warmth when he heard Duan Tianhong's words. After that, the duo continued chatting for a while before Duan Tianhong said, "I'll take my leave now. I'm on a break and will be in the clan's estate for a period of time. If there's anything, don't hesitate to ask for my help. I'm staying near the enforcement hall. If you ask, the members of the clan will show you to my cultivation ground." After Duan Tianhong left, he returned to the floating island above the center of the spiritual spring. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate. "I still have a decade before I have to enter the realm of origin. I'll try to deepen my comprehension and raise the level of my Sword Dao. Unlike my law of space that's stagnant, at least my Sword Dao is progressing even if the progress is slow. It'll be impossible for my law of space to reach the paramount stage if I don't break through this bottleneck." Duan Ling Tian was not in a hurry to break through the bottleneck. Instead, he prioritized growing stronger through his other means. It was important for him to grow as strong as he could before entering the realm of origin to search for treasures. Although he was very strong now, based on what he knew, there were quite a few like him in the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. Moreover, it was also possible that the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion had a peerless top advanced supreme god. Even if there was no peerless top advanced supreme god among the members of the Jade Tide Mansion, the saint of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion might have a subordinate who was a peerless top advanced supreme god. After thinking about it, Duan Ling Tian thought that even if the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion or its saint had a peerless top advanced supreme god, the odds were very low for the peerless top advanced supreme god to have also coincidentally comprehended the Sword Dao specifically to the 4th stage. However, he also knew that with the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion's influence and connections in the Sacred Lightning Realm, it would not be difficult for them to find such a peerless top advanced supreme god. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel immense pressure when he thought about facing peerless top advanced supreme gods in the realm of origin. After all, no matter how close he was to becoming one, he was still not a peerless top advanced supreme god. Duan Ling Tian was immersed in his cultivation and only came out when it was time to receive the resources given to revered elders by the Duan clan. He did not step foot out of the Duan clan after he returned. As time passed, the people of Tourmaline Holy City and the members of the Duan clan also stopped discussing Duan Ling Tian. Those who coveted the supreme treasures in Duan Ling Tian's possession also left one after another when they saw that Duan Ling Tian did not go to Tourmaline Holy City anymore and had no intention of leaving the Duan clan's estate. Lu Yifan and Lin Yu from the Peaceful Might realm were among these people. "Let's return, we'll only be waiting in vain if we continue this," Lin Yu said with a sigh. "With the Duan clan, it'll be difficult for us to make a move. Even if we manage to catch him when he's alone, it's unlikely that he'll yield even if we put a knife to his throat. After all, the demi-saint will be able to come to his rescue immediately. At that time, not only will we not gain anything, but we'll also put our lives at risk." In fact, as soon as Lin Yu found out that Duan Ling Tian had joined the Duan clan and become the clan's grand revered elder, he had wanted to give up. However, he ended up staying back because Lu Yifan was unwilling to return empty-handed. Now that a year had passed, he decided that he had enough and wanted to leave. Although Lu Yifan was still unwilling, he had to leave as well. There was nothing he could do if he was alone since he would not be able to use the time and space escape technique without Lin Yu. Under such circumstances, he would definitely die if he faced a demi-saint. In the end, the duo left the Sacred Lightning realm for the Peaceful Might realm. They were unaware that they had already met Duan Ling Tian once before Duan Ling Tian was rescued by Situ Lei. Time flew by, and in a blink of an eye, 9 years had passed. At this time, Duan Ling Tian, who was comprehending the Sword Dao, heard a familiar voice from outside. "Ling Tian, the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion has sent someone over. We'll depart with him after 3 days." The voice belonged to Duan Tian Hong. Originally, the Duan clan did not have any intention to send Duan Tian Hong to accompany Duan Ling Tian. However, after coming to the Duan clan, Duan Ling Tian went into closed-door cultivation and did not get acquainted with anyone else. As such, in the end, the high-ranking members of the Duan clan thought it was best that they select Duan Tian Hong to accompany Duan Ling Tian since Duan Ling Tian was most familiar with the former in the Duan clan. Chapter 4500 Chapter 4500, Duan Yue. Apart from that, Duan Tian Hong continued to say, "The old ancestor came out from his closed-door cultivation yesterday. After learning about you, he wants to meet you. The clan leader has mentioned to the old ancestor that you need help, and the old ancestor is willing to listen to you when you meet." Over the past decades, Duan Ling Tian had requested to meet the Duan clan's old ancestor several times. According to Duan Bing, the clan leader of the Duan clan, the old ancestor might not be able to free Ka from the soul imprisonment technique. However, Duan Bing said that the old ancestor might be willing to follow Duan Ling Tian back to the god-defying world to take a look at Ka after coming out from his closed-door cultivation. Duan Tian Hong said with a smile, "You might be able to return to your hometown before you have to leave for the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion." Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened as soon as he heard Duan Tian Hong's words. He said, "Elder Tian Hong, please bring me to the old ancestor." Initially, Duan Ling Tian thought that Ka's matter would have to wait until he came out of the realm of origin and joined the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. He had comforted himself that the saint from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion would be of more help compared to a demi-saint. He did not expect that Duan clan's old ancestor to come out of closed-door cultivation a few days before he had to leave for the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Even if a demi-saint was not as powerful as a saint, it was still good to have an extra pair of eyes to take a look at Ka after all. Although there were only a few days left before he had to leave for the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, with the dozens of transportation formations in the Sacred Lightning realm connected to the myriad worlds, he would be able to make it back in time. "I can finally return to the god-defying world," Duan Ling Tian thought to himself excitedly. When Duan Ling Tian left the god-defying world in the past, he had been in a dangerous situation. At that time, many supreme powerhouses coveted the liquid of the divine fountain in his possession. He was forced to travel to another world to go to the outer boundary as a precaution. In the end, he ended up in the divine sand realm, one of the realms located on the outskirts of the outer boundary. During his journey to the sacred lightning realm, he also had to be careful not to expose himself. All in all, it felt like a long time since he had last been in the god-defying world. I came to you immediately because I knew how important this matter is to you, Duan Tianhong said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian might have only been in the Duan clan for a short 10 years, but he had grown close to Duan Tianhong during his time here due to their similar temperaments. Although Duan Tianhong was a supreme powerhouse, he did not put on air. After all, he knew Duan Ling Tian's potential was far greater than his. He could easily kill Duan Ling Tian now, but that might not be the case in the future. After a moment, Duan Tianhong said, I've already informed the old ancestor that we'll be visiting him now. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were extremely bright as he made his way to the cultivation ground of the old ancestor of the Duan clan. As the person with the highest authority in the Duan clan, it was only natural that the Duan clan's old ancestor had a spiritual spring to himself as his cultivation ground. Soon enough, Duan Tianhong and Duan Ling Tian arrived at a paradise-like valley where a spiritual spring was located. Duan Tianhong cupped his fists together at the house above the source and center of the spiritual spring as he said respectfully, Old ancestor, the grand revered elder is here. Upon hearing the nonchalant response that rang from the house, Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened in shock. As it turned out, the Duan clan's old ancestor was a female powerhouse. At this time, the door flung open, and a slender and graceful figure walked out. It belonged to a young woman dressed in a light green long robe. She looked to be in her early 20s. Although her facial features were exquisite, she was not a stunning beauty. Her expression was aloof. She seemed indifferent to everything around her. When Duan Ling Tian looked into her eyes, he felt as though he was staring into a bottomless abyss. He quickly recovered his senses and said respectfully, Duan Ling Tian greets the old ancestor. The young woman might not look any older than Duan Ling Tian, but he knew that physical appearance was not an accurate determiner of one's age. The old ancestor of the Duan clan was likely as old as a fossil. You're just an interim elder, so there's no need for you to address me as old ancestor, the young woman said with a faint smile as she walked toward Duan Ling Tian. However, her eyes were as piercing as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. When she looked at him, Duan Ling Tian felt as though a hawk was watching him. Amazing, the young woman said as her eyes narrowed imperceptibly. Then, she turned to Duan Tianhong and said, leave us for a moment. I need to speak to the grand revered elder privately. Yes, old ancestor, Duan Tianhong replied reverently. At the same time, he reminded Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, Ling Tian, the old ancestor is skilled in the law of life and the mastery Tao. Following that, Duan Tianhong vanished out of sight, leaving Duan Ling Tian and the old ancestor alone in the valley. My name is Duan Yue. Young man, you can drop the formality and address me as Sister Weil, Duan Yue said. Her eyes gleamed under the sunlight as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. She approached him and reached out to lift his chin before she stared into his eyes. Duan Ling Tian instinctively tried to move away, but he quickly felt an invisible energy restraining him. He could not move at all. He was shocked by her strength, and at the same time, he could not help but wonder about her strange behavior. This is truly surprising, Duan Yue said after a moment. You're not even 3,000 years old, but you're so strong. Someone with your strength at your age is unprecedented in both the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed as soon as he heard Duan Yue's words. He did not expect Duan Yue to be able to sense his age accurately. After all, only those who were close to his age could sense his age. For others outside the range of his age, they could only vaguely sense that he was under 10,000 years old. Relax, I have no ill intentions. Do you think you'd be able to remain standing if I had ill intentions? Duan Yue said with a faint smile as she withdrew her hand. At the same time, the invisible force restraining Duan Ling Tian vanished as well. Duan Ling Tian instinctively took a step back and looked at Duan Yue warily. After a moment, he took a deep breath to calm down before he called out, Old ancestor. Before Duan Ling Tian could continue to speak, Duan Yue said, Didn't I tell you to drop the formality and address me as Sister Wei? I'll address you as Little Tiana. Then, she continued to say, since fate brought you to our Duan clan, from this day onward, we should treat each other as siblings. Chapter 4501 Return to the God-defying world. Duan Yue, the old ancestor of the Duan clan and a demi-saint, was naturally not stupid. She was friendly toward Duan Lingtian due to his age and strength. Perhaps, ordinary demi-saints might not be able to sense his age as accurately as she did, but she comprehended the law of life. Moreover, her law of life was very close to reaching the paramount stage. She had never heard of anyone almost as strong as a peerless advanced supreme god under the age of 3,000, let alone meet one. Based on her knowledge, a prodigy like Duan Lingtian was unprecedented in both the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. For this reason, it was only natural for her to make a connection with Duan Lingtian, who had yet to reach his potential in cultivation. She did not treat him like she did her other juniors. Perhaps, once Duan Lingtian became a world supreme powerhouse in the future, the Duan clan would not need to rely on the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion anymore. Even saints weren't as strong as him at his age, he might even surpass those saints in the future, Duan Yue thought to herself. Duan Lingtian felt both flattered and uneasy by Duan Yue's friendly treatment. He called out hesitantly, "Old ancestor." Once again, before Duan Lingtian could finish speaking, Duan Yue said unhappily with a frown on her face, "Didn't I say to drop the formality and to treat each other like siblings? Do you think I'm not worthy of being addressed as sister?" Then, a mischievous grin appeared on her face before she continued to say, "I heard that you need my help. If you treat me like your elder sister, I'll definitely do my best to help you." Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by these words. After a moment, he called out, slightly reluctant, "Sister Wei." Duan Yue waved her hand, sending 2 floating image pearls to Duan Lingtian as she said, "Here's a gift for our first meeting, little brother. Based on your current strength, these are the only things in my possessions that are useful to you. They contain the recordings of 2 peerless top advanced supreme gods who comprehended the law of space." Duan Lingtian was shocked by Duan Yue's words. He did not expect that he would be so lucky and obtain 2 floating image pearls that contained the recordings of 2 peerless top advanced supreme gods, who comprehended the law of space, again. His shock was quickly replaced with delight. Everyone's comprehension of the same law was different. As such, he would gain more insight by studying various experts of the law of space. After a brief moment, Duan Lingtian said sincerely, "Thank you, Sister Wei." Duan Lingtian was naturally aware that Duan Yue's friendly treatment was due to his potential. Her actions now were akin to an investment. However, he did not mind it. After all, even if it was an investment, there was no guarantee that he would definitely live up to his potential and stand at the peak of the outer boundary in the myriad worlds. Her willingness to invest in him meant that she was confident he would become a saint. "All right, let's return to your homeland," Duan Yue said. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened upon hearing these words. This was his goal after all. Before joining the Duan clan, he had wanted to bring Duan Yue back to the god-defying world to have a look at Ka, hoping that Duan Yue would be able to free Ka from the soul imprisonment technique. Seeing the hope in Duan Lingtian's eyes, Duan Yue said, "I'll be honest with you. I'm not confident that I'll be able to help." Previously, Duan Bing, the clan leader of the Duan clan, had filled Duan Yue in before she met Duan Lingtian. Duan Yue added, "However, with my current strength, I'm confident I'll be able to slow down the deterioration of her soul." Duan Lingtian, who was stunned by Duan Yue's earlier words, quickly recovered his senses and said happily, "It's good enough if you can delay the deterioration of her soul." Duan Lingtian did not expect this at all. With this, he felt that he really made the right choice by joining the Duan clan. "We'll go to the transportation site in the sacred lightning realm to travel to the god-defying world," Duan Yue said. Then, she raised her hand and brought Duan Lingtian with her, leaving the Duan clan's estate at the speed of light. Duan Lingtian's surroundings were a blur due to Duan Yue's incredibly fast speed. He exclaimed inwardly, "This is the strength of a demi-saint." Duan Yue was the first demi-saint Duan Lingtian had met. The god-defying world must have demi-saints as well. Duan Lingtian was no longer as clueless as he once was. He knew the 3 upper worlds of the myriad worlds had more than one world supreme powerhouse, and that the 18 middle worlds had one world supreme powerhouse each, or at least imminent world supreme powerhouses. Imminent world supreme powerhouses were also known as demi-saints in the outer boundary. During Duan Lingtian's time in the outer boundary, he had heard that the god-defying world was one of the stronger worlds among the 18 middle worlds and that there was a world supreme powerhouse in the god-defying world. At that time, he could not help but think of the master of the supreme powerhouse who brought him to the divine fountain. I wonder what level he is at. Is he an imminent world supreme powerhouse or only close to becoming one? Chapter 4502 Chapter 4502 Yuan Wu. When Duan Ling Tian realized his surroundings were gradually becoming less blurry, he heard Duan Yue say, "This is the Sacred Lightning Realm's transportation site." The transportation formations here connect to the 3 upper worlds and the 18 middle worlds. In just a moment, the duo landed on a vast plain where various huge transportation formations could be seen. A stone tablet stood in front of each transportation formation. The destination of the transportation formation was carved on the stone tablet. There were also people patrolling the area, indicating that people could not casually use the transportation formations as they pleased. It did not take long before Duan Ling Tian found the stone tablet with the words, "God-defying world." At this time, Duan Yue explained, unprompted, the transportation site and formations were built by the strongest saint rank forces in the Sacred Lightning Realm, including the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. The Duan clan is governed by the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, so we have permission to use the transportation formations here. Nonetheless, we'll have to bear the cost of using these transportation formations, and they need to be fueled by a huge number of divine crystals. If we're not in a rush, I would have personally brought you back to the God-defying world without using the formation. As a demi-saint, it was easy for Duan Yue to travel through spatial barriers to the God-defying world. However, it would take more time compared to using a transportation formation. "Let's go," Duan Yue said before she brought Duan Ling Tian with her to the transportation formation that led to the God-defying world. Following that, a patrolling guard asked, "May I know which force you're from?" Before Duan Yue could reply, a figure suddenly appeared before her. "Let's go to the transportation site," Duan Yue said to Duan Ling Tian. Then they reappeared close to the transportation site connected to the God-defying world in the blink of an eye. "May I know which force you are from?" one of the patrolling guards asked Duan Ling Tian and Duan Yue. "Greetings, Dark Knight Demi-Saint. Elder Yuan Wu," Duan Yue replied with a slight nod. Duan Ling Tian looked at the other party. The other party was a young man. At this moment, he was staring at Duan Yue with a burning gaze, and when he turned to glance at Duan Ling Tian, a hint of hostility could be seen in his eyes. Is he interested in Sister Yue? Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly when he saw the young man's strange behavior. Meanwhile, the middle-aged guard who stopped Duan Yue and Duan Ling Tian earlier exclaimed, slightly surprised, "Demi-Saint." Nonetheless, the middle-aged guard quickly regained his composure. He naturally did not lower himself. Although he was only a level 3 supreme powerhouse, he was from a saint rank force after all. After a moment, he said to the young man, "Elder Yuan Wu, since she's an acquaintance of yours, I'll leave this matter to you." "All right," Yuan Wu replied with a smile and a nod. At this time, Duan Yue took the initiative to say through voice transmission, "He's an elder from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. He's a level 4 supreme powerhouse. There's at least one level 3 supreme powerhouse guarding each transportation formation, and they're usually led by a level 4 supreme powerhouse. The various saint rank forces are the ones who appoint the leader. I'm sure you've guessed by now that Elder Yuan Wu is in charge of this transportation site." Duan Ling Tian glanced at Yuan Wu again after finding out that the latter was the strongest person here, excluding Duan Yue. Yuan Wu looked at Duan Ling Tian as well. Then, he shifted his eyes back to Duan Yue and asked directly, "Dark Knight Demi-Saint, who is this?" "My younger brother," Duan Yue replied nonchalantly. "His name is Duan Ling Tian." "Little Tian, greet Elder Yuan Wu of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion." Duan Ling Tian turned to Yuan Wu and bowed slightly as he said, "Duan Ling Tian greets Elder Yuan Wu." The hostility in Yuan Wu's eyes vanished when he heard Duan Ling Tian's name. He said, "I see. As it turns out, you're a member of the Duan clan." At the same time, Yuan Wu could not help but wonder why Duan Yue would suddenly treat an advanced supreme god as her younger brother. He knew it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to be her biological brother because if that was the case, Duan Ling Tian would not have been able to live for so long unless he was a supreme powerhouse. Duan Yue did not waste time and said, "Elder Yuan Wu, I want to use the transportation formation to go to the God-defying world." Yuan Wu gestured to the duo to step into the transportation formation. Following that, he used his own divine crystals to fuel the formation. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian was certain that Yuan Wu was interested in Duan Yue. When the transportation formation was being activated, Yuan Wu looked at Duan Yue and said, "Demi-saint, the god-defying world has a saint. It's better to announce your presence to avoid any misunderstanding. Thank you for your kind reminder, Elder Yuan Wu," Duan Yue replied with a nod. Following that, Duan Ling Tian felt a surge of energy enveloping him before his surroundings turned dark. When the light returned, he found himself in another transportation formation in the midst of a forest. A few huts could be seen near the transportation formation, and as soon as they appeared, the owners of the huts, 2 old men and a middle-aged man, came out. Visitors from the outer boundaries sacred lightning realm. The 3 men ignored Duan Ling Tian and looked at Duan Yue warily. "The 3 of you must be the guardians of the god-defying world's gateway," Duan Yue said casually. "I'm Demi-Saint Dark Knight from the sacred lightning realm. Inform your superior that I'm here with my younger brother to attend to an urgent matter and that I'll leave as soon as I deal with that matter." The 3 guardians were shocked by Duan Yue's words. After all, demi-saints, otherwise known as imminent world supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds, were rare in the god-defying world. After a moment, they turned to look at Duan Ling Tian in unison. They wondered why an imminent world supreme powerhouse would acknowledge an advanced supreme god as her younger brother. However, after a few moments, a strange and knowing expression appeared on their faces. In their opinion, Duan Ling Tian had to be Duan Yue's boy toy. Chapter 4503. Chapter 4503. Xiaomu Bai, one of the lords of the god-defying world. Dark Knight Demi-Saint, please wait for a moment. I'll contact the lords of the god-defying world now. After discovering that Duan Yue was an imminent world supreme powerhouse, the 3 men did not dare to neglect her and quickly contacted their superior. There was a world supreme powerhouse in the god-defying world, but not much was known about him or her. Most of the time, the important affairs of the god-defying world were left to a few imminent world supreme powerhouses, who were addressed as lords of the god-defying worlds. At this time, on a floating island suspended in the endless void, a white-clad young man who was sitting silently in a pavilion suddenly opened his eyes and murmured to himself, "Dark Knight Demi-Saint from the outer boundaries sacred lightning realm. That person from the Duan clan under the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. Those old geezers are all in closed-door cultivation so they won't be of help. I guess I have no choice but to meet her myself," the young man continued murmuring to himself before he rose to his feet. In the next moment, a spatial tear suddenly appeared in front of him as though a door had suddenly appeared in his path. Following that, he stepped into the spatial tear. As he moved at the speed of light, he muttered under his breath, "She has a boy toy, and he's from the god-defying world." Although he was not familiar with Duan Yue, he had heard of her. He knew that she had never been married and that she had never had any partners. He found it hard to believe that someone like that would have a boy toy. At the same time, many supreme powerhouses who had a good relationship with the 3 supreme powerhouses guarding the gateway of the god-defying world also heard about the visit. An imminent world supreme powerhouse from the outer boundary came to our god-defying world. What's her purpose? She must be up to something. I think it's time for us to call a meeting between supreme powerhouses. Didn't you hear it earlier? She's here to accompany her younger brother to deal with a matter. She said she'll leave after dealing with the matter. I think we should just wait and see for now. There's no need to be so nervous. She's just an imminent world supreme powerhouse, not a world supreme powerhouse." It did not take long for word to spread to the other supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world, alarming them. Zhuge Hanming, the son of Zhuge Wendao, the Sword of Time, was among these people. Zhuge Hanming was considered rather strong among the supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world. After all, he was a level 3 supreme powerhouse, who was stronger than average supreme powerhouses. Once Zhuge Hanming became a level 4 supreme powerhouse, a meeting would be held to nominate him as a deputy of the lords of the god-defying world. In the god-defying world, the lords of the god-defying world were imminent world supreme powerhouses, also level 5 supreme powerhouses. Their deputies were all level 4 supreme powerhouses. An imminent world supreme powerhouse from the Duan clan under the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion in the sacred lightning realm. Zhuge Hanming muttered to himself with a frown on his face. Zhuge Hanming had been to the sacred lightning realm before, but he had never been to the territories of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. As such, he was not very familiar with them. At this time, he was naturally unaware that the person whom the 3 guardians thought was the boy toy of an imminent world supreme powerhouse was Duan Ling Tian, the disciple of his junior brother, Feng Qingyong. In the past, Zhuge Hanming had encountered Duan Ling Tian on the realm battlefield. However, at that time, he was unaware that Duan Ling Tian was his junior nephew. In fact, at that time, he had yet to find out that his father had a successor, who turned out to be a prodigy who caused a commotion on the realm battlefield. At that time, he had been delighted when he learned that the Sword of Time had a successor. Although he was rather talented, he could not compare to his father. Before his father died, his father was a level 5 supreme powerhouse. Due to his father's shocking sword Dao, not only was his father invincible among supreme powerhouses under the 6th level in the God-defying world, but his father was also invincible in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary among those below the 6th level. To Zhuge Hanming, his father, Zhuge Wen Dao, the Sword of Time, was his lifelong goal. There were quite a number of transportation formations that could transport one to the God-defying world, but there were only 2 transportation formations in the God-defying world. One of them was connected to the outer boundary while the other was connected to the myriad worlds and places in the God-defying world such as the cyclic world that Duan Ling Tian had been to previously. At this time, Duan Ling Tian and Duan Yue were waiting near the transportation formation that was connected to the outer boundary for the 3 supreme powerhouses superior to come over. Although Duan Ling Tian noticed the strange looks that the 3 supreme powerhouses were giving him, he did not pay attention to them. The most important thing to him was to bring Duan Yue to Ka. He's here, Duan Yue suddenly said as she looked up ahead. Duan Ling Tian followed her gaze immediately as soon as he heard her words. At the same time, the 3 supreme powerhouses also looked over. The 5 people watched as spatial tears appeared in the void up ahead. In the next moment, a white figure stepped out. The figure belonged to a young man dressed in a snowy white robe who looked to be around Duan Ling Tian's age. He was extremely handsome and possessed a pair of beautiful eyes. Just like his appearance, his temperament was extraordinary as well. Duan Ling Tian knew that the other party had to be an imminent world supreme powerhouse. During the journey here, Duan Yue had told him that the world supreme powerhouse in the God-defying world was extremely mysterious and reclusive. As such, most of the God-defying world's affairs were handled by the few imminent world supreme powerhouses in the God-defying world. As soon as the white-clad young man appeared, the 3 supreme powerhouses greeted him respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Xiao." The white-clad young man nodded slightly in response before he turned to Duan Yue and said with a slight smile, "Greetings, Dark Knight Demi-Saint. I'm Xiao Mubai of the God-defying world." After that, Xiao Mubai shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian. When he saw Duan Ling Tian, his eyes flashed with an imperceptible hint of surprise. You're Xiao Mubai." Duan Yue's eyes widened upon hearing Xiao Mubai's introduction. She asked, You've become a level 5 supreme powerhouse." Chapter 4504 Inches Greetings, Lord Xiao. I'm Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Mubai said with a faint smile. What a surprise. I didn't expect the Dark Knight Demi-Saint to have heard of me. He's one of the lords of the God-defying world. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was standing next to Duan Yue, looked at Xiao Mubai silently. He had never seen Xiao Mubai before, but he found Xiao Mubai's voice familiar. However, he could not recall where he had heard Xiao Mubai's voice before. Duan Ling Tian naturally knew nothing about the lords of the God-defying world before this. He had never even met one before until now. Apart from that, he also just learned from Duan Yue earlier that the lords of the God-defying world, one of the 18 middle worlds, were all imminent world supreme powerhouses. As for the world supreme powerhouse of the God-defying world, he or she did not deal with the affairs of the God-defying world. Instead, he or she only focused on getting stronger. After all, in the end, the stability and the survival of the God-defying world depended on the world supreme powerhouse. For example, the lower worlds could only resign themselves to being subjugated by the 3 upper worlds and the 18 middle worlds because they did not have strong powerhouses to protect them. There were cases where the world energy of a very weak lower world was forcefully absorbed by a supreme powerhouse. Needless to say, after the world energy was absorbed, the world would fall apart, taking with it countless lives. Duan Ling Tian had heard of world energy before, but he did not know much about it. Thus, when Duan Yue mentioned it, he quickly asked her about it. World energy could be extracted to strengthen another world, and it could also be used by supreme powerhouses to comprehend the 4 Taoes of heaven and earth. In short, world energy was very useful. At this time, Duan Ling Tian looked at Duan Yue and wondered inwardly, it seems like Sister Wei has heard of him. Duan Yue regained her composure at this time. Her expression was a little complicated as she said, is there anyone in the outer boundary and the myriad world who hasn't heard of the name, Xiaomu Bai? You're invincible among those at and below the 4th level. You were challenged by many level 4 supreme powerhouses in the 3 upper worlds, but you defeated all of them without fail. The only person who was known to have such strength was the late Sword of Time, Zhuge Wendao. No matter how powerful level 4 supreme powerhouses were, it was difficult for them to thoroughly defeat each other. Both you and the Sword of Time are the only exceptions. Duan Yue looked at Xiaomu Bai with a hint of wariness after she finished speaking. Clearly, she did not expect Xiaomu Bai to have become a level 5 supreme powerhouse, an imminent world supreme powerhouse. This meant that Xiaomu Bai was no longer weaker than her. In fact, it was likely that he was now stronger than her. After all, before becoming an imminent world supreme powerhouse or a demi-saint, Xiaomu Bai was widely acknowledged as the invincible level 4 supreme powerhouse in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. Naturally, not many people, except for supreme powerhouses, knew about this matter. It was only natural that Duan Ling Tian only learned about it now. Duan Ling Tian looked at Xiaomu Bai, surprised. He did not expect there to be such a terrifying figure in the god-defying world. How amazing, he was invincible among those below the 5th level when he was a level 4 supreme powerhouse. Moreover, he was acknowledged by both the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. As for Zhuge Wendao, Duan Ling Tian had heard about the Sword of Time a few times before. He knew the Sword of Time was a legendary figure in the god-defying world. Most importantly, Zhuge Wendao comprehended the Sword Dao to the 7th stage. In the outer boundary and the myriad worlds, there was no known person, including world supreme powerhouses, who had comprehended the Sword Dao to the 7th stage. In fact, even Duan Ling Tian's comprehension Sword Dao could be considered among the best in the outer boundary and the myriad world, let alone the Sword of Time's Sword Dao. It was truly a pity that Zhuge Wendao died before he became a world supreme powerhouse. There were many versions of stories regarding his death. Some people said that a world supreme powerhouse feared Zhuge Wendao's potential and decided to nip him in the bud. There were also people who said that he suffered a devastating blow in his love life, causing him to lose his mind and take his own life. There were also those who thought that he went crazy comprehending the Sword Dao and ended up killing himself. Among all these stories, Duan Ling Tian thought that the most credible one was the one where a world supreme powerhouse killed Zhuge Wendao. After all, in the past, many people speculated that as soon as Zhuge Wendao became a world supreme powerhouse, he would definitely be among the strongest world supreme powerhouse. Such a person would naturally attract jealousy and envy. It was not impossible for a world supreme powerhouse to kill Zhuge Wendao for that reason. I wonder if Master's Sword Dao has reached the 7th stage. Although Feng Qing Yang's cultivation base was below that of Duan Ling Tian, his Sword Dao had always been superior to that of Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian's Sword Dao reached the 4th stage, his Sword Dao was already at the 6th stage. However, in the past, Duan Ling Tian did not know much about the stages of the Sword Dao. Nonetheless, he was certain that his master's Sword Dao at that time was not any weaker than his current Sword Dao. In any case, it's an honor that you remember my name, Xiaomu Bai said with a slight smile. May I ask what business you have here in the god-defying world? Do you need my help? If so, please let me know. There was no doubt that Xiaomu Bai was a very hospitable host. At this time, the 3 supreme powerhouses looked rather proud after they heard Duan Yue's praise for Xiaomu Bai. How could they not feel proud when one of their lords was famous not only in the myriad worlds, but also in the outer boundary? Duan Yue glanced at Duan Ling Tian, who was next to her, before she said, I came to see my younger brother's wife. He's originally from the god-defying world. His wife's soul has been imprisoned by a member of the Soul Imprisonment clan, so I came to have a look to see if I can help. Lord Shao, it'll naturally be great if you can come with us. After all, I'm not confident I'll be able to break the Soul Imprisonment technique. Faced with Xiaomu Bai, Duan Yue had lost her arrogance when she faced the 3 supreme powerhouses who guarded the god-defying world's gateway earlier. She had become much more polite. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian took a step forward and bowed slightly to Xiaomu Bai, one of the people standing at the peak of the god-defying world, as he said, Greetings, Lord Shao. I'm Duan Ling Tian. Apart from Xiaomu Bai, who remained calm as though he had already known this, the three supreme powerhouses, eyes widened in shock. This purple-clad young man is Duan Ling Tian, the Duan Ling Tian who obtained a large amount of liquid from the divine fountain. Following that, the three supreme powerhouses shifted their eyes to Xiao Mu Bai in unison. Back then, it was this person who put up the liquid from the divine fountain as a reward. They knew that Duan Ling Tian obtained the reward relying on his strength. He did not have any connection to the person before them. At that time, they could not help but feel envious. After all, it was the liquid from the divine fountain. Chapter 4505. So it was him. In fact, when they learned that Duan Ling Tian possessed a huge amount of liquid from the divine fountain, the three supreme powerhouses had begun to scheme for it. Alas, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have vanished into thin air after going to the Sha clan in the divine offering land. No one had heard from him again, and they could only dismiss their thoughts. Duan Ling Tian had rightfully obtained the liquid from the divine fountain. Most importantly, the liquid from the divine fountain had been given by Xiao Mu Bai. As such, it was impossible for the three supreme powerhouses to openly rob it of Duan Ling Tian. They planned to secretly rob him of it, but unexpectedly, he suddenly disappeared, leaving them powerless. However, now, Duan Ling Tian suddenly reappeared. Clearly, he had just returned from the outer boundary. Most importantly, he was accompanied by someone whose strength was comparable to the lords of the god-defying world. The other party was Duan Yue, a demi-saint in the outer boundary's sacred lightning realm. The three supreme powerhouses began to speak among themselves through voice transmission. How did Duan Ling Tian manage to invite an imminent world supreme powerhouse here with him? It hasn't been that long since he disappeared, but he has already become an advanced supreme god. Did he become this woman's boy toy after he grew stronger? Is that why she's helping him? Wait, earlier, she referred to him as her younger brother and even mentioned Duan Ling Tian's wife. That's right, it doesn't seem like he's her boy toy. That's not the reason she's helping him. The three supreme powerhouses looked at Duan Ling Tian skeptically, wondering how he got Duan Yue, an imminent world supreme powerhouse, to help him. In their eyes, Duan Ling Tian was just an advanced supreme god. They knew that supreme powerhouses valued peerless top advanced supreme gods. Advanced are those who were very close to becoming one. These people were all very powerful among those below the realm of supreme powerhouses. However, in their opinion, it was already shocking enough that Duan Ling Tian became an advanced supreme god in such a short time and that he likely achieved such a feat thanks to the liquid from the divine fountain. For this reason, they thought that Duan Ling Tian was just an ordinary advanced supreme god. Meanwhile, Xiao Mu Bai looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Your growth rate is beyond my expectation. You even managed to get a demi-saint to help you." Duan Ling Tian was stunned by Xiao Mu Bai's words. Based on his words, it seems like this person who stands at the peak of the god-defying world has heard of me. However, after thinking about it for a moment, Duan Ling Tian thought it was not that surprising. After all, back then, he became famous on the realm battlefield. According to the supreme powerhouse of the Sha clan, many supreme powerhouses knew his name since they coveted the liquid from the divine fountain in his possession. As such, it was not surprising that a lord of the god-defying world had heard of him. He also knew that it was unlikely that a person like Xiao Mu Bai would covet the liquid from the divine fountain like the others. At this time, one of the three supreme powerhouses standing at the side said in a barely concealed sour tone, "Duan Ling Tian, the divine fountain, from which the liquid you obtained was discovered by the Lord back then. The Lord was the one who proposed using it as a reward for the realm battlefield." Something stirred in Duan Ling Tian's mind when he heard these words. All of a sudden, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed in shock, "It was you. Back then, you were the one who spoke to me and sent me into the divine fountain." At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally recalled Xiao Mu Bai. No wonder he had found Xiao Mu Bai's voice familiar. Back then, he did not see Xiao Mu Bai, but he had spoken to Xiao Mu Bai. Duan Ling Tian also remembered that the supreme powerhouse who brought him away from the realm battlefield had addressed Xiao Mu Bai very respectfully back then. At that time, he had wondered what kind of person Xiao Mu Bai was to be able to receive such respectful treatment from a supreme powerhouse. As it turned out, Xiao Mu Bai was one of the lords of the god-defying world. Xiao Mu Bai nodded. "It was me. You performed very well on the realm battlefield and deserved the liquid from the divine fountain. It seems like my decision to give the liquid from the divine fountain away was the right choice." After saying that, Xiao Mubai looked at Duan Yue. Since she followed Duan Ling Tian back to the god-defying world to take a look at Ka, he knew that Duan Yue must have placed great importance on Duan Ling Tian. Duan Yue smiled slightly and said, "As it turns out, Lord Xiao is acquainted with my younger brother. I have to say that you have a discerning eye for talent. Although my younger brother is young, his strength is enough to cause a commotion in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. Based on what I know, someone like him is unprecedented in the history of the outer boundary and the myriad worlds." As expected, Xiao Mubai and the other three supreme powerhouses were shocked. They turned to look at Duan Ling Tian in unison. Xiao Mubai did not expect such high praise from Duan Yue at all. Duan Yue continued to say, "Although my younger brother has yet to become a peerless top advanced supreme god, there's likely no one below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds who can defeat him." The eyes of Xiao Mubai, who had been composed up until now, brightened as soon as he heard these words. Meanwhile, the three supreme powerhouses looked at Duan Ling Tian skeptically. They found Duan Yue's words hard to believe. In their opinion, this was impossible. Outsiders might not know Duan Ling Tian's age, but those in the god-defying world knew how old he was when they investigated him after he obtained the liquid from the divine fountain. On the contrary, Xiao Mubai did not seem to doubt Duan Yue's words at all. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian, his tone was a little warmer as he asked, "Which of your law has reached the perfect form? The law of space or the law of time?" "The law of space," Duan Ling Tian replied. Xiao Mubai nodded. "Since you're invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods, your sword Dao must be at the 6th stage at the very least, right?" Duan Ling Tian nodded as well. "That's what I heard after I demonstrated my sword Dao." The three supreme powerhouses froze, looking petrified, when they heard Xiao Mubai and Duan Ling Tian's exchange. Is this true? At the same time, Duan Yue looked at Duan Ling Tian, clearly surprised, as she asked, "Little Tian, you're also skilled in the law of time?" Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, Xiao Mubai said with a slight smile on his face, "Dark Knight Demi-Saint, not only is your younger brother skilled in the law of time, but he's also skilled in the law of life. He has a divine tree of life in his little world that was left behind by a level 4 supreme powerhouse." Chapter 4506 Shahi Chuan. A divine tree of life left behind by a level 4 supreme powerhouse. Upon hearing those words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened in surprise. He did not expect that the former master of the divine tree of life in his little world was a level 4 supreme powerhouse, a supreme powerhouse who was close to becoming an imminent world supreme powerhouse. Such a supreme powerhouse was only a level below Xiao Mubai and Duan Yue. The three supreme powerhouses of the god-defying world also looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock when they heard that the divine tree of life he possessed used to belong to a level 4 supreme powerhouse. Even the strongest among the three of them was just a level 2 supreme powerhouse. At the same time, Duan Yue glanced at Duan Ling Tian, who was next to her in surprise before she said with a bright smile, "Really? Little Tian, it seems like you have a high chance of becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. If you can't improve your law of space, you can focus on your law of time. If your law of time doesn't improve as well, you can focus on your law of life. I believe you'll be able to make great progress with at least one of them." Duan Yue had just found out that Duan Ling Tian was also skilled in the law of time and the law of life. With this, it meant that if Duan Ling Tian could not become a peerless top advanced supreme god through the law of space, he could still seek a breakthrough with his law of time or law or life. If it were an ordinary person, he or she might not have the time or energy to do so. However, Duan Ling Tian was not even 3,000 years old. He might not have much of anything, but he definitely had a lot of time. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian asked Xiao Mubai, surprised and curious, "Lord Xiao, how do you know that my divine tree of life used to belong to a level 4 supreme powerhouse?" Xiao Mubai smiled faintly before he replied, "When you came to claim the liquid from the divine fountain, I sensed the aura of an old friend in you. To be precise, I sensed the aura of my old friend's divine tree of life. I thought that there'd be no traces of him left after his death. I didn't expect you to obtain his divine tree of life. He can rest in peace now that something he left behind is being put to good use. It's the dream of all supreme powerhouses who died to protect the god-defying world after all." After that, Xiao Mubai's smile faded, and his expression turned a little solemn as he shook his head and said, "All right, let's not talk about sentimental things like that, I'll accompany you and Dark Knight Demi-Saint. Following that, Xiao Mubai waved his hand. Duan Ling Tian felt an invisible force pulling him away. Upon seeing this, Duan Yue also quickly caught up with Xiao Mubai and Duan Ling Tian. In just a blink of an eye, only the three supreme powerhouses who guarded the gateway of the god-defying world were left on the scene. They looked at each other in shock and disbelief. Is it really true? Is Duan Ling Tian so strong now that he's invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods? One of them asked. He did not dare to believe such an outrageous thing. In the history of the god-defying world, there were only a few powerful cultivators close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods, and among these few people, only 2 successfully became a peerless top advanced supreme god. During the eras that these 2 people lived in, the god-defying world's reputation was comparable to that of the 3 upper worlds in both the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. It has to be true, another supreme powerhouse said solemnly. The Dark Knight Demi-Saint is an imminent world supreme powerhouse, after all. There's no need for her to lie. After a beat, he added, with her by Duan Ling Tian's side, it's impossible for anyone to harm Duan Ling Tian in the god-defying world. The third supreme powerhouse said, I agree. Currently, Duan Ling Tian isn't the young kid we can't easily plot against like before, he can be regarded as the hope of the god-defying world's new generation now. I remember that Duan Ling Tian is a member of the Inner Palace faction of the Myriad Laws Academy. I thought Wangfu Meng Yuan, Duan Ling Tian's senior sister, was shocking enough when she became almost as strong as a peerless top advanced supreme god. However, it seems like Duan Ling Tian is even more shocking and prodigious than Wangfu Meng Yuan. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware of the conversation between the 3 supreme powerhouses. At this time, he was traveling to the Divine Offering Land, one of the realms of gods in the god-defying world, with Xiao Mubai, one of the lords of the god-defying world, and Duan Yue, his godsister. Ka, his wife, was now in the Sha clan, a prime supreme rank force in the Divine Offering Land. It did not take long before the trio arrived in the sky above the Sha clan's estate. There was no movement from the Sha clan at all after their arrival. Clearly, the Sha clan did not sense their presence. This was not surprising. After all, Xiao Mubai and Duan Yue were both imminent world supreme powerhouses. Even if the supreme powerhouse of the Sha clan was present in the Sha clan's estate, as long as Xiao Mubai and Duan Yue did not want to be discovered, the supreme powerhouse of the Sha clan would not be able to sense them. After a short while, a white ray of light shot out from the Sha clan's estate toward Duan Ling Tian and the others. The newcomer was an ordinary-looking old man who looked over 70 years old. He was none other than the ancestor and the only supreme powerhouse of the Sha clan, Shahi Chuan. As soon as Shahi Chuan appeared, he greeted respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Xiao." After Shahi Chuan greeted Xiao Mubai, Duan Ling Tian bowed slightly at Shahi Chuan and greeted him. "Greetings, ancestor." Duan Ling Tian had met Shahi Chuan before he left for the god-defying world. Although he did not spend much time with Shahi Chuan gave him a lot of advice and reminders before he left for the outer boundary. Thanks to Shahi Chuan, he managed to avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Shahi Chun looked over, shocked and confused when he saw Duan Ling Tian. "Ling Tian, you, this." Shahi Chuan's reaction was only natural. After all, the husband of his descendant, a prodigy he acknowledged, who had only left for the outer boundary not long ago suddenly returned. Not only that, but he was accompanied by one of the lords of the god-defying world. At this time, Xiao Mubai gestured to Duan Yue, who was standing next to him, and said to Shahi Chuan, "This person is the Dark Knight Demi-Saint of the Sacred Lightning Realm's Duan clan in the outer boundary." Shahi Chuan was taken aback. Although he had never heard of Duan Yue, he knew what the words, Demi-Saint, meant. He quickly said, "Greetings, Dark Knight Demi-Saint. I'm Shahi Chuan." "There's no need to be so polite," Duan Yue said with a smile. "After all, you're an elder of my younger brother." Younger brother? Shahi Chuan was stunned. At the same time, he instinctively turned to look at Duan Ling Tian for an explanation. When Duan Ling Tian noticed Shahi Chuan's gaze, he said with a slight smile, "Old ancestor, Sister Wei treats me as her younger brother. We came back this time so she can have a look at Ka. How's Ka recently?" The smile on Duan Ling Tian's face vanished as soon as he mentioned Ka, replaced by a worried expression. Shahi Chuan said with a sigh, "She's still the same." I want to slow down the deterioration of her soul, but my strength is limited, and I'm unable to do so. After all, Shahi Chuan was only a level 2 supreme powerhouse. Meanwhile, after seeing the worried expression on Duan Lingtian's face, Duan Yue said to Shahi Chuan, "All right, bring me to my sister-in-law." "Yes," Shahi Chuan replied politely. Even if Duan Yue told him that there was no need to be so polite, he found it difficult to do so. After all, she was an imminent world supreme powerhouse. She was comparable to the few lords of the god-defying world. After all, Chapter 4507 Two Extremes. It felt like it had been a long time since Duan Lingtian was in the Divine Offering Land's Sha clan in the god-defying world. However, to those in the Sha clan, only a short time had passed. After all, most of them had lived far longer than Duan Lingtian, and their concept of time was different from Duan Lingtian, who was not even 3,000 years old. Unsurprisingly, Sha Yu, the clan leader of the Sha clan, and Sha Jia, the third master of the Sha clan, were shocked by Duan Lingtian's sudden return. They were further shocked when they learned from Shahi Chuan that Duan Lingtian was accompanied by Xiao Mubai, a lord of the god-defying world, and Duan Yue, a supreme powerhouse comparable to the lords of the god-defying world. Moreover, Duan Yue also addressed Duan Lingtian as younger brother, and their daughter and niece respectively as sister-in-law. In a room in a quiet courtyard, Duan Lingtian was alone in the room. He stared silently at the beautiful woman lying on the bed for a moment before he held her hand. His eyes turned red as he said, "Ka, I'm back." At this time, Duan Lingtian's heart, which was usually as hard as iron, seemed to have turned very soft. Although Ka did not move or respond at all, Duan Lingtian recounted his experience in the outer boundary to her. As he spoke, it seemed like he was finally able to vent his pent-up emotions. When he was in the outer boundary, he could only rely on himself. He had many close calls with death before he finally grew as strong as he was now. The main reason he had gone to the outer boundary was because of his wife, Ka. After a long time, Duan Lingtian finally left the room. He walked over to the stone table where Shahi Chuan was entertaining a man and a woman before he said solemnly, "Lord Xiao, Sister Wei, I'll have to trouble the both of you now." Although Xiao Mubai and Duan Yue were level 5 supreme powerhouses, imminent world supreme powerhouses, Duan Lingtian was not confident that they could get rid of the soul imprisonment technique on Ka even if they joined forces. He would have been more confident if they were a world supreme powerhouse, otherwise known as saints in the outer boundary. After spending a period of time in the outer boundary, Duan Lingtian was very aware of the huge gap between imminent world supreme powerhouses and world supreme powerhouses. Alas, with his current strength, he could not seek the help of a world supreme powerhouse. "Little Tien, don't worry. Lord Xiao and I will try our best," Duan Yue said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. Then, she turned to Xiao Mubai, who was sitting next to her, and said seriously, "Lord Xiao, I'll owe you a favor if you're able to help me release my sister-in-law from the soul imprisonment technique." Xiao Mubai shook his head upon hearing these words and said, "Don't be ridiculous." He glanced at Duan Lingtian before he continued to say, "It's fate that Duan Lingtian and I met in the past. If I can help, I naturally won't hold back." At the same time, Xiao Mubai sighed inwardly. Although he did not thoroughly investigate the matter of Ka, he had briefly heard about it from his subordinate. According to the report, the soul that merged with the native of the god-defying world, who was not a supreme powerhouse, belonged to a level 2 supreme powerhouse from the soul imprisonment clan. If the other party was a level 1 supreme powerhouse, Xiao Mubai was certain he would be able to get rid of the soul imprisonment technique. However, with the way things were now, he was not 10% sure he could get rid of the soul imprisonment technique. Even if Duan Yue joined forces with him, the chances of success did not exceed 20%. Nonetheless, Xiao Mubai did not express his thoughts. After all, he did not want to put a damper on Duan Lingtian and Duan Yue's hope. After Duan Lingtian led Xiao Mubai and Duan Yue into the room, although Duan Yue had seen many beauties in her life, she could not help but sigh emotionally when she saw the beautiful woman lying on the bed. She said, "My sister-in-law is really beautiful." Duan Yue moved to the head of the bed before she reached out and gently extended her divine consciousness that enveloped Ka. Similarly, Xiao Mubai cooperated with Duan Yue and extended his divine consciousness as well. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian looked at the duo nervously as they probed Ka's soul energy. Subsequently, Xiao Mubai shook his head silently. On the other hand, Duan Yue said with a dour expression on her face, the person from the Soul Imprisonment clan who did this must have been a level 2 supreme powerhouse at least. Otherwise, after merging with a non-supreme powerhouse, he wouldn't have been able to cast a technique of this level. Duan Lingtian's heart sank upon hearing that the person who merged with Yun Qingyan was a level 2 supreme powerhouse at least. In the past, he only knew that the soul that merged with Yun Qingyan belonged to a supreme powerhouse. However, after learning about the different levels of supreme powerhouses, he wondered more than once which level that supreme powerhouse was at. He naturally hoped that the other party was a level 1 supreme powerhouse. After all, he knew it would make the technique easier to solve. If that person from the Soul Imprisonment clan were a level 1 supreme powerhouse, his power would have been greatly reduced after he merged with a non-supreme powerhouse. If that were the case, with my strength and Lord Xiao's strength, it would be easy to get rid of the technique, Duan Yue said with a sigh. Then, she said apologetically, alas, the other party is at least a level 2 supreme powerhouse. Little Tian, I'm sorry that I can't help. Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses and quickly shook his head. He could not help but smile sadly as he said, Sister Wei, there's no need to apologize. You've already done so much by accompanying me here. I knew from the very beginning that there was no guarantee you'd be able to get rid of the technique. It's just my luck that things didn't work out. Although Duan Ling Tian was disappointed, he knew that there was nothing he could do. Duan Yue said, although I can't get rid of the technique, like I said before, I can slow down the deterioration of her soul. With Lord Xiao here, the effect will be even better. We'll leave some of our soul energies in her body to counter the restraining energy shrouding her soul. This will buy us more time. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened slightly upon hearing this. In fact, even if Duan Yue did not mention this matter, he was going to ask about it. His disappointment vanished, thinking that he would have more time. As long as he had enough time, he was confident he would be able to seek help from a world supreme powerhouse in the future. In just a brief moment, Duan Ling Tian's mood quickly shuttled between two extremes. Duan Ling Tian said seriously, thank you, Sister Wei, Lord Xiao. I will never forget your kindness. There's no need for this. I've already said we should treat each other like siblings, Duan Yue said as she shook her head and smiled. Similarly, Xiao Mubai shook his head and said, as the Dark Knight Demi-Saint said, there's no need for this. You're one of the few among the younger generation in the God-defying world that I'm most optimistic about. This is a trivial matter. I'll naturally help if I can help. Chapter 4508 The World's Supreme Powerhouse of the God-defying world. In fact, despite his disappointment, Duan Ling Tian was already quite satisfied with the outcome of this trip. He was happy that Xiao Mubai and Duan Yue were able to successfully slow down the deterioration of Kei's soul. As such, he was in a good mood when he met Sha Yu, the clan leader of the Sha clan, and Sha Jia, the third master of the Sha clan. Before Xiao Mubai left, Duan Yue told him that she would leave the God-defying world within 2 days with Duan Ling Tian because Duan Ling Tian would have to leave for the saint-ranked Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion to enter a realm of origin. Duan Yue did not shy away from talking about the realm of origin. After all, there was no need for her to do that. Although many people envied the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion for discovering a realm of origin, how many people would actually dare to ask for a piece of the pie? Perhaps, if multiple saint-rank forces joined forces, they would be able to make the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion submit. However, this would set a terrible precedent. What would happen in the future when one of them discovered a realm of origin? For this reason, the saint-rank forces had long reached a consensus that when one of them discovered a realm of origin, the others were prohibited from interfering. Xiao Mubai was slightly surprised when he heard that those who entered the realm of origin had to comprehend the Sword Dao to the 4th stage at least. He speculated out loud, if that's the case, then it's very likely that the realm of origin was created by an expert of the Sword Dao. There were 2 types of realms of origins. The first type was created by heaven and earth. They were naturally occurring realms, and as such, did not have man-made tests. This kind of realm of origin was also often more dangerous due to its lack of restrictions on those who enter it. This meant that even world supreme powerhouses could enter it, and the danger in there was also high enough to kill a world supreme powerhouse. This kind of realm of origin was also relatively rare. If it was discovered, a few saint-rank forces would jointly explore it. After all, it was too dangerous for only one saint-rank force to explore such a realm of origin. If the worst happened, the saint might die, causing the ruination of the saint rank force. In the past, many saint rank forces tried to monopolize such a realm of origin and paid a steep price for their actions. In the end, they realized that their chances were much better if they joined forces and shared the risk with each other. As for the other type of realm of origin, it was man-made. To be precise, it was usually created by a supreme powerhouse at or above the 7th level in ancient times when there was no distinction between the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. Currently, in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary, the strongest supreme powerhouses were level 6 supreme powerhouses. They were known as world supreme powerhouses and saints in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary respectively. One could only imagine how strong those level 7 supreme powerhouses were. They could easily defeat any of the strongest supreme powerhouses in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. After listening to Duan Yue, Xiaomu Bai gave Duan Ling Tian a reminder. Duan Ling Tian, there's a high chance the realm of origin was left by a powerful sword Dao cultivator in ancient times. This could be a huge opportunity for you, but it could also be a disaster. Since you mentioned that you've never been in a realm of origin before, I'll give you a piece of advice. You have to be bold but also cautious while you're in the realm of origin. Don't take too many risks, but you can't be too afraid either. With this, you'll be able to maximize your gains there. Duan Ling Tian was one of the few among the younger generation in the god-defying world for whom Xiaomu Bai had high hopes. After all, it was only natural that he hoped Duan Ling Tian would grow stronger and stand at the peak of the myriad worlds in the outer boundary. This would only benefit the god-defying world. After all, although Xiaomu Bai warned Duan Ling Tian to be careful, he also encouraged him to take risks. He knew that one had to take risks to grow stronger, after all. In the past, when he was in the outer boundary, he had entered many realms of origins and had almost lost his life several times. However, it was also due to those experiences that he was able to become the youngest imminent world supreme powerhouse and the youngest lord of the god-defying world in the god-defying world. After Xiaomu Bai left, Duan Ling Tian also learned about this from Xiajia. Lord Xiao is the youngest imminent world supreme powerhouse in the history of the god-defying world. Duan Ling Tian exclaimed in shock, even the Sword of Time was not as powerful as him at his age. The Sword of Time was a legendary supreme powerhouse in the god-defying world. Even when Duan Ling Tian was in the outer boundary, he heard quite a few people mentioning the Sword of Time. All of them knew he was a powerful supreme powerhouse from the god-defying world who had a very profound comprehension of the Sword Dao. Many people also lamented that such a genius only lived for a short time and died before he became an imminent world supreme powerhouse. In the past, the Sword of Time was the youngest imminent world supreme powerhouse and lord of the god-defying world. However, Lord Xiao broke that record, Xiajia said. A hint of reverence could be seen in his eyes when he spoke about Xiaomu Bai. Xiajia continued to say, I heard from the ancestor that as soon as Lord Xiao became a supreme powerhouse, he was already a level 3 supreme powerhouse. At that time, no one under the 4th level was his match. After he became a level 4 supreme powerhouse, he was also invincible among those at and below the 4th level. Not only that, but he could also defeat level 4 supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world like him within 3 moves. Duan Ling Tian could not help but inhale sharply when he heard Xiajia's words. Xiajia continued to say enthusiastically, I heard from that ancestor that even after Lord Xiao went to the outer boundary, he still managed to make a name for himself. Similar to when he was in the myriad worlds, when he was a level 4 supreme powerhouse, no one at and below the 4th level was a match for him. Later, after returning to the god-defying world, he became a level 5 supreme powerhouse and a lord of the god-defying world. At this moment, Xiajia paused briefly before he continued to say through voice transmission, it's said that the mysterious world supreme powerhouse of our god-defying world is Lord Xiao's biological father. Duan Ling Tian was naturally shocked by this. Not only was Xiaomu Bai a genius, but his background was extraordinary as well. The world supreme powerhouse of the god-defying world was the pillar of the god-defying world. He was the reason the god-defying world was among the 18 middle worlds. Chapter 4509 The Terrifying Master and Disciple Duo. Duan Ling Tian gained a better understanding of Xiaomu Bai, one of the lords of the god-defying world, thanks to Xiajia. As it turns out, he's so terrifying, apart from his father, the mysterious world supreme powerhouse, he's probably the strongest person in the god-defying world. Apart from that, Xiajia also told Duan Ling Tian another thing he heard from Sha He Chuan, the ancestor of the Sha clan. According to Shahi Chuan, all the other lords of the god-defying world, except for Xiao Mubai, were in closed-door cultivation to improve their strength. All of them were beginning to struggle when faced with their once-in-10,000-year heavenly tribulation. If they did not grow stronger, it would only be a matter of time before they were killed by the heavenly tribulation. When Duan Lingtian learned about Xiao Mubai's shocking strength and background, Xiao Mubai had already returned to his cultivation ground. When he saw his subordinate, a middle-aged man, a rare smile appeared on his face as he asked, "Do you know who I met when I left earlier?" "Who did you meet, my lord?" the middle-aged man asked curiously. If Duan Lingtian were present, he would have recognized the middle-aged man immediately. The latter was the person who brought him away from the realm battlefield to the divine fountain. He was also the person whom Duan Lingtian overheard addressing Xiao Mubai as, "My lord." Xiao Mubai walked into the pavilion and took a seat in front of the stone table. He brewed himself a cup of tea and drank it before he said, "Duan Lingtian." "Duan Lingtian," the middle-aged man exclaimed as his eyes widened in shock, "the one that obtained the liquid from the divine fountain." He came back. After the shock subsided, a frown appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he said worriedly, "Isn't he being too rash? I thought he had thought things through before he left. Why did he come back? Does he think he's able to defend against those old geezers who covet the liquid from the divine fountain in his possession?" Although the middle-aged man did not spend much time with Duan Lingtian, he admired Duan Lingtian's talent. He hoped that Duan Lingtian would grow stronger, and he naturally did not wish for anything to happen to Duan Lingtian because of some greedy people. "That's right, he's back," Xiao Mubai said with a nod. Then, an indecipherable expression appeared on his face as he continued to say, "As for your worries regarding those old geezers, they're unfounded. If those people dare to attack him, no one can save them unless I or the other lords in closed-door cultivation make a move." The middle-aged man's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing these words. He asked, "My lord, what do you mean?" Don't tell me he's now a supreme powerhouse." A skeptical expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face nearing the end of his words. He naturally did not think that someone so young could become a supreme powerhouse in such a short time. Xiao Mubai shook his head. "Of course not. Didn't you hear that a distinguished guest came to our god-defying world?" The middle-aged man thought about it for a moment before he exclaimed, "It's him." Duan Lingtian was the person who was with the Dark Knight demi-saint from the outer boundaries sacred lightning realm. Xiao Mubai said with a nod, "That's right." Unexpectedly, an angry and disappointed expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Then, he said, he actually lowered himself and became the Dark Knight demi-saint's boy toy." Xiao Mubai said, slightly annoyed, "What are you talking about? Haven't you always had a high regard for him? Why do you have so little trust in him now? Or, was he this kind of person in your eyes all along?" The middle-aged man looked sheepish as he asked, "My lord, did you find out something?" Based on the news the middle-aged man heard, it was said that someone from the god-defying world had become Duan Yuwei's boy toy and that boy toy had brought Duan Yuwei back to the god-defying world for some unknown reason. The Dark Knight demi-saint treats Duan Lingtian like a younger brother. As for the reason behind her action, it's naturally because she sees his potential and wants to build a connection in advance, Xiao Mubai said before he asked, "How strong do you think he is now?" "Indeed, he's already an advanced supreme god, and a powerful one at that," Xiao Mubai said with a nod. "However, he's not just a powerful advanced supreme god. He's now invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods. This is what the Dark Knight demi-saint told me." "What?" the middle-aged man exclaimed in shock. He did not expect that the young man from back then was now almost at the peak of the realm of advanced supreme gods. Since Duan Lingtian was invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods, it meant that he was very close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. The middle-aged man's breathing quickened as he said, "My lord, he may become the fourth peerless top advanced supreme god in the history of our god-defying world, just like you, your father, and the Sword of Time who successfully became supreme powerhouses. In the history of the god-defying world, there were more than a dozen peerless top advanced supreme gods. However, only Xiao Mubai, his father, and the Sword of Time successfully became supreme powerhouses. In the middle-aged man's opinion, Duan Lingtian would definitely become a supreme powerhouse after becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. After all, Duan Lingtian was so young, but he had already accomplished so much. Moreover, due to his young age, Duan Ling Tian had plenty of time to work toward becoming a supreme powerhouse after becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. Perhaps, Xiao Mu Bai said with a faint smile, I really didn't expect that among those for whom I have high hopes, he'd be the one to make the most progress, surpassing the others in such a short time. He even surpassed his senior sister, Wangfu Meng Yuan. Wangfu Meng Yuan was Duan Ling Tian's senior sister in the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction. She was also among the few young people for whom Xiao Mu Bai had high hopes. At this time, the middle-aged suddenly thought of something and said, My lord, Feng Qingyang, the successor of the Sword of Time and Duan Ling Tian's master, has also gone to the outer boundary. His sword Dao is definitely among the most, if not the most, powerful after the Sword of Time. If he doesn't die prematurely, he also has a high chance of becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god, right? If his sword Dao is at the 7th stage, even if his law of time is only at the perfect form, he'll definitely become a peerless top advanced supreme god after breaking through the realm of advanced supreme gods. He and Duan Ling Tian are really a terrifying master and disciple duo. After Duan Ling Tian left the god-defying world, Feng Qingyang did not stay for long before he left for the outer boundary as well. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware of this. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Duan Yue had left the Sha clan after staying a night. After all, they still had matters to attend to in the sacred lightning realm. Duan Ling Tian was in a rush during this visit back to the god-defying world, and Duan Yue was with him. As such, he had to restrain his strong desire to see his family and friends in the mundane realm. When I return again, I'll visit my parents and the others. I wonder how's Huaner doing. Before my doppelganger from the Law of Time faded away, she was already an emperor of gods. Based on her progress, after all these years, she should be a supreme god now, right? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Chapter 4510 Duan Yue is running for her life. After leaving the divine offering land, Duan Yue brought Duan Ling Tian back to the transportation formation they had arrived in before. According to her, they had to use the same transportation formation to accurately return to the sacred lightning realm in the outer boundary. If they used another transportation formation, their destination would not be guaranteed. Only the 3 upper worlds and the 18 middle worlds of the myriad worlds had transportation formations that could accurately transport one to one's intended destination. As for worlds like the cyclic world that Duan Ling Tian once visited, they were too weak to support such transportation formations because these formations depended on the strength of the world. The transportation formations in the weaker worlds were not very accurate. Even if one set one's destination before traveling, it was very likely that one would be transported to another place. In fact, Duan Ling Tian had also experienced this himself. Back then, he had left for the outer boundary through a transportation formation in the cyclic world. At that time, he was randomly transported to the sea near the divine sand realm in the outer boundary. Fear still lingered in Duan Ling Tian's heart when he thought about the hardships he experienced after coming to the outer boundary. Crimson Demon, when I become a supreme powerhouse, I'll return to the Crimson Demon Ridge to see the Crimson Demon, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes glinted coldly. When Duan Yue and Duan Ling Tian arrived at the transportation formation, they saw many advanced supreme gods. Why are there so many advanced supreme gods? At this moment, the advanced supreme gods were gathered around 3 supreme powerhouses, listening to the trio's orders. After a moment, led by one of the 3 supreme powerhouses, they left through the transportation formation in an orderly manner. Seeing the confusion on Duan Ling Tian's face, Duan Yue said, This transportation formation is located near the spatial barrier of the myriad worlds in the outer boundary. There are many huge monsters around the spatial barrier. They aren't very strong or intelligent. Even ordinary advanced supreme gods can deal with them. However, if they're not dealt with, they'll affect and even destroy the transportation formation. Supreme powerhouses naturally can't be sent to deal with these monsters all the time. As such, the worlds will usually send a group of advanced supreme gods to deal with them. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Before he left the god-defying world, he had heard that it was mandatory for advanced supreme gods to go to outer boundary for a period of time. As it turned out, it was to deal with these monsters. At this time, the 2 remaining supreme powerhouses finally noticed Duan Yue and Duan Ling Tian. They greeted Duan Yue immediately. Duan Yue nodded and said directly, I've already dealt with my affairs here. I'm returning to the sacred lightning realm now. I apologize for the inconvenience. It's an honor for us to be of help. Subsequently, the duo began to activate the transportation formation that would send Duan Lingtian and Duan Yue away from the god-defying world to the outer boundaries sacred lightning realm. It did not take long before Duan Yue and Duan Lingtian were transported away. Unexpectedly, when they reappeared, Duan Yue and Duan Lingtian discovered that they were not transported back to the transportation formation they had used when they left the sacred lightning realm. Duan Lingtian surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings warily. At the same time, Duan Yue saw a vaguely familiar face. After thinking about it for a moment, she murmured to herself, I didn't expect to be sent to Azure Cloud Saint Sect's territory. Duan Lingtian was slightly stunned upon hearing Duan Yue's words. He had heard of the Azure Cloud Saint Sect. After all, the Azure Cloud Saint Sect was also a saint rank force, and it was not any weaker than the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. While Duan Lingtian was lost in his thoughts, a figure flew over. In just a blink of an eye, the figure arrived before Duan Lingtian and Duan Yue. The figure belonged to a blue-clad old man over 70 years old. He looked at Duan Yue with a piercing gaze as he said mockingly, how rare. As it turns out, it's the Dark Knight Demi-Saint. Which world did you visit? Duan Yue looked at the old man calmly. She was not polite at all as she said, it doesn't matter which world I visited. Fu Liang Yu, I don't need to report my whereabouts to you, do I? Duan Yue had some conflicts with the Fu clan, which Fu Liang Yu belonged to. To be precise, she had a conflict with Fu Liang Yu's eldest brother, the demi-saint of the Fu clan. The status of the Fu clan, which was governed by the Azure Cloud Saint Sect, was on par with that of the Duan clan, which was governed by the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. They were both demi-saint rank forces. Fu Liang Yu, the old man, had a high status in the Fu clan and was only second to his eldest brother, the demi-saint of the Fu clan. Fu Liang Yu continued to say mockingly, of course not. You're the Dark Knight demi-saint, after all. Duan Yue scoffed coldly before she brought Duan Lingtian away without another word. Meanwhile, Fu Liang Yu stared at the duo's backs with a solemn expression as he sent a message back to the Fu clan. Brother, that bitch, Duan Yue, just returned from the myriad worlds and was transported to the transportation site that I'm in charge of. She's heading in the direction of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion now. In the Fu clan, a figure flew out of the Fu clan and flew in the direction of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion immediately. At the same time, the figure sent two messages. Old Han, weren't you looking for a chance to repay my favor? If you help me to kill that Duan Yue, the favor you owed will be repaid. Brother Tuoba, Duan Yue was coincidentally transported to our Azure Cloud Saint Sect's territory. She only has an advanced supreme god with her and is heading to the Jade Tide Mansion now. This is a good chance for us to kill her. Come quickly. After leaving, Duan Lingtian noticed that Duan Yue's expression turned extremely grim. She was abnormally quiet and did not chat with him like she usually would. Apart from that, although his surroundings were still as blurry as before when they were traveling, he could tell that Duan Yue's speed was much faster now. In fact, it was likely that she was now traveling at full speed. What's going on? Is it because of that person earlier? It seems like she's running for her life. It was difficult for Duan Lingtian to imagine what could make Duan Yue, a demi-saint, lose her composure and run for her life. This woman who forced me to recognize her as my godsister, whom did she offend in the Azure Cloud Saint Sect's territory? Is a saint going to appear? Or, could it be multiple demi-saints? Duan Lingtian felt a chill running up his spine when he thought about this. Chapter 4511 Returning to the Duan clan alone. A foreboding feeling rose in Duan Lingtian's heart after he noticed Duan Yue's abnormal behavior. He had no doubt that their lives were at threat. Otherwise, a powerful demi-saint like her would not be in such a rush to leave. For all these reasons, Duan Lingtian felt extremely anxious. He was not even a peerless top advanced supreme god yet. Although he was very close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god, he knew the difference in strength between him and a peerless top advanced supreme god was like a huge chasm. Let alone a supreme powerhouse, even a peerless top advanced supreme god who had comprehended a law to the paramount stage could kill him in fewer than 10 moves even if he fought with all his might. Is this the end? No, I still have many unfulfilled wishes, and Ka is still not awake. Anxiety gnawed at Duan Lingtian's heart like ants the more he thought about it. For Duan Yue to feel threatened, there must be at least a few demi-saints or a saint after them. Little Tien, I'll put you down in a while. You'll need to go to the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion alone. Follow this direction, and you'll arrive at the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. However, you should take a few detours as you make your way there. The Fu clan's member saw you with me, after all. I'm afraid he might go when he realizes you're not with me, Duan Yue said to Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief inwardly. He was not afraid of death, but if he stayed with Duan Yue, he knew his death would be in vain. Nonetheless, he still asked through voice transmission, Sister Wei, how can I help you? Duan Yue sighed heavily and replied through voice transmission, there's nothing you can do. If I die, the Duan clan will fall into decline. The others will have to rely on themselves to support the clan. Duan Ling Tian felt uneasy upon hearing Duan Yue's pessimistic words. He said, Sister Wei, can you tell me? Before Duan Ling Tian finished his words, Duan Yue interjected and said, Little Tian, we'll part ways here. That old man from the Fu clan is closing in. I have a deep enmity with him. He brought 2 powerhouses on par with him as well. Nonetheless, it won't be easy for them to retain me. As Duan Yue spoke, Duan Ling Tian felt an invisible force pushing him away from Duan Yue. After he landed in a forest mountain, he stabilized his footing and quickly traveled in another direction. However, before Duan Ling Tian could go far, 3 whistling noises rang in the air. 3 demi-saints. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim immediately. He felt rather helpless, seeing that he was unable to do anything for Duan Yue at all. I should return to the Duan clan first. I can only hope that Sister Wei will be safe. A demi-saint like her should at least be able to defend herself, right? However, she's facing 3 demi-saints, the Fu clan. Duan Ling Tian thought about Fu Liangyu, the man they encountered earlier at the transportation site. Sister Wei has conflicts with the Fu clan, no wonder he was so unfriendly earlier. He must have alerted the demi-saint from the Fu clan. Duan Ling Tian continued to speculate to himself. He speculated that Duan Yue did not kill Fu Liangyu earlier at the transportation because they were in the Azure Cloud Saint sect's territory. Since Fu Liangyu seemed to be in charge of the transportation site, it was clear that the Fu clan was under the Azure Cloud Saint sect. If she killed Fu Liangyu, it was tantamount to slapping the Azure Cloud Saint sect. More importantly, since she would be at fault for killing Fu Liangyu, the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion might not protect her. I'll take detours as a precaution. Duan Ling Tian was very cautious and took a few detours as he traveled even though he did not think the 3 demi-saints would come after him. Half a day later, Duan Ling Tian finally entered the territory of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Although Duan Yue had her own motives for being so kind to Duan Ling Tian, he could feel that she was sincere as well. He could not help but feel responsible for the situation that Duan Yue was in. After all, she would not have run into the member of the Fu clan if he did not request her to accompany him to the god-defying world. Sister Wei, if something happens to you, I promise that I'll avenge you once I'm strong enough. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes shone with killing intent. After about an hour, Duan Ling Tian finally saw the outline of Tourmaline Holy City ahead of him. He sped up and flew past Tourmaline Holy City toward the Duan clan's main estate. Chaos will descend once the Duan clan learns that Sister Wei is in trouble. I wonder if this will affect our trip to the Realm of Origin. I hope it doesn't, it should be fine. I'm sure I'll still be able to go to the Realm of Origin if I explain myself to the envoy of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Duan Ling Tian knew that the Realm of Origin was a huge opportunity for him. If he performed well, the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion might recruit him. After all, there was a difference between actively seeking to join the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion and being recruited by the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Sister Wei, please don't blame me if I leave the Duan clan. You knew from the beginning that the Duan clan is just a stepping stone for me to join a stronger force. It'll be easier for me to grow stronger if I join the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. With that, I'll also be able to avenge you quicker. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he landed in front of the Duan clan's estate. Chapter 4512 The Death of a Demi-Saint. As the grand revered elder of the Duan clan, Duan Ling Tian could naturally enter and leave the Duan clan's estate freely. The patrolling members of the clan greeted Duan Ling Tian respectfully when they Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian did not waste time and sent a message to Duan Bing, the clan leader of the Duan clan, after entering the Duan clan's estate. Clan leader Duan, where are you? Revered elder Ling Tian, have you and the old ancestor returned? Duan Ling Tian was briefly stunned by Duan Bing's response. Then, he quickly replied, Clan leader Duan, I returned alone. Where are you? I have an urgent matter to report. I'm at my cultivation ground. Duan Ling Tian responded and quickly made his way to Duan Bing's cultivation ground. At the same time, he tried to calm himself down. Clan leader Duan seems normal. This means that Sister Wei is still alive after all. He'll definitely be among the first to know if Sister Wei's soul card shatters. A soul card was like a soul pearl, which reflected the life of its owner. However, unlike soul pearls, the energy in soul cards would not dissipate with the passage of time. Only when the owner died would the energy in the soul card dissipate, causing the soul card to shatter. When Duan Bing saw Duan Ling Tian rushing over, he asked curiously, Revered elder Ling Tian, what's the matter? Duan Bing did not think it was strange that Duan Ling Tian came alone. He assumed that Duan Yue had returned to her cultivation ground. Clan leader Duan, is Sister Wei's soul card still intact? Before Duan Yue and Duan Ling Tian left the Duan clan, Duan Bing and the 3 level 4 supreme powerhouses of the Duan clan had already been informed that Duan Yue had acknowledged Duan Ling Tian as her younger brother. As such, Duan Bing knew that Duan Ling Tian was referring to Duan Yue when he heard the words, Sister Wei. However, when the meaning of Duan Ling Tian's words sank in, his expression changed drastically. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, What do you mean, revered elder Ling Tian? Did something happen to the old ancestor in the God-defying world? The God-defying world was one of the 18 middle worlds. It was said that it was under the protection of a saint and governed by many demi-saints. If the God-defying world harbored ill intentions, Duan Yue might not be able to escape. Sister Wei didn't contact you? Duan Ling Tian asked. This meant that either Duan Yue truly did not send a message back or her message had been blocked. Revered elder Ling Tian, what happened exactly? Duan Bing asked with a hint of impatience as his eyes burned with anxiety. Duan Yue was the only demi-saint in the Duan clan after all. Without Duan Yue, how could the Duan clan hold on to its status as a demi-saint rank force? Clan leader, Duan Ling Tian recounted what happened after he and Duan Yue returned from the God-defying world. After he was done, he added, it doesn't make sense that she didn't send a message back considering what happened. How could she send a message? Duan Bing said as he shook his head with a dark expression on his face. The Azure Cloud Saint sect has set up formations in their territories that block all forms of communications. Similarly, the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion also has these formations in its territories. It's just another way for Saint rank forces to declare sovereignty over their territories. After a moment, Duan Bing's expression eased slightly before he said to Duan Ling Tian, I just contacted the elder in charge of monitoring the soul cards in the Duan clan. The old ancestor's soul card is still intact. She's safe for now. After a beat, he said, Revered elder Ling Tian, the envoy from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion will bring you and another revered elder away tomorrow morning. You should rest and prepare for your journey tomorrow. All right, Duan Ling Tian said as he heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. There was a chance that Duan Yue could successfully escape from the 3 demi-saints. Unfortunately, even if she could not, there was nothing he could do to help her. After Duan Ling Tian took his leave, Duan Bing sent a message to the Duan clan's 3 level 4 supreme powerhouses. He was extremely anxious when he thought about Duan Bing, who was currently facing a life or death situation. Unsurprisingly, the Duan clan's 3 level 4 supreme powerhouses, expressions turned grim when they heard about what happened. An old man, a level 4 supreme powerhouse who was Duan Yue's elder, sighed. Little Yue was discovered by a member of the Fu clan in the Azure Cloud Saint sect's territory. Damn it, she's in deep trouble this time. Another level 4 supreme powerhouse, a middle-aged man, said, cousin sister shouldn't have gone to the God-defying world. This is caused by Duan Ling Tian. He's a jinx to our Duan clan. The third level 4 supreme powerhouse, a beautiful woman, said, what's the point of saying these words? Sister Yue went to the God-defying world voluntarily. Do you think Duan Ling Tian, who's not a supreme powerhouse, can force her to do something she doesn't want to do? It's ridiculous for you to put the blame on him just because she encountered danger during her return from the God-defying world. When you leave the Duan clan, you should know your safety isn't 100% guaranteed. Who knows if you'll encounter a crazy saint? In any case, I believe Duan Ling Tian didn't expect something like this to happen as well. It's not like you don't know about the enmity between Sister Yu Wei and the Fu clan. I don't think Duan Ling Tian has anything to do with this matter. The beautiful woman was originally not a member of the Duan clan. She became friends with Duan Yu Wei when Duan Yu Wei left the Duan clan to gain experience. The duo grew close and treated each other like sisters. When Duan Yu Wei returned to the Duan clan, she brought the beautiful woman, who was a sectless cultivator, back to the clan as well. With that, the Duan clan gained another supreme powerhouse, who was only second to Duan Yu Wei. Perhaps due to the beautiful woman's strength, the middle-aged man remained silent after she spoke. The old man with a white beard said, "It's not the time to argue now. We should use our connections and contact all our allies in the Azure Cloud Saint Sect's territories to look for little Yu Wei." Upon hearing these words, Duan Bing finally calmed down a little. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He dropped to his knees and cried out in despair, "Old ancestor." Upon seeing this, the three supreme powerhouses' expressions changed as well. In just a blink of an eye, they vanished and reappeared in the hall where the soul cards of high-ranking members of the clan were kept. When they saw the soul card that was placed in the highest position had shattered, they cried out in grief. Little Yu Wei, Sister Yu Wei, cousin sister. The high-ranking members of the Duan clan were in despair when they discovered that Duan Yu Wei, the pillar of their Duan clan, had died. News of death remained within their circle, so the revered elders were unaware of her death. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was also unaware of Duan Yu Wei's death. The high-ranking members of the Duan clan decided to keep Duan Yu Wei's death a secret for now because they knew that it would bring turmoil to the clan. Nonetheless, they knew it was only a matter of time before the news spread. After all, even if they did not do anything, the demi-saints who killed Duan Yu Wei would definitely brag about his deed. Blood rained down heavily from the sky on a barren land. A terrifying cry rang intermittently as lights of various colors flashed in the sky. Even when the lights stopped flashing, blood continued to rain down on the land. These phenomena could be seen by everyone within tens of thousands of miles. Many supreme powerhouses sighed heavily as they watched the phenomena. A demi-saint skilled in the law of life has died. Chapter 4513. Hu Mingyu, the envoy of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Duan Ling Tian was anticipating good news before he departed from the Duan clan. Alas, he found out that Duan Yu Wei, the pillar of the Duan clan, had fallen yesterday. After breaking the news to Duan Ling Tian, Duan Bing, the clan leader of the Duan clan, reminded, "For now, only the high-ranking members of the Duan clan are aware of this. You're the only one among the revered elders who's aware of this. Please keep this matter a secret. The Duan clan needs time to prepare for the repercussions that will come after the old ancestor's death." Duan Bing continued to say, "We decided to tell you about this due to your relationship with the old ancestor. Please don't blame yourself. Even if the old ancestor didn't go to the god-defying world with you, it was only a matter of time before the Fu clan made a move against the old ancestor. You should focus on the realm of origin. The Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion might even grant your wish if you perform brilliantly. You don't need to worry about the Duan clan. We're not pushovers after all." Duan Bing's words continued to echo in Duan Ling Tian's mind even after he left the Duan clan with the envoy of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. He was silent as he boarded the flying ship with another two revered elders. This time, Duan Ling Tian did not bring Tan Shu Teng with him. He would send for Tan Shu Teng if he successfully joined the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Before leaving the Duan clan, he had offered to lift the Heaven Vault's blood oath so Tan Shu Teng could leave. However, Tan Shu Teng declined the offer. After following Duan Ling Tian, he gained many things that he could only dream of in the past after all. As such, he was willing to wait and continued to serve Duan Ling Tian. The envoy of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion was a middle-aged man dressed in a long white robe. After boarding the flying ship, he sat cross-legged across from the Duan Ling Tian and the others. At this time, one of the Duan clan's revered elders, a young man dressed in a long green robe who was sitting next to Duan Ling Tian, greeted Duan Ling Tian and said enthusiastically, "Grand revered elder, I heard that you've comprehended the Sword Dao to the 6th stage. Can you give me some advice regarding the Sword Dao when it's convenient for you?" Duan Ling Tian was pulled back to his senses by the green-clad young man's voice. He looked at the green-clad young man and nodded silently. "Thank you, Grand Revered Elder. By the way, I don't think I've told you, but my name is Xiao, the green-clad young man said. Then, he smiled apologetically before he continued to say, I apologize for interrupting your thoughts. I'll leave you alone for now. Xiao could tell he had interrupted Duan Lingtian's thoughts earlier, but he could not help himself. He had joined the Duan clan later, but he had heard that the grand revered elder of the Duan clan was very close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. He knew such a person was rare even in a saint-rank force like the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. He was a prodigy as well, but Duan Lingtian was in a completely different league. The other revered elder of the Duan clan was a middle-aged man dressed in a long black robe. He placed a seemingly ordinary sword, which emitted a faint divine energy, across his lap as he sat cross-legged. Xiao turned to the middle-aged man and said casually, Revered Elder Lan Ming, what are you doing? I remember you used a prime divine artifact when we sparred previously, not an ordinary sword. Lan Ming, the middle-aged man, opened his eyes. He looked at Xiao and said, Revered Elder Xiao, even before I had a prime divine artifact, this sword had been with me for a long time. When I was still weak, I obtained this sword from the legacy I inherited from a sword cultivator. Thanks to this sword, my sword Dao managed to surpass that of that sword cultivator. This sword could be considered my mentor and the source of my inspiration. As such, whenever I comprehended the sword Dao, I'd bring it out. Alas, as time passed, I became less and less inspired by it. Perhaps, it won't be long before it lies in a corner of my spatial ring covered in dust. Lan Ming's words at the end were a metaphor. After all, not a speck of dust could get into a spatial ring. How remarkable. It seems like everyone has different ways of comprehending the sword Dao. As for me, I rely on my imagination to comprehend the sword Dao. However, the foundation of my sword Dao came from my elder, Xiao said with a smile, rather similar to you, my sword Dao has also surpassed that of my elder. It seems like it's a case of the student surpassing the master for both of us. Xiao paused and glanced at Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged, before he lowered his voice and said in a hushed tone, the grand revered elder must have surpassed his master more than both of us did. Lan Ming nodded in agreement. There's no doubt about it. After all, the grand revered elder has comprehended the sword Dao to the 6th stage. At this time, Duan Lingtian, who overheard the duo's conversation, opened his eyes. He said to them, No, you're wrong. I haven't surpassed my master's sword Dao. My master should have comprehended the sword Dao to the 7th stage at least. Xiao and Lan Ming's eyes widened in shock and disbelief upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, the envoy of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed until now, suddenly opened his eyes and rose to his feet. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and asked, Revered Elder Lingtian, is what you said true? Duan Lingtian nodded as he replied, Yes. I have no reason to lie. When my sword Dao was at the 4th stage, my master's sword Dao was already at my current stage. Duan Lingtian had always admired his master, Feng Qingyong. Thanks to his various fortuitous encounters, his cultivation base was higher than that of Feng Qingyong. However, his sword Dao had always been behind Feng Qingyong. In the past, whenever he thought that his sword Dao had surpassed that of his master, he would quickly be disabused of that notion when they met. The envoy's tone turned more polite as he continued to ask, Based on my knowledge, there are only 2 saints who comprehended the sword Dao to the 7th stage. May I know who your master is? Duan Lingtian shook his head. My master is neither one of the 2 saints. The envoy speculated inwardly, if that's the case, his master must be a reclusive saint. Following that, the envoy said amiably, Revered Elder Lingtian, if you perform brilliantly in the realm of origin, the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion definitely won't mistreat you. Thank you for the reminder, senior. I'll do my very best, Duan Lingtian replied. My name is Hu Ming Yu. You can address me as Brother Hu. Who knows, perhaps, you'll be joining the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion soon, Hu Ming Yu said with a smile. This was the first time Duan Lingtian and the other 2 heard of Hu Ming Yu's name. Chapter 4514 The Realm of Origin will only stay open for 3 years. Hu Ming Yu was rather courteous and enthusiastic toward Duan Lingtian during their journey. This was because he concluded that Duan Lingtian's master was a saint after he heard that Duan Lingtian's master had comprehended the sword Dao to the 7th stage. Xiao and Lan Ming were naturally envious of Duan Lingtian, but they were also aware that they could not compare to him. They also thought that Duan Ling Tian's master must be very powerful after learning that the latter had comprehended the sword Dao to the 7th stage. In their opinion, even if the latter was not a saint and had not comprehended the law to the paramount stage, the latter should still be invincible among demi-saints. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was still grieving Duan Yue. Sister Wei, she wouldn't have died if she didn't return to the god-defying world with me, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, filled with remorse and guilt. In the next moment, his eyes burned with the flames of fury as he vowed inwardly, Sister Wei, rest in peace. I'll definitely avenge you once I'm strong enough. Duan Ling Tian knew he could not let his grief hold him back. If this affected his progress, he would never be able to grow stronger to avenge Duan Yue. The realm of origin is my chance to prove myself to the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. If I can impress them with my strength, not only will I have hope of saving Ka, but I might also receive cultivation resources I need from them. Needless to say, a saint-rank force like the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion naturally possessed abundant resources that ordinary people could only dream of. Moreover, there were rumors that there were 2 saints in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. If the rumors were true, as the dominating force in the sacred lighting realm, its resources might even surpass all the resources in the god-defying world. Hu Mingyu, Duan Ling Tian, Shui Ao, and Lan Ming finally arrived outside of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. A thick fog lingered around the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, and at this moment, a group of people was gathered not far ahead of them. Clearly, these people were also sword prodigies gathered by the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. At this moment, Hu Mingyu said to the trio from the Duan clan, in fact, the realm of origin opened a year ago. The 3 of you are the second group of sword prodigies from one of the 3 major demi-saint rank forces of Tourmaline Holy City who will enter the realm of origin. After a brief pause, Hu Mingyu added, the 3rd demi-saint rank force of Tourmaline Holy City will send their sword prodigies here after a year. At that time, they will enter the realm of origin with the other sword prodigies from the other territories of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. It's a tradition for the Jade-Tide Mansion to send people into realm of origins in groups. No wonder there are only 3 of us, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. After leaving the Duan clan, he had been puzzled that there were only him, Shui Ao, and Lan Ming. He had wondered where the representatives of the other 2 demi-saint rank forces were. After all, it was impossible for the other 2 demi-saint rank forces to not have found anyone who comprehended the sword Dao to the 4th stage at all. So 3 groups will enter separately. Why? Shui Ao asked curiously. Duan Ling Tian and Lan Ming looked at Hu Mingyu curiously as well. Hu Mingyu's expression was solemn as he said, in the past, the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion discovered a realm of origin. We gathered a group of prodigies who fulfilled the criteria and sent all of them in. In the end, all of them died there. After that, we decided to send the prodigies there in groups. Each group will be given a year in the realm of origin. As I said before, the 3 of you are the second group. What? Shui Ao exclaimed in shock before he said, we're the second group, the first group has already been there for a year, so what's the point of us entering now? Most of the things there must have already been obtained by the first group, right? Although Duan Ling Tian and Lan Ming were silent, they shared Shui Ao's thoughts as well. Perhaps, we don't know for sure, Hu Mingyu said with a nod. Moreover, there are pros and cons to everything. Although the first group has higher chances of finding treasures in fortuitous encounters, they're at greater risk as well since they're entering first. Hu Mingyu continued to say, all right, according to the agreed upon time, the first group should be out the day after tomorrow. We'll go to the entrance when everyone arrives. At this time, Shui Ao asked, what if some people refuse to leave? Hu Mingyu laughed before he replied, that's no different from seeking death. No one's allowed to go against the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. However, what if it's a prodigy from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion? Shui Ao continued to ask. Hu Mingyu said casually, the sword prodigies of our Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion will be part of the 3rd and final group to enter the realm of origin. As such, your question is invalid. Upon hearing this, Shui Ao said to Duan Ling Tian and Lan Ming through voice transmission, the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion is really careful to place their sword prodigies in the final group. That's not surprising, Lan Ming said through voice transmission, the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion doesn't have to worry about us keeping the treasures they want to ourselves since we can't bring our spatial rings in there. As such, we'll definitely have to hand over the treasures they need to them. With this, why would they need to take the risk and send their prodigies in first? Lan Ming was right. Finally, Shuiyao said out loud, 3 groups of sword prodigies, and each group has a year in the realm of origin. It seems like the realm of origin will only stay open for 3 years. Hu Mingyu nodded. That's right. Before this realm of origin opened, the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion had studied it and determined that it'll only stay open for 3 years. As such, you must make the most of your time in the realm of origin. Later, the first group of prodigies will recount their experiences to you. That should make things slightly easier for you. Chapter 4515 Xiao Tianxi, the Palace Master of the Golden Dragon Palace. On the second day, Duan Ling Tian, Lan Ming, Shuiyao, and Hu Mingyu boarded the flying ship and made their way to the entrance of the realm of origin. When everyone was gathered, Duan Ling Tian looked around and discovered that there were about 36 sword prodigies in the second group, including him, Shuiyao, and Lan Ming. Based on this, the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion should have gathered about 100 sword prodigies altogether at least to enter the realm of origin. The other sword prodigies looked around as well, silently surveying the situation like Duan Ling Tian. The sword prodigies either found a corner to sit cross-legged or gathered in small groups. All of them wore a faint arrogant expression on their faces, including Shuiyao and Lan Ming, who were usually humble in front of Duan Ling Tian. Apart from the sword prodigies, there were also 3 powerhouses from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, and Hu Mingyu was among them. At this time, an old man stroked his long white beard as he asked, "Old Yu, I heard that one of the prodigies you brought here has comprehended the sword Dao to the 6th stage. Hu Mingyu replied with a smile, "That's right. His name is Duan Ling Tian. He's the grand revered elder of the Duan clan in Tourmaline Holy City. Not only has he comprehended the sword Dao to the 6th stage, but his law of space has also reached the perfect form. He should be invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods." Upon hearing this, a blue-clad young man exclaimed in surprise, "What? Not even our prodigies from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion are a match for him?" Hu Mingyu shook his head. "They likely aren't a match for him. According to the Duan clan, Duan Ling Tian is very strong. However, I don't know about the extent of his strength. If he performs well in the realm of origin, I plan to recommend him to join the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. However, if his performance is mediocre, even if he wants to join our Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, we won't accept him," the white-bearded old man said with a smile. "If he doesn't take the initiative to join us, we'll have to offer him some benefits to recruit him. On the other hand, he won't be able to put forth any conditions if he takes the initiative to join us. As such, I don't think he'll take the initiative to join us unless we invite him." Hu Mingyu was right. Duan Yuwei, the Dark Knight demi-saint, had reminded Duan Ling Tian about this matter. Based on Duan Ling Tian's innate talent, the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion definitely would not let go of the chance to recruit a monstrous prodigy like Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian knew he had to put on air and that he could not lower himself in front of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. Otherwise, it would be more difficult for him to save Ka after joining the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. About 2 hours later, they arrived at their destination. Hu Mingyu and his peers led Duan Ling Tian and the other prodigies off the flying ship into a barren mountain range. When they arrived, there were already at least a dozen people gathered there. Shuiyao looked at the people in the distance before his eyes finally rested on one figure. Then, he whispered, "They're powerhouses from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. That young man wearing a white robe with silver trimmings should be the person in charge here." Duan Ling Tian followed the direction of Shuiyao's gaze and saw Hu Mingyu and the other 2 men walking toward the white-clad young man. He watched the trio bow at the white-clad young man and addressed him as Palace Master. "Lan Ming, how strong is he?" Shuiyao asked. Lan Ming's eyes flashed before he said in a hushed tone, "He's a demi-saint at least." Duan Ling Tian looked up. He remembered seeing the other party on board the flying ship. At that time, the other party was sitting alone in a corner. Shuiyao looked at the young man, slightly stunned. Then, he asked, "He's really a demi-saint? Do you know him?" The young man smiled. "I don't know him, but I saw him many years ago when I was fairly young. His name is Xiao Tianxi, the Palace Master of the Jade Tide Heavenly Waves, Golden Dragon Palace. Not only is he a demi-saint, but many people think he has the highest potential to be the next saint in the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion." Duan Ling Tian looked at Xiao Tianxi, the Palace Master of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion's Golden Dragon Palace, and committed the other party to his memory. At the same time, he wondered inwardly, "I wonder how powerful he is compared to Sister Wei." As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind, he was reminded of Duan Yue, and his expression turned solemn. Meanwhile, Lan Ming exclaimed in surprise, "He's Xiao Tianxi." Shui Yao asked, "Lan Ming, you've heard of him?" Lan Ming said solemnly, "I heard my elders talking about him before. They said that he was simply a monster. In the past, whenever his strength improved, he would challenge those with the same cultivation base as him in both the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. At that time, he was acknowledged to be the strongest among level 1 to level 3 supreme powerhouses. However, when he became a level 4 supreme powerhouse, he lost to another monstrous genius. Needless to say, his opponent shot to fame in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds after defeating him. His opponent continued to challenge others and went undefeated. In the end, his opponent was even acknowledged as the strongest demi-saint in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. The young man dressed in a fine robe raised an eyebrow and said, "Xiao Tianxi's opponent, you're talking about Xiao Mubai from the god-defying world, right?" Xiao Mubai was the second supreme powerhouse from the god-defying world who became famous in the outer boundary after the Sword of Time. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. At the same time, he could not help but feel proud. After all, he was from the god-defying world. How could he not feel proud that the god-defying world had two geniuses such as the Sword of Time and Xiao Mubai? Chapter 4516 A High Death Rate. Duan Ling Tian looked at Xiao Tianxi, the palace master of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion's Golden Dragon Palace, who shared the same surname as Xiao Mubai, one of the lords of the god-defying world. Xiao Tianxi was a genius who shook the outer boundary and the myriad worlds, including the god-defying world, before he was defeated by Xiao Mubai, who then rose to fame. Although Xiao Tianxi was defeated by Xiao Mubai, Duan Ling Tian knew that the difference between their strength was likely not very big. At this moment, Shui Yao suddenly cried out, "Palace Master Xiao is coming over." Duan Ling Tian looked up and saw Hu Mingyu leading Xiao Tianxi over. "Duan Ling Tian, this is Palace Master Xiao," Hu Mingyu said. "Palace Master Xiao wants to meet the sword prodigy who comprehended the sword Dao to the 6th stage." When the people in the surroundings heard Hu Mingyu's words, they all turned to look at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. It was not surprising that they found it hard to believe that a cultivator below the realm of supreme powerhouses had comprehended the sword Dao to the 6th stage. However, it did not take long for them to dismiss their thoughts. After all, why would Hu Mingyu, someone from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, lie about this matter? "Greetings, Palace Master Xiao," Duan Ling Tian said with a slight bow to Xiao Tianxi. Shui Yao and the others quickly followed suit and greeted Xiao Tianxi. Xiao Tianxi smiled slightly before he pointed at Duan Ling Tian and asked casually, "Can you show me your sword Dao?" In just a blink of an eye, a streak of light shot out of the tip of Xiao Tianxi's finger toward Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian could sense that the power in the streak of light was comparable to all the power he had, which meant that the force of the attack was almost comparable to that of a peerless top advanced supreme god. He was amazed by Xiao Tianxi's perfect control over his divine energy. Duan Ling Tian quickly took a deep breath before he flew toward the streak of light with the 7 orifices exquisite sword in hand. At the same time, his divine energy, his law of space that has reached the perfect form, and his sword Dao surged from his body. Following that, a 7-colored sword ray shot out and collided with the streak of light, generating a terrifying explosion. The shockwave of the explosion was just about to hit Duan Ling Tian when Xiao Tianxi promptly raised his hand. An invisible force swept out, easily neutralizing the shockwaves that could leave Duan Ling Tian with minor injuries. "Thank you, Palace Master Xiao," Duan Ling Tian said when everything was said and done. "Not bad," Xiao Tianxi said with a nod. "Are you interested in joining the Golden Dragon Palace after you come out from the realm of origin?" Everyone was shocked. Even Hu Mingyu did not expect Xiao Tianxi to extend an invitation to Duan Ling Tian. Asking Duan Ling Tian to join the Golden Dragon Palace was no different from asking Duan Ling Tian to join the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Most importantly, up until now, Xiao Tianxi had only personally invited 2 peerless top advanced supreme gods to join the Golden Dragon Palace. This means that Palace Master Xiao thinks Duan Ling Tian's value is the same as that of a peerless top advanced supreme god, right? At the same time, the sword prodigies in the surroundings looked at Duan Ling Tian enviously. How could they not be envious when it was clear that Xiao Tianxi, the strongest person below the realm of saints in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, had high regard for Duan Ling Tian? "It's an honor for me to join the Golden Dragon Palace," Duan Ling Tian replied decisively. It would be foolish of him to refuse Xianxia, who was only second to the saint of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Very good, Xianxia said with a smile, from now on, you're not only a member of the Golden Dragon Palace, but the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion as well. I, Xianxia, the Palace Master of the Golden Dragon Palace, bestow upon you the title the Void Sword. What do you think? A title was not very useful, but a title bestowed by Xianxia indicated how highly he valued Duan Ling Tian. Thank you, Palace Master Xiao, Duan Ling Tian replied. Although the title did not mean anything to him, he gladly accepted it as a kind gesture from Xianxia. Moreover, the title would make his life much easier in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. The Void Sword, Palace Master Xiao is really good at naming, Hu Mingyu said with a smile, trying to flatter Xianxia. Xianxia did not respond to Hu Mingyu. Instead, he said to Duan Ling Tian, you'll enter the realm of origin with the third group. Yes, Palace Master Xiao, Duan Ling Tian replied. Lan Ming and Shuiao looked at Duan Ling Tian enviously, thinking that Duan Ling Tian was extremely lucky. At this time, Duan Ling Tian asked Hu Mingyu curiously through voice transmission, Senior Hu, what is Palace Master Xiao's strongest law? Palace Master Xiao's strongest law is the law of death. He has comprehended it to the paramount stage. His second strongest law is the law of life, which he has also comprehended to the paramount stage. Unfortunately, his comprehension of the four Taos of heaven and earth isn't as good. He only comprehended the sword Tao to the fifth stage. If he manages to comprehend the sword Tao to the sixth stage, it's likely that he'll break through and become a saint. Duan Ling Tian nodded in understanding as he thought to himself, it seems like Palace Master Xiao knows I'm quite young. Geniuses are naturally arrogant, but they'll respect those who are superior to them. At this moment, Xianxia gestured to Duan Ling Tian to stand next to him. At the same time, those from the first group finally came out of the realm of origin. Subsequently, someone said, Palace Master Xiao, a total of 12 people perished in the realm of origin this time. Xianxia nodded calmly. On the contrary, Duan Ling Tian was shocked. Based on the number of people in the second group, he speculated that there should be about 30 to 40 people in the first group. If his speculation was right, then the death rate was too high. More than one-third of the prodigies from the first group had died. At the same time, the expressions of the sword prodigies in the second group changed drastically when they heard the number of prodigies who died. Chapter 4517 A Profitable Exchange. The group of sword prodigies was shocked by the high death rate, and many of them considered withdrawing at this moment. Although they had known that the realm of origin was fraught with danger, the death rate was really too high. However, when a few of them expressed that they did not wish to enter the realm of origin, the supreme powerhouses of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion leveled an icy gaze at them. It was obvious that withdrawing now was no different from seeking death. As such, many of them could only give up on withdrawing. At this time, one of the sword prodigies said with a scoff, "What's wrong with you? Haven't you heard that fortune favors the bold? It's only natural that entering the realm of origin comes with risks. You won't be able to become a supreme powerhouse if you're frightened by these risks." These words seemed to sober up those who wanted to withdraw. They began to question if they were cowards who were afraid of death. They were not even willing to enter the realm of origin that contained many treasures and fortuitous encounters. At the same time, they thought about their close calls with death in the past. Meanwhile, just as Duan Ling Tian's gaze fell on the sword prodigy who had spoken, Xianxia, the palace master of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion's Golden Dragon Palace, said to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, "This sword prodigy has comprehended the sword Tao to the fifth stage. However, he's much older than you. Among all the sword prodigies present, he's second only to you." The sword prodigy was an ordinary-looking young man with a pair of thick eyebrows who was dressed in a long black robe. His back was as straight as a sword, making him look dignified and upright. At this time, that sword prodigy looked up and met Duan Ling Tian's gaze. Duan Ling Tian could instantly see the fighting spirit burning in the other party's eyes. He only nodded and smiled slightly before he looked away. Following that, the first group of sword prodigies who survived the realm of origin handed the things they obtained to the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Subsequently, one of the supreme powerhouses said, "We'll bring you back to the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion now. If you obtained any treasures the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion wants, you can choose something of equal value in exchange from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion's treasure vault." As for the treasures that the jade-tide heavenly mansion doesn't need, you can keep them. After that, the supreme powerhouse led the first group of prodigies back to the jade-tide heavenly mansion. Half a day passed after the first group of sword prodigies left before Xianxia said tonelessly, "You may enter now." Hu Mingyu and another two supreme powerhouses led the second group of sword prodigies, including Shuiyao and Lan Ming, to the entrance of the realm of origin. Before entering the realm of origin, Shuiyao said ingratiatingly through voice transmission, "Duan Ling Tian, I'm so envious of you. If I survive the realm of origin and manage to join the jade-tide heavenly mansion, you mustn't forget about me." After the second group of the sword prodigies entered the realm of origin, only 6 people were left on the scene. Duan Ling Tian, Xiaotianxi, a gray-clad old man, who stood quietly behind Xiaotianxi, and the 3 supreme powerhouses, including Hu Mingyu, who led the second group of sword prodigies here. "The 3 of you will wait at the entrance of the realm of origin," Xiaotianxi said. Then, he gestured to Duan Ling Tian before he brought Duan Ling Tian and the old man away. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he found himself in what seemed like a vast and boundless world. He was wondering where he was when he heard Xiaotianxi's voice. "This is my little world. Old Kong is an expert of the law of space. He has comprehended the law of space to the paramount stage many years ago. Before the third group of sword prodigies enters the realm of origin, you should learn from Old Kong here. When it's convenient, you can show me your sword Dao so I can study it. I'm only a step away from entering the 6th stage, but I've been stuck at a bottleneck for many years." Duan Ling Tian knew that Xiaotianxi wanted his help to overcome the bottleneck he faced in his sword Dao. In exchange, Xiaotianxi arranged for him to learn from an expert who had comprehended the law of space to the paramount stage. At this time, a gust of wind blew past, and the gray-clad old man who was standing behind Xiaotianxi appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. "He's a supreme powerhouse who comprehended the law of space to the paramount stage." Duan Ling Tian exclaimed inwardly. A supreme powerhouse who had comprehended a law to the paramount stage should be a level 4 supreme powerhouse, someone who was close to becoming a demi-saint, at least even if his or her Tao of heaven and earth was only mediocre. "Attack with your might using your law of space and sword Tao," the old man said expressionlessly. "I'll suppress my strength so it matches yours, but I won't suppress my law of space." Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel excited when he heard these words. This was the best chance for him to improve his law of space. Although he had recordings of experts who comprehended the law of space to the paramount stage, it would be much better for him to learn from an expert in real life. "Thank you, Senior," Duan Ling Tian said as he bowed slightly to the gray-clad old man. Duan Ling Tian felt grateful even if he knew this was a trade between him and Xiaotianxi. In his opinion, he benefited more from this exchange. With Xiaotianxi's high status in the jade-tide heavenly mansion, it would not be difficult for Xiaotianxi to study the 6th stage of the sword Dao with other experts. On the contrary, if it were not for Xiaotianxi, it would be impossible for him to personally study the law of space with an expert who had comprehended it to the paramount stage. As such, how could he not feel grateful and excited faced with such an opportunity? "My law of space has been stagnant for a while now. This is a good chance for me to break through or at least move closer to the paramount stage." With his sword Dao at the 6th stage, if Duan Ling Tian comprehended the law of space to the paramount stage, he would be considered extraordinary even among peerless top advanced supreme gods. Not only that, but if he directly broke through and became a supreme powerhouse, he would be stronger than the current Xiaotianxi. After all, Xiaotian, who comprehended the law of death to the paramount stage and the sword Dao to the 5th stage, was a demi-saint. As such, with his sword Dao at the 6th stage, if Duan Ling Tian comprehended the law of space to the paramount stage, he would become a saint just like how Xiaotianxi would become a saint as soon as his sword Dao reached the 6th stage. Chapter 4518 The Threshold of the 7th Stage of the Sword Dao. When Old Kong, the gray-clad old man, made a move, the void shook, making him look terrifying. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. How terrifying! This is the strength of the law of space at the paramount stage. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself in shock. He almost teleported away, but then he remembered that Old Kong had likely disrupted the space to prevent him from escaping. Duan Ling Tian mobilized his divine energy and law of space. His body shone as he shot toward Old Kong like a dazzling sword ray, which made his surroundings pale in comparison. He looked domineering as though he could crush everything that stood in his way. What a powerful sword Dao! Old Kong exclaimed when he saw Duan Ling Tian, who had become one with the sword. However, he flashed away very quickly and easily before Duan Ling Tian struck, causing Duan Ling Tian to feel pressured. The law of space at the paramount stage is really terrifying. He has already suppressed his divine energy to that of an advanced supreme god, but he's still slightly stronger than me by virtue of his law of space alone. His strength now is comparable to that of a peerless top advanced supreme god. Duan Ling Tian felt overwhelmed by Old Kong's strength. He could not help but curse inwardly when he recalled Old Kong saying he would try to suppress his strength to a level similar to his. He was only close to breaking through the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods. Unless he had a breakthrough in his law of space or his sword Dao, it would be impossible for him to enter the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods. Duan Ling Tian attacked again. A blindingly bright sword ray shot out and made a sudden turn before it shot toward Old Kong at top speed. Duan Ling Tian grunted when his attack landed, and he discovered he had only struck an illusion. You can see the full strength of the law of space after comprehending it to the paramount stage. I'm invincible in this space because I can summon the energy in my surroundings, Old Kong said as his voice echoed from all directions. You're very strong. If I didn't maintain my divine energy at that of a peerless top advanced supreme god and suppress it more, I would have been defeated by you. With this, Duan Ling Tian finally understood that Old Kong intentionally suppressed his divine energy to that of a peerless top advanced supreme god instead of matching him so he could learn better. After all, how was he going to learn if he easily defeated Old Kong? Old Kong continued to say, you can only stop me now if your divine energy is strong enough to subdue mine and stop me from using the spatial energy in the surroundings. There was a reason why peerless top advanced supreme gods were the strongest among advanced supreme gods, after all. However, even if they were invincible among those below the realm of supreme powerhouses, they would still not be a match for even the weakest supreme powerhouse. Old Kong made a move again. He appeared above Duan Ling Tian and struck with his hand. A huge palm print descended on Duan Ling Tian as fast as the wind. Duan Ling Tian grunted as he dodged to the side. Alas, no matter where he ran, a new huge palm print would appear above him. In just a blink of an eye, thousands of palm prints could be seen in the air. Alright, it's time to try another tactic. When Duan Ling Tian realized he could not escape the palm prints, he quickly mobilized his divine energy and law of space before he formed a sword ray in his hand. Following that, he sent the sword ray out, causing the void to shake violently in its wake. The sword ray shot through the huge palm prints, and the collisions generated terrifying shockwaves that swept through the entire place. When the shockwaves swept past Duan Ling Tian, he felt as though his internal organs had been crushed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, Xianxia said through voice transmission, Old Kong, go easy on him. Old Kong was about to withdraw his attack when the eyes of Duan Ling Tian, who seemed to be in a daze just a moment ago, suddenly widened as he muttered to himself, so that's why my sword Dao hasn't been improving. The sword isn't limited to the sword in my hand or the sword rays formed by my divine energy. The spatial energy can also be a sword. The law of space, the law of time, and the law of life can also be a sword. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's doppelgangers from his laws appeared. Subsequently, dazzling sword rays appeared around them as their auras grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses. When he saw Old Kong was about to withdraw his attack, he quickly said, Senior, please continue one. Very well, Old Kong replied with a nod. He knew that Duan Ling Tian must have been enlightened and did not hesitate to continue with his attack. Following that, the huge palm prints rained down on Duan Ling Tian again. Sword Ascension, Duan Ling Tian muttered. Then, the countless sword rays around Duan Ling Tian and his doppelgangers shot up into the sky and collided with the huge palm prints. Terrifying shockwaves swept out in all directions, but this time, Duan Ling Tian remained unaffected. His robe fluttered as he stood steadily, looking as straight as a sword. Remarkable, Old Kong exclaimed. The huge palm prints were destroyed by the sword rays, and they both fought to a draw. At the same time, Xianxia suddenly appeared in front of Duan Ling and exclaimed, Duan Ling Tian, your sword Dao has reached the threshold of the 7th stage. An advanced supreme god who comprehended a law to the perfect form and a Dao of heaven of earth to the threshold of the 7th stage is undoubtedly a peerless top advanced supreme god. A peerless top advanced supreme god. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened immediately. He knew that he had grown stronger after he further comprehended the sword Dao, but he was not sure exactly how strong he had become. It was only natural that he was excited after listening to Xianxia's words. With his breakthrough, the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion would value him even more. With this, it was not impossible for him to ask the Saint of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion to release Ka from the soul imprisonment technique. Chapter 4519. The Yao Brothers. Duan Ling Tian suppressed his excitement before he cupped his fists together at Xianxia and Old Kong and said, "Thank you, Palace Master Xiao. Thank you, Senior." Although Duan Ling Tian knew that he would eventually have a breakthrough like this, it would take time and luck. It was thanks to Xianxia that he was able to improve so quickly. He knew Xianxia gave him such an opportunity because Xianxia wanted to study his sword Dao. After all, Xianxia had said as much. However, his feeling that he had benefited more from this exchange grew even stronger after his improvement. Once your sword Dao reaches the 7th stage, there are likely not many peerless top advanced supreme gods who will be a match for you, the usually taciturn Old Kong said. Xianxia nodded in agreement before he said, "Duan Ling Tian, after you take that step, you'll truly be in the elite inner circle of the outer boundary in the myriad worlds. A peerless top advanced supreme gods are highly coveted by saint rank forces. They're even more precious than ordinary supreme powerhouses." After a brief pause, Xianxia continued to say, "When you break into this realm, I'll get better benefits for you from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Apart from that, if you stay in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion for a period of time and make contributions, you can even ask for one favor from the Saint of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion." Duan Ling Tian was calm when he heard the first half of Xianxia's words, but he could not suppress his excitement at all when he heard the second half of Xianxia's words. Although his expression did not change much, his eyes that shone brightly had already given him away. At this time, Xianxia's majestic aura became slightly diminished. Perhaps, it was due to the slightly sheepish expression on his face as he said, "Duan Ling Tian, when I studied your sword Dao earlier, I had a lot of questions. Do you mind answering my questions?" Xianxia was the palace master of the Jade-Tide Heaven's Golden Dragon Palace after all. It was only normal that he felt slightly embarrassed about asking for help from somebody so much younger than him. "Palace Master Xiao, it's an honor for me to answer your questions," Duan Ling Tian replied. In fact, even before Xianxia spoke up, he had already planned to ask Xianxia if he needed help with the sword Dao. Now that Xianxia brought it up, he naturally would not turn down the chance to return the favor. Despite the death of many sword prodigies from the first group that the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion sent into the Realm of Origin, the second group still had to enter the Realm of Origin to search for treasures for the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. At the same time, the second group was also paving the way for the third group, which the sword prodigies from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion were part of. In the Jade Waves Heavenly Mansion, there were quite a few cultivators who were close to becoming peerless top advanced supreme gods who comprehended the sword Dao to the 4th stage and their laws to the perfect form. The strongest among them had comprehended the law of destruction to the paramount stage. Coupled with his bloodline power and his sword Dao at the 4th stage, it was not surprising that he was the strongest among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. According to Hu Mingyu, who brought Duan Ling Tian to the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, he was also one of the few top prodigies in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion who could rival Duan Ling Tian. His name was Yao Xingchen. Unsurprisingly, Yao Xingchen was among the people from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion who would be entering the Realm of Origin as well. However, Yao Xingchen was not the strongest person from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion to enter the Realm of Origin this time. This was because the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion found a peerless top advanced supreme god outside who had comprehended the law of metal to the paramount stage and the sword Dao to the 4th stage. He was just the external help whom the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion found and was not an official member of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. In fact, there were a few peerless top advanced supreme gods in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. However, they did not comprehend the sword Dao, so they did not meet the requirement to enter the Realm of Origin this time. If one only counted the official member of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion who would be entering the Realm of Origin, Yao Xingchen was still the strongest. In a quiet courtyard in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, a stern black-clad young man sat in front of a stone table as he looked at a green-clad young man coldly and asked, "What are you here?" The black-clad young man was none other than Yao Xingchen. As for the green-clad young man, he was Yao Tianchen, Yao Xingchen's half-brother. Yao Tianchen was also the peerless top advanced supreme god whom the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion found to help them. Do you think you're qualified to be my elder brother? Yao Xingchen said with a sneer. Yao Tianchen, we've been strangers for a long time now. Don't start acting like we're brothers now. Back then, if I hadn't been lucky, I would have been indirectly killed by you. Although Yao Tianchen was Yao Xingchen's half-brother, they were estranged. In the past, Yao Tianchen was jealous of Yao Xingchen due to the latter's talent. In hopes of obtaining his father's favor, Yao Tianchen plotted to kill Yao Xingchen. Unfortunately, Yao Xingchen had no evidence and was forced to let the matter go because their father did not believe him. At that time, the seeds of resentment were planted in Yao Xingchen's heart. As they sprouted, he finally ran away from the Yao clan and joined the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, which was stronger than the Yao clan, a demi-saint rank force. Although the Yao clan was a demi-saint rank force, it was considered one of the strongest demi-saint rank forces in the sacred lightning realm. This was because the Yao clan's demi-saint was much stronger than ordinary demi-saints and could kill ordinary demi-saints. For this reason, it was second only to the saint rank forces. My dear brother, I only plotted against you because you were stronger than me. Yao Tianchen chuckled as he said, it's different now. My law of metal has reached the paramount stage, and I have surpassed you. I became a peerless top advanced supreme god first. Father and the elders of the clan have also chosen me to be the next clan leader of the Yao clan. You're no longer a threat to me. As such, we brothers should live in harmony like we did in the past. What do you think? Yao Tianchen was clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing, pretending to be harmless. Yao Xingchen sneered. Yao Tianchen, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You just don't want to make an enemy out of me now. Let me tell you clearly now, we're not brothers, we're strangers. For the sake of our father and our blood relation, I'll let go of that matter in the past. From now on, please act like you don't know when we meet. Now, please leave. Yao Xingchen did not mince his words and directly drove Yao Tianchen away. Yao Tianchen rose to his feet and said with a slight smile, since you don't want to see me, I'll take my leave first. I'll see you again in the realm of origin. When Yao Tianchen turned around to leave, the smile on his face vanished, and his eyes glinted coldly. A hint of killing intent could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he thought to himself, Yao Xingchen, I gave you a chance due to our blood relation. Since you don't appreciate it, I can only kill you to avoid future troubles. You can't do anything to me now. You're weaker than me, and your status isn't that high in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. However, if you grow stronger and your status rises in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion in the future, it'll be very troublesome if our position is reversed. At that time, do you think you'll still be able to say that you'll let the matter from back then go? Clearly, Yao Tianchen had already made up his mind to kill Yao Xingchen. The realm of origin can only be your burial ground. My dear brother, you should cherish your remaining time. After all, you won't be coming out of the realm of origin. Yao Tianchen knew about Yao Xingchen's capability very well. Both their sword daos were at the 4th stage, but Yao Xingchen had only broken through recently. On the contrary, Yao Xingchen had been in the 4th stage for many years and might enter the 5th stage soon. As for the laws they comprehended, if Yao Xingchen, who comprehended the law of destruction, were to comprehend one of the 5 elemental laws, his law would have already reached the paramount stage. In fact, it would reach the paramount stage before that of Yao Tianchen. Due to Yao Xingchen's talent, Yao Tianchen tried to attempt to murder his younger brother in the past. In his opinion, if he allowed Yao Xingchen to grow stronger, he would only be seeking trouble. Thinking about Yao Xingchen's talent and the fact that Yao Xingchen now belonged to the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, Yao Tianchen became even more determined to get rid of Yao Xingchen. Chapter 4520 The Yao Clan, a clan of sword cultivators. The second group of people came out from the realm of origin one after another. Excluding Duan Ling Tian, among the 2 people from the Duan clan whom Hu Mingyu brought to the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, only Lan Ming came out. Shui Yao, the friendly young man, did not come out. Lan Ming, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, said in a low voice, Shui Yao must have died. Before leaving, Lan Ming said again, don't force yourself if you're not confident about passing some of the tests left there by the creator of the realm of origin. If you push yourself, you might get injured. Once you're injured, you won't be able to deal with the subsequent danger. Lan Ming was usually taciturn. It was rare for him to speak so much, reminding Duan Ling Tian about the danger in the realm of origin. I understand, Duan Ling Tian said with a nod. His expression was solemn as he asked, are you planning to return, or are you going to try and join the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion? I'll try to join the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, Lan Ming said with a wry smile. I'm not a monstrous prodigy like you who obtained the favor of the palace master of the Golden Dragon Palace as soon as you arrived. I can only depend on my luck if I want to join the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. However, many people who came this time have this thought as well. Most of the people recruited by various forces in the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion's territories were sectless cultivators, and it would naturally be great if they could join the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, one of the strongest forces in the outer boundary. When Lan Ming and the others left, the people from the third group all arrived as well. The death rate of the second group was lower than that of the first group. Clearly, the experience of the first group had helped with the survival of the second group. Duan Ling Tian already knew beforehand that the people representing the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion would be in the third group. Due to the requirements of comprehending the Sword Dao and being below the realm of supreme powerhouses, there were only about a dozen of them. Even among the hundreds of prodigies in the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, it was difficult to find many people who comprehended the Sword Dao to the fourth stage. After all, there were 4 Daos of heaven and earth, and the Sword Dao was just one of the many branches of the weapon Dao. While Duan Ling Tian was looking at the people from the third group, quite a few of them were looking at Duan Ling Tian enviously when they found out that Xiao Tianxi, the palace master of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion's Golden Dragon Palace, had invited Duan Ling Tian to join the Golden Dragon Palace. Some of them even looked dissatisfied. Hints of envy, jealousy, and hatred could be seen in their eyes when they looked at him. Duan Ling Tian naturally did not care about these people. He had never been one to care about what people thought of him. While Duan Ling Tian was looking around, he noticed 2 young men who resembled each other slightly. However, the duo did not stand together and were standing quite far apart from each other. They look like brothers, however, based on the distance between them, they look more like strangers. Perhaps it's just a coincidence that they look alike. The world is so big after all. How interesting. The Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion actually found 2 strangers who not only comprehend the Sword Dao to at least the 4th stage, but they even look alike. Coincidentally, Duan Ling Tian received a voice transmission from Xiao Tianxi at this moment. Duan Ling Tian, do you see those 2 young men who resemble each other? I just received a message from one of my senior brothers from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. He asked if you could lend a helping hand to the young man on the left if you see the young man on the right making a move against the former in the realm of origin. My senior brother said he'll repay you for this favor. My senior brother is also a demi-saint in the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, Xiao Tianxi said. Of course, but why, Palace Master Xiao? Duan Ling Tian asked, puzzled. They were on the same side, and there was no benefit to killing each other in this situation after all. The young man on the left is Yao Xingchen. He's my senior brother's last disciple. Before your improvement a few months ago, he was not any weaker than you. His Sword Dao will soon reach the 5th stage, and his law of destruction is also close to the paramount stage, Xiao Tianxi replied. Upon hearing Xiao Tianxi's words, Duan Ling Tian glanced at Yao Xingchen. He did not expect the other party to be so strong. However, since Yao Xingchen was so strong, why was Xiao Tianxi's senior brother worried about the young man on the right? Could it be? A thought suddenly appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. If the other party was a peerless top advanced supreme god, then Xiao Tianxi's words would make sense. At this time, Xiao Tianxi said, the young man on the right is Yao Tianchen. He's the external help that the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion found. He's from the Yao clan on Mount Sword. He's a peerless top advanced supreme god. His law of metal has reached the paramount stage, and his Sword Dao is at the 4th stage. He's Yao Xingchen's half-brother. All members of the Yao clan are sword cultivators so they comprehend the Sword Dao. According to my senior brother, Yao Tianchen once tried to kill Yao Xingchen to remove Yao Xingchen from the competition for the position of the next clan leader of the Yao clan. Fortunately, Yao Xingchen was very lucky, and he survived. Later, he joined the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. My senior brother took a liking to him and accepted him as his last disciple. Before this, my senior brother deliberately excluded Yao Tianchen from the recruitment. However, Yao Tianchen heard about the matter, and he took the initiative to volunteer to help the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. Needless to say, the high-ranking officials won't refuse such an offer. However, my senior brother feels that Yao Tianchen harbors ill intentions. He suspects that Yao Tianchen might make an attempt on Yao Xingchen's life in the realm of origin. After all, Yao Xingchen is very talented, which threatens Yao Tianchen. If Yao Xingchen doesn't die prematurely, it won't be long before his law of destruction reaches the paramount stage, and his sword Dao reaches the 5th stage, making him stronger than Yao Tianchen. Realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian after he listened to Xiao Tianxi's words. At the same time, his gaze turned cold when he looked at Yao Tianchen again. After all, just to be the next clan leader, Yao Tianchen could even try to kill his younger brother. This kind of behavior disgusted him. If I have a younger brother, I won't even be able to bear troubling him, let alone hurt him for my own interest, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Xiao Tianxi continued to say, my senior brother and I didn't tell Yao Xingchen we asked for your help because Yao Xingchen is proud by nature. If he knew that we asked you to look after him, he'd definitely protest. He might even deliberately avoid you after entering the realm of origin. Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless upon hearing Xiao Tianxi's words. He's not just proud, he's also courting death. Does he think he's a match for a peerless top advanced supreme god? He must know his limits, right? After a while, Xiao Tianxi finally told the third group of sword prodigies to enter the realm of origin. After everyone handed in their personal spatial rings, Xiao Tianxi ordered his men to distribute new spatial rings to them. These spatial rings must be returned after they came out from the realm of origin. This was to prevent people from keeping the treasures they found to themselves in the realm of origin. Everyone knew about this for a long time now, so no one objected. Alright, you can go in now. After Xiao Tianxi's voice fell, the group of people, including Duan Ling Tian, entered the realm of origin one after another. Chapter 4521 Yao Tianchen, the peerless top advanced supreme god. When Duan Ling Tian regained consciousness, he discovered that he and the others who entered the realm of origin were in a vast open space. A vortex churned behind them. Obviously, it was where they had entered the realm of origin from. When he looked around, he found that his vision was impeded by the fog lingering in the surroundings. He had no idea what lay behind the fog at all. Fortunately, the first and second group of people had recorded their experiences in memory jade tokens for those in the third group. With this, the third group knew roughly what to expect and could avoid taking detours. According to the first group of people, when they first entered, a voice told them that there were only 1 entrance and 9 exits to the ruins. After leaving through one of the 9 exits, one will be transported outside the entrance. This is the only entrance, and the other 9 exits, whereabouts are unknown, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. There were 31 people in the third group, including Duan Ling Tian. As soon as they entered the realm of origin, the others began to approach Duan Ling Tian and struck up a conversation with him. I heard that your name is Duan Ling Tian. You're representing the Tourmaline Holy City's Duan clan, right? I heard that you comprehended the sword Dao to the 6th stage. Duan Ling Tian, is your sword Dao really in the 6th stage? Can you show it to us? I was under the impression that only saints comprehended the sword Dao to the 6th stage. Duan Ling Tian, did you lie about your sword Dao to deceive Palace Master Shao into inviting you to join the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion's Golden Dragon Palace? Based on these words, it was clear that those who spoke to Duan Ling Tian were prodigies from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. After all, only those from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion were privy to this matter. Alas, Duan Ling Tian did not pay attention to these people. At this moment, he saw Yao Xingchen making a move to leave, and not long after, he saw Yao Tianchen leaving as well. He could not help but feel helpless upon seeing this. I knew it, the task that Palace Master Shao entrusted me with won't be easy. Since we just came in, Yao Tianchen didn't dare to make a move in front of so many people. However, now that Yao Xingchen has left alone, Yao Tianchen finally has a chance to act. Duan Ling Tian did not have time to speak to the others and quickly left, following Yao Tianchen from afar. At the same time, the prodigies from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion were stunned when they saw Duan Ling Tian leaving without saying a word to them. They did not expect him to be so rude and arrogant at all. He just ignored us. Does he think he's a peerless top advanced supreme god? How rude. With his attitude, even if he joins our Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion and the Golden Dragon Palace, he won't be able to live for long. Duan Ling Tian naturally did not hear the words of the prodigies from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. Even if he did, he would not have cared. At this moment, he was focused on following Yao Tianchen, who was tailing Yao Xingchen, from afar. Yao Tianchen was a peerless top advanced supreme god, after all. As such, it did not take long for him to discover Duan Lingtian's presence. He suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Duan Lingtian with a cold and piercing gaze as he asked, "Why are you following me?" Before entering the realm of origin, Yao Tianchen had heard that Duan Lingtian was a prodigy among prodigies who had comprehended the sword Dao to the 6th stage. Unsurprisingly, he was extremely jealous of Duan Lingtian. Although the Yao clan was a clan filled with sword cultivators, no one in the long history of the clan had comprehended the sword Dao to the 6th stage before. The highest stage of the sword Dao that anyone from the Yao clan had comprehended was the peak of the 5th stage, and that person was the strongest demi-saint in the history of the Yao clan. Alas, that person could not withstand the test of time and was killed during the once-in-10,000-year heavenly tribulation, which would grow increasingly more difficult. Currently, the 2 demi-saints of the Duan clan had also comprehended the sword Dao to the 5th stage. Duan Lingtian remained calm as he replied, "The realm of origin is so big. How can you say that I'm following you? Stop following me," Yao Tianchen threatened as he glared at Duan Lingtian icily, "otherwise, I'll kill you." After that, without waiting for a reply, Yao Tianchen continued to follow Yao Xingchen. He was confident that Duan Lingtian would not be a match for him if he had made a move. In fact, he was confident he could kill Duan Lingtian, but he would have to use his hidden trump card. Without his trump card, he could at most defeat Duan Lingtian, who was on par with Yao Xingchen. It would be difficult to kill Duan Lingtian without his trump card. Not only that, but most importantly, he would not be able to kill without making a huge commotion that would attract everyone's attention. If he made a huge commotion and failed to kill his target, he would be in deep trouble once word of his action spread. Apart from that, Yao Tianchen knew he could not recklessly make a move against Duan Lingtian now because the commotion would also attract Yao Xingchen's attention. At that time, Yao Xingchen would definitely raise his vigilance, making it even more difficult for him to kill Yao Xingchen. "Kill me." Upon hearing Yao Tianchen's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Then, as though he did not hear Yao Tianchen's words, he continued to follow Yao Tianchen. Needless to say, Yao Tianchen quickly discovered that Duan Lingtian was still following him. He stopped in his tracks again and turned to look at Duan Lingtian. His gaze was cold, and his expression was furious as he said, "Brat, what do you want? Are you trying to test my patience?" Yao Tianchen's eyes flashed with killing intent as his divine energy surged. Following that, a golden light burst forth before forming 5 sword rays that emitted the aura of the sword Dao. Duan Lingtian maintained a slight smile on his face as he asked directly, "I heard that you're a peerless top advanced supreme god." "That's right," Yao Tianchen replied proudly, "so, I advise you to stop following me. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Although it's difficult, it's not impossible. You might be invincible in Tourmaline Holy City, but in my eyes, you're nothing." In fact, Yao Tianchen did have the qualification to be proud. He was the first among the younger generation in the Yao clan to comprehend a law to the paramount stage. It was also the reason he was selected as the successor of the clan leader of the Yao clan. "It's good that you're a peerless top advanced supreme god," Duan Lingtian said with a nod. "What do you think about sparring with me? I've been itching to fight for months now." As Duan Lingtian spoke, his divine energy surged, and his eyes burned with battle intent. Since he reached the threshold of the 7th stage of the sword Dao, he had yet to have a chance to fight properly. After all, the people around him at that time were supreme powerhouses. Those people could easily crush him if they wanted to. On the other hand, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, Yao Tianchen, a peerless top advanced supreme god who was also skilled in the sword Dao, was a good opponent. How could he not be eager to fight Yao Tianchen? Chapter 4522. Is someone like you worthy of being compared to the sun and the moon? Yao Tianchen assumed that Duan Lingtian would retreat after confirming that he was a peerless top advanced supreme god. It was completely out of his expectations that not only did Duan Lingtian not retreat, but Duan Lingtian even wanted to spar with him after confirming that he was a peerless top advanced supreme god. Nonetheless, Yao Tianchen did not reveal his surprise on his face. Instead, he said with an icy smile, "Spar. The methods I cultivated are killing methods. I don't know how to spar without killing you, nor do I have any intention to spar with you. If you want to fight, it'll be a life or death battle. So, Think about it carefully. In Yao Tian-chen's opinion, Duan Ling Tian would definitely retreat after hearing these words. After all, he was a peerless top advanced supreme god. He was invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods. For this reason, he was shocked when he heard Duan Ling Tian's reply. Life or death battle, as long as you're okay with that, it's fine with me, Duan Ling Tian said with an innocent smile. However, in Yao Tian-chen's eyes, the smile was extremely provocative. He asked through gritted teeth, "Are you sure you want to fight a life or death battle with me?" At the same time, Yao Tian-chen could not help but feel anxious when he thought about Yao Xing-chen leaving his tracking range. He naturally did not want to waste time here with Duan Ling Tian. Do all peerless top advanced supreme gods talk so much nonsense? Duan Ling Tian asked with a frown, slightly impatient. Yao Tian-chen scoffed and said, "If you want to fight a life or death battle with me, you'll have to wait until we leave the realm of origin. After all, I want to show the supreme powerhouses in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion and Palace Master Shao of the Golden Dragon Palace how I crush you. I have something to do now so I don't have the time to play with you." After saying that, Yao Tian-chen's body flashed with a golden light. Like a shooting star, he flew into the distance. However, it did not take long before he came to a stop again. Duan Ling Tian appeared in front of Yao Tian-chen, holding the seven orifices exquisite sword in his hand, as he said with a smile, "If you don't fight me, you can forget about finding what you want in the realm of origin." Duan Ling Tian naturally knew why Yao Tian-chen did not want to fight him now. Yao Tian-chen was in a rush to follow Yao Xing-chen so he could find an opening to kill Yao Xing-chen. He had promised Shao Tianxi, the palace master of the Golden Dragon Palace, that he would help Yao Xing-chen. However, after meeting Yao Tian-chen, he was very eager to fight Yao Tian-chen. He would be able to kill two birds with one stone if he fought Yao Tian-chen. Meanwhile, Yao Tian-chen, who was stopped by Duan Ling Tian again and again, was naturally furious. His expression was unsightly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He knew that the only way to get rid of Duan Ling Tian was to fight Duan Ling Tian. Nonetheless, Yao Tian-chen was very confident about fighting Duan Ling Tian. He did not have much confidence in killing Duan Ling Tian, but he was 100% confident he could defeat Duan Ling Tian. He thought to himself viciously as his eyes shone with killing intent, "I want to save my trump card to deal with Yao Xing-chen. I'll just defeat this ignorant person and make him retreat for now. When we leave this place, I'll find a chance to kill him." Finally, Yao Tian-chen scoffed and said coldly, "Brat, since you want to fight me, I'll fulfill your wish. Let me show you how vulnerable and weak you are in front of me, a peerless top advanced supreme god, even if you're infinitely close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. Let me show you why the stars will never be able to outshine the sun and the moon." Subsequently, a golden light burst forth from Yao Tian-chen's body, and a sword appeared in his hand. The sword was completely black, and it looked extremely sharp. This was obviously his prime divine artifact. Although he was confident, he did not let his guard down when facing Duan Ling Tian, who was also wielding a prime divine artifact. Meanwhile, upon hearing Yao Tian-chen's words, Duan Ling Tian said with a sneer, "It's only natural that the stars can't outshine the sun and the moon. However, is someone like you worthy of being compared to the sun and the moon?" Unsurprisingly, Yao Tian-chen was infuriated by Duan Ling Tian's words. For a moment, he was filled with the urge to use his trump card on Duan Ling Tian instead of Yao Xing-chen. "This brat's words are too much. How dare he mock me? Brat, you're seeking death," Yao Tian-chen bellowed angrily as he swung the sword in his hand. A dazzling golden sword ray shot out toward Duan Ling Tian immediately. The void rippled in its wake, looking like it was going to tear at any moment. Clearly, the force of the attack had almost reached the limit of what the realm of origin could withstand. This was also the reason why supreme powerhouses were unable to enter this realm of origin. It could only accommodate peerless top advanced supreme gods at most. Faced with Yao Tian-chen's fast approaching sword ray, Duan Ling Tian said, "The law of metal at the paramount stage is really powerful." Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged as he swung his sword as well and said unhurriedly, "Alas, your sword Dao is rubbish." Rubbish, he called the fourth stage of the sword Dao rubbish. Yao Tian-chen almost vomited blood when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Even in the Yao clan, a clan of sword cultivators, among the younger generation, only he and Yao Xing-chen had comprehended the sword Dao to the fourth stage. As for the others, they only comprehended it to the third stage at most. Nonetheless, Yao Tianchen also knew that if Duan Lingtian really comprehended the Sword Dao to the sixth stage, Duan Lingtian was qualified to judge his comprehension of the Sword Dao. After a brief moment, Yao Tianchen roared, "Then watch carefully as my rubbish Sword Dao defeats you." Subsequently, the golden sword ray grew brighter and brighter until it was like a dazzling sun that illuminated the realm of origin. At the same time, the others and Yao Xingchen, who was very far away, were alarmed by this. "That's Yao Tianchen. He's making a move. Did he encounter an obstacle?" Yao Xingchen wondered inwardly with a smile on his face. After a moment, Yao Xingchen shook his head. He had no intention of going over to have a look. He entered the realm of origin with his own goals and missions. He hoped to comprehend the fifth stage of the Sword Dao in this place that was left behind by a powerful sword cultivator. Once his Sword Dao reached the fifth stage, his law of destruction would improve as well. Many years ago, he had tied his law of destruction to his Sword Dao. As such, as long as his Sword Dao entered the fifth stage, he was confident his law of destruction would reach the paramount stage as well. At that time, he would successfully become a peerless top advanced supreme god. Unlike Yao Xingchen, a group of prodigies hurried over to have a look, feeling excited to watch a show. Before Yao Tianchen's sword ray landed, they had already gathered on the scene. "He's going to fight Yao Tianchen. Yao Tianchen is a peerless top advanced supreme god. He dares to provoke Yao Tianchen. Does he have a death wish?" Chapter 4523 Duan Lingtian, a peerless top advanced supreme god. All the prodigies gathered by the jade-tied heavenly mansion present on the scene did not think that Duan Lingtian was a match for Yao Tianchen. Although Duan Lingtian was very strong and was comparable to the strongest person below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the jade-tied heavenly mansion, ultimately, he was still not a peerless top advanced supreme god. Yao Tianchen is the successor of the clan leader of Mount Sword's Yao clan. His Sword Dao has already reached the fourth stage. Apart from that, he has also comprehended the law of metal to the paramount stage. He's a monstrous prodigy. He's relatively powerful among those below the realm of supreme powerhouses. Although Duan Lingtian is infinitely close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods, he's still not a peerless top advanced supreme god, after all. There's still a big difference between him and a real peerless top advanced supreme god. We already know the victor of this battle. I really don't know what's going through Duan Lingtian's mind. How dare he provoke Yao Tianchen? Who knows? Perhaps they have enmity between them, and Yao Tianchen is the one trying to settle the score with him. If so, Duan Lingtian can only blame himself for being unlucky. Meanwhile, under everyone's watchful gaze, Yao Tianchen swung his sword down from the sky again, and a huge sword ray swept toward Duan Lingtian. Not only did Duan Lingtian have no intention of avoiding the attack, but he also took a step forward and said, "I advise you not to use your lousy sword Dao against me." Following that, Duan Lingtian's law of space swept out and merged with his divine energy before they entered his seven orifices exquisite sword. Following that, he used his sword Dao that had reached the threshold of the seventh stage. The void rippled and twisted violently, and translucent shadows could be briefly seen before countless seven-colored sword rays shot out. The sound of a sword cry rang in the air as Duan Lingtian brandished his sword. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the countless sword rays, which emitted a terrifying destructive aura, swept out and collided with Yao Tianchen's huge golden sword ray. The seven-colored sword rays looked weak compared to Yao Tianchen's huge golden sword ray. However, in just a moment, the huge golden sword ray was quickly shrouded by the countless seven-colored sword rays, which were like a plague of locusts. Following that, a shocking and horrifying scene appeared before everyone's eyes. Even Yao Tianchen, the party involved, was shocked and horrified. The huge golden sword ray suddenly stopped before it slowly cracked under the attack of the countless sword rays before it disappeared into thin air. The seven-colored sword rays continued forward after destroying the huge golden sword ray, making their way toward Yao Tianchen. Yao Tianchen quickly regained his senses and made a defensive strike. He mobilized all his divine energy and cast his law of metal, which had reached the paramount stage, to form a huge sword shield in front of himself. "I've already told you earlier, don't use your rubbish sword Dao in front of me," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. At this time, the seven-colored sword rays landed on the sword shield, quickly shattering it. "If you didn't use your sword Dao, perhaps your shield would have lasted longer," Duan Lingtian continued to say. "The seventh stage, you Your sword Dao has reached the 7th stage, Yao Tianchen exclaimed in shock and disbelief. At the same time, he no longer dared to disregard Duan Lingtian's words and hastily erected a shield without using his sword Dao. With only the law of metal at the paramount stage and the divine energy, Yao Tianchen's barrier managed to stop Duan Lingtian's 7-colored sword rays this time. When the 7-colored sword rays finally disappeared, Yao Tianchen's face was extremely pale. He had exhausted almost all his energy to defend against Duan Lingtian, and he was also slightly injured. However, he had no time to tend to his injuries now. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian fearfully and warily. At the same time, the people in the surroundings were shocked by this revelation as well. They could hardly believe that Yao Tianchen, a peerless top advanced supreme god, was suppressed and defeated by Duan Lingtian. They were further shocked when they heard that Duan Lingtian's sword Dao had reached the 7th stage. Is there anyone in the myriad worlds or the outer boundary who has comprehended the sword Dao to the 7th stage? Based on my knowledge, those with the strongest sword Dao in both the myriad worlds and the outer boundary have only comprehended it to the 6th stage. Moreover, they're all considered powerful among saints. He's already reached the 7th stage. Once he comprehends his law to the paramount stage and becomes a supreme powerhouse after becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god, he'll definitely be among the strongest saints, right? I think he'll surpass even the strongest saint and enter the next level. A level 7 supreme powerhouse. Based on what everyone knew, saints were only level 6 supreme powerhouses. According to the rumors, there were currently no level 7 supreme powerhouses in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. However, it was said that the realm of origin they were in now was left behind by an ancient level 7 supreme powerhouse. At the same time, Duan Lingtian smiled slightly upon hearing Yao Tianchen's words. He said, "The 7th stage of the sword Dao. No, if I had comprehended the sword Dao to the 7th stage, you wouldn't be able to stop my attack earlier even if you didn't use the sword Dao." Previously, when Duan Lingtian reached the threshold of the 7th stage of the sword Dao, he discovered that his sword Dao could now affect the surroundings and their energies. Not only that, but he could manipulate them with his sword Dao and attack with them. Yao Tianchen's sword Dao, which was only at the 4th stage, was easily suppressed by Duan Lingtian's sword Dao. Then, Duan Lingtian manipulated Yao Tianchen's sword Dao and turned it against Yao Tianchen. It was due to this reason that Yao Tianchen's attack was easily destroyed by him. If Yao Tianchen did not use his sword Dao from the beginning and only used his divine energy and the law of metal, Duan Lingtian would fight to a draw with Yao Tianchen at most. It would be difficult for him to injure Yao Tianchen. Alas, Yao Tianchen did not listen to his advice. Impossible. Yao Tianchen exclaimed in disbelief when he heard Duan Lingtian say his sword Dao had yet to reach the 7th stage. The Yao clan members have cultivated the sword for generations. Although no one in the clan's history had comprehended the sword Dao to the 7th stage, the clan has a lot of information regarding the 7th stage of the sword Dao. According to the records, once the sword Dao reaches the 7th stage, it can manipulate everything in its surroundings within a range and turn them into swords. If one's opponent's sword Dao is below the 7th stage, one can even turn the opponent's sword against one's opponent. Yao Tianchen continued to say, "There's no doubt that you've comprehended the 7th stage of the sword Dao. Even if you only comprehended the law of space to its perfect form, you're actually already a peerless top advanced supreme god. In fact, you're a relatively strong peerless top advanced supreme god. No wonder I'm no match for you." Although Yao Tianchen felt unwilling, he had no choice but to accept it. The person in front of him had comprehended the 7th stage of the sword Dao, rendering him powerless. At the same time, he inwardly agreed with Duan Lingtian's judgment of his sword Dao, compared to that of Duan Lingtian, was indeed rubbish. Chapter 4524 A Gap in History. Duan Lingtian shook his head upon seeing Yao Tianchen had lost his will to fight. He had told Yao Tianchen that his sword Dao had only reached the threshold of the 7th stage and that if Yao Tianchen did not use his sword Dao at all during their fight, Yao Tianchen would not be at a disadvantage. Alas, based on the current situation, it seemed like Yao Tianchen did not believe him. Perhaps, Yao Tianchen even thought that he was being used as a punching bag. Duan Lingtian did not speak again and flew in the direction where Yao Xingchen had gone. Upon seeing this, Yao Tianchen's expression darkened immediately. Initially, he planned to continue following Yao Xingchen. However, he had a feeling that if he caught up to Yao Xingchen and Duan Lingtian was around, Duan Ling Tian would definitely help Yao Xingchen. After all, Duan Ling Tian was now a member of the Golden Dragon Palace of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. Duan Ling Tian and Yao Xingchen were now fellow members of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. With Duan Ling Tian around, even if I use my trump card, it'll be difficult for me to kill Yao Xingchen. Forget it, Yao Xingchen should count himself lucky. In any case, we'll be here for a year. I don't believe that Duan Ling Tian will always be around him. Yao Tianchen thought to himself, feeling slightly relieved. After that, he did not waste time and quickly left. Meanwhile, the prodigies present on the scene looked at each other in fear and shock. After learning that Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the sword Dao to the 7th stage, none of them dared to look down on or insult Duan Ling Tian again. Since Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the sword Dao to the 7th stage, it also meant that he was now a peerless top advanced supreme god. Moreover, he was among the powerful peerless top advanced supreme gods. Yao Tianchen, also a peerless top advanced supreme god, was no match for him at all. However, they also knew that although Yao Tianchen was no match for Duan Ling Tian, it would be difficult for them to kill each other since they were both peerless top advanced supreme gods. Perhaps, one would have a slight chance if one made multiple preparations and ambushed the other party. After flying for a while, Duan Ling Tian discovered that Yao Xingchen was long gone. At the same time, he realized that he had been worried for nothing. He thought that Yao Xingchen might have stopped to watch the fight earlier. After confirming that Yao Xingchen was not around, Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness swept out, surveying his surroundings and probing the realm of origin. It's said that this realm of origin was left by a level 7 supreme powerhouse in ancient times, before the gap in history. After the gap in history, there are no known level 7 supreme powerhouses at all. To become a level 7 supreme powerhouse, apart from comprehending one law to the paramount stage, one also has to comprehend one of the 4 Taoes of heaven and earth to the 7th stage. This is the minimum requirement to become a level 7 supreme powerhouse. In the past, it's not that there isn't anyone who comprehended the 4 Taoes of heaven and earth to the 7th stage, it's just that they died before becoming supreme powerhouses or their laws failed to reach the paramount stage. It's almost as if the 7th stage of the 4 Taoes of heaven and earth conflicts with the paramount stage of the laws. It seems difficult for them to grow hand in hand, even for me. After reaching the threshold of the 7th stage of the sword Dao, Duan Ling Tian discovered that he did not make any progress at all. It felt almost impossible for him to reach the 7th stage. In the past, it was said that the sword of time comprehended the sword Dao to the 6th stage, touching the threshold of the 7th stage. His law was also said to be close to the paramount stage. However, he cultivated the sword Dao of time, simultaneously improving his law and his sword Dao. If his sword Dao reached the 7th stage, it was likely that his law would reach the paramount stage as well. Unfortunately, he died. Rumors had it that a saint killed him before he could grow even more powerful. After all, once his law and sword Dao improved, he would become a level 7 supreme powerhouse, surpassing all the existing saints. Most saints naturally didn't want this to happen. However, there were also rumors that he passed at the moment of a breakthrough due to the tribulation that came with entering the 7th level. It was said that he died due to that tribulation. Some people even speculated that he died because of the backlash from the simultaneous progress of his sword Dao and law. It was as though the 7th level was a curse. After the gap in history, there were no known level 7 supreme powerhouses at all. The only traces left of level 7 supreme powerhouses were realms of origins like the one Duan Ling Tian was in. Over the years, many realms of origins like this had been discovered. Although many people, including supreme powerhouses, had explored them, they still did not know why there was no level 7 supreme powerhouse after the gap in history. After a while, Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses. He shook his head and muttered to himself with a wry smile on his face, "I'm only now at the threshold of the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods. It's still too early for me to think about this. I just need to continue to improve myself. Thanks to Elder Kong's guidance, my law of space has improved slightly. However, it's extremely difficult to make any more progress now. Whether it's Elder Kong or Palace Master Shao, their advice mostly helps me to perfect my own sword Dao and turn it into the spatial sword Dao, a sword Dao that is completely my own. If I can perfectly integrate my law of space in my sword Dao, I'll be able to form my spatial sword Dao. If I'm successful, with the current stage of my sword Dao, my law of space should enter the paramount stage as well. Duan Ling Tian naturally knew that making his sword Dao his own was not a simple feat. Currently, his sword Dao was still influenced by his master's sword Dao. As a result, he was also subtly influenced by it. He knew it would not be easy to get rid of his master's influence and form his own sword Dao by integrating it with his law of space. This place was left by a level 7 supreme powerhouse who comprehended the sword Dao. His sword Dao should be at or above the 7th stage. Perhaps, I'll be able to find something useful here, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. In fact, Duan Ling Tian was not the only one to have these thoughts. The other prodigies were the same. Their goal in entering this realm of origin was to find something that could help them improve. In fact, finding the things that the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion was less of a priority compared to that. Chapter 4525. A destructive sword ray descends from the sky. Since two groups of people had entered the realm of origin before this, many treasures had been discovered and taken away. Duan Ling Tian could only travel deeper and explore the realm of origin. Although there were downsides to entering the realm of origin last, there were also advantages. For example, the experiences that the first and second groups shared were very useful. They helped Duan Ling Tian to avoid several dangerous places as he traveled into the depths of the realm of origin. During his journey, he also found a few things, and among them, there was something that the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion wanted. After traveling for a while, Duan Ling Tian found a group of people up ahead. He looked up and saw the void twisting and rippling violently. As he drew closer, the conversations in his surroundings also entered his ears. What's going on? There's such a strong killing intent. It feels as if something is being formed. I can sense the sword Dao. Duan Ling Tian was not familiar with the faces of the people around him. He only recognized one person. The person was the other peerless top advanced supreme god that the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion found, apart from Yao Tian Chen. Thanks to Xiao Tianxi, the palace master of the Golden Dragon Palace, Duan Ling Tian knew that the other party was a peerless top advanced supreme god who comprehended the sword Dao to the 4th stage and the law of earth to the paramount stage. His sword Dao was the defensive type, and it was said that no one under the realm of supreme powerhouses could hurt him after he became a peerless top advanced supreme god. However, due to his strong defenses, his offenses were weak compared to other peerless top advanced supreme gods. Nonetheless, those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods were still no match for him. I think his name is Zheng Bin. Duan Ling Tian was about to move closer to watch the excitement when the entire place suddenly shook. Following that, a powerful sword Dao suddenly swept out. When he looked up, he saw an opening in the sky above him. Soon after the opening appeared, a dim gray light began to flash around it as black lightning bolts as thick as an adult's arm began to flash. In just a moment, a terrifyingly dangerous aura spread out. It feels like something bad is about to happen, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he quickly retreated. At the same time, Zheng Bin, the peerless top advanced supreme god, also retreated. The ground shook violently. It was as though the world was about to end. Then, a huge sword ray suddenly descended from the opening in the sky. As soon as the sword ray appeared, a horrifying destructive aura permeated the entire place. Duan Ling Tian decisively turned around to flee, but he quickly discovered that an invisible force seemed to be holding him in place. He could not move at all. He could only move his eyes and watched as everything unfolded. Similarly, Zheng Bin, the peerless top advanced supreme god, was in the same situation as Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian watched as the people standing closest to the huge sword ray were instantly reduced to ashes. Following that, Zheng Bin was also reduced to ashes when the light shrouded him. When Duan Ling Tian saw the light of destruction approaching him, he fell into despair. He could not free himself at all. In just a moment, the light completely shrouded him. At almost the same time, outside the realm of origin, the expression of Xiao Tianxi, the palace master of the Golden Dragon Palace, suddenly changed. It did not take long before the expressions of the three supreme powerhouses next to Xiao Tianxi changed as well. One of the supreme powerhouses asked, looking slightly frightened, "Half of the prodigies representing our Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion who entered the realm of origin just died." Xiao Tianxi and the other three supreme powerhouses just received a message saying that the soul orbs of half of the prodigies from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion just shattered. What's going on? The first two groups didn't encounter such a thing at all. How did so many people die so quickly? Palace Master Xiao, what do you think? The three supreme powerhouses instinctively looked at Xiao Tianxi for answers. After all, Xiao Tianxi was their leader here. Not only did he have a higher status than them due to his position as the palace master of the Golden Dragon Palace, but he was also stronger than them. Xianxia speculated out loud in a deep voice, they must have violated one of the rules in the realm of origin. Otherwise, I can't think of another reason. Naturally, Xianxia could only speculate based on his knowledge and experience. He was not certain his speculation was right. In any case, there was nothing he could do. After all, he could not enter the realm of origin, not even if he forced his way in. If one forced one's way in, the realm of origin would self-destruct, and the energy from the destruction would kill the person who tried to force his or her way in. In the past, there were quite a few saints in the outer boundary who were killed in such a manner. The realms of origins were left behind by supreme powerhouses before the gap in history. They were at least level 7 supreme powerhouses. Perhaps, there were even level 8 or level 9 supreme powerhouses. Xianxia did not think much about the deaths of the other prodigies. However, he could not remain completely indifferent when he thought about Duan Lingtian, whom he had invited to join the Golden Dragon Palace. He thought to himself, I hope Duan Lingtian isn't among those who just perished. Duan Lingtian was an unprecedented monstrous prodigy. Xianxia knew that, given enough time, Duan Lingtian would definitely become a top supreme powerhouse in both the outer boundary and the myriad worlds, even if Duan Lingtian could not break through the curse of the 7th level. He did not doubt that Duan Lingtian would stand at the peak of the 6th level. Naturally, this was under the premise that Duan Lingtian successfully entered the realm of supreme powerhouses after becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. After all, if a powerful advanced supreme god deliberately suppressed his or her cultivation base and ignored the call of the realm of the supreme powerhouses, it would be very difficult for him or her to break into the realm of supreme powerhouses again. This was why it was incredibly difficult for peerless top advanced supreme gods to become supreme powerhouses. Xianxia was very lucky and managed to enter the realm of supreme powerhouses when he was a peerless top advanced supreme god. At that time, his law was only close to the paramount stage, and his sword Dao was only at the 4th stage. He only comprehended his law to the paramount stage after he became a supreme powerhouse. Duan Lingtian, it'll be a great loss to the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion if you die. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.